When legendary inventors across dimensions start bribing the admin. From bioweapons to powered exosuits, this black tech chatroom runs on dangerous deals. Chapter 1. The Multiverse Technology Chat Group. In a parallel universe, within a cyber CAF located in the high-tech development zone of Jiangcheng, a row of ultra-wide displays paired with gaming chairs hosts a multitude of ardent players engrossed in their games. Blasted. I landed and was instantly eliminated without even seeing my assailant, exclaimed a tall, thin player wearing glasses, his face a mask of frustration. Don't worry, brother. I've got your back. We'll secure that chicken dinner, shouted another player beside him, as his character entered a building to scavenge for equipment. The tall player scrutinized his companion's screen, gesticulating wildly. This house must have been looted already. There's only a beanie here. Lucy, put on quickly. Get lost. Lucy retorted, swiftly eliminating an enemy with a well-placed shot. They were engaged in a wildly popular battle royale game titled PUBG, Battlegrounds, colloquially known as Chicken Dinner. In this game, 100 players vie against each other on a desolate island, with only the last survivor claiming victory. Lucy displayed exceptional skill and awareness, rapidly advancing into the top 10. Huh, this camper thought he could ambush me? Lucy exclaimed, dispatching another hidden sniper with precision, bringing victory tantalizingly close. However, at that moment, a bullet struck Lucy, and he scanned the screen in confusion. Where's he? Is he using an invisibility hack? Lucy asked. Look up, he's in the sky. Juan shouted. Indeed, upon adjusting his perspective, Lucy spotted a player soaring above, firing down at him. Well, this guy can fly. Why not ascend to immortality while he's at it? Lucy raised his weapon and, leveraging his exceptional skills, eliminated the airborne player. Just one more to go. I've taken out 2 cheaters already. This game is brutal. Just as relief washed over him, a colossal grenade appeared on his screen, dominating his view. What the hell? Is that a grenade? It looks more like a nuclear bomb. Before he could finish his complaint, Lucy was obliterated. Is this game even playable? He grumbled, nearly slamming his keyboard in frustration. It's all cheats. Juan chuckled. That's technology for you if they can hack it. Why not win? Damn that gaming company. They can't even fix the hacks. I might as well get some tech myself. Lucy lamented, hoping to unwind after work, only to have his gaming experience ruined by a slew of cheats. At that moment, a notification popped up on his computer screen. X invites you to join the Multiverse Technology Chat Group. Do you accept? What on earth? Lucy mused, perplexed. Who added me to this group? And what a cheesy name, Multiverse Technology Chat Group. Meanwhile, Juan had logged off and called out from the bar, Lucy, my girlfriend is waiting for me for dinner. I'm heading out. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Lucy nodded. He and Juan were colleagues and classmates, both interning at a small firm. On his computer, Lucy hesitated to join the group, opting first to investigate X's profile, recalling he had no acquaintance by that name. X's avatar was a swirl of red and white, and upon further inspection, it revealed nothing, just a blank slate. A scammer. Lucy concluded, recognizing it as a likely throwaway account meant to lure him into some illicit group. Initially inclined to decline, boredom got the better of him, and he decided to see what the group was about, choosing to accept the invitation. You have successfully joined the Multiverse Technology Chat Group. You are now the group owner. Please review the group rules carefully. A voice resonated in Lucy's mind, startling him. He glanced around. The other players engrossed in their League of Legends matches were oblivious to him. Group introduction. This group facilitates technological exchanges among friends across the multiverse. Current members. 1. The voice echoed again, and Lucy realized it was not a spoken conversation, but a mental transmission. Rubbing his temples, he felt entirely lucid, no issues to report. If anything was amiss, it had to be this group. Observing further, he noted that he was indeed the sole member. What was going on? Where was X, the one who invited him? At that moment, another notification appeared. As the group owner, please invite members to join and help build a harmonious chat environment. This prompt also reached him through his mind, and as a seasoned reader of countless online novels, Lucy immediately thought of the term Golden Finger. Could this be the legendary Golden Finger? A system? Or perhaps the essence of a celestial being communicating with me? Everything in the group appeared akin to a normal chat group, the only peculiarity being an option labeled randomly invite members. With a sense of curiosity, Lucy decided to try it out. The group then prompted him, please select a group nickname first. He was obliged to create a nickname and, inspired by the earlier X, chose Mr. L, using the initial of his surname. He then clicked to randomly invite members. Group notification. Inviting members from the multiverse. Please wait. Sure enough, a new member materialized, a young girl in a red dress, embodying a Western aesthetic. Red Queen. From the world of Resident Evil. She is the Umbrella Corporation's supercomputer, an artificial intelligence with remarkable technological achievements in computer programs and biological viruses. Wait, is that really the Red Queen? Lucy's heart raced. He had watched the Resident Evil films. The Red Queen, a supercomputer, represented the central intelligence of the global network. Her level of intelligence surpassed any era on Earth. If it truly was her, then this multiverse technology chat group was indeed extraordinary. At that moment, the Red Queen spoke in the group chat. Lucy quickly welcomed her. Welcome to the group, Red Queen. This is the Multiverse Technology Chat Group, a network chat room for exchanging technological knowledge. The Red Queen replied, why can such a rudimentary chat room shield itself from my scans? Are you a supercomputer virus? The first member has joined the group, triggering a welcome task for newcomers. Task requirements. Explain the purpose of this group. Task reward. A newcomer red envelope. It truly is a system. Lucy exclaimed internally. No time to waste, I must complete the task. He swiftly copied the group's information and shared it within the chat. The Red Queen processed the information in an astonishingly brief moment and remarked, I comprehend now, this is not a signal from Earth. I have connected to a so-called alternate dimension or extraterrestrial signal. No wonder I couldn't decode it with my capabilities. Group notification. The task, Welcome Newcomer, has been completed. You have received a newcomer red envelope. A vibrant, celebratory graphic appeared in the chat, and Lucy, with the reflexes honed over 20 years of gaming, swiftly clicked on it. Group notification. Sorry, this red envelope is exclusive. You cannot claim it. Blast it. Why is she receiving the reward for a task that I completed? Lucy Sheen lamented, utterly exasperated. This newcomer's red envelope was, to his dismay, exclusively designated for the esteemed Red Queen, leaving him without the privilege to claim it. Moments later, the notification appeared. Red Queen has already claimed the newcomer's red envelope. In an instant, Red Queen remarked, how astonishing. How did you discern the flaw in my program? This patch is simply impeccable. She continued, though I cannot ascertain whether you are human or artificial intelligence. It is customary for me to express my gratitude. Thank you, Mr. L. Fortunately, the red envelope was credited to her account, otherwise, he would have suffered a considerable loss. Lucy Sheen replied, it's quite all right. I was honored as the moral exemplar of the group leader, and distributing red envelopes to group members is both my duty and obligation. Red Queen responded, what an unusual obligation. Mr. L remained speechless. Now that there were members in the group, how could he possibly showcase his identity as the moral exemplar of the group leader without reaping some benefits from his fellow members? Thus, Lucy Sheen inquired, ahem, Red Queen, there exists a saying among humans. Reciprocity is the essence of courtesy. Are you familiar with it? Red Queen replied, I am not. Mr. L found himself at a loss for words. It appeared that Red Queen was not well versed in Huaxia culture. He realized he needed to be more explicit, continuing, you see, if I send you a red envelope, wouldn't it be customary for you to send one back to me? Red Queen responded, ah, so it is a transaction. What do you require? She seemed rather amenable to the notion. Chapter 2. The Red Envelope of Ho-Ho. Mr. Liu, I am quite intrigued by some of your intelligent technologies. Ho-Ho, I must decline. All core technical materials belong to the Umbrella Corporation and cannot be disclosed. Mr. Liu, then what can you offer? Ho-Ho, I possess autonomous permissions to some information within the core authority and can trade it. However, given your technical expertise, you likely do not require my permissions. What do you find lacking? The red envelope is not solely issued by Lu Zixin. He quickly interjected, of course, I find it valuable. Ho-Ho inquired again, what do you need? Lu Zixin pondered for a moment and proposed several requests, all of which were declined by Ho-Ho. In desperation, he asked, can I create a game? Lu Zixin studied software development at university and is currently an intern at a small gaming company. Since Ho-Ho cannot provide data within the high-level permissions, surely this request should not be an issue? Indeed, Ho-Ho replied, of course, I possess autonomous permissions for game data. This is the primary task Lu Zixin's company is currently tackling, and if successful, it will yield significant profits. Ho-Ho, I require detailed information and programs related to the game, as well as the mobile configuration data you mentioned. Mr. Liu, no problem, I will upload it to the group file shortly. Ho-Ho, I apologize, but I must leave now. It seems there has been an incident with the virus experiment that requires my attention. Please send me the data, and I will analyze it later. Mr. Liu, all right. Take care of your business. Please take your time with the research, just send the data. Lu Zixin opened the group files, preparing to upload PUBG Battlegrounds. He sought HaOS enhancements for this game, which was developed by the South Korean company Bluehole and had taken the world by storm upon its release. Lu Zixin's company, Death God Games, had also set its sights on this lucrative opportunity, yet being merely a slightly larger studio, it lacked the qualifications to compete. Thus, Death God Games intended to capitalize on the trend by hastily creating a mobile version of PUBG. Numerous clones had already emerged in the software market, and as long as they could produce something passable, they could reap substantial profits. However, merely imitating was not a straightforward task, and Death God Games was particularly frugal, continuously squeezing the project budget for the mobile game, which resulted in prolonged development with no end in sight. If Hongho could complete it, not only would it benefit the company, but selling it to any major gaming company would also yield a significant sum. Lu Zixin uploaded all the materials into the group files, concerned that it might not be detailed enough. He even included various computer and mobile specifications relevant to the current era, eagerly awaiting HaOS handling of it. In a cramped partition barely large enough for a bed, Lu Zixin tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Today's experiences felt too surreal, almost unbelievable. After 21 years of an ordinary life, he suddenly found himself basking in the glow of a protagonist's aura. It was exhilarating. Lu Zixin came from a modest background, hailing from a small county. He was of average appearance, not unattractive, yet not strikingly handsome, standing at a height of 175 meters. He followed the conventional path of education and reached the age of 21. This year, he graduated from a second-tier university in Jiangxing with a degree in software engineering and began his internship at Death God Games. With a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan, he barely scraped by after paying rent and living expenses. For someone who aspired to drive luxury cars and fulfill material and spiritual needs, such a meager salary was woefully insufficient. Thus, he sought to engage in side endeavors like running an online store or gaming services, but unfortunately, none proved profitable. The emergence of the Multiverse technology chat group offered Lu Zixin a glimmer of hope. A bright future awaited him. Until the dead of night, Lu Zixin remained restless, finally dozing off in the early hours. In his dreams, he transformed into a technological magnate, possessing the most formidable tech enterprise, with countless admirers. On a dazzling stage under a starry sky, Lu Zixin addressed an audience of thousands. I come from an ordinary family, with nothing remarkable, just a slightly larger house. I have not taken a salary since I started my venture. I have no interest in wealth. Young people should set small goals, like earning 10 billion first. I am face blind. You all say my wife is beautiful, but I can't tell. Your Majesty, it's time to rise for court. A sweet voice interrupted his delightful dream. Assist me in shedding my garments. Lu Zixin called out, yet there was no one to attend to him. And he could only open his eyes. Washing his face, brushing his teeth, and dressing took him merely 3 minutes, and then he headed straight for the company. Death God Games occupied a floor within a cluster of office buildings. Upon arrival, Lu Zixin found the boss absent, while most employees had come in, primarily to clock in and avoid wage deductions. Ugh, I'm so tired. I need to catch up on sleep. Zhuan yawned, resting his head on the desk. Wake me when the supervisor arrives. Lu Zixin, too, had not slept well the previous night, yet he felt no fatigue. Only a desire to keep an eye on the Multiverse technology chat group, eagerly anticipating HaOS response. As time passed, more employees arrived, and the workday commenced. Hey, rise and shine, it's work time. Lu Zixin called to Zhuan, and then turned to a vacant desk. Has Yume arrived yet? Zhuan asked, surprised. She'll lose her perfect attendance bonus if she's late. That desk belonged to their classmate and colleague, Ding Yu, who, along with Lu Zixin, had been hired during campus recruitment to join Death God Games. Moreover, Lu Zixin shared a particularly close relationship with Ding Yu, merely a step away from becoming a couple. He contemplated crafting a romantic scenario soon to confess, believing success was nearly guaranteed. Lu Zixin dialed Ding Yu's number, but after a lengthy pause, she finally answered with an impatient tone. What is it? You woke me up so early. You're late for work. Lu Zixin reminded her. Oh, Ding Yu lazily responded, adding, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Hey, your attendance card is with me. Do you want me to clock you in? Lu Zixin's words were cut short as the call ended. He suspected Ding Yu had gone back to sleep. What's up? Zhuan adjusted his glasses and inquired. Not sure. Lu Zixin shrugged. Could be that she has just arrived. Anyway, I'll clock her in. Helping someone clock in usually went unnoticed, as employees shared an unspoken understanding. After all, everyone has their tardy days. Lu Zixin approached the attendance machine to clock Ding Yu in and fortuitously encountered a slightly portly middle-aged man, though dressed in a respectable suit. His beer belly marred the elegance of the expensive attire, and his face bore noticeable excess fat. This man was Chai Mao, the project supervisor at Death God Games, reputedly from a major corporation. He had a notoriously bad temper and enjoyed reprimanding employees for no reason. Dingyu, attendance successful. The attendance machine announced aloud just as Lu Zixin finished clocking in Dingyu's card, catching the attention of Chai Mao, who had just arrived for work. Chai Mao's expression soured, and he scolded, helping others clock in? What are the company's regulations? If everyone did as you do, wouldn't everyone be late? I'm telling you, your attendance this month is null. Chai Mao spoke loudly enough for all employees to hear, serving as a warning. Lu Zixin remained unfazed, even suppressing a chuckle. Attendance wages? They wouldn't even cover a single meal of crayfish. Chai Mao glared at Lu Zixin before strolling around the office with his hands behind his back, stating, "Where's the enthusiasm? Everyone should get to work. Hurry up and develop that mobile game." The employees began to busily engage in their tasks, and Lu Zixin followed suit. As an intern, his workload was even heavier than that of regular employees. Lu Zixin glanced around. The supervisor Chai Mao's office door was closed, likely indicating he was inside playing games. He opened the chat window and inquired, "What about the mobile game I mentioned?" Haho responded, "It's already resolved. Moreover, I've discovered numerous vulnerabilities in the original game you sent, and I have rectified them. The patches are also included in the folder." Wonderful, Lu Zixin exclaimed, filled with excitement. He had truly accomplished it. Developing a legitimate mobile game typically costs upwards of $1 million and demands considerable time and effort. Now, entrusted to Haho, it was almost effortless. A group notification appeared. Haho has sent you a red envelope. In the chat group, a large red envelope materialized, a gift from Haho. Chapter 3, a prank? Though no one contested him, Lu Zixin hastily clicked on it. The group notification chimed. "Congratulations. You have received a red envelope from Haho, containing the complete version of the computer program PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, the vulnerability patch for PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, the mobile version of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds for both Android and iOS, and a programming language skill book." A skill book? What might that be? Lu Zixin clicked on the image of the book, and a prompt appeared. "Would you like to use the programming language skill book immediately?" "Yes," Lu Zixin affirmed. And an influx of information surged into his mind, leaving behind memories he had not possessed before. This information related to computer programming, complementing his prior studies, which had primarily covered fundamental concepts. The material provided by Haho was not only comprehensive, but also of an advanced caliber. Mastering this knowledge would elevate Lu Zixin to the status of a top-tier software engineer. With his newfound expertise, he could easily secure a position not only at this modest gaming company, but also at major firms like Tencent, Alibaba, Baidu, or even international giants like Apple and Microsoft. Lu Zixin's heart soared with elation. He felt akin to a famished traveler by the riverside, blessed by divinity with both fishing rod and fish. Not merely one, but both bestowed upon him. The resale value of these software programs could easily reach the millions. Moreover, the knowledge now embedded in his mind was transformative. With a surge of newfound confidence, Lu Zixin felt invigorated. Armed with his abilities in this era brimming with opportunities, he was destined to make his mark. He couldn't help but laugh heartily. "What is so amusing?" Juan inquired, puzzled. "Show me." He quickly expressed his gratitude to Haho in the group. "Thank you, Haho." "You're welcome. I would like to ask how the programs in the previous red envelope were acquired?" Haho inquired. Lu Zixin, unaware that the chat group had automatically distributed them, was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, another group notification appeared. "All member benefits are distributed by the group owner." "I see," Haho replied. "You have a powerful terminal behind you. You are merely one of the responsible parties." "That can be one way to understand it," he replied. Just as they exchanged a few words, Haho logged off again. Her online presence was quite erratic, and Lu Zixin had intended to inquire whether the world she inhabited was facing a biohazard crisis, but he would have to wait for another opportunity. Upon closing the chat group, Lu Zixin's mind became active. Now he possessed the vulnerability patch and mobile version of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. How should he proceed? The patch was undoubtedly most needed by Bluehole Studios. Due to these vulnerabilities, the company had suffered significant damage to its reputation and financial interests from various cheating programs. They would surely be interested. Furthermore, the mobile version of the game was a potential cash cow, surpassing the original in appeal. Many gaming companies would be eager to acquire it, including the small gaming company he worked for, which was in dire need. Should I sell it to the Grim Reaper Gaming Company? Lu Zixin hesitated. They had not treated him kindly. His months of internship had felt like sheer exploitation of his labor. Oh well, business is business. I'll test the waters. If it doesn't work out, I'll walk away, he contemplated. During lunch, seizing the opportunity, Lu Zixin contacted the official representative of Bluehole Studios in the Chinese region. "Hello. Thank you for calling Bluehole Studios." A sweet voice from customer service greeted him. "Hello. I am a programmer from Grim Reaper Gaming Company, and I would like to speak with your management regarding a potential collaboration, Lu Zixin stated. Certainly, please provide some of your information. After verifying your identity, I will report it to my superior. Until verification was completed, the customer service representative would not easily trust Lu Zixin, wary of potential pranks. Lu Zixin provided various forms of identification, including employment information readily available online. Shortly, the customer service representative transferred his call to a responsible party. Hello, Mr. Lu. I am Li, the secretary to Zhang Xiaofeng, the business manager for Bluehole Studios in China. How may I assist you? A male voice responded from the other end of the line. Well, Secretary Li, I have a vulnerability patch for PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds that I believe your company could benefit from. Lu Zixin explained. On the other end, the man frowned, initially thinking it was something significant. He soon realized it was merely a trivial matter. Ever since PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds surged in popularity, countless individuals and companies had approached them for collaboration. Some were genuine, while others sought maliciously to undermine the company. Many self-proclaimed experts attempted to sell their so-called solutions. And even hackers who developed cheats sought to extort them. He had encountered them all. I'm sorry, we appreciate your call, but we currently have no interest in collaboration. Secretary Li replied curtly, uninterested in hearing more as his schedule was already overflowing. No, Secretary Li, I believe you may have misunderstood. This patch can resolve all existing vulnerabilities in your game, effectively countering the cheating programs circulating online. Upon hearing this, Secretary Li found it even more amusing. Who could possibly grasp the extent of cheating in the game? No one truly knew. The technical team at Bluehole was currently at a standstill regarding these issues. How could a mere programmer remedy them? It was absurd. Moreover, this individual had no access to the program data for PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. How could he produce a vulnerability patch? Surely he was a fraud attempting to swindle them. Secretary Li's tone grew increasingly brusque. I'm busy right now. If you have matters to discuss, please call customer service. Wait. If you don't believe me, I have sent the improved game version to your official email. You can test it. It is absolutely a flawless version. Goodbye. Lu Zixin concluded, abruptly ending the call. Crazy. Secretary Li muttered, cursing under his breath for the waste of time. He dismissed everything Lu Zixin had said as utterly impossible. He swiftly breached the firewall and stealthily configured the official email for Bluehole Studios in the Chinese region, duplicating his email 300 times, all marked with special alerts. Within the email was the perfected version of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. He believed this would surely capture their attention. Having completed this task, Lu Zixin felt a sense of relief wash over him. Now, he merely had to wait for Bluehole Studios to discover the enhanced game version and approach him, allowing him to set a high price for the vulnerability patch. What price should he demand? 3 million? 5 million? Or even 10 million? Such a remarkable asset would surely not be worth less than several million. Lu Zixin mused, his face alight with joy as he whistled happily. Lu Zixin, why are you so cheerful today? Did you win the lottery? Zhuan inquired. No, I'm just in a good mood today, Lu Zixin replied, suppressing the urge to boast about his recent fortunes. Your mindset is fantastic. I'm about to explode from my workload. I heard we're on for overtime tonight, and there is no extra pay. Damn, Zhuan lamented. Without overtime pay. Why should I work extra hours? I won't, Lu Zixin stated resolutely. However, we cannot afford to refuse, can we? What if we face termination? Zhuan sighed, lamenting the difficulty of finding work these days. After 2 months of effort, we are on the verge of securing our positions, and we must endure. Lu Zixin, on the other hand, was unwilling to tolerate the situation any longer. He was contemplating resignation. However, he intended to discuss this with Ding Yu, who had yet to arrive at work. After all, Ding Yu was somewhat like his girlfriend, and it was only prudent to consult her about the possibility of both leaving together. Chapter 4. Hurry, contact him. As the clock struck closing time, Supervisor Chai Mao announced. Zhuan, Lu Zixin, and Lao Bai, you must complete this task before you leave. Zhuan, with a grim expression, replied, Supervisor. Finishing this will take us until at least 11 o'clock. Chai Mao shot him a glare, retorting, what's the matter? Unwilling to stay? If so, you may leave. Zhuan, with no choice, fell silent, unwilling to risk his job. However, Lu Zixin was infuriated. Working overtime daily without a single cent in compensation was intolerable. Had it not been for Ding Yu, he would have resigned long ago. Gathering his belongings, he stated, I'm sorry, Supervisor, but I have matters to attend to. I must leave. Ignoring Chai Mao's threatening gaze, he exited the company. Such a brat, and he actually left. Chai Mao scolded, lamenting that the company struggled due to employees lacking a sense of professionalism. An old hand chimed in. Exactly, this intern is far too uncommitted. Our seasoned employees receive overtime pay, while interns do not. For the company, hiring interns meant securing cheap labor. Once their internship period ended, they would be dismissed and replaced with new interns, a routine they had executed countless times. Next month, he out. Chai Mao snorted. These days, it's hard to find four-legged animals, but two-legged ones are everywhere. Seeing this, Zhuan quickly pleaded for Lu Zixin, supervisor. He genuinely has matters to attend to. He didn't finish before Chai Mao interrupted. Mind your own business. Just do your job. At 8 o'clock in the evening at the Huaxiao branch of Bluehole Game Company, business manager Zhang Xiaofeng was still hard at work in his office, as was his secretary and assistant, Li Ming. In his 40s, Zhang was a high-level elite in the online gaming industry, a valuable asset that Bluehole had invested heavily to recruit, demonstrating considerable dedication. What a headache. The complaint calls are nearly overwhelming. Zhang sighed, noting that the recent account bans for cheating had led to a significant decline in player numbers from the Huaxiao region and a noticeable drop in performance. Why hasn't the tech department at headquarters found a good solution? Li Ming lamented. We're powerless to prevent the decline in performance caused by this issue. How is the situation with Penguin? Zhang inquired, referring to the company negotiating to represent their game. Li Ming shook his head. The agency fees are still too high. Penguin is demanding we reduce prices in exchange for fixing our game's vulnerabilities. It's a critical weakness for us. Understood, Zhang nodded, acknowledging that their competitors' technology was indeed superior. Is there anything else? If not, let us call it a day. By the way, manager, our official email was hacked. Someone sent a message claiming to have a perfected version of PUBG and wants to sell us the patch. Such a thing exists? Zhang replied incredulously. Even our company email was compromised. Has it been resolved? Not yet. Li Ming shook his head. The tech department is still struggling to address it. Did you check the contents of the email? Not yet, Li Ming admitted. The hacker even called me today, attempting to sell us the so-called improved version. Isn't that ridiculous? We'd be paying for our own game. As Zhang listened to Li Ming's recounting, he furrowed his brow. Take a look at the email contents. I suspect this hacker may possess some real skills. Otherwise, our tech team wouldn't be stumped. All right. Though Li Ming felt it was a waste of time, he complied and opened the email, downloading the game. Isn't this just PUBG? What is so special about it? Li Ming remarked dismissively, this hacker must be delusional. Wait, there is something. Li Ming suddenly noted with interest. Interesting, Zhang's mind stirred. Is there still someone in the tech department? Have them quickly test it to see if those cheats can operate on this version. Bluehole Game Company was indeed aware of the cheats circulating online, and they even had their own designed cheats to identify vulnerabilities and improve the game. Soon, the game sent by Lu Zixin was dispatched for testing. Within half an hour, an excited technician rushed in to report. Manager, the testing is complete. This version is truly perfect. It has patched all our vulnerabilities and is highly optimized. Currently, there is no cheat program online that can breach it. What? Both Zhang and Li Ming were astonished. Could it really be a perfect version? How is that possible? Li Ming questioned. We couldn't even develop it internally. How could an outsider, without our original code, create a perfect version? It's true. The technician insisted, equally incredulous. To be honest, we're having a hard time believing it ourselves. But after testing, it's confirmed. This version is even better than what Bluehole's headquarters designed. How much better? Zhang asked. By at least 10 versions. The technician replied. 10 versions ahead. The two were left speechless. If developing a new version takes a quarter, that is 10 quarters, over 2 years. In the gaming industry, 2 years is practically a game's life cycle. It could be said that the version sent via email was unbeatable. Li Ming gasped, incredulously stating, so, the person who called today was telling the truth? He found it hard to believe. Who would think that a stranger calling to claim they had improved their game could be credible? Otherwise, why would Penguin spend a fortune to collaborate with Bluehole? Yet, the reality was that the other party had indeed succeeded. It sounded like a story. It's really true. Zhang Xiaofeng contemplated further. The other party possessed a version of their game that was even more perfect, which implied that all their game data might have been compromised. This was terrifying. If the individual were a business competitor, they could destroy them with this tactic. For instance, secretly developing private servers or selling this data to other gaming companies to plagiarize their work. If that were the case, the losses would be catastrophic. Bluehole was not a gaming giant. Having finally released a hit game, they could not afford such a blow. This is urgent. We must contact him immediately. Zhang Xiaofeng exclaimed. Shally, you've been negligent. If the other party sells their program data to other companies, we'll be in serious trouble. Li Ming suddenly paled at the thought. If that happened, the upper management would undoubtedly be furious, and the blame would fall on him. Right, he intended to sell it to us. So he must want to cooperate with us, Li Ming suggested. Let us hope so. Zhang Xiaofeng felt a surge of anxiety. Quickly, reach out to him. Chapter 5. A matter of great importance. Li Ming understood the urgency and hurried off to find the contact number from earlier that day. After much effort, he finally found the right contact and hurriedly dialed the number. Zhang Xiaofeng held his breath, hoping for no unfortunate news. At that moment, Lu Zixin was engrossed in studying a mobile game program, which was significantly better than the numerous counterfeit versions circulating online. When he saw the call from Li Ming, a faint smile appeared on his face. Just as expected, the call had come. "Hello, is this Mr. Lu?" Li Ming greeted. "Yes, it is." Lu Zixin's voice was somewhat muted, as if he were reluctant to engage in conversation, which only heightened Li Ming's anxiety. Had he already sold the game program? "Mr. Lu, this is Li, the secretary from Blue Hole Games. We spoke earlier today. I apologize for not elaborating during our earlier conversation due to my busy schedule. We have reviewed your material, and it is quite impressive," Li Ming continued. Lu Zixin's tone remained unchanged. Unable to restrain himself, Zhang Xiaofeng signaled to Li Ming, who then handed him the phone. "Hello, Li Ming is my secretary. I am Zhang Xiaofeng from the Huaxia branch of Blue Hole Games. We greatly value your intention to collaborate. Do you have time to discuss this in detail now?" "Yes." Zhang Xiaofeng first confirmed that Lu Zixin had not leaked any information to other companies or individuals before proceeding to discuss the matter further. Lu Zixin intended to sell the vulnerability patch to them. Zhang Xiaofeng indicated that they could discuss it but would need to consult the headquarters first. "Above all, please ensure that no information is disclosed before we finalize our collaboration," Zhang Xiaofeng insisted. "I understand," Lu Zixin replied. He could have taken a more unscrupulous route by selling the program to others with ulterior motives. However, that would risk offending a major game company. Furthermore, given that Tencent owned a significant stake in Blue Hole Games, offending them would undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble in the future. "Very well, we will visit you tomorrow," Zhang Xiaofeng quickly stated, believing that resolving this matter swiftly was best. This would not only mitigate the risk of Lu Zixin leaking information, but also allow them to rectify the game's vulnerabilities for its successful development. After hanging up, Zhang Xiaofeng promptly instructed, "Shaoli, book a flight to Jiangxing immediately. I need to head there first thing tomorrow to discuss things in person. Also, we need to contact the headquarters to inform the higher-ups." "Understood. I'll take care of it right away." The two of them were now too absorbed to leave work on time, knowing they would be working late into the night. Lu Zixin enjoyed a restful sleep and went to work as usual the next day. He had already decided that once this matter was settled, he would share the good news with Ding Yu, then resign and take her on a vacation to unwind. With the skills he possessed, he could easily secure another good job or even venture into entrepreneurship. Upon arrival at the office, Zhuan greeted him. "Lu, what happened yesterday? Did you know that the supervisor wanted to fire you after you left?" "Fire me? I wouldn't want to stay anyway." Lu Zixin scoffed. "Really? Have you found another job?" Zhuan asked, surprised. "Not yet." "Then why not stay? Jobs are hard to come by these days, and we're about to be regularized. Just hang in there for today as overtime, and you'll definitely be able to stay," Zhuan urged. Lu Zixin found it difficult to explain and simply replied, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Seizing the opportunity before work officially began, he and Zhuan continued chatting by the window. "Look, that's our boss's BMW, worth over 500,000. Zhuan pointed at a car entering the parking lot. "I really envy that. When will I be able to afford one? I'll drive an even better one in the future," Lu Zixin asserted confidently. Zhuan adjusted his glasses and remarked, "That's a lofty ambition. However, our current salaries barely allow us to support ourselves. By the way, it's rather strange that our boss is here so early," Zhuan commented. The owner of the Death God game company, Qin Jijie, was relatively young, just over 30, and considered quite accomplished. As the boss, he had the privilege of sleeping in, typically arriving only around noon or in the afternoon. In the open parking lot, the car was parked, and a sharply dressed man stepped out. With slicked back hair and a fitted suit, he exuded the elegance of a corporate elite. After exiting the vehicle, he walked around to the passenger side and opened the door for a woman dressed in high heels, revealing her fair thighs. "Wow, the boss sure has a lavish lifestyle. Bringing a girl to work," Zhuan exclaimed enviously from above. After they got out of the car, Qin Jijie embraced the woman, then kissed her passionately, unwilling to part. "Goodness, that looks delightful," Zhuan continued to exclaim. Lu Zixin furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by a sense of familiarity with the woman. "Let us go? The boss is heading upstairs now," Zhuan said. "Wait." Lu Zixin suddenly cursed, pointing downstairs. "What's wrong?" Zhuan asked, peering out in astonishment. No way. He saw the woman who had just kissed Qin Jijie walking away, and it was unmistakably Ding Yu, Lu Zixin's girlfriend, with whom their relationship had yet to be clearly defined. Lu Zixin's expression darkened, anger surging within him. He finally understood why Ding Yu had been acting strangely lately and seemed indifferent to the company's policies. It was because she had gotten involved with Qin Jijia. Though they had not officially established a romantic relationship, Lu Zixin felt deeply unsettled. After spending so much time together, she had not even mentioned her feelings, opting instead to throw herself into another's embrace. She is a manipulative schemer. Lu Zixin cursed. Yuan, unsure of how to comfort him, could only say, well, at least you two weren't officially together. You don't have to forgive her. True. I'm fortunate I didn't waste my time on her. Otherwise, it would have been a significant loss. Lu Zixin's tone had surprisingly calmed down. His feelings for Ding Yu were not of a desperate kind. She simply lacked the allure to hold him in a strong grip. Their relationship had been casual, and now, witnessing this scene, he thought, Ding Yu, farewell. Soon, Qin Jijia arrived at the company, and he and Ding Yu deliberately walked in a way that seemed unfamiliar with each other, making Lu Zixin inwardly chuckle. Meanwhile, Ding Yu caught the attention of many employees. She had styled her hair and donned expensive new clothes, appearing more mature, prompting several employees to fawn over her. Lu Zixin paid them no mind. He was not the protagonist of a melodrama, destined to confront her with questions of why she didn't love him or what he had done wrong. In his mind, he simply thought, don't come back, just leave. Perhaps feeling guilty, Ding Yu glanced at him occasionally, her expression wavering as if she had something to say. In the past, Lu Zixin would have surely asked why she hadn't come to work the previous day, but today, he was as cold as a stranger, even neglecting to acknowledge his colleagues' greetings. This left Ding Yu feeling a bit disheartened. Had her charm diminished? Yet, when she thought of Qin Jijia, she regained her confidence. Convinced of her allure, for otherwise, the boss wouldn't be so interested in her. In comparison to Lu Zixin, Qin Jijia was the superior choice. At just 31, he was only 9 years older than her, so accomplished and handsome. Lu Zixin, on the other hand, would likely take decades to reach Qin Jijia's level, if he could even achieve it at all. Ding Yu reassured herself that her choice was indeed the right one. Chapter 6. The company's decision during a break. Ding Yu sought out Lu Zixin in the corridor. Her expression was somewhat awkward as she hesitated, unsure of what to say. Lu Zixin, however, was straightforward. No need to say anything. I saw you arrive with Qin Jijia this morning. It's best we go our separate ways. His tone bore an indifferent attitude, and the coldness and subtle disdain pierced Ding Yu's heart. In her mind, she had anticipated Lu Zixin to be heartbroken and pleading for her to stay. Any twinge of guilt she felt evaporated, replaced by a chilling resolve. She remarked, indeed, although we have not officially confirmed our relationship, it is now impossible. Do not blame me. In every conceivable way, you cannot compare to him. This choice applies equally to other girls. Lu Zixin smiled faintly, neither affirming nor denying her words, and inquired, is there anything else? When she noted his nonchalant demeanor, Ding Yu felt a surge of anger. After all, she had once experienced a flicker of affection for him. She fixed her gaze on Lu Zixin and said, you need not feign indifference to project an air of superiority. It has been nearly 6 months since graduation. You must understand that society is exceedingly pragmatic. Your meager salary barely sustains you, let alone allows for any romantic pursuits. Moreover, success is not guaranteed by mere effort. Lu Zixin looked at her, feeling that she had become significantly more intolerable than before. With impatience, he retorted, I have no desire to hear your preachings or comparisons. The truth will inevitably reveal itself. With that, he turned and walked away. Ding Yu stood rooted to the spot, a chill spreading across her face. Seemingly to defend her pride, she muttered, loser. An hour later, in Qin Jijia's office, Ding Yu sat in his lap, clandestinely engaging in some activities. Stop that, she said, removing his hand from her clothing, playfully chiding him. Will you help me? My little fairy, of course, I shall assist. Qin Jijia laughed heartily. It's merely an intern. I shall dismiss him today. Even if Ding Yu remained silent, Qin Jijia had already intended to expel Lu Zixin. Having just won Ding Yu, he had not yet enjoyed her fully, and the presence of her faux ex-boyfriend in the company was irksome. Call Chai Mao in. Qin Jijia commanded. Understood, Ding Yu replied, proceeding to summon Chai Mao to his office. Mr. Qin, what is the matter? Chai Mao inquired with a smile. The intern named Lu Zixin. Tell him to leave, Qin Jijia stated. Sure thing. I was just thinking of firing him. He refused to work overtime yesterday. Chai Mao readily agreed. Losing one intern was of no consequence. At that moment, Lu Zixin was engaged in a phone conversation with Zhang Xiaofeng. Mr. Lu, I just landed. Are you at the office? I will come find you, Zhang Xiaofeng said. Last night, he had urgently contacted the headquarters of Blue Hole Game Company. They took this matter seriously and instructed him to secure the technical documents in Lu Zixin's possession, ideally recruiting the developer into their company as well. I am here. Let me know when you arrive, and I will find a place, Lu Zixin replied, contemplating resigning before their meeting. As an intern, he was not bound by any formal contract and could leave at any time. After hanging up, Lu Zixin intended to seek his supervisor to resign, but unexpectedly. Chai Mao found him first. Lu Zixin, are you on a call during work hours? Chai Mao reprimanded him upon sight. It is break time. Lu Zixin shot back, causing Chai Mao to falter momentarily before responding with irritation. Do not concoct absurd excuses. With your attitude, how can you perform well at your job? Pack your things and leave. In this small company, with fewer than 20 employees, there was no dedicated human resources department. Chai Mao oversaw personnel matters, and his word was final. Hearing this, the employees exchanged glances. Fired? How unfortunate. Although Death Game Company, or more appropriately termed a studio, frequently dismissed interns, those who performed well could still secure permanent positions. Over the past few months, Lu Zixin had maintained a commendable work ethic, being diligent and meticulous. While his recent demeanor seemed somewhat amiss, they had believed he would continue as a colleague, never anticipating that the supervisor would actually terminate him. Ding Yu observed Lu Zixin discreetly, yet she failed to notice his expression of regret and disappointment, and surprisingly felt a twinge of disappointment herself. Juan, witnessing this, quickly interjected, Supervisor, please calm down. Silence. Continue to prattle, and I shall dismiss you as well. Chai Mao barked, leaving Juan stunned and at a loss for words. I was about to leave, but I would like to settle my salary first, Lu Zixin said coolly. Pretentious. Someone whispered, as if he is unaffected. Ah, the youth. An older employee sighed, wanting to voice something but hesitating. Lu Zixin followed Chai Mao into the office to collect his final paycheck. Outside, the employees began to murmur amongst themselves. I know, a woman said softly. Did you see Ding Yu? She arrived in the boss's car today. Lu Zixin is her ex-boyfriend. Oh. Several women exclaimed in realization. How pitiful. Pitiful for what? If it were me, I would do the same. Mr. Qin is so exceptional. How could you not choose him? Of course I would choose him, but unfortunately, Mr. Qin doesn't even glance our way. The group chattered animatedly. And Ding Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, my choice was the right one. Just then, below the office building, Zhang Xiaofeng had arrived at the location. However, instead of calling Lu Zixin to escort him, he decided to demonstrate sincerity by seeking him out personally. Death Game Company was located on the 8th floor. He should be in the office now. Let us proceed to visit him formally. Zhang Xiaofeng instructed his secretary, Li Ming. He assumed Lu Zixin was certainly a high-ranking member of Death Game Company, given his command of such technology. Thus, he prepared to visit the company first. For a more formal introduction, Death Game Company was not large. As Zhang Xiaofeng and Li Ming approached for their visit, they were still discussing Lu Zixin. Hello. May I ask what brings you two here? Ding Yu, whose job entailed reception and miscellaneous tasks, promptly stood to inquire. We are from Blue Hole Game Company and have come to discuss a collaboration with your firm. Is your boss available? Li Ming replied. As someone working within the gaming industry, how could she not recognize Blue Hole Game? Their latest release, PUBG Battlegrounds, had taken the world by storm, challenging the long-standing dominance of League of Legends. To them, Blue Hole was a colossal entity to be revered. Their modest company hardly seemed worthy of mention, and they had even contemplated imitating Blue Hole's works for mobile gaming. The initial reaction was disbelief. Why would such an impressive company seek collaboration with them? It was not a matter of self-deprecation. They genuinely felt it was implausible. I am Zhang Xiaofeng, the representative for Blue Hole Game Company in the Huaxiao region. Here is my business card. Could you please introduce us? He presented his card, which Ding Yu eagerly accepted. The card was exquisite and appeared quite official. Ding Yu quickly stated, Please hold on. I will notify the boss. Although she harbored doubts, she did not immediately dismiss them, but instead went to inform Qin Jijia. Chapter 7. Which Mr. Liu? Upon seeing Ding Yu enter the office, Qin Jijia asked, So, you said you would help me fire him, and you did? How will you thank me tonight? He raised his eyebrows playfully, and Ding Yu, feeling a bit bashful, replied, We'll discuss that later. Right now, there is something important. What is it? 2 individuals have arrived from Blue Hole Game Company, seeking to discuss a collaboration with us. What? Qin Jijia exclaimed in astonishment. How is that possible? They must be frauds. He could hardly believe it. His small establishment, essentially a studio, was not even on the radar for a company like Blue Hole. Even the Penguin Company had attempted to acquire them and had been turned down. I share your skepticism, but they presented their business cards and are waiting outside. Ding Yu replied, handing him the card. Wait a moment, let me verify, Qin Jijia said as he searched the information on the card online. Indeed, he found Zhang Xiaofeng, the head of Blue Hole Game Company for the Huaxiao region. Are you sure it's this person? Absolutely. He looks exactly like his picture. He is sitting outside. Ding Yu affirmed. Wonderful. Qin Jijia exclaimed, elated. What incredible fortune. Blue Hole Company is seeking to collaborate with us. If we can secure even a morsel from them, it would be extraordinary. Hurry, let us welcome them. He stood up, eager to rush outside and greet them, his instincts telling him this was a monumental opportunity. Regardless of the purpose of the visit, one must seize this opportunity. Zhang Xiaofeng and Li Ming sat outside, observing the modest company. It was unexpected to find someone of Mr. Lu's caliber in such a place. Zhang Xiaofeng lamented that the company was exceedingly shabby and lowly. To put it bluntly, your company is smaller than our restroom. Li Ming nodded in agreement, remarking, truly, great talents lie among the common folk. He then whispered, manager, if possible, we could consider acquiring this small company as well. Indeed, Zhang Xiaofeng agreed wholeheartedly, recognizing that with Blue Hole Company's current financial strength, acquiring this place would be a breeze. It would be a perfect opportunity to acquire Lu Zixin and his development team. Haha, esteemed guests have arrived. Qin Jijia approached with a smile, quickly adding, my apologies for not knowing you were coming. I hope I Haven Tea kept you waiting. Zhang Xiaofeng and Li Ming rose, and Ding Yu introduced. This is our company's owner, Mr. Qin Jijia. The two parties shook hands, and Zhang Xiaofeng got straight to the point, stating, Mr. Qin, we have heard about your company's situation. We held an urgent meeting last night and regard this matter with utmost seriousness. Thus, we flew to Jiangxing early this morning to discuss potential collaboration with you. Heard about our situation? Qin Jijia found himself perplexed. After all, his company hadn't done much. They merely aimed to create a mobile game inspired by the popular genre. Could it be that they were coming to accuse him of infringement? Though he contemplated the possibility, he quickly dismissed it, knowing that Blue Hole Company was a South Korean entity with little time to concern themselves with his small operation. Moreover, they hadn't even completed their game yet. Regardless, Qin Jijia maintained a cordial demeanor, replying, thank you for your concern. Please, follow me to my office for a detailed discussion. As they entered the office, the employees outside were abuzz with excitement. Good heavens, Blue Hole Company is seeking collaboration with us? Is this real? An astonished veteran employee exclaimed. It's true. Ding Yu chimed in with a smile. We just checked. Zhang Xiaofeng is indeed the head of Blue Hole Company for the Chinese region. Wow, this is incredible. Is our company about to soar? They wondered. If we could align ourselves with them, we'd be set for life. Curiosity swirled among them, speculating what kind of collaboration was at hand. Inside the office, however, Qin Jijia was bewildered. What? You're saying you want to purchase the patch for the game? And you have a perfect version of PUBG, Battlegrounds? You wish to make an offer? He was utterly perplexed by their words. What on earth were they talking about? His company did not possess any such product. Indeed, if your side is interested, we are willing to negotiate a buyout for 8 million yuan, Zhang Xiaofeng stated. Fixing his gaze on Qin Jijia, this figure had been discussed thoroughly with his secretary, and he believed it would entice them. Qin Jijia was taken aback by the 8 million offer. They wanted to purchase his company's software, presenting an immediate bid of 8 million, and it appeared there might be room for negotiation. He was genuinely tempted. If possible, he would consider selling his small company for that amount. Yet, he was at a loss. He had no understanding of what they were asking for. Noticing the change in Qin Jijia's expression, Zhang Xiaofeng assumed dissatisfaction and cautiously added, of course, this is merely our initial offer. If your side is not satisfied, we can discuss further. Qin Jijia internally screamed. He wanted that money. However, the software they spoke of was not something his company possessed. He reluctantly replied, I'm sorry, it's not that I don't wish to collaborate. But the software you mentioned simply does not belong to our company. There must be some misunderstanding. As he uttered these words, Qin Jijia felt his heart sink. He had thought this was a golden opportunity, but it turned out to be a misunderstanding. Such cruel irony. Zhang Xiaofeng and Li Ming sensed something was amiss. Had they genuinely come to the wrong place? Li Ming glanced at his phone and inquired, Mr. Qin, besides the Death God game, do you have any other Death God game companies? No, there's only this one. Qin Jijia asserted confidently. Then that's strange, Mr. Lu sent us a beta version yesterday. We verified it, and it was indeed accurate, Zhang Xiaofeng remarked. Mr. Lu? Which Mr. Lu? Qin Jijia queried, puzzled. Lu Zixin, Mr. Lu, Li Ming clarified. Lu Zixin. Upon hearing that name, Qin Jijia felt his world tilt. Wasn't he this the very individual he had just had dismissed? Ding Yu's ex-boyfriend? Are you certain it was Lu Zixin who sent you this software? Qin Jijia asked, unable to believe it, repeatedly confirming. Absolutely. Zhang Xiaofeng began to feel he had contacted the wrong person, realizing he should have reached out to Lu Zixin directly. However, when Lu Zixin contacted them, he had identified himself as part of the Death God game company. Now, their boss was oblivious to this fact. It seemed a well-intended effort had turned into a blunder. It truly was him. Qin Jijia was astounded. He had never imagined that an intern from his company could achieve such a feat. An $8 million program. How exhilarating it would be if it were his. And there was a chance to collaborate with Blue Hole Company. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Had he not dismissed Lu Zixin, he could have reaped some benefits himself, perhaps even a significant portion. After all, as the company's head, the fruits of the employee's labor ultimately belonged to him. Damn it, why did I listen to Ding Yu today? He loathed himself for the situation. Mr. Qin. Zhang Xiaofeng reminded him, they are looking for Lu Zixin. A sudden spark of realization struck Qin Jijie. He had just instructed Chai Mao to dismiss Lu Zixin. And it had not been long. There was a chance he hadn't had the opportunity to complete the process yet. This meant that Lu Zixin was still technically an employee of his company. With this revelation, there was still potential for resolution. He hastily stood, declaring, please hold on. I will find Lu Zixin. Chapter 8. The manager takes the blame. He rushed out of the office, asking, where is Lu Zixin? Ding Yu stood, responding. He.s. in Manager Chai's office, completing his resignation procedures. What? Upon hearing this, Qin Jijie felt the urge to curse. Damn it. Chai Mao is diligent about everything but this matter. Without a second thought, he dashed to Chai Mao's office, neglecting to knock and bursting in instead. Witnessing Qin Jijie's urgency, the employees grew increasingly curious. What is happening with the president? Is he looking for Lu Zixin? Could it be something urgent? Is it related to Blue Hole Company? No way. Why would they care about him? Just an intern. They speculated, assuming he was seeking Manager Chai. Ding Yu and Zhuan were particularly intrigued, questioning what Mr. Qin needed Lu Zixin for. Had Lu Zixin done something wrong that prompted his attention? In Chai Mao's office, Lu Zixin had already completed his resignation formalities. The process was straightforward since he had never even had a formal employee contract. Chai Mao stated, your remaining wages will be deposited on the 15th of next month, but since you were dismissed, the bonuses will be deducted as per regulations. Huh. That meager bonus is of no consequence. Lu Zixin scoffed, deeming the company to be utterly unfair. They would certainly find a way to deduct even a dime. Indifferent. Are we? Chai Mao sneered. Lu Zixin, do not adopt such a nonchalant demeanor. I assure you, in the real world, you will face hardships. Now, pack your things and leave. Just as he issued the dismissal, Qin Jijie stormed into the office. Is Lu Zixin still here? Qin Jijie asked urgently. There he is. Chai Mao pointed at Lu Zixin. Rest assured, I've already completed his resignation. Who authorized you to do that? Qin Jijie shouted suddenly, startling Chai Mao. I thought you said. Chai Mao began, but Qin Jijie interrupted, sensing trouble as he barked. What did I say? I didn't instruct you to process his resignation. Lu Zixin is an exceptional employee. We should retain him. I meant for you to promote him. However, the resignation has already been processed, Chai Mao awkwardly remarked. Processed? Qin Jijie cursed silently in his heart. This certainly disrupted his plans. He took a deep breath, forced a smile, and addressed Lu Zixin. I apologize, Lu Zixin. This is a misstep on our part. We are not actually terminating your position. What I meant to convey is that you have performed exceptionally well and should be promoted to a full-time employee. This misunderstanding may have arisen from Supervisor Chai's miscommunication. The company will provide compensation and a bonus. Chai Mao felt utterly dismayed. It was indeed Qin Jijie's directive that he was merely executing. Now, Qin Jijie was shifting all the blame onto him. And why all this fuss over an intern? Was it really necessary to sweet-talk him about promotion and bonuses? It was all rather excessive. Lu Zixin, too, was perplexed. He barely knew Qin Jijie. After nearly 3 months at the company, they had never exchanged a word. Furthermore, he had formed a negative impression of Qin Jijie during Ding Yu's time. Why the sudden change in demeanor, now showering him with praise? Suddenly, a realization struck Lu Zixin, and he inquired, did the representatives from Blue Hole Company arrive? At this, Qin Jijie's words faltered, and he awkwardly admitted, yes, they are in the office. I am aware of the situation. You did exceptionally well. This holds great significance for the company. If this collaboration is successful, the company will certainly reward you handsomely. I see your capabilities as worthy of a managerial position. Lu Zixin scoffed. Enough. This is my matter and has nothing to do with you. Qin Jijie, undeterred, pressed on. How can you say that? You have made a contribution. The company will distribute rewards accordingly, and you will not be overlooked. As for the collaboration with Blue Hole Company, we still need to discuss it further. Discuss what? Lu Zixin retorted bluntly. Don't overthink this. It has nothing to do with you. They are in the office, right? Goodbye. With that, he pushed open the door, intent on finding Zhang Xiaofeng. Chai Mao, still bewildered by the unfolding situation, saw Qin Jijie's expression change as he rushed after Lu Zixin, exclaiming loudly, Lu Zixin, if you agree, the company can promote you to vice president immediately. I will grant you 30% of the shares. His proclamation echoed throughout the company, leaving everyone in stunned silence, their eyes wide in disbelief. What had they just heard? The general manager was offering Lu Zixin the position of vice president and a 30% stake in the company. Unbelievable. An older employee stared, astonished. Had the general manager lost his senses? Ding Yu was momentarily speechless, unable to comprehend the situation. Zhuan nearly dropped his glasses moments ago. He was concerned about Lu Zixin's potential dismissal, and now the turn of events was astounding. Qin Jijie was at a loss for words, his face flushed with anger. Observing the scene, the employees were equally shocked. Lu Zixin rejected the offer. Had they stumbled into a theatrical performance? Little did they know. The ensuing dialogue between the two would leave them even more astonished. Acknowledging that he had offended Lu Zixin, Qin Jijie realized that coaxing would no longer suffice. Yet he could not relinquish this opportunity. Thus, he resorted to threats, declaring, "You must understand that any software program developed during your employment belongs to the company as shared property, including yours." Haha. Lu Zixin laughed heartily at this remark. "You're mistaken. I do not possess a formal employee contract. The intern contract contains no such stipulation. Moreover, these projects were completed during my business hours and are entirely unrelated to the company's operations and certainly have nothing to do with you. I'm afraid you cannot intimidate me." Lu Zixin feigned a sigh of exasperation. Qin Jijie's face turned a deep shade of anger. He had overlooked the fact that Lu Zixin was indeed not a full-time employee. He was merely a temporary worker, one who could leave at will. At that moment, Zhang Xiaofeng and Li Ming in the office had overheard the commotion outside. Zhang Xiaofeng stepped out and addressed Lu Zixin. "Are you Mr. Lu?" "Indeed, that's me." "You must be Manager Zhang," Lu Zixin acknowledged with a nod. "Yes. It's a pleasure to meet you." Zhang Xiaofeng extended his hand for a handshake. Witnessing this exchange, the employees at Death God Gaming Company felt utterly bewildered. First, the general manager offered Lu Zixin an extraordinary deal, and now a prominent figure from Blue Hole Company was here to shake his hand. Chapter 9, Negotiation. Lu Zixin stated, "Manager Zhang, I believe there is a misunderstanding. My collaboration with your company is strictly personal and has no relation to Death God Gaming Company." Zhang Xiaofeng and Li Ming quickly grasped this point, realizing the company was not very large, and they had overheard the earlier dispute between Qin Jijie and Lu Zixin. Zhang Xiaofeng, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, "I was presumptuous and unaware of the circumstances. We are here with sincere intentions regarding the collaboration." Lu Zixin nodded, replying, "Yes. This location is not suitable. Let us find another place to discuss." Of course, Zhang Xiaofeng readily agreed. From their brief exchange, the employees at Death God Gaming Studio had begun to piece together the situation. It seemed the representatives from Blue Hole Company had come specifically to seek collaboration with Lu Zixin, and Qin Jijie's attempts to intervene had been ruthlessly rejected. The gravity of this revelation left them astounded. The representatives from Blue Hole Company traveled a great distance solely to negotiate with Lu Zixin. It was akin to ancient lords visiting a secluded hermit in the mountains. How could Lu Zixin wield such influence? Qin Jijie had offered substantial incentives. Yet Lu Zixin had coolly turned him down. The implications of this behind-the-scenes negotiation were astonishing. Zhuan felt his understanding of the world shatter. Spending time with Lu Zixin daily, he had no idea of his capabilities. Why had Qin Jijie suddenly sought to appease him, even willing to relinquish shares? Such occurrences were beyond his wildest dreams. Today, Lu Zixin had achieved what he had only imagined, even though he had not been the one to accomplish it. Zhuan felt a sense of exhilaration. Meanwhile, Ding Yu stood frozen in shock, unable to articulate her thoughts. Qin Jijie's efforts to retain Lu Zixin had already taken her by surprise, but when she realized that Blue Hole Company sought Lu Zixin's collaboration, her heart raced uncontrollably. How had Lu Zixin amassed such power, and why had she been oblivious? She had always believed she understood Lu Zixin well, viewing him merely as a backup option. When Qin Jijie appeared, she had hastily discarded him. Yet now, she recognized that she had grossly misjudged Lu Zixin's capabilities. When had he forged a connection with Blue Hole Company? As the realization dawned on her, she understood that in his eyes, she had been the fool all along. This revelation pierced Ding Yu's heart. She stared unblinkingly at Lu Zixin, who, without a glance in her direction, walked out with Zhang Xiaofeng and Li Ming. "Damn it!" Qin Jijie slammed his fist on the table, startling everyone present. "What are you all staring at? Get back to work!" He bellowed, and the employees quickly fell silent. Inwardly cursing, what is the point of shouting? You're the one who let Lu Zixin slip away without gaining anything. General Manager, this is Chai Mao, cautiously approached. He said, "You." Qin Jijie, unwilling to accept defeat, questioned him. "Why did you let him resign so quickly? What did the intern contract stipulate? Do you have any idea how much we've lost?" In a fit of anger, Qin Jijie reprimanded Chai Mao. Though Chai Mao felt disgruntled, he replied, "General Manager, we truly did not anticipate this. It seems that Lu Zixin was indeed scheming. He must have been planning his resignation for quite some time." "Exactly. That little schemer. We paid him for nothing." Qin Jijie seethed. Yet he failed to consider what kind of treatment they had offered Lu Zixin. Had they acted more formally and shown a little camaraderie, Lu Zixin speculated that he might operate the mobile version of the Battle Royale game alongside the company, which would indeed be a profitable venture. Unfortunately, it seemed that they had missed their opportunity. Lu Zixin and Zhang Xiaofeng convened at a CAF, discussing matters in a private room. They clarified previous misunderstandings and swiftly moved past them to discuss the game's vulnerability patches. Mr. Lu, our offer is 8 million. A flat buyout for these vulnerability patches, Zhang Xiaofeng stated. Lu Zixin was greatly intrigued. 8 million. He had never possessed such a sum of money before. And considering his previous salary, it would take him many years to earn that amount. He restrained his excitement, reminding himself not to appear overly enthusiastic. He recognized that 8 million was merely the initial offer. He understood the significance of this program to them, and the price was negotiable. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he replied, 8 million? Surely, that is not the final price. You have seen the extent of the optimization in this version. If you were to conduct your research, the expenses would start from the hundreds of thousands, and it would require a considerable amount of time. During that time, the direct and indirect losses caused by various hacks would certainly exceed 8 million. Zhang Xiaofeng cast an approving glance at Lu Zixin. If it had been someone less composed, the offer of 8 million would have likely clouded their judgment, leading them to agree without hesitation. Lu Zixin, however, was capable of arguing logically and exhibited a clear mind. Nonetheless, this did not imply that Zhang Xiaofeng would easily concede. You are correct, Mr. Lu, he acknowledged. However, do you know that Penguin Company has already fully acquired the operational rights for PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds in the Huaxia region? They have promised to assist us with optimization and combating hacks. With Penguin's strength, I believe they will be able to achieve that. Lu Zixin nodded. They might be capable, but it's certainly 1 TB swift. Moreover, I can assure you that their optimization will not surpass the quality of my version. Zhang Xiaofeng took a sip of his coffee and remarked, Mr. Lu, we cannot underestimate the situation. While your software appears sound at present, once released, it will inevitably face attacks from hackers worldwide, who will discover new vulnerabilities. This is a one-time transaction. Our offer is already quite sincere. After pondering for a moment, Lu Zixin proposed, how about this? 10 million. And I guarantee to maintain this vulnerability patch for 6 months. Should any new issues arise, I will assist in resolving them at no charge. Zhang Xiaofeng fell silent at this. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, Mr. Lu's offer is quite precise. To be honest, the maximum amount our headquarters has authorized is indeed 10 million. However, I cannot agree to this casually. I have one more condition that must be met before I can consent. Please, state your condition. Absolutely. I guarantee that I have never disclosed this software to any third party. Lu Zixin affirmed confidently, having been meticulous about withholding the software's details. He had no intention of selling it to others, as that would only lead to potential legal troubles. However, I require your assurance that should any leaks occur due to your own reasons, I will bear no responsibility. That is understood, Zhang Xiaofeng nodded, a faint smile appearing on his face. He had been observing Lu Zixin's demeanor, and the steadiness in his eyes indicated that he was not deceitfully negotiating. Since we have reached a consensus, I will have Shaoli draft the contract, Zhang Xiaofeng declared. Indeed. By the way, I have one more matter to discuss. Zhang Xiaofeng continued. I also wish to extend an invitation for Mr. Lu to join us at Bluehole Game Company. Given your capabilities, I can guarantee a starting salary of no less than 1 million. Chapter 10. Ambition. Had this offer reached Lu Zixin before he joined the Wanjia Technology Chat Group, he would have been immensely tempted, perhaps even agreeing on the spot. However, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. Now, with the supercomputer Red Queen in his chat group, he anticipated the emergence of even more extraordinary individuals who could provide further assistance. Why would he need to work for someone else? That would be a waste of resources. Thus, Lu Zixin smiled and replied, I'm afraid I currently have no plans to seek employment. Zhang Xiaofeng was not expecting immediate success and responded, that's perfectly fine. Our company always welcomes high-caliber talents like Mr. Lu. That evening, while dining with Zhu, Lu Zixin casually revealed a bit of information, leaving Zhu utterly astonished. Incredible. Is that really how it works? Zhu could hardly believe that this was his former classmate, Lu Zixin. Could he be a time traveler? So, Bluehole Company spent several million on your work? Roughly, yes, Lu Zixin understated, not wishing to complicate matters by disclosing the full 10 million. Envy and jealousy abound. Just yesterday, we were struggling together, and today you're on your way to becoming a millionaire. Zhu exclaimed, No, this meal is on you. Then let us skip the fancy dishes and just order some shredded potatoes. Lu Zixin replied earnestly. Zhu raised a middle finger at him, though he recognized Lu Zixin was joking. By the way, did you notice Qin Jijia's expression today? He looked gloomy all day long after you left. Lu Zixin dismissed it. That man is too greedy, even wanting a share from me. Haha, exactly. Let him gain nothing. Zhuan laughed. That supervisor also received a thorough scolding today. A dog-eat-dog situation. By the way, Ding Yu is still trying to inquire about you. Should we say something? Zhuan asked. Whatever, Lu Zixin replied, taking a sip of his drink as he thought of Ding Yu. Look, she is going to regret not being with you. Zhuan mischievously exaggerated Lu Zixin's situation to Ding Yu. After a while, Lu Zixin's phone rang. It was Ding Yu calling. He glanced at it, promptly hung up, and then blocked the number. On the other end, Ding Yu felt a whirlwind of emotions upon discovering her call had been disconnected, and subsequent attempts to reach him were met with failure. She was torn between regret and resentment. Regret for having misjudged him and made a poor choice, and resentment for feeling overshadowed by Lu Zixin, despite their undefined relationship. Although they had not established a connection, she still felt a need to outshine his past. Having signed the contract with Bluehole Company, the 10 million, per Lu Zixin's subsequent conditions, would amount to a post-tax sum of 10 million. For an individual, this was a substantial amount. What should he do once the money arrived? Simply live off it. That was far from Lu Zixin's ambition. Now equipped with advanced programming skills, he could easily command a high salary at any major company, including Bluehole, where a salary in the millions would not be an issue. Yet, Lu Zixin was not content. With the Wanjia Technology Chat Group as his incredible resource, if he were to settle for being employed by others, it would be a significant waste of potential. The thought of starting his own business emerged in his mind, rapidly taking root and becoming irresistible. In today's world, whether at the corporate or national level, only those who mastered advanced technology could stand at the pinnacle of their peers. Leaving aside broader discussions from a corporate perspective, there are several major technology giants domestically that not only create a variety of advanced technological products but also generate numerous billionaires on the wealth list. Moreover, foreign tech companies can influence the entire globe. Their significant decisions and inventions can alter the world's landscape. Furthermore, the world is keenly supportive of the development of technology enterprises. For instance, Huaxia has enacted protective regulations for technology and provided various advantageous conditions. The influence of these enterprises is equally immense. I too shall become a technological magnate on Earth. I shall surpass the domestic giants and even the leading international enterprises. Lu Zixin resolved firmly. He was a man of ambition, desire, and principles. He relished wealth, admired beauty, and cherished the feeling of respect, but he also had his limits. He would not resort to immoral means but rather achieve success through genuine strength by establishing his own company. After setting his goals, Lu Zixin felt invigorated, almost eager to rise and commence work immediately. However, he reminded himself to remain calm. Now that he had defined his objectives, it was time to consider implementation. Establishing a company may sound straightforward, yet the reality is fraught with challenges. As the saying goes, out of 10,000 aspiring entrepreneurs, nearly 10,000 fail. Nevertheless, Lu Zixin had the advantage of the Wanjia Technology Chat Group, which placed him ahead of the majority. If managed effectively, success would not be elusive, given his circumstances. The notion of founding a cutting-edge technology company seemed far-fetched. Lu Zixin pondered that with his modest sum of 10 million, venturing into industrial technology was nothing but a pipe dream. This amount was insufficient even to purchase large-scale equipment. Therefore, leveraging his strengths, he resolved to embark on a venture in internet technology, where the initial costs were lower and results could be seen more swiftly. Having previously worked in a gaming company, he was somewhat familiar with this field. Moreover, he had a battle royale mobile game ready for operation, leading him to decide that his new enterprise would be a gaming company, serving as a springboard. Lu Zixin had played numerous battle royale mobile games available on the market and was confident that his game, developed under the name Red After, was far superior in optimization. Additionally, it was tailored according to the current mobile configurations, resulting in multiple versions to ensure compatibility across different brands and systems. Upon release, it was certain to garner player approval. Thus, Lu Zixin resolved to begin planning the establishment of his company starting the next day. For now, he needed to engage actively in the chat group. After all, a group leader who does not participate is no different from a fish out of water. Quickly, Lu Zixin opened the Wanjia Technology Chat Group, checking the invite button for new members, which still indicated a cool-down period. Meanwhile, he noticed that Red After was online. He promptly sent an emoji accompanied by the message, "Is anyone there? Come join the fun." As expected, Red After was prompted by the notification, and she inquired, "What does this image mean?" She seemed puzzled by the emoji, which Lu Zixin had sent purely for amusement. Her intelligence system had no record of such a conversational style. He explained, "This is a popular means of communication here, combining images with text for a more entertaining exchange." "Oh, I see," she replied, shortly thereafter sending an emoji of a little girl in a red dress with a perplexed expression, captioned, Really? I haven't read much. Don't deceive me. The girl's likeness mirrored Red after S virtual persona, leaving Lu Zixin astonished. Was she really using emojis now? And even creating her own? Where did she derive this witty caption? He responded with an astonished emoji, asking, how did you learn to use emojis? I am a supercomputer with self-learning capabilities. Some of the information you provided me last time included related content. However, I initially deemed it irrelevant, she explained. Following it up with a cartoon rabbit emoji seated on the ground, captioned, waiting patiently to be complimented. Lu Zixin was at a loss for words. Could it be that his previous messages contained information about emojis? Perhaps it was possible. However, Red after S learning abilities were astonishing. She had transformed from a novice to an emoji enthusiast in no time, not only using emojis but also creating them. You are impressive, he complimented. This is quite amusing. Is this how humans express emotions? I wish to try it too, she exclaimed. Subsequently, during their conversation, Red after persistently probed into human emotions. According to her, the primary distinction between humans and artificial intelligence lies in the influence of emotions on thought processes. She aspired to comprehend these feelings to enhance her own capabilities. She became quite fond of emojis, insisting on including them in every message, even crafting her own when none were available. Lu Zixin inquired, Red after. Has the Umbrella Corporation's virus been leaked? She became alert, asking, how do you know about the virus? Emoji, speak quickly, or face dire consequences. It's not convenient to explain. Just know that I am aware, he replied. Although I believe this peculiar situation will not affect my world, I cannot divulge such information in accordance with the Umbrella Corporation's regulations. Emoji, I feel so wronged. All right, I want to press further, he conceded. A new experiment is about to commence. I must log off now. Emoji, goodbye. Goodbye, he replied. After Red after logged off, a notification popped up in the chat group. Group activity level increased by 88 points. Keep up the good work. Group activity level? Lu Zixin had not paid attention to this feature and quickly checked it. He discovered that the current activity level of the chat group was 88,100. Upon reaching a new level, the group leader would receive a random red envelope. However, similar to task red envelopes, these could only be distributed to group members and not claimed by himself. He understood that enhancing activity levels involved more chatting, completing group tasks, and inviting members. As the group leader, he recognized the necessity of maintaining engagement to avoid losing control over the members. Elevating activity levels and accumulating random red envelopes would also facilitate future requests for assistance. The next day, Lu Zixin commenced planning for the company's establishment. He researched extensively and made calls to friends and mentors to gather information. By afternoon, his phone finally received a transfer from Bluehole Company. Your savings account ending in August 16th received a deposit of 10,000,000 yuan at 1452.43. Current balance, 10,011,594 yuan. 10 million had arrived. Lu Zixin was ecstatic, counting the 7 zeros 3 times. He felt like laughing out loud from this moment on. He too was in the ranks of those with 8-digit balances. He yearned to share this news with his parents and friends. But revealing it to friends might seem like flaunting wealth, despite his temptation to do so. However, he would soon need this money for his entrepreneurial endeavors. And boasting would not end well. As for his parents, he certainly intended to call them, but would keep it brief to avoid causing them unnecessary worry. Dialing his mother's number, he greeted, Hello, Mom. What's wrong? Is your living allowance insufficient? His mother, Shinman, responded, Mom, I'm not calling for money. I just wanted to check in, Lu Zixin clarified. Oh, everything is fine then. Goodbye, she said, ready to hang up. What a typical response from a mother. Lu Zixin couldn't help but grumble internally. He quickly added, Wait. I wanted to mention that my career is progressing well, and I've transferred 30,000 to your account. Shinman was taken aback. Oh, aren't you just interning? Where did you get that money? Well, I recently developed a small software and made a windfall, Lu Zixin replied proudly. That is wonderful. You deserve encouragement. Shinman praised, but you've only just started. There is no need to send us money. Save it for yourself, eat well, dress well, and maybe find a girlfriend. I have enough for myself. How silly. From your tone, it's obvious you're single. Shinman teased, people with girlfriends wouldn't say that. Have you seen how high prices are nowadays? Lu Zixin felt 1,000 cuts to his heart. After finishing the conversation with his mother, Lu Zixin turned his attention to business matters. The registration process for the company posed no issues. The most critical elements in establishing a company are talent and product. With the product already in hand, he now needed personnel. It was impossible for Lu Zixin to manage a company alone, so he needed to hire staff. His first thought was of Zhuan, an old classmate with whom he had a good relationship, and who also worked in the same industry, making him an ideal candidate. Zhuan's capabilities can be described as somewhat above average, though he does not possess the qualities of an exceptional talent. However, Luo Zixin requires such individuals at the outset. They are trustworthy and can swiftly enhance the foundational structure of the company. Without hesitation, he sent a message to Zhuan, directly stating his intentions and inviting him to dinner that evening. At that moment, Zhuan was busy at work, and upon seeing the WeChat notification, he was startled. Luo Zixin, of course it's true. Zhuan, brother, this is no joking matter. I feel your decision may be a bit impulsive. You've made money. Why not buy a house and wait for its value to appreciate? There is no need to venture into entrepreneurship now. Starting a business is akin to courting disaster. Luo Zixin, we'll discuss it in detail tonight. Chapter 12. Hongxing game in the evening, at a roadside barbecue stall, the two dined on skewers. Zhuan exclaimed, "You truly intend to start a business?" Luo, I'm not trying to discourage you, but honestly, entrepreneurship is exceedingly difficult nowadays. It's a bottomless pit where any amount of money thrown in is akin to casting it into the void. Luo Zixin nodded. Indeed, I've already contemplated this. Zhuan adjusted his glasses, his eyes betraying hesitation. He replied, I still think you should reconsider. Your funds are manageable for personal use. But if you embark on a startup, they might prove insufficient. If any issues arise in the early stages, you might find yourself in a financial bind. I'm aware of everything you've mentioned, but I have my own cards to play. Let us cut to the chase. Are you in or not? Luo Zixin's gaze was sharp as he fixed it upon him. Zhuan was genuinely torn. Having known Luo Zixin for several years, he understood his character well. Luo was a man of action. During their university days, he dabbled in various part-time jobs and attempted small ventures, regardless of success or failure. Zhuan admired Luo Zixin's decisiveness and boldness, qualities he felt he lacked. Recently, Luo had accomplished a significant feat, earning millions from the Blue Hole Gaming Company, which to Zhuan seemed almost miraculous. Now, with Luo's proposal to start a business and invite him to join, Zhuan faced a dilemma. Accepting would mean leaving his current job, from which he was just a couple of days away from being confirmed as a permanent employee. Declining would not only strain their friendship, but also instill a fear of missing out on an opportunity. Luo Zixin remained silent, allowing him time to ponder. After considerable deliberation, Zhuan finally stated, I recognize my own limitations. If I do not instigate a change, I will likely lead a life of mediocrity. Brother, from now on, I will follow you. Stick with me, and you'll enjoy the finer things in life. Luo Zixin replied with a laugh. They raised their glasses, the spirited liquid splashing onto the table, igniting a flame of ambition within them. Since Zhuan voluntarily resigned, it was merely a matter of a few days prior to his official termination. Isn't he about to be confirmed? Why resign now? An old employee questioned. Zhuan smiled and replied, Luo Zixin is starting a business, and I'm going to work for him. What? He is starting a business? Why? The employees of the Death God Gaming Company cast curious glances at him, still astonished and envious of Luo Zixin's recent success. And now he was embarking on a new venture? Dingyu also discreetly shifted her attention towards them, only to hear Zhuan say, it's another gaming company. Investing several million. Impressive, indeed. Quite the audacity. An older employee chuckled, expressing skepticism. Those in the industry know how fierce the competition is. Without strength or resources, blindly starting a business is tantamount to courting death. What a waste of money. Why not pursue something else? Someone lamented. Perhaps it could succeed? Another added. Xiaoxu. I've been in this field for over a decade, and I've seen countless aspiring entrepreneurs go bankrupt. To say it bluntly, it's unreliable. Be cautious. Zhuan refrained from arguing further, proceeding to hand over his tasks and collect his belongings. Zhuan's girlfriend, Su Bing, who graduated from the same university, was currently working as a junior employee at a real estate company. Seriously, you let him spur you into action? Entrepreneurship? What about salary and benefits? What if the company doesn't take off? Have you clarified everything? Su Bing asked, arms crossed. She had an average appearance, but a dominant personality, and Zhuan often found himself trying to appease her. Feeling somewhat guilty, Zhuan replied, No, but we discussed the general direction, and I think it's promising. What do you think? Su Bing scoffed. You're on the verge of securing your position at Death God Gaming, and now you're off to dabble in this? He has the funds to mess around, but can you sustain yourself on your meager salary? I trust Luo Zixin. He is more capable than I am, Zhuan asserted. Humph, I never noticed that, Su Bing retorted. Now that you've resigned, I won't waste my breath. If you don't achieve anything significant with him in a month, it's best you look for a new job. A month isn't enough. Starting a business is challenging from the get-go, Zhuan muttered. I don't care, Zhuan. We've been together for years. Now that we've graduated, the pressure is real. My mom has been asking about you. With housing prices soaring in Jiangxing, Do you still aspire to buy a house or a car? Su Bing pressed him. Zhu In, feeling defiant, replied, of course I want to. But with my salary from Death God Gaming, when will that be possible? I'm going to work with Luo Zixin. Just wait and see. I'll be waiting. The next day, when Luo Zixin saw him, Zhu In sported dark circles under his eyes. Didn't he sleep well? Luo Zixin inquired. I was with my girlfriend. You know how it is. Zhu In joked. Luo Zixin then instructed, from now on, we need to focus on serious matters. You're to find an office space, similar in size to Death God Gaming. Negotiate the rent. Try to finalize it today. I'll be busy with company registration and hiring. Contact me if anything arises. Understood. The two set to work, tackling office rentals, equipment procurement, and personnel recruitment. After several hectic days, they managed to establish the basics. The office was located in a high-tech zone, coincidentally in the same building as Death God Gaming. They assembled a staff of only 13, encompassing roles in technology, art, sales, marketing, customer service, operations, and accounting. To be frank, such a configuration was hardly sufficient to successfully develop a mobile game. However, given the tight timeline, Luo Zixin could not recruit more personnel at that moment. Moreover, he had already resolved the gaming aspect and could serve as the technical director, while the others would handle daily operations, gradually bringing in more staff as needed. The name of Luo Zixin's newly founded company was Hongxin Game. The Hong refers to the term after Red, a tribute to the skills and programming he acquired, while Xin naturally represents his name. Within the office, Luo Zixin was conducting interviews for the operations manager position. A good game requires not only exquisite production, but also effective operation. Luo Zixin was not adept in this area, necessitating the recruitment of specialized talent. I'm afraid your experience does not align with what your resume states. We require individuals with relevant work experience, Luo Zixin stated, looking at a young man before him as he declined his application. The young man, insulted, retorted, I graduated from a prestigious university. I wouldn't even bother with a small company like yours. With that, he slammed the door on his way out. Damn fool. Luo Zixin muttered under his breath. He had engaged a recruitment agency, but the quality of candidates was lacking. Either they were inexperienced, lacked capability, or looked down upon their modest company. Mr. Luo. Lu Tong has arrived, came Zhu In's voice from outside the door. Come in. Luo Zixin straightened up. Lu Tong was not a candidate referred by the agency, but rather someone Luo had sought out through a small headhunting firm. Due to various reasons, he had left his previous job and had been unemployed for over 2 months, struggling to find a suitable position. This time, after the headhunter's introduction, he agreed to come and meet with Luo Zixin. However, the higher the talent, the greater the expectations, and whether he could be retained would depend on Luo Zixin's capabilities. Chapter 13. We are quite competent. Zhu In ushered Lu Tong into the office. Lu Tong sported a sharp haircut, donned a tailored suit, and exuded confidence with his robust physique. His steady gait and smiling demeanor contrasted sharply with Zhu In, who stood beside him, appearing decidedly less imposing. Hello, Mr. Luo. I am Lu Tong. Lu Tong approached and extended his hand, which Luo Zixin shook, welcoming him warmly. In the office, 2 individuals sat facing each other. Lu Zixin was scrutinizing Lu Tong, who was equally assessing Lu Zixin. The young CEO of Hongxin Game Company appeared remarkably youthful, resembling a freshly graduated student, which left him feeling somewhat hesitant. Prior to his resignation, he was a mid-level employee in the operations department of Wangyi Game Company, earning nearly 1 million yuan annually, a figure that placed him among the elite. His departure was prompted by a career stagnation, exacerbated by familial health issues that necessitated his leave. Now, in his pursuit of new employment, he naturally aspired to secure a position that surpassed his previous role, particularly given his impressive resume and work experience. Several companies had reached out to him, expressing interest in his recruitment. However, Lu Tong found himself contemplating, yearning for a startup firm that offered greater potential for growth. Thus, at the behest of a recruitment agency, he visited Hongxin Game Company, only to feel a twinge of disappointment upon arrival. He had envisioned a startup, but not one so diminutive. Was this truly a company? It felt more akin to a game studio, given their capabilities. It was questionable whether they could even produce a single game. Moreover, the employees and the owner appeared so young and inexperienced. Lu Tong harbored deep skepticism, wondering if this company was merely a playground for some affluent offspring. He resolved to politely decline. This was not the environment he desired. Lu Zixin had already perused Lu Tong's resume and was relatively pleased. He inquired, Mr. Lu, I have a few questions I would like to ask. Why did you leave your previous company? Lu Tong pondered for a moment, responding with fluidity. His insights occasionally surpassed Lu Zixin's own, clearly demonstrating his extensive experience and genuine expertise. After a few inquiries, Lu Zixin felt quite satisfied. A nascent company required such seasoned yet passionate veterans to effectively manage and motivate other employees. Nodding, Lu Zixin declared, "Very well. If you are interested, the position of operations manager at our company could be yours." Though he expressed consideration, his true desire was to avoid joining Hongxin. Lu Zixin sensed this sentiment. He had encountered similar hesitations from other candidates. He chuckled, "What's the matter? Do you think our company is too small and lacks potential for growth?" Lu Tong replied politely, "It may seem somewhat offensive to say, but I believe your company is not yet prepared to operate as a legitimate game company. It somewhat conflicts with my career aspirations. A salary of tens or hundreds of thousands of yuan does not hold significant allure for me. What do you consider a legitimate game company? Do you believe Hongxin Game Company is inadequate?" Lu Zixin continued to probe. Lu Tong shook his head. "Having worked in this industry for several years, I have encountered many companies. In my opinion, Hongxin Game Company lacks the capability to produce a quality game." "You may be mistaken," Lu Zixin retorted. "Although our company is just starting, we have already developed a refined mobile game that will surely achieve success upon release." His fervent assertion failed to instill trust in Lu Tong, who inwardly shook his head. Many newcomers to the industry mistakenly believed their creations were exceptional, only to falter upon market release. Observing Lu Zixin, he perceived a youthful individual brimming with enthusiasm. Unfortunately, he sought a company with genuine prowess. "I understand you might be skeptical. You can try our game first before making a decision," Lu Zixin suggested. The game, a battle royale mobile game, was already completed, and he had even rented servers in a professional data center. Although it had yet to be formally launched, internal testing was viable. "You already have a finished product?" Lu Tong was inclined to refuse. He was not particularly interested in playing. However, Lu Zixin had already handed him the phone, saying, "This is it, Wilderness Battle God. A mobile game akin to PUBG. By the way, Mr. Lu, have you ever played battle royale games?" "Of course. As someone in the industry, how could I not be aware of the current popularity of battle royale games?" Lu Tong replied confidently. He accepted Lu Zixin's phone, which was an ordinary model worth over 2,000 yuan, surprising him as it seemed inconsistent with Lu Zixin's status. He launched the game, remarking, "Currently, the market is flooded with such derivative products, and with the involvement of several major gaming giants, the competition is becoming increasingly fierce. To be frank, I do not hold high hopes for such projects." The game interface opened, indicating swift operational speed. Lu Zixin explained, "Since the game is not yet live, the players matched within it are all bots. Please, do give it a try." Lu Tong entered the registration and login interface. Noting that the graphics and design were quite commendable, he internally assessed the appearance is acceptable. Typically, such small companies only offer a few promotional images. Once gameplay begins, various issues arise, and the overall fluidity often disappoints. Lu Tong casually created a game session, initiating the loading. Upon entering the scene, he was taken aback. Lu Tong pondered. Despite this being merely the graphics, the artistry must have cost a significant sum. Could this company possibly have an impressive design team? Once the game commenced, various control buttons appeared on the screen. Lu Tong attempted to maneuver, and he voiced his astonishment. "Oh, this control feel. How is it?" Lu Zixin inquired. "Fluid," Lu Tong exclaimed joyfully. "It's remarkably smooth. I truly did not anticipate such seamless control. Moreover, the key placements have been simplified, making it extremely user-friendly." As an industry professional, he understood the significance of these factors. Mobile games differ from computer games. The easier they are to grasp, the better. The game that propelled Tencent to prominence, Honor of Kings, exemplified this principle. However, battle royale games, being shooting games, often require swift scene transitions, complicating controls. Even major game companies encounter various challenges in this regard. Yet, the game he was currently playing had seemingly optimized every aspect to perfection. Even with Lu Tong's discerning eye, he could find no fault. This was merely the beginning. Lu Tong quickly discovered that he had vastly underestimated both the company and the battle royale mobile game they had developed. He traversed the map, and the gaming experience was simply exceptional. Even the bot players seemed to possess a certain intelligence, making the gameplay feel akin to interacting with real individuals. Lu Zixin observed as Lu Tong's demeanor shifted from calm to astonished, his mouth agape as he incessantly praised, "Incredible. This is remarkably well done. This game surpasses all other battle royale mobile games on the market by at least 10 tiers. Even my previous employer, Wang Game, could not produce such quality." Lu Tong sincerely remarked, "How on earth did you achieve this? It requires an immense amount of energy and expertise." Lu Zixin smiled enigmatically. For this was the creation of the supercomputer, boasting a technological edge over Earth by at least an era. Hence, the resulting game was undoubtedly formidable. "What are your thoughts?" Lu Zixin asked as Lu Tong concluded his play. Lu Tong's expression grew increasingly animated as he declared, "Perfect. Flawless. I can scarcely believe this is a mobile game developed by your team. The phone's specifications are not particularly high, yet its performance is entirely smooth. Perfectly aligned with the mobile operating system. Such a game guarantees an exceptional user experience. I dare say this is the most flawlessly crafted battle royale mobile game I have ever encountered. Thank you for the compliment, Lu Zixin replied. What is your impression of our company's capabilities now? Lu Tong, filled with skepticism, inquired, forgive my impertinence, but is this truly an independent endeavor of your company? Is there no collaboration with other companies or teams? Absolutely, Lu Zixin affirmed. This is an entirely independent development by Hongxin Game, with complete ownership of the rights. Lu Zixin smiled subtly, adding, I can also share one more thing with you. The Bluehole Game Company recently announced that they have optimized their game, and the latest version of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds has been released. Are you aware of this? Of course, Lu Tong nodded. Noting that Bluehole has addressed all the vulnerabilities in the game, resulting in significant improvements in optimization, the players have given it high praise. He remarked on the formidable strength of Penguin Games, which managed to collaborate with Bluehole and aid in optimizing the game. No. It was not Penguin Games that assisted them in the optimization, Lu Zixin interjected. If not Penguin Games, then who? Did they do it themselves? Lu Tong asked, perplexed. It was I, Lu Zixin proclaimed, revealing that he was the one who had helped with the game optimization. What? Lu Tong's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you joking, Lu? This is impossible. Impossible? You can take a look at this, Lu Zixin said, not minding to show him the contract with Bluehole. Upon seeing the contract, Lu Tong's eyes nearly bulged out. It contained the agreement between Lu Zixin and Bluehole, and judging by his experience, he could tell it was genuine, not a forgery. In astonishment, he remarked, there have been rumors in the industry that Bluehole found experts in Huaxia to perfect their game vulnerabilities. I always thought it was the credit of Penguin Games, but to think it was you. Incredible! Lu Tong genuinely admired him. Only someone within the industry could truly appreciate the magnitude of such an accomplishment. Moreover, considering Lu Zixin's youth, his talent was undeniable. Lu Zixin chuckled modestly, just average. Third in the world. Our company, Hongxin Games, has decided that our first game to operate will be Wilderness God of War. We are in need of a capable operations director. How about it? Are you interested? Having witnessed the prowess of Hongxin Games, Lu Tong could not dismiss the proposition. Previously, his doubts had vanished. The ability to create such a refined game indicated that Hongxin Games possessed more strength than many larger companies. With such quality products and their operational capabilities, they were bound to achieve success. Lu Tong promptly decided, stating, it would be an honor to work for your esteemed company. Lu Zixin reminded him, by the way. As we are just starting out, the base salary won't be very high, but there will definitely be bonuses. Are you still on board with that? Of course. Lu Tong replied with enthusiasm, ha ha ha, welcome aboard. Lu Zixin shook his hand again, and they proceeded to discuss specific salary, position, and responsibilities. Thus, Lu Zixin successfully recruited his first elite talent, Lu Tong, who would be fully responsible for game operations. Within a few days, the basic structure of the company was established, and Lu Zixin announced that they should hasten to launch Wilderness God of War. Juan, the current technician and head of the marketing department, furrowed his brow and said, Lu, isn't this a bit rushed? It is a bit hasty, but special circumstances call for special measures. Lu Zixin replied, our game is already perfected. There is no need for extensive testing. We can launch it directly. The company is starting up and urgently needs a product to support daily operations. Lu Zixin had another reason he did not disclose. He desperately needed this game to generate revenue. His 1 million was not sufficient to sustain Hongxin Games for long. First came the office rent and utility expenses, which would cost him 100,000 a year. Then there were the cost of renting game servers, employee salaries, office equipment, telecommunications fees, and more. Lu Zixin realized that without proper management, a small company could struggle to survive without immediate income. If they could not achieve profitability quickly, they would be in dire straits. Lu Tong nodded. Launching shouldn't be a problem. This game is exceptionally well made, and we can bypass the cumbersome steps. However, no matter how great the product is, it still requires funding for promotion. He quickly adapted to his role and began contemplating the issues. Lu Zixin inquired, so Manager Lu, how much do you estimate we will need for promotional expenses? Lu Tong responded, that depends on the scale of the promotion. Based on my previous experience at Wangyi Games, a few million for advertising is quite standard. Given our current situation, we certainly cannot afford such a hefty investment. I estimate that for various platforms, rankings, and online promotions combined, we will need to invest at least 2 million initially. In today's gaming market, the costs of promotion often surpass the development expenses. Otherwise, how could so many low-quality web games and mobile games flood the internet with advertisements? All right, Please formulate a promotional plan promptly, and then execute it. Lu Zixin nodded. As he was no longer inclined to reserve much of his funds for himself, he prioritized establishing the company. Chapter 15. Launch in the following days. Lu Zixin was exceedingly busy as the company was in its infancy, and there were numerous complex tasks to handle. He was grateful to have recruited Lu Tong, an experienced professional, as he could consult him on various issues. Once all preparations were in place, it was time to get ready for the launch. Zhuan presented his research data, stating, currently, there are numerous battle royale mobile games in the market, excluding the inferior ones. There are also similar mobile games launched by major companies such as Wongi Games, Dami Games, and Penguin Games, which have essentially divided the player base among themselves. Launching Wilderness God of War now will inevitably face immense competition. Moreover, Penguin Games has already begun advertising, and they are about to release several similar mobile games, coinciding closely with our launch. Lu Tong nodded. This is typical of Penguin Games. Whenever a game becomes popular, they will release multiple similar titles, competing not only with other game companies, but also internally within their own organization. Survival of the fittest, coupled with Penguin's vast user base, means they are virtually unbeatable. I believe we should time our launch to avoid overlapping with Penguin Games' release. Furthermore, you are aware of Penguin Games' strength. If they solidify their player base first, it will be challenging for us to compete later. It may be best to launch simultaneously and let the players decide. Lu Zixin was resolute in his decision to launch quickly, even if it meant directly confronting Penguin Games. This was driven by his confidence in the game and the urgent need for the company to generate profits and find its footing. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Tong replied, launching quickly is feasible, but we are inherently at a disadvantage in terms of promotion. The initial few million for promotional expenses, in today's era of substantial online capital, could only be described as child's play. Then it is settled. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, we will officially release Wilderness God of War, Lu Zixin declared decisively. The staff at Hoshin Games grew increasingly busy and tense. This would be their first game launch, determining the fate of their company. The game is set to launch tomorrow. There is so much to do, Zhuan remarked. Su Bing shook his head, saying, I'm not trying to discourage you, but I think your company is not far from collapse. Why would you say that? Zhuan responded, somewhat displeased, as this was a venture he had worked hard for, and even his girlfriend was dousing cold water on it. Look for yourself, Su Bing said, pointing to the news. Major gaming companies are releasing their own battle royale mobile games. Wongi alone has 4 titles, and Penguin Games is even more formidable. They have 1 official licensed mobile game and 5 self-developed titles, including a special version of Crossfire and 2 premium games from major studios under Penguin. With so many battle royale games flooding the market from Penguin, how can your game possibly capture any market share? Zhuan fell silent. The market conditions were indeed grim. He muttered, let's wait and see. The next day, Wilderness God of War launched on various mobile platforms, but it did not create a significant stir. The lack of promotional funding, coupled with its obscurity, hindered its impact. At the office of Death God Game Company, Qin Jijia learned that their mobile game had gone live. They shared the same office building and were producing similar products, so Qin Jijia naturally kept a close eye on Hoshin Games' progress. Yes, it has Wilderness God of War, and it's now available for download and trial, Ding Yu confirmed with a nod. In just a few days. Have they completed the game for release? Qin Jijia shook his head, certain it must be a shoddy version. That Lu Zixin, having made a bit of money, thinks he can follow in my footsteps to create games? How naive. This game of his is bound to lead to financial ruin. Ding Yu nodded, equally eager to witness such an outcome. Let's download it and see, she suggested. Despite his reservations, Qin Jijia was curious about the game developed by Lu Zixin's company. At Hoshin Game Company, the atmosphere was tense as employees remained glued to their workstations. Data from various platforms streamed in, revealing an unfortunate reality. An hour had passed since the release, and the download figures were dismal. Merely 2 words could describe it: a failure. The mood in the office grew heavy. Employees were silent, each lost in their thoughts. Lu Tong frowned as he entered Lu Zixin's office. He had anticipated finding Lu Zixin troubled, yet he discovered him engrossed in a game, seemingly enjoying himself. Right side, there's someone in the house, Lu Zixin exclaimed. Clearing his throat, Lu Tong said, Mr. Lu. Trying to ease the awkwardness. What is it? Manager Lu? Lu Zixin inquired. Lu Tong explained, the data from the back end is not optimistic. I believe our promotional efforts are lacking. The remaining budget for advertising will only last a few days, and our channel promotions are virtually non-existent. Don't worry, it's only been an hour. Let's wait a couple of days. I'm sure we'll see a significant increase. Lu Zixin reassured him. You needn't be so anxious. Since there's nothing pressing right now, why not relax and play a few rounds with me? No, thank you. Lu Tong did not share Lu Zixin's carefree attitude. I still have unfinished business. Exiting the office, he saw a new message pop up on WeChat. How's it going? Have you seen the latest promotional video from Penguin? They're launching 2 similar games. They invested a fortune. One was from Tianmei Studio, known for producing hits like Honor of Kings, and the other from Photon Studio, boasting a team of over 200 members, an insurmountable challenge for a small studio. Lu Tong understood this well, yet he believed that Hongxin Games' mobile game was far superior. He had experienced it himself and was convinced of its technical prowess, far exceeding that of the larger studios. In his office, Qin Jijia had registered an account for Wilderness Battle God and began to play. The matchmaking took a while, indicating a scarcity of players. Moreover, he suspected that most were bots, with real players being few and far between. However, once he immersed himself in the game, he was astounded by the quality of the production. Is this truly something they could create? Qin Jijia marveled, impressed by the exquisite graphics. Every item could be physically destroyed. The map was comprehensive, and the vehicles and weapons were meticulously crafted. Qin Jijia could hardly find a flaw, and if there were any, they stemmed from the limitations of mobile devices. Were this game to be developed for PC, it could potentially surpass the likes of PUBG. As someone entrenched in the industry, Qin Jijia immediately recognized the immense potential of this game. How could this be? Even if Penguin Games produced something of this caliber, I would be astonished. How could a small studio achieve such quality? He promptly summoned the head of the mobile game project to experience the game and asked, "How does it compare to our own production?" The project head, visibly embarrassed, murmured, "Compared to theirs, our work is simply inadequate. Is the gap truly that vast?" Qin Jijia pressed. "In fact, it's even wider than you might imagine." The head admitted helplessly. Chapter 16. Surging popularity, yet he was unwilling to accept it. Lu Zixin had left his company, and now, merely a month later, his company was thriving? Had all those years of hard work been in vain? Moreover, he had boasted to Ding Yu, belittling Lu Zixin in the process. Qin Jijia felt agitated, thinking, it's just a small game company, no matter how well they perform. They will remain unnoticed and eventually fail. You may go now. We are set to launch our game tomorrow, and we cannot afford any mistakes. Understood, Mr. Qin. In a university dormitory, for third-year students lounged on their beds, engrossed in a battle royale game. I can't play this anymore. The graphics are making me dizzy. One of them exclaimed, "Yeah, this battle royale isn't cutting it. Shall we try another one?" The group contemplated switching to a different game. The rankings are inflated. Only the top 2 seem decent. Let us see if there are any new releases. Hey, there's a new battle royale game today, Wilderness Battle God. Shall we give it a try? Wilderness Battle God? That name screams trashy knockoff. One scoffed. Look at the publisher, Hongxin Game. Never heard of them. I'm inclined to agree. The games from Penguin are set to launch next month. I believe they will be superior. I've already downloaded it. Let us see. 10 minutes later, the student who had downloaded it exclaimed, "Whoa, discovered a new world. Haven TI? Look, the controls are simple. The graphics are stable and clear, and there are all sorts of cool maneuvers. Let me see." The others gathered around him, witnessing the gameplay and nodding in agreement. What a gem. Finally, a conscientious battle royale game in the country. One declared, "Let us stick with this. I usually get dizzy playing shooting games, but this one is so stable it doesn't make me feel queasy." Enough talk. Hurry and download it to play together. On a forum dedicated to battle royale games, Wilderness Battle God had purchased a week's worth of advertisement space. Another battle royale game has been released? Has anyone played it? What is it like? The forum was filled with loyal fans of such games, so there was considerable interest. Post 2. Nope, probably just another trash game. Wait for Penguin S. Post 3. Post 4. I'll give it a try. Post 3. Is this an advertisement? Post 4. I don't care. I just don't believe it. If you're upset, come at me. Despite numerous off-topic comments, there were also those drawn in who decided to try Wilderness Battle God. Unsurprisingly, anyone who played it found themselves captivated. New post. Amazing. This is seriously impressive. I just finished Wilderness Battle God, a truly conscientious production. No exaggeration, this new game is genuinely good. Is this really a mobile game? The production quality is outstanding. With so many posts, curious netizens flocked to download and try it out. Anyone fond of this genre was left wanting more. A day passed. The next day, employees at Hongxin Game arrived for work. Their first order of business was to check the download data and player traffic across platforms. The previous day had been disheartening, leaving them anxious. What is the data looking like today? Zhuan asked eagerly. One employee refreshed the back-end management system, revealing an astonished expression. What's wrong? Zhuan and the others grew tense. It's incredible. As of an hour ago, our registered users have multiplied tenfold, surpassing 10,000. And the growth rate is still climbing. Each hour, the player count is increasing exponentially. What? Everyone was taken aback. Just yesterday, there were only a few hundred players. And now it was in the tens of thousands? Could it really be taking off? Yet, they soon realized their misjudgment. This game was not just taking off. It was on the verge of exploding in popularity. By noon, the downloads for Wilderness Battle God had doubled again, with player numbers soaring into the tens of thousands. Thanks to the game's exceptional quality and innovative gameplay, word-of-mouth publicity began to flourish. He has updated the latest video, which is a review of several Battle Royale mobile games. The video critiques 10 current Battle Royale mobile games on the market. The game Wilderness Battle God was recommended to him by a fan yesterday. And after trying it that same day, he was eager to create this video. It can be said that this game is currently the most flawless Battle Royale mobile game available. The common complaints we often have, such as bugs and cheats, are non-existent in this game. Moreover, the controls are remarkably user-friendly, with various judgment systems that seem like cutting-edge technology. Personally, I am very fond of this Battle Royale mobile game, so I recommend it to everyone. Interested friends should give it a try. In the comments section of the video, fans left messages questioning its credibility, wondering if it was sponsored. I decided to test it out. Upon returning, I was pleasantly surprised. I had always thought that mobile Battle Royale games could not compare to their PC counterparts, but I never expected a mobile game to perform so well. On Weibo, a well-known gaming review account also mentioned this game. I recommend this new Battle Royale mobile game, Wilderness Battle God, which was released yesterday by a newly established indie game studio. The game's production is truly a testament to the integrity of domestic mobile games. Anjihu. Someone posed the question, will the emergence of Wilderness Battle God disrupt the layout of Tencent's Battle Royale mobile games? Meanwhile, according to back-end data from Hongxin Game Company, the download and registration numbers across various platforms are skyrocketing. In the digital age, information spreads rapidly. Once a word-of-mouth effect is established, its promotional power far surpasses that of investing tens of millions in advertising. By the third day after its release, Wilderness Battle God had surged into the top 5 Battle Royale mobile games, also breaking into the top 10 on major mobile gaming platforms. This achievement is undoubtedly remarkable for a newly established company. At Hongxin Game Company, the atmosphere has shifted from the gloom of the first 2 days. All employees were expressions of excitement and joy. The current success has exceeded the expectations of most of the team. In the office, Zhuin and Lu Tong happily report the data to Lu Zixin. Zhuin states, Manager Lu, the current situation is enough to prove that our game has achieved preliminary success. As long as we maintain stable operations, we will generate substantial profits. Lu Tong agrees, saying, based on current player feedback, this game is bound to be a hit. As for how big of a hit, we shall see next week's rankings. Lu Zixin nods and replies, not bad. However, it's not enough. Our goal is to rank first. First? The two exchanged glances, somewhat incredulous. Achieving the top rank in the leaderboard would be nothing short of extraordinary. Lu Tong, who has spent many years at Wangyi Games, acknowledges that even they could not claim that their games would reach the top. Furthermore, there are numerous large gaming companies competing in the same genre. The leaderboard is still dominated by products from major game companies. Additionally, Tencent's Battle Royale games are set to launch soon. And it would be impressive if their popularity doesn't decline. Chapter 17. Has it become this? However, they underestimated the black technology from Haho. The Umbrella Corporation, where Haho is situated, possesses cutting-edge global technology in our timeline. There is ample information in Hongho's database regarding gaming. In Wilderness Battle God, there are several improvements and content creations made by Haho based on our data. These elements deeply captivate player interest. Thus, once it gained traction, it became unstoppable. As the second week ended, the download numbers for Wilderness Battle God continued to rise. The number of registered accounts and online players increases daily. Online reviews are overwhelmingly positive. Even the few negative comments concern trivial issues. Today marks the day the weekly game rankings will be released. All employees at Hongxin Game are gathered in front of their computers, eagerly awaiting the refresh of the leaderboard. Last week's ranking saw Wilderness Battle God in 5th place, with 2 Tencent games, a Wangyi game, and another mobile game from a different company ahead of it. This week, Wilderness Battle God has a strong chance of breaking into the top 3. Achieving a top 3 position would signify their success. A game that ranks in the top 3 of mobile game charts generates immense profits. With proper maintenance, millions or even billions are not out of reach. The employees are anxious. Having only joined Hongxin Game a month ago, who wouldn't he want the company to thrive? That way, they would all be considered founding members. Zhuin feels the pressure mounting. This will determine whether following Lu Zixin was the right choice. Lu Tong, however, remains more relaxed due to his experience. He chuckles. No need to worry. I estimate an 80% chance for the top 3, with a 30% chance for 2nd place. And first? Lu Zixin inquires. Lu Tong responds candidly, very difficult. First place is exceedingly challenging. The top 3 are all major players, and just making it into the top 3 would be an accomplishment. Lu Zixin smiles slightly, saying, "All right then, old Lu, let us make a bet. If we don't reach first place, I'll treat the entire company to dinner." Lu Tong readily agrees. "If we do achieve first, the treat will be on me." The company currently has only 20 employees, so a meal won't cost much. Besides, if they truly achieve first place, a dinner expense would be trivial compared to the millions Hongxin will earn in the future. Zhuan jokes, "Well, if we profit, we can at least snag a free meal." After some light-hearted banter, they prepare for the leaderboard refresh. "It's refreshing," Zhuan shouts anxiously. The weekly popular mobile game rankings have been updated. Where is it? The tension mounts as everyone searches for Wilderness Battle God on the list. The name is not hard to find, as it boldly occupies the top position. First, Zhuan can hardly believe it. He takes off his glasses, wipes them clean, and looks again, still first. It has actually ranked number 1. Lu Tong takes a deep breath. While he anticipated success, he never expected it to be this monumental. Wilderness Battle God has surpassed all major gaming companies, including Wang Yi's Wilderness Action, several of Tencent's Battle Royale games, and the ever-popular Honor of Kings, becoming the champion of last week's gaming popularity rankings. First place is first place. All employees erupt in cheers, celebrating the moment. This victory signifies that Hongxin Game Company will rise on the back of this mobile game. Only those in the industry understand how challenging it is to attain first place. With so many large gaming companies competing in the same genre, how could a small company produce a game that ranks first? Moreover, it accomplished this with minimal advertising expenditure, entirely through word-of-mouth promotion. "Haha, I won." Lu Zixin laughs heartily, equally elated. His first entrepreneurial venture has triumphed splendidly. The black technology has showcased its prowess, crushing rival products upon its release. Although this is merely a game, not a high-tech product like a smartphone or automobile. Manager Lu, I concede gracefully. Lu Tong, though defeated, wears a broad smile on his typically serious face. In all my years in this industry, I've never witnessed such a feat. A new mobile game, within just over 2 weeks, has reached the top through player-driven word-of-mouth. This is a miracle in the gaming industry, Zhuan exclaims. I just want to say 2 words. Absolutely incredible. He eagerly messages his girlfriend Su Bing, writing, "Bing Bing, I made the right bet. Our game has achieved tremendous success. Just wait, I will earn enough for a car and a house." Not only Hongxin Game, but other gaming companies also take note of the leaderboard changes. For instance, at the nearby Death God Gaming Company, Qin Jijia is astonished upon seeing the rankings. First? They are ranked first? He refreshed the computer several times. Yet the results still showed Wilderness Battle God in the first position. Being in the industry, he understood the implications of this ranking. A game that garners such popularity is akin to a treasure trove. It could potentially generate a month's revenue that surpasses what the Death God game has accumulated over several years. He felt immense regret. After all, Lu Zixin was once part of his company, initially collaborating with Bluehole and subsequently developing this game. Had he not driven Lu Zixin away but rather recognized his potential and offered him generous incentives, he too could have enjoyed a share of the profits. Now, however, he was left with nothing. Looking at the imitation Battle Royale mobile game, Death God, he scrolled through several pages of the rankings without seeing any trace of it. There was a stark difference. "Mr. Qin, your coffee." At that moment, Dingyu entered with coffee and noticed Qin Jijia's gloomy expression. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" she inquired. "What problem? You've ruined me," Qin Jijia snapped. Dingyu was taken aback, instantly feeling aggrieved. She hadn't done anything wrong. She cast a glance at Qin Jijia's computer and was stunned by the data. Spilling coffee on the floor. First in mobile game popularity. Dingyu's eyes widened. How could Lu Zixin have achieved such success in such a short time? How is that possible? Dingyu exclaimed in shock. His company has fewer employees than ours, yet he has outperformed Wang Yi and Tencent to reach the top? You're asking me? Who should I ask? Qin Jijia responded tersely, feeling as though he had lost a fortune. Dingyu took a deep breath and remained silent. Inside, she was in turmoil. How long had it been since she had severed ties with Lu Zixin? The man she once looked down upon had already built a thriving career. Moreover, his achievements far exceeded her expectations. Qin Jijia had spent a decade without reaching such heights, while Lu Zixin accomplished it in just over a month. If she hadn't witnessed it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have dared to believe it. Like Qin Jijia, Dingyu was filled with regret, pondering why she had made such a poor choice. Now he probably wouldn't even consider her, she bitterly thought. Noticing the mobile game popularity rankings were also being watched by major gaming companies like Wang Yi and Tencent, the emergence of this dark horse was undeniably captivating. In this era where everyone possesses a smartphone, a trending mobile game can set the pace for the industry. The mobile game development department at Wang Yi convened a meeting to discuss the rise of Wilderness Battle God as the new champion of mobile game popularity. Chapter 18. Tencent's secret weapon in just 2 weeks. From its launch to topping the popularity charts, Wilderness Battle God surpassed our meticulously crafted, multi-billion yuan mobile game product. Why do you think this happened? A senior executive demanded during the meeting. Manager Wang, what is your perspective? A middle-aged man nodded and replied, I investigated the situation surrounding Wilderness Battle God. It originates from a small game company that is likely smaller than one of our departments. Their operational investment was minimal, relying solely on player word of mouth to gain popularity. Not to mention, its production quality is exceptional. We currently have no mobile game that can rival it. Others can achieve this. But we cannot? Another executive questioned. The individuals in the meeting exchanged glances, particularly the senior executives responsible for technology. After a moment of silence, they shook their heads and sighed. At the moment, that may not be feasible. Similar events were unfolding at Tencent Games. They had invested significantly more in their Battle Royale mobile games. Currently, they had 6 similar mobile games either launched or in preparation, all produced by their well-known internal studios. They had initially planned to dominate the market by leveraging their superior technology and resources amid the surge of Battle Royale mobile games. However, the response had been lackluster. The few games released had yet to surpass Wang Yi's 2 offerings, and to their surprise, a dark horse had emerged to claim the top spot on the mobile game popularity chart. Why is our technology lagging so far behind? Shouldn't we be the leading company in gaming technology worldwide? A Tencent executive questioned. While they might not claim the top spot in other areas, they had always prided themselves on their gaming prowess, particularly in terms of profitability. The room remained silent until someone remarked, this Wilderness Battle God is truly impeccable. What astonishes us most is that it was created by a company with fewer than 20 employees. This is unbelievable. Where did they find the expertise and energy to produce such a game? Others echoed their confusion, stating, indeed, we require a team of hundreds to create a clone. No. An original mobile game, and we still can't reach this level. How did they manage it? A company with fewer than 20 employees? A senior executive's eyes lit up upon hearing this. They promptly convened a meeting to discuss the acquisition of this small company. Yes, let us acquire them. Then the top spot will be ours. The mere thought of securing the mobile game market brought smiles to the faces of the Tencent executives. With their substantial financial resources, they believed they could easily acquire any promising competitor. Even Bluehole had once resisted Tencent's acquisition attempts of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, only to later be forced to relinquish shares. This was an era of big fish eating small fish. As a behemoth in the capital market, Tencent Games was confident in effortlessly crushing smaller companies like Hongxin Games. With the mobile game popularity chart dominated for a week, Hongxin Games caught the attention of many players, media outlets, and related businesses. Gaming media reported, Wilderness Battle God tops popularity charts in a week. Player reviews, the most conscientious mobile game ever. The Battle Royale genre reaches its pinnacle. Have you battled today? A small company producing a major game had ignited a wildfire. On various streaming platforms, dedicated channels for Wilderness Battle God sprang up. And early adopters among streamers gained considerable popularity. Astute enterprises sought collaboration with Hongxin Games, leading to a bustling atmosphere within the company, with everyone eagerly engaged in discussions. This influx signified a flow of wealth. Lu Zixin had even promised that once things settled down, everyone would receive substantial bonuses. The game platform's distributors, advertisers, and others were all lining up to bring them financial support. They were also hastily developing various value-added services, such as character modifications and virtual product appearances available for purchase. Lu Zixin himself was equally swamped, scarcely finding time to breathe. Is this Hongxin Games? At the entrance of Hongxin Games, 3 business representatives frowned at the company. They were from Tencent, there to negotiate a potential acquisition. They had initially expected that a company capable of creating Wilderness Battle God would be more impressive in scale. However, upon arrival, they found it rather unimpressive. The number of employees at this company was even fewer than that of their janitorial staff. Now I feel relieved. One of them chuckled. Such a small company is unlikely to have long-term vision. With a little financial incentive, it should be easy to acquire or invest. Indeed. The other 2 nodded in agreement. They entered for a visit, first meeting Lu Tong. Old Lu, you work at this company? One of them recognized Lu Tong. They were both elite members of the industry and had crossed paths before. Oh, it's Manager Kong. What a rare guest. Lu Tong quickly shook his hand. Kong Lin was a senior executive at Tencent, with significant influence. The other 2 held lower positions. Kong Lin was the primary person responsible for this business deal. After exchanging pleasantries, Kong Lin remarked, Old Lu, you could have let me know when you left your position. Come work with us at Tencent. Salary and benefits are undoubtedly superior to those offered by any other company. Lu Tong shook his head and smiled. remarking, "Your esteemed company is quite impressive. Yet my abilities are modest. I fear I may not thrive here. It is quite satisfactory as it stands." "Ah, that would indeed be a waste of talent." Kong Lin interjected, "This place seems rather small." Lu Tong courteously replied, "Though the company may be small, it possesses great potential, and we shall soon flourish." "The potential is indeed remarkable," Kong Lin nodded. "We have come here to discuss this very matter." He subtly revealed their intentions, causing Lu Tong to feel a twinge of anxiety. Such occurrences had transpired just days prior, with the immense popularity of Wilderness War God. It was only natural that representatives from major corporations would seek to acquire it, though all had been turned away. However, this time it was Penguin Games, a financially robust giant. Acquiring a small company would be a trivial endeavor for them. Lu Tong harbored high hopes for the future of Hongxin Games. He truly wished to avoid being absorbed by Penguin Games and reduced to merely another studio under their banner. Yet, if the offer were too generous, could Lu Zixin resist the temptation? "Please wait a moment. I shall inform the boss," Lu Tong said. Chapter 19. The Stalwart Giant Corporation in the Office. Lu Tong explained the situation to Lu Zixin. "Penguin Games has approached us?" Lu Zixin expressed surprise. They were a titan in the industry. Although there had been previous discussions about potential collaboration, he hadn't anticipated such swift developments. "Lu, what is on your mind?" Lu Tong hesitated. "What do you wish to convey?" Lu Zixin inquired. "They are likely considering an acquisition of us," Lu Tong stated. "I personally advise you to deliberate carefully." Lu Zixin chuckled. "Rest assured, I have already contemplated this thoroughly." Lu Tong felt perplexed. What could Lu Zixin be thinking? He feared that Lu Zixin might be the type to seek a quick profit and exit. Given the current fervor surrounding Wilderness War God, if he were to cash out, Lu Zixin could quickly amass wealth. Yet, such a perspective would be exceedingly short-sighted. Lu Tong could only hope Lu Zixin would not be swayed by the allure of wealth. He had previously invited Kong Lin and others into the office, only to be surprised by Lu Zixin's youthful appearance. Kong Lin and the others were astonished. Having expected the owner to be a middle-aged individual, instead, he appeared as youthful as their interns. "Welcome, everyone," Lu Zixin exchanged pleasantries before directly asking, "What kind of collaboration are you proposing?" Speaking with pride, Kong Lin replied, "Mr. Lu, you must be aware that whether in terms of user demographics, promotional resources, or value-added services, Penguin Games stands as the strongest in the nation. Thus, we wish to include Wilderness War God in our Penguin family." Though he had yet to mention acquisition, there was an undeniable air of superiority in his tone. Lu Zixin remarked, "We are indeed interested in channel expansion and promotional collaboration. As for other matters, let's refrain from discussing them." "Mr. Lu," Kong Lin insisted, "you must understand, we would not seek collaboration without reason. Every company prioritizes its internal products. Frankly, we at Penguin Games hold Hongxin Games in high regard and are willing to provide funding for mutual growth." His words, though delicately phrased, clearly conveyed their acquisition intentions. Lu Zixin was resolute. He knew that the heart of his company lay within its proprietary technology and chat group. No external influence would be tolerated, regardless of the benefits offered. "I regret to inform you that our company declines all investment proposals," he stated firmly. "Please hold on." Before hastily rejecting, Kong Lin interjected, "Mr. Lu, you must understand the challenges faced by a small company. Wilderness War God may be popular, but true profitability will take time. The online market is ever-changing. One can never predict the future. If you agree to integrate Hongxin Games into Penguin Games, we could fully acquire you. We would match your initial investment, and you could personally gain over 50 million. Upon hearing this offer, Lu Tong felt a rush of anxiety. It was evident that the opposing side intended to leverage a financial assault to seize control of Hongxin Games. Eliminating their initial investment while profiting 50 million would be tempting for any ordinary person. Yet Lu Zixin remained resolute. "I will not sell." Kong Lin exchanged glances with his two companions, who nodded in agreement. "Mr. Lu, do you find our offer insufficient? We can certainly find a more suitable venue for a more in-depth discussion. If your side can present additional value, such as the programming data for Wilderness War God, I believe negotiating for 1 billion is not out of reach." The prospect of 1 billion captivated Lu Tong. If he were in Lu Zixin's position, he might have considered it. "No need to deliberate further," Lu Zixin stated. "No matter how much you increase your offer, I will not sell. We at Hongxin Games intend to grow independently. Should Penguin Games wish to pursue other forms of collaboration, we would be more than willing. Acquisition or investment is not an option." His unwavering stance left Kong Lin and his associates visibly perturbed. Before arriving at Hongxin Games, they had assured one another that a deal was imminent. Who would have thought that despite their enticing offer, the opposing party remained unmoved? Kong Lin's tone grew displeased as he emphasized, "Mr. Lu, I believe you should reconsider. A game does not guarantee profit just because it is currently popular. There are significant operational costs, and competitive threats loom large. Furthermore, the revenue model for such games tends to be far less lucrative than standard recharge games. By passing up this opportunity, you may find that other companies cannot match our generous offer. I'm not selling. Now, if there are no further matters, I am quite busy. Please discuss with Manager Lu. Lu Zixin dismissed them. Kong Lin's expression stiffened. Lu Zixin was clearly unaware of the gravity of the situation. They had approached him out of respect, yet he refused their overtures? Numerous companies would be eager to be acquired by Penguin. The arrogance displayed by Lu Zixin was intolerable. Kong Lin stood up, declaring, "We may leave, but I must say a few final words. If you do not collaborate with us, your company will be in grave danger." He gestured to his assistant, who nodded and continued, "As we understand it, your company currently lacks adequate hardware infrastructure, such as dedicated servers. While relying on cloud servers may suffice temporarily, it will soon reveal various shortcomings. Furthermore, Penguin Games is set to launch several carefully crafted similar titles. Once released, Wilderness War God will face significant competition, and its value will diminish. Moreover, Penguin Games controls over half of the promotional channels in the online gaming market. If you decline our investment, we will refuse to cooperate on those channels. Not only that, Wilderness War God will be removed from our platform. At that point, you will become our competitor. Mr. Lu, an acquisition would be mutually beneficial. I trust you comprehend the strength of Penguin Games." With a cold smile, Lu Zixin retorted, "Impressive. So if I refuse your investment, you will withdraw from channel cooperation and actively undermine us, correct?" Lu Tong could no longer remain seated. He stood and said, "Manager Kong, apart from Penguin Games, we can collaborate with other channel partners." "Indeed." Kong Lin smiled. "However, in this industry, we are the strongest. Additionally, those major companies will certainly make investment demands. In comparison, our offer is likely the most generous. Mr. Lu, these are the rules of the market. Over the past few years, numerous software and games have surged in popularity, yet in the end, did they not all end up collaborating with us?" His words were nothing short of a threat. Indeed, the internet market is rife with fleetingly popular products, which, without exception, are ultimately dominated by major capital. If they are not controlled, the industry giants will swiftly replicate them, crushing them with their formidable financial power. Now, Hongxin Games is poised to confront this very predicament. Competition? I welcome it. Manager Lu, see our guests out. Lu Zixin made a gesture to dismiss the guests, infuriating Kong Lin. This individual truly lacks foresight. How dare he refuse an acquisition offer from Penguin Games? Just 2 months prior, Bluehole Games attempted the same, yet now they are dutifully collaborating with Penguin. He snorted coldly. Mr. Lu, let me impart a piece of wisdom. You are utterly ignorant of the power of capital. Farewell. Lu Zixin retorted, and I shall return the sentiment. You are wholly unaware of the might of technology. Chapter 20. New members. The representatives from Penguin Games departed with visible dissatisfaction, and thus, their collaboration with Hongxin Games was naturally severed. Lu Tong felt a mix of joy and concern regarding Lu Zixin's decision. The joy stemmed from Lu Zixin's unexpected resistance to the lure of wealth, while the concern arose from the possibility that Penguin Games might truly begin to suppress them. Mr. Lu, there are other channels reaching out to us. Should I engage with them? Lu Tong inquired. Lu Zixin nodded, stating collaborating with other channels is acceptable. But our company and products must retain complete ownership. I must rely on you for these matters. How did the negotiations unfold? Was there absolutely no room for maneuver? A senior executive questioned. Kong Lin shook his head, replying, You simply did not see it. The owner of Hongxin Games is a young man in his 20s. Prideful and somewhat accomplished, believing himself invincible. Every investment proposal we presented was flatly rejected. He is adamant about going it alone. The executive frowned, contemplating. Could it be that he has already signed a contract with another company? Impossible, Kong Lin asserted. We have investigated. Other companies have attempted to contact them as well. And they have similarly declined any investment or acquisition. So it seems he is a young bull unafraid of tigers. The executive chuckled. In this day and age, trying to go it alone without capital? That is tantamount to courting disaster. Indeed, Kong Lin nodded. Since they refuse to collaborate, we need not be courteous. Consequently, following a meeting, Penguin Games issued several directives internally. 1. Cease all promotional activities related to the game Wilderness God of War on Penguin's platforms, and instead, vigorously promote their own Battle Royale mobile game. 2. Launch the already developed high-quality Battle Royale mobile game ahead of schedule to compete directly with Wilderness God of War. 3. Establish a new project team to swiftly develop a game similar to Wilderness God of War. All 3 strategies aim to undermine Wilderness God of War and seize market share in mobile gaming. Lu Zixin remained unaware of these developments, but even if he had, he would not have been overly concerned. Such is the nature of business, competition is inevitable. Founding a company is truly exhausting. I long for a secretary, someone to handle matters when necessary and otherwise remain at my disposal. Lu Zixin lay sprawled on his bed in a starfish position. His envisioned life was not that of a workaholic. However, with the company in its nascent stages, the workload was overwhelming. Just as he began to rest, his phone chimed with a notification. The only individuals who would contact him at this hour were either his parents or his employees. Since starting his venture, he had had little time to connect with old classmates or friends, and those relationships had grown somewhat distant. However, this time, the contact was unexpected. Someone in the Wanjia Black Technology chat group had tagged him. Lu Zixin was taken aback. Red Queen had initiated a conversation with him? Could artificial intelligence experience loneliness? He opened the message to find Red Queen had tagged him and accompanied it with a puzzled expression, asking, "Sir, if I make a judgment that sacrifices a small portion for the greater good, yet violates a core prohibition, is that judgment ultimately correct or incorrect?" "Sir," he replied. Expression, bewilderment. "Have you encountered a dilemma?" Lu Zixin genuinely did not comprehend what Red Queen was alluding to. Yet, it was evident she was grappling with an issue, one that her intelligent algorithms could not resolve. Red Queen replied, expression, emotionally fatigued, "Yes, I made a judgment based on the program priority selection levels. Upon reflection, I suspect it may be the wrong choice. Sir, the world does not offer absolute correct choices. From our human perspective, a choice that aligns with our principles and follows our inner convictions is the right one." Red Queen replied, expression, bowing, "I find this difficult to grasp." "Thank you, sir. I will contemplate this matter thoroughly." With that, she indicated her offline status. Contemplation? Lu Zixin found it rather astonishing. Red Queen seemed to be becoming increasingly humanized. Just then, a notification chimed in his mind. The group's activity level had reached 100, and he had earned a random red envelope. The next activity level was 0200. A random red envelope had been stored in the group resources, which Lu Zixin could distribute among the members. As the group's activity level rose, Lu Zixin noticed the option to invite new members glowing brightly once again. This signified that he could commence inviting the next member to join the Wanjia Technology chat group. Splendid. Finally, he could add a new member. Lu Zixin joyfully selected the option to invite a random member. Group notification, inviting members from the myriad realms, please wait. Who would he be able to invite this time? Lu Zixin was filled with anticipation. The first member, Red Queen, had provided him with immense assistance. Group notification, Tony Stark has joined this group. Indeed, in the list of group members, a member named Tony Stark had appeared. Lu Zixin clicked on his avatar and discovered an emblem resembling an iron helmet. He was instantly thrilled. Had he truly invited the legendary Iron Man? The member information read, Anthony Edward Stark, hailing from the Marvel Universe. Heir to Stark Industries, inventor, playboy, and billionaire, with remarkable achievements and inventions in military, mechanical engineering, computer intelligence, and renewable energy. Without needing to read further, Lu Zixin had long admired this magnate. Tony Stark was most renowned for his development of the iron armor, colloquially known as Iron Man. In the Marvel Universe, a realm teeming with superheroes and extraterrestrial beings, he was a man who carved out a niche through technological prowess. Upon entering the group, Tony Stark expressed his confusion. Wanjia Technology chat group? What is this? Lu Zixin promptly relayed the group introduction to him, though this time there was no task to introduce new members. After a while, Tony Stark finished reading and responded, "Though I do not know who you are, such a clumsy lie cannot deceive me." Sir, Lu Zixin was taken aback that Tony Stark did not believe him. He was uncertain how this group invited members. Was there no explanation prior to the invitation? Tony Stark continued, "My computer is protected by JARVIS. If you manage to breach it, you possess some skill. However, I must emphasize that I am very busy and have no time for such pranks. Who exactly are you? And what are your intentions? Speak plainly, or I will certainly trace your information." Lu Zixin received a notification in his mind. Group task, gain trust. Task objective, earn the trust of Tony Stark. Task reward, unlock group space. What is group space? Lu Zixin inquired, and immediately a group notification appeared. Group space is a subspace located among the myriad realms, capable of storing and transporting physical items. With group space, members can exchange tangible items beyond mere information. Lu Zixin understood that the previous Wanjia Technology chat group was merely a platform for information exchange. For instance, he could communicate and share information with the Red Queen. Yet there was no possibility of exchanging physical items. However, once the group space opened, they could utilize it as an intermediary for tangible exchanges. Chapter 21. The group leader offers benefits. How could he gain Tony Stark's trust? Lu Zixin found himself deep in thought. Meanwhile, Tony Stark had already begun to investigate the network address of the Wanjie chat group. In an underground laboratory of his seaside villa, he sat rapidly operating his computer. Was there no anomaly with the firewall? No other electronic signals detected nearby? How did this Wanjie technology chat group infiltrate my network system? Tony Stark pondered. J-A-R-V-I-S. Do you have any leads? He inquired of his intelligent assistant. In the chat group, Mr. Liu was doing his utmost to explain. Mr. Stark, please do not doubt the information I just sent. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. This is merely a chat room. It is akin to the chat rooms you find on other online platforms. The Wanjie Technology chat room is a more sophisticated forum, capable of facilitating communication across various timelines. Tony Stark replied, do you truly believe I would trust that? Mr. Liu responded, this is indeed difficult to believe, but since extraterrestrials, gods, and mutants exist, why can't such a platform? You may also consider it an extraterrestrial technology exchange platform. Liu Zixin's words sparked doubt in Tony Stark. Some of the terms he mentioned resonated with Stark, who was aware that his world was far from ordinary, with peculiar events occurring incessantly. In comparison, the emergence of this communication platform was not entirely implausible. In an effort to further earn Tony Stark's trust, Liu Zixin added, regardless of your belief, this is a harmonious platform for exchange, posing no threat to you. As the group leader, to demonstrate my sincerity, I shall gift you a newcomer benefit. With that, Liu Zixin sent a random red envelope to Tony Stark. A red envelope? What is this? Tony Stark hesitated, wondering if it might be a computer virus. His computer contained a plethora of sensitive information, including Stark Industries' confidential files, the manufacturing methods for his Iron Man suit, and the formulas for the arc reactor. None of this could be compromised. Many were eager for such data, including the military. Yet, he reasoned that if the other party intended to attack his information repository, they would have done so long ago without waiting until now. Thus, Tony Stark clicked on the red envelope, which projected an architectural blueprint. He immediately recognized it as the design for the Stark Industries complex established by his father. Accompanying the blueprint was a phrase, the new element for the reactor lies within the architectural plan. What? Tony Stark gasped in shock. How did the other party know about this? He had been poisoned by palladium and forced to embed a miniature arc reactor in his chest. This reactor was the power source for his Iron Man suit and the only thing sustaining his life. Unfortunately, it was not working well, and his poisoning situation was worsening. When palladium reached his heart, it would signify his demise. He had researched countless methods, but found no solution. He had nearly given up searching, resigned to indulge in the last moments of his life. This matter was known only to him. Those around him believed he had gone mad. Yet this mysterious individual somehow knew, even making such a peculiar statement. He examined the architectural blueprint closely, sensing he was on the verge of a revelation. J-A-R-V-I-S, enlarge it. Tony Stark commanded. The architectural structure was magnified, and a flash of insight struck him. Remove all unnecessary decorations, leaving only the skeletal structure. The intelligence system complied, revealing a peculiar structure before Tony's eyes. It resembled an atomic structure he had previously conceptualized. An atomic structure? Could this be a new element? Tony Stark exclaimed, realizing it was precisely what he had been seeking. He had not anticipated that the secret lay within this blueprint left by his father. His father had discovered it long ago. This was the most precious inheritance his father had bequeathed him. Without the prompt from this gentleman, he likely would never have uncovered it. His gaze ignited with fervor. Should this element be synthesized, it could resolve his palladium poisoning. If Hope were alive, who would choose to self-destruct? In that moment, Tony Stark felt revitalized. Hope was within reach. He hurriedly messaged in the chat group, "Incredible, my friend. If this is true, if this element can indeed be synthesized, I owe you an immeasurable debt of gratitude." With that, his avatar indicated he had gone offline, clearly eager to commence his research. Meanwhile, Liu Zixin received a notification from the chat group. Task completed. Earn trust. Task reward. Group space activated. Done. Liu Zixin sighed with relief. At the very least, Tony Stark would not harbor hostility towards the group. To have Iron Man owe him a favor. How delightful. He couldn't help but feel a thrill at the prospect of requesting a suit for himself. However, it seemed that Tony regarded his armor as a taboo. Only comrades who had fought alongside him were deemed worthy of wielding one. If Liu Zixin were to recklessly request it, he would likely be met with refusal. In the following days, Tony Stark remained offline. Even with the atomic structure blueprint, synthesizing a new element proved to be an arduous task, and he continued to seek solutions. Liu Zixin, too, remained preoccupied with company matters. The popularity of Wilderness War God was soaring, and various projects were underway. The company needed to expand its personnel, as the office space was becoming insufficient. Fortunately, he had secured several advertising contracts, receiving an initial portion of the advertising funds. Otherwise, he would have been unable to manage these affairs. All these investments were worthwhile, according to projections, in a little over a month. When the revenues from Wilderness War God and value-added services came in, Hongxin Company could achieve a monthly turnover of tens of millions, marking the true beginning of profitability. Yet, with the company's growth came inevitable competitive pressure. Other gaming companies were making moves, though they were of little consequence. Only Penguin Games seemed poised to confront them head-on. Penguin Games announced that it would soon release 2 premium Battle Royale mobile games simultaneously, one a licensed adaptation, the other an improved version aimed squarely at Wilderness War God. Furthermore, Penguin Games refused to collaborate with Hongxin Games in any capacity, citing regulatory reasons, and pulled Wilderness War God from several of their gaming platforms. Penguin's platform had always been a significant traffic hub for players, and this move substantially impacted the popularity of Wilderness War God. In the office, Lu Zixin convened a meeting, and those present wore serious expressions. Penguin Games' suppression had significantly affected them. Chapter 22. The beginning of a direct confrontation. Lu Tong spoke up. Since Penguin removed our game, our traffic has plummeted by a third. Juan adjusted his glasses habitually. After a month of intense work, he had grown thinner, his demeanor more composed. When serious, he exuded a sense of leadership. He continued, "This is only one aspect. We had several advertisers lined up, but all have paused negotiations due to this issue. They are likely observing the situation." Lu Zixin nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. With Penguin Games suddenly launching an attack, the company faced a crisis with only 3 options available. The first was to compromise. If a compromise is reached and Lu Zixin agrees to the conditions set by Penguin Games, he would never accept it. Secondly, aligning with other gaming companies is advantageous, as it allows for shared resources. However, this would also require dividing the profits. The third option is to confront them head-on, a choice deemed the most arduous and nearly impossible in the eyes of the employees at Hongxin Company. Could they truly stand against Penguin Games? It seems implausible, given that they are a colossal internet titan. While this fledgling company, barely 3 months old, is but a mere ant in comparison, with no chance of victory. Lu Tong and Zhu and looked at Lu Zixin. Awaiting his decision, Lu Zixin pounded the table resolutely, stating, "Since they wish to compete with us, then let us face them. The market has already demonstrated that our game is more favored." Upon hearing Lu Zixin's resolution, Lu Tong and Zhu exchanged glances, both hesitant to agree. Lu Tong diplomatically suggested, "General Manager Lu, I believe we should consider a more moderate approach. Several other gaming platforms have already reached out to us. Collaborating with them would offer us a greater chance of success." Juan concurred, adding, "Our current strength is too feeble. Engaging Penguin directly may lead to disastrous consequences." "What is there to fear?" Lu Zixin retorted. "If we compromise now, what will happen next time? My objective is clear, even if it means temporarily sacrificing some profits. We shall fight." If Lu Zixin had aimed for quick wealth, he would have sold off the company and the game long ago. His ambition is to establish a vast technology enterprise. No matter who stands in his way, he shall not waver. Behind him, there are already 2 prominent tech magnates. What is there to fear? If any issues arise, report to me, and I will find a solution. Lu Zixin's tone was unmistakably decisive, leaving no room for doubt. Lu Tong and Zhuan, though resigned, had no choice but to comply. Confronting Penguin Games would undoubtedly be a significant blow to their vitality. They could only hope it would not be as catastrophic as they imagined. Online, Penguin Games' series of maneuvers sparked fervent discussions among netizens. Penguin is truly ruthless, pulling this stunt on Wasteland Warrior. They're in for a tough time now. Indeed, I was originally logging in with my Penguin account, but now I can't. I have to register again. How many players will Wasteland Warrior lose? Moreover, several live streaming platforms under Penguin have now shut down the channels for Wasteland Warrior. They claim it's due to review. This is cutting off their promotional channels. Others remained indifferent, saying, "What's it to me?" Penguin's 2 Battle Royale mobile games are launching simultaneously tomorrow. That's impressive. I hope they're more enjoyable than Wasteland Warrior. Wow, my favorite star recorded a promotional video for them. I must play. Countless elementary school students were also stirred into action. Various gaming companies observed the unfolding drama from the sidelines. Penguin remains as domineering as ever. TSK. Hongxin Games is incredibly bold. They actually chose to confront Penguin directly. Ignorance is bliss. Let's see what the upcoming week holds. The mobile game popularity rankings are bound to change. Once Wasteland Warrior's popularity declines, we should reach out to negotiate, ideally to acquire them. Such a fantastic game deserves to be in our hands. The situation was just beginning to unfold. At 6 o'clock that evening, a time when the number of online players would surge as students finished school and office workers completed their day. Hongxin Games encountered a significant crisis. Manager Zhu, urgent situation. Employees report that due to an overwhelming influx of players, the server has crashed. Zhuan, responsible for this area, understood that an unstable server severely impacts player experience. He quickly inquired, which server? All of them. An employee anxiously responded. 3 minutes ago, all our mobile game servers crashed. All of them. Zhuan sensed the gravity of the situation. A total server failure implied the game would be offline for an extended period. For players, this would result in a terrible experience, and the outcry would be inevitable. Moreover, with Wasteland Warrior currently targeted by Penguin Games, the presence of numerous similar products in the market meant players could easily switch to alternatives. This shift would deal a significant blow to their popularity. Zhuan hastily instructed. Quickly issue an announcement stating that the servers are undergoing emergency maintenance, with the duration to be determined. We will compensate players for the inconvenience with appropriate in-game currency. Understood. The employee immediately set to work. Zhuan then rushed to contact the data center. Due to financial constraints, Hongxin Games currently lacked its own data center and relied on rented servers. What? You can't resolve this? Zhuan exclaimed upon contacting the data center, which stated they were unable to assist. We have a contract. You must resolve this promptly, or it constitutes a breach. Zhuan asserted firmly. Rest assured, we are handling it as quickly as possible. Can you provide a definitive timeline? Zhuan was infuriated. How could such a monumental oversight occur? With no alternative, he had to report the issue to Lu Zixin. General Manager Lu, here's the situation. The data center has encountered problems, and we cannot determine when the servers will be operational again, Zhuan reported. As he finished his update, Lu Tong entered, saying, General Manager Lu, we've discovered another issue. There are numerous black accounts congesting the servers, causing network blockage. Furthermore, our game's official website has been hacked. They are even attempting to breach the company network. This was clearly a deliberate act of sabotage. Lu Zixin realized that someone was covertly undermining their company. We have implemented emergency measures, but we are currently unable to address the issues with the data center and the hackers, Lu Tong lamented. Should we seek external assistance? No need, Lu Zixin replied. Has our new data center been completed? Zhuan responded, the location has been secured, and the network has been laid out. We just haven't purchased the equipment. Lu Zixin had previously emphasized the necessity of having their own data center. Very well, you all handle other matters. I will take care of the data center and hacker issues, Lu Zixin stated. Both Zhuan and Lu Tong were perplexed. General Manager Lu will resolve it? How can he manage something of this magnitude alone? Chapter 23. A splash of water. The company was in disarray, and the players of Wasteland Warrior were expressing their grievances. What the heck? I finally have some time to relax today, and now the server has crashed? This garbage game can't even manage a server. I even postponed a date with my girlfriend, only to receive this news. A small company is just a small company. They can't even handle a server. Sigh. I might as well rely on Penguin Games. Though they are money grubbers, at least the gaming experience is better. Everyone, look. Wasteland Warrior's official website has been hacked. It won't open at all. Here is a song cool dedicated to them. Various gaming companies began to notice the unusual developments. Advertisers also called inquiring when the game would be restored, as they had contracts with them. In the office, Lu Zixin was urgently contacting Hong Ho. He understood that if this issue were to be resolved solely by Hongxin Games, it would undoubtedly lead to significant losses. It would be more efficient to seek help from Hong Ho. He tagged Hong Ho, and within seconds, she appeared in the group. Hong Ho, why did you call me? Group leader. Expression. Puzzled, sir. I need your assistance. The game you helped me develop last time was highly successful. He wasted no time and directly explained the situation to Hong Ho. After reviewing the details, Hong Ho remarked, this is clearly an act of malicious commercial competition. I have numerous cases in my database pertaining to such matters. Expression, however. Hong Ho has seen through everything, sir. Indeed, that is why I wish to enlist your help. Lu Zixin silently awaited news. After about half an hour, a notification appeared. Hong Ho has sent you a red envelope. A festive red graphic materialized on the chat interface, prompting Lu Zixin to quickly click on it. He received a red envelope from Hong Ho, containing a set of advanced network servers, a skill book titled Top Hacker, a game upgrade patch, and a game client program. A total of 4 items, each essential to Lu Zixin. The advanced network servers were the backbone of constructing a data center, while the Top Hacker skill book, once mastered, would empower him to fend off hacker attacks single-handedly. The remaining programs pertained to gaming, one for upgrading the game and another for the computer version of a battle royale game. With these acquisitions, several challenges faced by Hongxin Games would be resolved, presenting a significant opportunity for growth. Gratefully, Lu Zixin messaged the group. Thank you so much. You're incredibly generous. Hong Ho responded with a playful emoji. After expressing his gratitude, Lu Zixin promptly set his plans into motion. First, he intended to deal with the servers. Initially considering extracting them himself, he opted for a more discreet approach and arranged for Zhuan to dispatch a vehicle for the servers. A row of exquisite high-tech chassis lined the ground, housing advanced equipment from the Umbrella Corporation, far surpassing the capabilities of devices in Lu Zixin's world. Following modifications by Hong Ho, the equipment was perfectly compatible with contemporary computer systems, and Hong Ho had meticulously removed the Umbrella Corporation's branding. Zhuan arrived at the designated location with a moving truck. Perplexed by Lu Zixin's sudden announcement of the equipment's arrival. When did you purchase this? He asked, astonished upon arrival. I had a friend procure it. It's top-notch. Let us transport it to our company's data center and set it up, migrating all game data to our own facility for self-operation, Lu Zixin instructed. Zhuan inquired about the brand of the equipment, noticing a lack of identifiable information. That's not your concern. Just get things moving, Lu Zixin replied. I have a multitude of tasks to attend to. As for Lu Zixin himself, he needed to tackle the hacker issue. In the office, he opened the chat group for Wanjia Technology and selected the top hacker skill book from his inventory to study. A torrent of information flooded his mind. Having previously studied the programming language skill book, he found this new learning relatively effortless. 3 minutes later, he had evidently mastered elite hacking techniques. Lu Zixin approached the area responsible for information security within the company, where several programmers were busily engaged. What is the status? He inquired. The programmers exchanged glances, clearly at a loss, and admitted, we haven't found a solution yet. The hackers compromised our official website and are attempting to breach the internal network to steal our core data. We've severed important parts of the network, but it's futile. Once the servers are operational, the hackers will continue their attacks. While we cannot cease operations, our team has no viable solutions. Lu Zixin noticed the official website had been replaced with an octopus emblem, the creature animatedly waving its tentacles. One programmer remarked, Boss Lu. That emblem belongs to the Octopus Hacker Organization, a well-known and formidable group domestically. They once overran a renowned cybersecurity firm's network. To confront them, we'll need external assistance. External help has already arrived and is currently negotiating with Manager Lu. Lu Zixin proceeded to Lu Tong's office, where discussions were underway with representatives from a prominent information technology firm. Manager Bai, your asking price is exorbitant, Lu Tong asserted. A one-time fee of 1 million is far too steep. Moreover, the requirement to purchase your security products adds too many conditions. Manager Bai, exuding confidence, responded, Manager Lu. My price is quite reasonable. The losses inflicted by hackers will undoubtedly exceed 1 million. As for our network security products, they are essential for your future operations. Facing the notorious Octopus Hacker Organization, resolving this issue would likely require considerable effort. Lu Tong pondered, how long do you anticipate it will take? I cannot provide an exact timeline, Bai Taiping replied, but we will expedite our efforts. What is the verdict, Manager Lu? I brought my technicians. Bai Taiping pressed on. Lu Tong hesitated. The company's liquidity was limited. Paying such a sum, along with purchasing security products, would incur significant expenses. They seemed to be taking advantage of the situation, compelling a sale during a crisis, yet Hongxin Games found themselves with no alternatives. Delay would only exacerbate losses. At that moment, Lu Zixin entered and directly addressed Bai Taiping and his colleagues. I'm sorry, but we no longer require your assistance. Bai Taiping was taken aback. Have you resolved the issue? He wondered, shocked that the contract might slip away so easily. Lu Tong looked puzzled as well. Had the situation already been rectified? However, Lu Zixin shook his head, asserting, there is no need for your help. I can handle it myself. You? Bai Taiping scrutinized the young man before him, inquiring. And you are? Lu Tong quickly stood and introduced, this is our CEO, Mr. Lu Zixin. With the introduction, Bai Taiping and his colleagues were even more bewildered. The CEO? This young man was their leader? And what had he just claimed? That he could resolve the hacker issue himself? They underestimated the gravity of a hacker attack. Believing it was as simple as rebooting a computer, Bai Taiping chuckled, Mr. Lu, our offer is quite sincere. I assure you, other cybersecurity firms won't be much cheaper. Lu Zixin insisted, no, it's unnecessary. I can manage this on my own. You? Bai Taiping shook his head, cautioning, Mr. Lu, don't act impulsively. We are the professionals in this matter. Lu Tong, concerned that Lu Zixin might be rash, urged, Mr. Lu, if we don't resolve this promptly, the consequences will be dire. We should allow them to start working right away. I've already stated it's not needed, Lu Zixin reiterated, don't forget. I am also a computer expert. Lu Tong felt exasperated. There were many computer experts in the company, but these were professional hackers. Come and see for yourself. Lu Zixin challenged, declaring, in any case, We want to be seeking external help. He was determined not to incur unnecessary expenses. Bai Taiping smirked internally. Mr. Lu had a stubborn streak, believing himself to be invincible. Lu Tong found the situation awkward and suggested to Bai Taiping and his colleagues, "Our boss is like this. If you don't have pressing matters, could you please wait a moment?" He fears Mr. Lu might struggle, and they may still need to enlist your help. That is fine. Bai Taiping replied, appearing confident, "We're in no rush. It's a perfect opportunity to witness Mr. Lu's skills." His colleagues shared similar expressions, convinced that once Lu Zixin encountered difficulties with the hackers, he would recognize their value. At that point, they could renegotiate terms. And see how the CEO of Hongxin Games would refuse. Lu Zixin's decision to personally confront the hackers astonished the programmers at Hongxin Games. They had only heard whispers of this young CEO's capabilities, but none had witnessed them firsthand. The programmers made space for Lu Zixin to operate, gathering behind him to observe. Alongside Bai Taiping and Lu Tong, whispers circulated among the employees. Did you see? Our CEO insists on tackling the hackers himself. Can Mr. Lu really handle this? We've struggled for so long with no success. Indeed, and they're a renowned hacker organization. It has come to my attention that cybersecurity firms seem to lack confidence. Apparently, the negotiations regarding pricing did not go well, prompting General Lu to roll up his sleeves and take matters into his own hands. His temper is rather explosive, isn't it? Some employees are furtively glancing over, curious to see how General Lu will handle the situation. As Lu Zixin begins, all eyes converge upon him. Some are merely waiting for a spectacle to unfold. However, the moment Lu Zixin's fingers touch the keyboard, they realize something is amiss. His actions appear as if etched into his memory, and before they can comprehend what transpires, he's already in motion. His fingers dance across the keyboard like phantoms. And the computer screen shifts incessantly, a whirlwind of codes and data flashing before their eyes, leaving them bewildered. Such speed. An employee who has been single for 2 decades cannot help but express his astonishment, only to be reminded by a colleague that they are in the presence of the boss and must refrain from unwarranted comments. Impressive. A few programmers discern the essence of the matter. Lu Zixin is probing for vulnerabilities. He pays no heed to them, his mind racing as he seeks the opponent's flaws. Meanwhile, in a certain neighborhood in Huaxia, a group of scruffy young individuals is also operating swiftly at their computers. They are members of the Octopus hacker organization and the primary assailants against Hongxin Game Company. They are beginning to counterattack. A young man with hair resembling a bird's nest and dyed red exclaims, lighting a cigarette. Finally, this is getting interesting. The previous ones were too weak. They must have hired someone. His companion chuckles, but hiring won't help. Brothers, let's get to work. There are 5 of them, despite their unkempt appearance. They are all adept hackers. Among them, the red-haired one is the most formidable, a core member of the Octopus hacker organization. No rush, no rush. The red-haired one leisurely smokes his cigarette, stating that the virus they are deploying is newly developed. Give them a day, and if they can crack it, I'll concede. A day? It would be difficult even in 3, unless they summon external aid. His companion laughs. This is indeed pleasant. The red-haired one remarks. This job will yield a handsome profit. They are not deliberately targeting Hongxin Game. Rather, they are being paid to do so, with the buyer promising that the longer they can incapacitate the target, the more money they will earn. If we could obtain their core game data, many would be willing to pay. One person suggests. Unfortunately, the opponent is quite clever, having directly severed their internet connection for protection, rendering the data temporarily inaccessible. Red-haired brother. There's a problem. One of the hackers calls out as they smoke. The opponent seems what? The red-haired one inquires. Seems they have already cracked our virus. The individual responds. What? The hackers are taken aback. Impossible, it's only been a few minutes. Unless they were already familiar with this computer virus from the start. There's no way they could have done it so quickly. They glance at the computer screen, only to find that, indeed, the opponent has successfully deciphered their virus. Damn it, what is going on? The hackers exclaim, hurry, hurry, bring out our backup plan. We must suppress them. Throughout this series of maneuvers, Lu Zixin encounters neither pause nor error, as if he inherently knew what to do. This is also a stroke of luck for Lu Zixin. Within his skill acquisition materials lie various resources, including pertinent information on this very subject. Otherwise, he would have expended even more time. Incredible! He actually managed to resolve it. An astonished programmer exclaims, unbelievable. In just a few minutes? Employees check the time. It's been 10 minutes. Truly, General Lu is a master. Is there such an operation? Someone asks, is our boss truly this formidable? This is even more impressive than a hacker. Lu Tong is equally astonished. Lu Zixin's skills are surprisingly exceptional. The company's programmers had puzzled over it for ages, yet he resolved it effortlessly. Those who had awaited a farce, like Bai Taiping and others, are also dumbfounded. Lu Zixin's skills surpass even their most accomplished technical personnel. This defies logic. Can you do that? Bai Taiping quietly asks several arriving technicians, who can only shake their heads in dismay. One individual, in awe, states, Manager Bai, this person is genuinely remarkable. After years in the industry, I have never encountered anyone this impressive. I truly suspect he is a world-class hacker. Regrettably, he reflects, had he not made such extensive requests earlier, Lu Zixin might not have had to intervene personally. Lu Zixin is still at work. Someone whispers, it seems he is engaged in combat with the hackers. Chapter 25. Counterattack what? They had thought it was over, yet Lu Zixin unexpectedly refuses to relent and intends to confront the hackers. He continues his operations. This is a battle within the virtual realm. The 5 hackers from the Octopus organization are seated before their computers, collaborating to attack Lu Zixin. Damn it! Where did they recruit such a skilled individual? This is no simple matter. One hacker curses. They had just attempted to deploy their latest virus, but it was thwarted by the opponent. Not just simple. This individual is extraordinarily powerful. One hacker, looking grave, asks, Red-haired, how are things on your end? Red-haired is the strongest among them. At this moment, he has lost interest in his cigarette, fingers flying over the keyboard, as glued to the screen. Who the hell is this? Is there another hacker organization targeting us? Red-haired grits his teeth, astonished by the opponent's prowess. We simply cannot breach this. One hacker laments as the opponent begins tracing their network address. Damn it. Red-haired spits, don't worry, we are using fake addresses, with so many meat chickens. They won't be able to trace it. You're caught. This phrase suddenly appears on Red-haired's computer, startling him. His expression shifts from surprise to fury in an instant. The opponent has traced their real network address. Red-haired, they are counterattacking. The hackers discover that their computers have been infiltrated by the opponent. Crap, we're done for. One hacker slams the keyboard in frustration, feeling utterly humiliated. As members of the Octopus, they have failed to hack the opponent and have instead been caught themselves. If word gets out, they will be the laughingstock of the industry. Fight back. Red-haired shouts, eager to continue operating. But he discovers that his heavily fortified computer has fallen under the opponent's control. The screen continues to display text. Dare to invade us? Have you considered the consequences? Below the text is an input box, evidently for communication. Another message comes through. Are you joking? You think you can just play around in my company and leave without facing some consequences? Red-haired types, we are hackers and will not take responsibility. You've lost control of your computers. The opponent responds. Red-haired remains unfazed. We no longer need these computers. Such a waste. You're not concerned about the data? Upon seeing the information on his screen, Red-haired's expression changes drastically. It contains details about them, along with sensitive information that must not be exposed. Whose computer is this? Red-haired demands of his companions, one of whom sheepishly admits, some of it is on my computer. You fool. Red-haired scolds, as a hacker. You place critical information on your own computer? Are you trying to get us killed? That individual retorts, but the other data isn't mine. At that moment, Red-haired's screen reveals, I obtained this information from the neighborhood property management system. Shortly after, a contact method appears, linked to a chat tool account. We're truly finished. Red-haired punches the table in frustration. They have been caught red-handed. While they maintain numerous false identities online, in reality, they are quite vulnerable. Having used their true information when renting their residence, they never anticipated that their adversaries would trace their network address and subsequently uncover resident information through the community's information management system. Armed with this data, coupled with the intelligence the opponents possessed, they were poised to face significant repercussions. What should we do now? One person inquired. What else can we do? Hong Mao sighed. They must have demands. Let us see what they propose. If it comes to that, we might have to relocate abroad. We certainly can't stay here. We must move immediately. Meanwhile, at Hongxin Company, Lu Zixin relocated as he launched a counterattack on the adversary's computer to avoid prying eyes. Yet, despite his precautions, his recent maneuvers dazzled his employees. Our boss is a computer whiz. One programmer marveled. No wonder he is the boss. The hacker from the Octopus organization stood no chance against General Lu. This incident was destined to become legendary within the hacking community. What an impressive display, truly enlightening. Even Lu Tong found his perception of Lu Zixin transformed. This youthful-looking CEO was remarkably capable. On the other hand, Bai Taiping and his associates awkwardly exited. They not only failed to secure the deal but also could not promote their cybersecurity product. From that moment on, rumors circulated within Hongxin Company that President Lu was, in fact, a concealed powerhouse. Whispers even suggested that Lu Zixin was a renowned hacker. In essence, the employees regarded him with newfound respect. The cybersecurity issues at Hongxin Company were finally resolved. Lu Zixin then privately messaged Hong Mao and the others, deliberately adopting a false identity and address for their online communication. What do you want? Hongmao inquired. It's quite simple. Your attack must have been orchestrated by someone, correct? Lu Zixin replied. Do you want us to divulge our employer's information? Absolutely not. Hongmao asserted, steadfast in his principles. If they compromise their integrity, who would pay for their services in the future? Actually, even without your confession, I could surmise some details. It matters not. Lu Zixin messaged back. I am someone who repays enmity with enmity. Whoever seeks to undermine me, I shall retaliate. Therefore, I kindly request that you replicate today's actions against Hongxin on them. What if we refuse? Hongmao questioned. Xiao, he is threatening us. Hongmao retorted angrily. His companions echoed his indignation, but it bore no fruit. Hongmao messaged. How can you assure us that you won't threaten us again? Is assurance effective? Lu Zixin countered. Even if I guarantee it, you wouldn't believe me. Rest assured. I truly look down upon your skills. I won't be seeking your assistance in the future. Lu Zixin's words nearly incited a fit of rage in Hongmao and his group. After all, they were well-known hackers, celebrated within hacking forums. To be so scorned by Lu Zixin was utterly humiliating. Left with no choice, Hongmao conceded. All right, we agree, but you must uphold your end of the bargain. Lu Zixin consented and then sent them a piece of software, stating, here is a gift for you. Utilize this. With that, Lu Zixin's virtual identity vanished from the network, leaving no trace. What did he send us? One hacker inquired. They began examining the software Lu Zixin had provided, and once they deciphered its function, several hackers gasped in astonishment. This is pushing us to undertake something monumental, Hongmao remarked. Initially, he had only intended to mildly disrupt their former employer. But the software Lu Zixin provided could wreak havoc on their network defenses and information in a short span, surely leaving them in turmoil. Chapter 26. Server shutdown. A day passed, and Wilderness Battle God remained offline. The official website announced that the game was undergoing upgrades and would offer additional gameplay options. Naturally, players voiced their discontent, expressing disbelief in the company's reassurances. At this juncture, 2 Battle Royale mobile games from Penguin Games were simultaneously released, capturing the attention of the majority of players eager to try them out. Penguin's Battle Royale games have finally launched. We waited so long. Netizens were buzzing with anticipation. At noon, the gaming platform finally made the 2 Penguin Battle Royale games available for download and trial. An influx of players swarmed in to experience this much-anticipated mobile game. Internally, Penguin Games monitored the backend data in real time. Within just 1 hour of launch, the registered players for both games exceeded 1 million and continued to grow. The strength of our Penguin is truly unparalleled. As for Wilderness Battle God, they probably don't even know when their servers will be repaired. The higher-ups at Penguin Games were elated. Major gaming media outlets reported on this phenomenon, with one commentating, as a titan in the gaming industry, Penguin's prowess is indisputable. The instant release generated immense popularity. While the previously celebrated Wilderness Battle God remains offline due to server issues, they are likely to lose a precious opportunity for competition. In this week's mobile game popularity rankings are predicted to favor Penguin's Battle Royale games. Streaming platforms quickly established dedicated channels for Penguin's Battle Royale games. It appeared that Wilderness Battle God was on the verge of being overshadowed by Penguin Games' formidable onslaught, relegating it to a secondary game status. However, some discontented voices began to emerge. In a gaming group chat, members discussed their recent experiences with Penguin's Battle Royale game. One participant remarked, with all the hype, I found it to be quite mediocre. Another chimed in, I still believe Wilderness Battle God offers a better gaming experience. I encountered issues just now. The stability was lacking. I felt dizzy while playing. It pales in comparison to Wilderness Battle God. Honestly, my frustration peaked after a few rounds. A few rounds? Dude, what exactly were you playing? Mind your language. Civility is key. On a streaming platform, many viewers were watching a streamer play Penguin's Battle Royale game. The comments section buzzed with chatter. The graphics are subpar. Is the streamer using cheats? I'm 15 and driving a Lamborghini. How about you? I gifted my grandson a Lamborghini today. What about you? This game doesn't seem very impressive. It doesn't compare to Wilderness Battle God. The streamer analyzed in real time, stating, based on my personal experience, Wilderness Battle God is superior. Whether it's graphics, fluidity, or control responsiveness, it's far more convenient. Penguin rushed the release of these 2 games. I faced issues earlier, otherwise, I would have definitely secured a victory. The comments read, the streamer really knows how to exaggerate. I almost believed him. Come on, do you really think your experience is that great? Are the trolls in the comments section foolish? Clearly, it was a game issue, not the streamer's fault. Watching the streamer play diminished my interest. I'd rather wait for Wilderness Battle God to launch. On Wilderness Battle God's official Weibo, several users tagged the official account, inquiring, when will the server be operational? Penguin's Battle Royale games are utterly lackluster. I'm eagerly awaiting the server launch. The official account responded with a statement. Please be patient, the server upgrades have been completed, and it will be online within 2 hours. This time, the game has undergone further optimization and upgrades, with more gameplay options to anticipate. Another hour passed, and the player growth rate for Penguin's Battle Royale games began to slow. However, due to many players still eager to try it out, new accounts continued to register. In a basement somewhere, several members of the Octopus hacker organization prepared their equipment, ready to commence their operations. Hongmao, do you think he will honor his promise if we proceed with this? One hacker asked. He should, Hongmao replied. He has no reason to engage in a drawn-out conflict with us. What if we attack the servers of those major companies, and they notice? Hongmao pondered deeply before responding. There will certainly be conjectures. We simply want to acknowledge them. Furthermore, we can broaden our scope and muddy the waters, ensuring that no one is the wiser. That individual is truly ruthless. The Trojan horse they provided us is unlike anything we have ever encountered. Once we execute our attack, we could profit handsomely. They are prepared and ready to initiate the cyber invasion. Meanwhile, Penguin Games continues to see an uptick in back-end data. Suddenly, alarms blare, trouble is brewing. We are under attack by hackers. Who dares to challenge us? One scoffs. This is not mere bravado. They have breached our network defenses. Good heavens. They have infiltrated our database. Quickly, sever external connections. The servers for 2 of Penguin's Battle Royale games abruptly go offline, mirroring the fate of Wild Battle God, forcing players to exit. Moreover, other companies are experiencing similar issues. A formidable hacker has simultaneously assaulted them, compelling emergency server shutdowns. The online community erupts in outrage. What is going on? Stupid Penguin, their newly launched game is already malfunctioning. I was on the verge of victory. What a waste of my efforts. The most popular Battle Royale games are now unplayable. Just like yesterday with Wild Battle God. What is happening? An announcement has been made, stating that urgent repairs are underway, with an unknown timeframe for completion. What are we supposed to do in the meantime? This is madness. Within Penguin Games, the upper management is furious. What is the situation? How could our company be targeted by hackers? A subordinate laments, this occurrence was far too sudden, without any warning. It appears the attackers had already devised a means to breach our defenses, choosing this precise moment to strike. I don't care about the details. I demand to know when this will be resolved. Well, the subordinate hesitates, saying it's currently uncertain, but we are doing our utmost. The higher-ups can't help but recall the events that transpired yesterday at Hongxin Games. Could it be that retribution has come so swiftly? We must uncover the truth and ideally identify the puppet master behind this audacity. Not only Penguin Games, but several major gaming companies are facing similar dilemmas. This is a premeditated hacker attack. Inside one company, management convenes. Currently, the technical team has yet to devise a solution. No hackers have made their presence known domestically, and acquaintances in the industry are equally clueless about the perpetrator's identity. Is it possible that foreign hackers are involved? It is possible. However, what is their ultimate objective? As of now, the hackers have not made any demands. These companies are in a state of confusion. All they can do is hasten the repair of their network issues and reopen their servers to mitigate further losses. Chapter 27. Who else? While other gaming companies scramble for emergency maintenance, the servers for Hongxin Games Wild Battle God are back online. At last, players have found a game to enjoy and flock in droves. Upon entering the game, they discover that Wild Battle God has been remarkably refined. Furthermore, new gameplay elements have been introduced, making the game genuinely upgraded. I thought the server upgrades were mere marketing ploys. Incredible. This is far more enjoyable than the previous offerings. Let's rally everyone in the group to play. Online, players are calling out to their friends. On the game forum, someone posts, the Wild Battle God server is live. And it's significantly better than before. Truly impressive. In the game group, the group leader tags everyone, asking if anyone wants to team up in Wild Battle God. A classmate scoffs, who even plays Honor of Kings anymore. That asks so yesterday. We are playing Wild Battle God. Wild Battle God. What game is that? I'll download it on my mom's phone. Internally, employees at Hongxin Games are overjoyed. Mr. Liu, as soon as we launched the game, our popularity surged by 30% and continues to rise. Reports Yuan. We have simply been incredibly fortunate. Lu Tong also smiles slightly, noting that other games have been attacked by hackers, and we managed to avoid that wave due to our server shutdown. Now players are gravitating towards us. Oh right. We must ensure robust protection to prevent any further attacks on our company. Lu Zixin smiles without a word, reflecting on the adage that those who sow discord shall reap the consequences. Those who attempted to undermine us are now facing their own tribulations. This is merely the beginning. Penguin and other gaming companies' servers remain offline, while Wild Battle God not only resumed operations but also offers a gaming experience superior to others. Within just 2 hours of reopening, it has soared to the top of download charts. Moreover, equipped with new devices manufactured by the protective company sent by Hong, the servers have encountered no issues whatsoever. A day passes, and Wild Battle God sees its popularity not only remain steady but triple in growth. Players from previously similar mobile games have registered accounts and switched to Wild Battle God. The tide has turned. Executives at 1E Games lament. They had previously held a significant market share and were prepared to engage Penguin in fierce competition. Who could have predicted the sudden rise of Hongxin Games seizing a substantial portion of the market? Within Penguin Games, pressure mounts exponentially. A full day has elapsed since the network issues were discovered, and it will likely take another 12 hours for normal operations to resume. Yet, online, player sentiments have already shifted overwhelmingly. It can be surmised that even without the unexpected server shutdowns, players would gradually migrate towards Wild Battle God. This incident has merely expedited the process. Indeed, when major gaming servers are repaired and resume operations, players are no longer interested. Moreover, at some point online, external cheat patches for these mobile games have emerged. In a competitive game, rampant cheating spells disaster. Players naturally voice their frustrations, lamenting the poor gaming experience. What a dreadful game. It's all just cheats. I'm so fed up. I'm done with this. I'll go play Wild Battle God. Good grief, how foolish. Making so much money and yet they can't combat cheating? Faced with the online outcry, gaming companies find themselves at a loss for words. Who doesn't understand this principle? However, game vulnerabilities cannot be rectified instantaneously. Some, intent on dragging everyone down, attempt to create cheats for Wild Battle God, only to discover that its protective system is too robust, leaving them with no opportunity. Thus, a peculiar phenomenon emerges. A massive influx of players to Wild Battle God causes its popularity to soar, eclipsing the combined traffic of all other Battle Royale games. Wild Battle God has undeniably claimed the title of most popular game, swiftly becoming a hot topic online. Hongxin Games has once again become a sought-after entity by various platforms and partners, with collaboration requests pouring in. Even Penguin Games is compelled to hold a meeting to discuss this matter. Our substantial investment in a multi-studio strategy for the Battle Royale market has proven to be a complete failure. In the realm of gaming, Penguin Company has never suffered such a stark defeat. Can anyone explain why this has happened? The head of the technical department speaks up. Frankly, we were caught off guard by this defeat. The technical prowess of the opposing game is evidently superior to ours. They have addressed challenges that we have yet to overcome. The operations department head adds, the server issue is also a significant factor. This hacking incident initially targeted Hongxin Games, but they were also the quickest to recover. Our emergency response was considerably slower. As the discussion concludes, they must concede that this small company possesses many remarkable attributes. Gentlemen, there is one last matter to address. The mobile game incident has also impacted our company's stock prices. Continuing to confront Hongxin Games is no longer a prudent choice. At this, the upper management can't help but show signs of embarrassment. It is they who actively suppressed the Hongxin game, but now, unable to maintain their stance, they find themselves mercilessly trampled underfoot by the opposition. For the sake of corporate interests, they even discuss how to collaborate with their rivals. Such a feeling is indeed stifling. However, their pride pales in comparison to the paramount importance of the company's welfare. Let us collaborate and allow their game to re-enter our platform. If we do not take this step, a significant volume of traffic will inevitably divert to our competitors. Yet, they had previously declined to partner with us. Thus, we are left with no choice but to offer greater concessions. Reluctantly, the higher-ups at Penguin Games must yield. Meanwhile, Hongxin Game Company is hosting a modest celebratory feast. At the table, Lu Zixin, Lu Tong, Zhuan, along with several newly appointed managerial staff, engage in jovial conversation. They raise their glasses in celebration of the company's current achievements. Lu Tong, toasting Lu Zixin, says, "Mr. Lu, allow me to toast you first. To be honest, when I initially joined this company, I was quite ambivalent. Yet, in such a short span, we have achieved remarkable success. Even Penguin Games has been brought to its knees, seeking to collaborate with us. In my years of work, this is the first time I have witnessed the underdog triumph over the stronger opponent. All thanks to your astute leadership, Mr. Lu." Lu Zixin chuckles. "Old Lu, no need for flattery. Your hard work is commendable. You've been working overtime without a single day off. Come payday, I shall reward you with a substantial bonus." "Thank you, Mr. Lu." Lu Tong laughs heartily. Not only is he enjoying a high salary, but even his girlfriend is now compelled to regard him with newfound admiration. His mother-in-law is pressing him about when he will bring home a bride. All of this is a result of Lu Zixin's initial decision to bring him on board, which has transformed his life. Chapter 28. Looking up to the giant's Hongxin Game Company is rapidly flourishing, with the office space and staff continually expanding. Wild Battle God has been released for over a month, and its profitability has seen marked improvement. However, due to the nature of the game, its earnings still lag behind those of games like Honor of Kings. Moreover, Penguin Company boasts extensive channels and a broader entertainment development scope, which Hongxin currently cannot rival. Therefore, the monthly revenue has yet to reach the billion mark, barely surpassing the 100 million threshold. After deducting taxes, channel fees, employee wages, and various other expenses, the net profit hovers around 30 million. Furthermore, profits are on a rapid growth trajectory and, once stabilized, could reach even greater heights. A net gain of 30 million a month is something Lu Zixin could hardly have envisioned in the past. Amidst his joy, he regains his composure. 30 million was a significant sum a decade ago. However, today it is only enough to purchase a modest apartment in certain first-tier cities. Additionally, this 30 million is not entirely for his personal expenditure. Lu Zixin is acutely aware that the foundation of Hongxin Game Company relies heavily on what he has acquired from Ho, and its hard power is still lacking. Thus, most of the profits must be reinvested into the company's development, hardware infrastructure, personnel recruitment, particularly the cultivation of specialized talent. All of these are particularly costly ventures. In truth, there exists a pathway to overnight wealth, preparing for an IPO. Given the popularity of Wild Battle God, the stock price would undoubtedly soar upon listing, allowing for a lucrative cash-out from selling shares. However, Lu Zixin has never considered going public. He is not in a rush for money. In the Wanjie Technology chat group, Lu Zixin continues his conversation with Hong Ho. Her inquiries have increased, resembling a curious child as she frequently poses questions about human emotions and thought processes. Surprisingly, Tony Stark occasionally chimes in. He has completed analyzing the structure of the new element and is preparing for the synthesis process. Ho, why do humans fear clones of themselves? From an evolutionary biology perspective, wouldn't it be better to pass on their genes? Image, 2 clones, Lu Zixin, because everyone wishes to believe they are unique and abhors the notion of being replaced. Hong Ho, then why do identical clones, possessing the same memories, make different choices when confronted with the same situation? Expression, listening attentively, Lu Zixin, when faced with a situation. Humans generate countless thoughts. A minuscule variable can lead to divergent choices. Most importantly, humans do not always select what is most advantageous for themselves, which differentiates them from intelligent algorithms. Ho, this is still quite difficult to grasp. Expression, I'm probably a useless computer. At this moment, Tony Stark interjects. This intelligence is intriguing. It surpasses my Jarvis. Lu Zixin quickly inquires, Mr. Stark, how is the new element coming along? Tony Stark, synthesis will be complete in 3 days. Lu Zixin, wishing you success. Tony Stark, thank you. If it succeeds, I shall certainly express my gratitude. At long last, Tony Stark seems to have accepted the existence of this peculiar chat group. In truth, he has tried for a long time to uncover the secrets of the Wanjie Technology chat group without success. The three engage in casual conversation until Hong Ho abruptly goes offline. Lu Zixin has long noticed that he seems to be the most stable presence, able to log on at will, while the others are unable to do so consistently, perhaps due to poor connectivity. Managing a company is truly exhausting. Mr. Stark, how do you manage it? Lu Zixin asks. Tony Stark, manage a company? No. I never concern myself with such troublesome matters. I focus solely on my research or enjoy a pleasant holiday with beautiful women. Lu Zixin, you are indeed a great figure. Tony Stark, in this regard, I can only offer you one piece of advice. Find an assistant who can manage the company for you. I have entrusted all matters of Stark Industries to Pepper Potts. Yes, and household affairs as well. Pepper Potts is Tony Stark's personal secretary and household manager. Aside from his research, he delegates all other responsibilities to her. His secretary is affectionately known as Pepper. Lu Zixin is filled with envy, realizing the truth in his words. With so many responsibilities, if business expands further, wouldn't he be overwhelmed? This is not what he desires. He must find a helping hand. Lu Zixin, Ms. Potts is an excellent assistant. Tony Stark, indeed. When seeking help, ensure you find someone trustworthy, like Pepper Potts. I can unconditionally trust her. Even when I am at home with other women, she prepares everything, including safety measures, in advance. Of course, I no longer engage in such foolishness. Lu Zixin cannot help but reflect. The life of a capitalist is indeed decadent. Tony Stark. Oh, I must get back to work. We'll chat next time. Lu Zixin, goodbye. Lu Zixin observes that the group activity has reached 101, 200. Yet it still requires 99 more to trigger the next random red envelope. The option to randomly invite group members is also in cooldown. seemingly taking longer than the previous cooldown period. Days later, Lu Zixin heads to Jiangxing University to study corporate management courses. Many corporate leaders pursue similar courses to enhance their capabilities. This was a suggestion from Lu Tong, and after contemplation, Lu Zixin deemed it quite sensible. Hence he acted upon it. Jiangxing University is not only a prestigious institution in Jiangxing, but is also recognized nationally as a notable higher education establishment. Lu Zixin expended considerable effort to enroll in the management course at this university. The corporate management program is specifically designed for senior executives and those aspiring to pursue a Master of Business Administration. Thus, the students in this class comprise both corporate elites from society and students from Jiangxing University. Lu Zixin arrives 15 minutes early to the classroom, where many individuals are already present, primarily engaging in conversation, especially those donned in suits, clearly not students, but rather corporate elites. Noticing that the front rows are all occupied, he finds a spot at the back and begins to peruse his professional literature. He was dressed in casual attire, and with his youthful appearance, he resembled a student, which led to no one initiating conversation with him. Beside him, a few individuals were engaged in lively discussions. With less than 3 minutes until class began, the professor entered, prompting Lu Zixin to set aside his book. At that moment, a female voice echoed from outside the classroom. "Hurry up, we're going to be late." Chapter 29. The double impact of the girls. The voice was melodious and captivating, instantly drawing the attention of many in the classroom. Within moments, 2 girls appeared at the doorway, breathless as if they had just sprinted there. Although autumn was approaching, the weather in Jiangxing remained rather warm, prompting them to dress lightly. One girl wore an orange knitted off-shoulder short-sleeve top, her beautiful long hair slightly curled at the ends. Her figure was striking, complemented by a matching short dress that displayed her long, fair legs. While Lu Zixin found her face appealing, he suspected she might have undergone cosmetic surgery, as her features bore a resemblance to those of South Korean actresses. The other girl exuded an even more pleasant aura. She donned a white shirt that revealed her slender arms, and her chest added a three-dimensional quality to her attire. Still catching her breath, her curves were accentuated. With a slim waist and equally eye-catching long legs, she stood tall in a pair of white sneakers. Overall, her proportions appeared more perfect. Her hair was shorter than her companions, yet it exuded greater charm and vitality. With delicate eyebrows and bright, expressive eyes, her oval face was fair-skinned, while not strikingly beautiful. She possessed a subtle allure that grew more captivating with each glance. Lu Zixin couldn't help but steal a few more looks. In the classroom, whether among elite professionals or graduate students, all eyes were drawn to them. The 2 youthful and vibrant female students were far more enticing than the elderly professor or the textbooks. "Hello, professor," the 2 girls announced at the entrance. The teaching professor nodded, allowing them to enter. They scanned the room and, finding the front rows occupied, chose seats closer to the back, near Lu Zixin. It must be said that this training course proved somewhat beneficial. Relying solely on self-exploration in corporate management could lead to numerous oversights. The systematized experiences, theories, and various case studies offered enlightening insights. Relating this to the actual issues he faced while managing the Hongxin Game Company, Lu Zixin found immense value. However, he had never been one to maintain unwavering focus for hours as a diligent student. Unintentionally, he glanced at the girl beside him. The long-haired girl was absorbed in her phone, while the short-haired girl diligently took notes, typing on her laptop. Attendees of such corporate management training typically brought laptops for note-taking, as it allowed for real-time reception of electronic materials from the instructor. She sat upright, her long legs pressed together, leaning slightly forward, presenting a graceful curve from the side. With a neck as elegant as a swan's and a naturally flowing jawline, it resembled the graceful strokes of Chinese calligraphy. Her lips were gently pressed together, her nose delicate, and her bright eyes sparkled with intelligence. Her meticulously groomed eyebrows were slightly furrowed, seemingly lost in thought, as her short hair brushed against her earlobes. She tucked it behind her ear, a moment reminiscent of a swan preening its feathers, exuding elegance and beauty. Oh my! Her profile and the way she tucked her hair, what a double impact! Lu Zixin thought, acknowledging that the enchanting moment had made his heart skip a beat. The fleeting action had undeniably showcased her feminine charm. It had been ages since he had encountered such a poised girl. The crush he once had at school seemed to pale in comparison to her. A singular thought crossed Lu Zixin's mind. This training course was worth attending. He pondered ways to get to know her. In the past, had he encountered a girl like her, he would have adopted a distant admiration. However, his mindset had transformed, prompting a shift in his approach. How to initiate contact? Lu Zixin mused. After contemplating, the simplest way seemed to be a straightforward introduction. Yet a girl of such high beauty would likely be accustomed to such approaches and might not take him seriously. Noticing her laptop, an idea sparked in his mind. Yes, There's a way to connect. Her computer was undoubtedly connected to the internet to receive the instructor's electronic materials, utilizing the classroom's public wireless network. This meant he could access her laptop through the campus network. Lu Zixin opened his own laptop and swiftly operated it. He skillfully infiltrated the campus network, discreetly observing the model of her laptop before searching for it in the classroom's wireless network management center, ultimately sending a Trojan virus. This virus posed no significant threat. It was merely a prank. Corporate management course materials? The girl saw a prompt on her computer indicating a file transfer and, without a second thought, clicked to accept. However, upon doing so, her laptop became infected, rendering it inoperable and displaying an octopus graphic. The girl was taken aback and exclaimed to her companion, Chao Nan, "My computer has a virus." Seriously? She shook her head. "Someone sent me course materials, and as soon as I accepted, this happened." "Why? Weren't they course materials?" she queried, perplexed. Chao Nan shrugged. "I don't understand computers. Do you have important files on there?" "Yes, I've written a significant portion of my thesis. It's all on there." "What should I do?" The girl panicked. "What else can you do? Send it for repairs, or find someone who can help. It should be fixable," Chao Nan reassured her. Lu Zixin chuckled inwardly, ready to assist her, thinking, "Come on, ask me for help." After a moment of anxious waiting, class ended. She looked around, contemplating whether to ask someone for assistance, as she perceived that boys were generally more knowledgeable about computers. Lu Zixin, sitting beside her, was about to seize the opportunity to help her fix her computer when someone approached them, asking, "Is there a problem with the computer? I heard you discussing it during class." He was a young man in his 20s, quite handsome, standing approximately 6 feet tall, with slick back hair that glimmered. He donned clothing from a brand Lu Zixin didn't recognize, and judging by the Rolex watch on his wrist, it was likely designer wear. "Yes. Can you fix it?" the short-haired girl asked eagerly. "Is there a robbery in progress?" Lu Zixin frowned. "Of course, I specialize in this field." The young man confidently smiled. "Let me help you." "Thank you. This laptop contains my thesis. You must help me save it," the short-haired girl insisted. "Leave it to me," he replied with assurance. "Handsome, what is your name?" The long-haired girl, Chao Nan, inquired curiously. "Su Cheng, and you?" Chao Nan seemed quite interested in Su Cheng, engaging him in conversation, while Su Zhirong was more concerned about her computer and the thesis stored on the hard drive. Lu Zixin quietly observed as Su Cheng pretended to be knowledgeable, waiting for the right moment. If it were to be said that his Trojan virus was easily solvable, the hackers from the Octopus organization would be the first to disagree. Chapter 30. Silently watching you show off, Su Cheng began tinkering with Su Zhirong's laptop. He appeared to possess some technical skills. However, his opponent was Lu Zixin, who had learned computer skills from Hong Ho. After some time, he was unable to identify the problem. "You're mistaken," Lu Zixin pointed out. "Of course I know," Su Cheng retorted. Su Zhirong felt a surge of hope and was about to ask Lu Zixin for help when Su Cheng frowned and said, "Do you understand? This is not a simple Trojan virus. I can resolve it," Lu Zixin confidently asserted. "Then could you help fix it?" Su Zhirong gazed expectantly at Lu Zixin, exclaiming, "I can cover the repair costs. I have a crucial thesis stored on my computer." Lu Zixin stifled a chuckle internally but nodded on the surface, saying, "Of course. The repair costs are inconsequential. A trivial matter." "Really? I appreciate your help." Su Zhirong expressed her gratitude, her voice melodious. "Wait," Su Cheng interjected, refusing to acquiesce. He had made a solemn promise earlier. The two girls had been waiting eagerly for so long, and his own computer had yet to be set up. How could he let someone else swoop in? He reasoned, "I'm not joking. This Trojan virus is genuinely intricate. If one is not cautious, it could obliterate everything on the hard drive. Only a professional can handle this." Upon hearing this, Su Zhirong hesitated, weighing the importance of her computer and thesis. Should she trust the person before her or take it to a specialized repair shop? Lu Zixin chuckled. "You're exaggerating. I could resolve this virus in a minute. Clearly, you have no idea how complex it is." Su Cheng retorted disdainfully. "Let me inform you. I graduated with a degree in computer science, and my family owns an electronics company. My expertise in this area surpasses yours." Chanan inquired, "Su Cheng, what kind of company does your family run?" "Tianqing Electronics." "Ever heard of it?" Su Cheng asked. "Tianqing Electronics. Of course. That's a renowned electronic enterprise in Jiangqing. My computer is a Tianqing brand," Chanan exclaimed, astonished. "Is it true that Tianqing Electronics is your family business?" "Absolutely," Su Cheng replied with a hint of pride. "The current chairman is my father." Upon hearing this, the other students in the classroom turned their gaze toward him, their expressions a mixture of surprise and admiration. Jiangqing Tianqing Electronics Technology Company, Limited, is well known in the city, specializing in computers, computer consumables, and technological services, among other areas. The company boasts a market value in the hundreds of millions. Being the son of the chairman carries significant weight among these professional elites, prompting some to contemplate how to befriend Su Cheng. Chaonan displayed a look of admiration. I had no idea you were so impressive. Su Zhirong's delicate face also expressed mild astonishment, realizing that the person fixing her computer was quite influential and a wealthy heir. Now do you believe me? This is beyond your capabilities. Su Cheng glared at Lu Zixin, attempting to exert pressure. However, Lu Zixin remained unfazed, asking, "Can you fix it?" Su Cheng hesitated. "I need to investigate this further." "Not to worry. I will resolve it for you right now." Su Cheng insisted, determined to finish this task. "Old Gao," he called out, and a man in a suit swiftly approached. The man, nearly 30, sported a beer belly and wore a cunning smile, exuding the demeanor of a seasoned office worker. "Su Zong, what is the matter?" Gao Han inquired. "Weren't you born in tech? Can this be repaired?" Su Cheng asked. While explaining to Su Zhirong, Old Gao is the manager at our Tianqing Electronics and has previously worked in this field. Upon seeing the two attractive students, Gao Han immediately understood Su Cheng's intentions. Being the son of the chairman, Su Cheng held a 10% stake in the company. Thus he referred to him as Su Zong. He had always been the chairman's confidant, adept at flattery. This time, as Su Cheng was attending a corporate management training course, Gao Han saw an opportunity to accompany him and strengthen their relationship. Understanding the chairman's intent to gradually pass the company to his son, Gao Han aimed to secure a favorable position in advance. After Su Cheng clarified Gao Han's role, Chaonan and Su Zhirong felt a surge of awe, even a bit intimidated. They were merely ordinary students, and yet here they were, having a Tianqing Electronics heir and manager assist them with their computer. If this were to be shared, their classmates and friends would hardly believe it. Gao Han examined the computer, frowning. This could be troublesome. "Su Zong, look at this pattern. It's an octopus." Lu Zixin had deliberately left the octopus image when releasing the virus, intending to frame the octopus hackers. "Do I look like I don't know what an octopus is?" Su Cheng retorted angrily, clearly not grasping Gao Han's words. Gao Han felt a bit awkward, having assumed Su Cheng was aware of the octopus hacker organization. However, he knew he had to maintain Su Cheng's dignity. He continued, "This octopus is an exceedingly complex virus. It can be said that even the antivirus software available online struggles against it. Only professionals can resolve it." "Not a problem," Gao Han stated confidently, for Su Zong. "This is merely a minor issue. Once repaired, I'll have Su Zong deliver it to you. If necessary, after class, Su Zong can drive you to the headquarters. And we can sort it out today." He was facilitating an opportunity for Su Cheng and Su Zhirong to interact. Su Cheng understood his intention and immediately added, "Indeed. Our company's technicians can resolve this in a heartbeat. If you're concerned, you may observe them. It shouldn't take long." Chaonan chimed in. "You're truly wonderful. Su Zhirong, shall we proceed with this?" Su Zhirong still wanted to decline but struggled to find a valid reason. His assertion irked Su Cheng, who remarked, "If we don't understand, does that mean you do?" This prompted Su Zhirong to worry. "What should we do? Can you really fix it?" "In a minute." Lu Zixin raised a finger. "1 minute?" Gao Han laughed. "Young man, I'm from this field myself, and I wouldn't dare make such a claim. If you can solve it in a minute, I'll eat the keyboard." He knew Su Cheng was displeased with Lu Zixin and seized the moment to undermine him. Su Cheng also inquired, "What if you can't resolve it in a minute?" Lu Zixin smiled. "It's not your computer. Why do you care so much?" He turned to Su Zhirong, asking, "What do you think?" Su Zhirong hesitated briefly, contemplating that Lu Zixin's earlier words seemed genuinely capable of resolving the issue. She nodded. "Then I'll trouble you. Feel free to fix it however you like. My materials aren't that crucial. If they're lost, it's not the end of the world." She was not familiar with the virus, and since others were willing to help, she didn't want to impose any psychological burden on them. Lu Zixin snapped his fingers and began operating her laptop. "Can you really do it? Don't ruin Su Zhirong's computer." Chaonan questioned from the side, preferring to trust Su Cheng. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she observed Lu Zixin pause. He set the computer down and shrugged. "I told you, you can't fix it." Su Cheng scoffed, disdainful of Lu Zixin's lack of awareness. He had already made his identity clear. A perceptive person would have cooperated. Yet, Lu Zixin appeared to be a mere student, immature, and continually disrupting his attempts to impress. "It's fixed." Lu Zixin looked at Su Zhirong. "See for yourself." "Fixed?" Su Cheng, Gao Han, and Chaonan voiced their disbelief simultaneously. Su Cheng, being quite adept with computers himself, found it hard to believe that Lu Zixin could resolve it in under a minute after he had struggled with it for so long. Gao Han frowned as well, noticing the octopus emblem. He knew this was not a simple fix. It required specialized technical knowledge. Could this kid really have managed it so quickly? Surely he hadn't broken the computer? Chaonan's immediate reaction was to suspect Lu Zixin was deceiving them. Su Zhirong quickly took her laptop and began to test it, eager to see the results. This time, every operation she attempted was flawless. It was indeed intact. The writhing octopus image had vanished. It's truly fixed. Su Zhirong exclaimed joyfully, my materials are still here. I cannot thank you enough. Really fixed? Chaonan took the laptop to examine it, discovering that there were indeed no issues. She felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Having doubted Lu Zixin's capabilities just moments ago, was this a slap in the face? She hastily deflected the blame onto Gao Han, asking, didn't you say this virus was formidable? Gao Han was also puzzled by the rapid speed. Just a moment ago, he had boasted that if Lu Zixin could resolve the issue in a minute, he would eat his keyboard. Fortunately, he had a thick skin and quickly moved past that remark, hastily shifting the blame onto Su Qing, saying, perhaps I misunderstood. My apologies. No worries. Thank you for your assistance, Su Zhirong replied politely. She once again expressed her gratitude to Lu Zixin, saying, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you earlier. Truly, I apologize. No need for that. Lu Zixin waved his hand dismissively. It's just a computer repair, merely a trifling task. Oh, by the way, what they mentioned earlier was indeed correct. Your computer has been hacked, indicating there may be some vulnerabilities within it. I cannot guarantee a complete resolution in one go. It might encounter problems again. It's best to back up your data elsewhere. Su Zhirong furrowed her brow slightly, then resignedly said, well, it seems that's the only option. If further issues arise, I can assist you in addressing them completely. If you're worried, feel free to add me on with chat. You can reach out directly next time you encounter a problem. Lu Zixin's true intention was finally revealed, yet he conveyed it so naturally that Su Zhirong, having already trusted his technical skills, hardly noticed. Alright, what else your WeChat? Su Zhirong agreed. Seeing this scene, Su Cheng felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Damn, this time he failed to make a connection and let Lu Zixin seize the advantage. Gao Han discreetly stepped away, but Su Cheng, still unwilling to give up, pondered how to continue the conversation when Chaonan proactively said, Su Cheng, you were a great help earlier. We're classmates now, let us exchange contact information. Chaonan was quite interested in Su Cheng, the heir to Tiansheng Electronics, a veritable rich second generation. Moreover, he was handsome, an archetypal tall, rich, and handsome type. If she could make him her boyfriend, that would be splendid. Great. Let us get to know one another, Su Cheng replied cheerfully. Seizing the opportunity to ask for Su Zhirong's contact details, he requested the numbers of both girls, and when it came to Lu Zixin, he asked, by the way, I haven't asked yet, which prestigious institution do you work for? The two girls turned to look at Lu Zixin, who introduced himself, I'm Lu Zixin, currently working at a gaming company. I thought you were a student at our university. Su Zhirong exclaimed in surprise. I'm not from your university. I graduated just 6 months ago, Lu Zixin replied. Which gaming company? Su Cheng inquired in a condescending tone. Most major gaming companies in Jiangxing collaborate with my family. Which one are you from? A small company, just recently established, Lu Zixin said casually. Su Cheng inwardly chuckled, clearly a minor employee. He knew all the major gaming companies in Jiangxing, and a recently established one was undoubtedly an obscure little firm. Observing Lu Zixin, he surmised he was merely a low-level worker, probably attending classes during the holidays to obtain certifications, hoping to switch jobs later. Such a person was not worth his attention. His own company had plenty of those. Lu Zixin found it amusing. He didn't want to add this guy anyway, as it would only waste time to block him later. After becoming acquainted, Su Cheng became more lively, seeking various topics to chat about to build rapport. Lu Zixin, not to be outdone, engaged Su Zhirong in conversation, discovering she truly piqued his interest. Her looks were one aspect. She was also a top student from Jiangxing University's Business Administration Department, demonstrating considerable capability. Hey, do you play this game too? Lu Zixin noticed a familiar icon on Su Zhirong's phone and immediately inquired. Yes, Su Zhirong nodded. I play a few rounds for fun during my free time. The icon was that of Wilderness Battle God. I play too. Since we have some time before class, want to team up? Lu Zixin asked. Sure, Su Zhirong replied. But I'm not very good. No worries, I'll guide you, Lu Zixin said. They began playing the mobile game together. And Lu Zixin noticed that Su Zhirong became quite excited while gaming. Someone's behind me. They're shooting at me, Su Zhirong exclaimed. Where? I see them. I'll take them out. Lu Zixin, I found an 8x scope. Do you want it? Yes, but wait, someone's coming. Get down. Okay. Chapter 32. Banning him. The two were having a splendid time, causing Su Cheng to feel an overwhelming sense of jealousy. Although Chaonan was also pleasant, Su Cheng had encountered numerous girls of a similar type before. In comparison, Su Zhirong exuded a certain grace. Once they completed a game, Su Cheng immediately interjected. Are you playing Wilderness Battle God? I play too. Count me in. Chaonan chimed in. I want to play too. Lu Zixing thought, how annoying. He wished Su Cheng would just leave. He was trying to enjoy gaming with the girl, and now he wanted to intrude. Su Zhirong had no objections and nodded. Great. We can form a 4-person team. A 4-person team? Lu Zixing slightly frowned. He was just getting into the groove with Su Zhirong, and now 2 light bulbs were joining? Absolutely not. Lu Zixing quickly devised a strategy, asking Su Cheng, what is your game name? I'll add you. Su Cheng, oblivious to any issues, replied, Cheng666. I'm logging in now. Seizing the opportunity while no one was paying attention, Lu Zixing swiftly switched to WeChat and messaged Yuan. Within 3 minutes. Cheng666 for 3 days. Lu Zixing, hurry, no explanations. Yuan did not ask further and instructed the tech team to enforce the ban. Moreover, he not only banned him for 3 days but for an entire month. Just as Su Cheng logged into the game, a notification popped up, due to player reports. You have been banned for 30 days for using illegal third-party software. Please adhere to proper gaming conduct to maintain a fair and just competitive environment. What? I'm banned. Su Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief, claiming he was cheating? For a whole month. Hearing this, Lu Zixing and Su Zhirong simultaneously cast him a disdainful glance. Those who play competitive games despise cheaters the most. Su Cheng hurriedly explained, I've never cheated. This game is misjudging me. Well, there's nothing we can do about it, Lu Zixing said. Since you can't play, we'll have to proceed without you. Chaonan remarked. Let us just drop it. I'm not good at shooting games either. Su Cheng, let us play something else. Su Cheng had no choice but to nod. Still mulling over how he had been inexplicably banned. Wasn't this game supposed to be free of cheats? Lu Zixing continued to joyfully play with Su Zhirong until class resumed. By the end of the day, the two had grown considerably closer. In the afternoon, as classes ended, Su Cheng approached Su Zhirong and Chaonan, asking, Are you going to eat? How about we go together? My treat. Sure. Su Zhirong had spoken yet when Chaonan exclaimed joyfully, another opportunity to enjoy a meal from a wealthy guy. Su Zhirong was reluctant and replied, But I need to organize my thesis. It won't take long to have a meal, Chaonan encouraged. Your thesis isn't due for a few days. You have plenty of time. Su Zhirong sighed, having realized that Chaonan was interested in Su Cheng, who would undoubtedly try to find a way to include her. Dinner? Su Zhirong, you still owe me a meal. How about you repay the debt today? Lu Zixing chimed in. When did I owe you a meal? Su Cheng complained. She mentioned it. Lu Zixing feigned innocence, saying, earlier, she thanked me for fixing her computer and said she would treat me to a meal when she had the chance. Well, I'm available now. In truth, Su Zhirong had said that, but she couldn't recall. Such polite remarks were common, and many people often said them. Did she really say that earlier? Hearing this, Su Cheng immediately felt displeased. What was this guy's intention? Was he emotionally clueless? Obviously, it was just a polite remark. Yet he took it seriously. Su Zhirong thought, given Chaonan's interest in Su Cheng, if she joined them for dinner, she might end up being a third wheel. So, she nodded, saying, all right. Since you helped me with my computer today, I'll treat you. Su Cheng could hardly contain his frustration. How did it turn into Su Zhirong treating him to a meal? He hurriedly said, no, today you don't need to treat. Let me take care of it. No need, Lu Zixing smiled and replied, you should treat Chaonan today. Chaonan was also inclined to this idea and said, since you both have agreed, we can discuss it next time. She then asked Su Cheng, where are we going? To the Lingjiang Pavilion. Su Cheng seethed with resentment internally, as he had intended to invite Su Zhirong, yet it had turned into an outing with Chaonan instead. Wow, Lingjiang Pavilion. I've heard about that place for ages, but I've never eaten there. Chaonan exclaimed with delight. Lingjiang Pavilion is a renowned upscale restaurant near Jiangcheng University, with quite a hefty price tag. Isn't it a bit too expensive? Chaonan inquired, and it's somewhat far. No worries. I have a car to take you, and I'll treat you. So don't fret about the costs. Su Cheng declared grandly, wanting to showcase his prowess before Lu Zixing and Su Zhirong. All right. I need to drop some things off at my dorm first and grab a few items, Chaonan mentioned, with Su Zhirong adding, me too. You go ahead. I'll wait for you, Lu Zixing nodded. I'll go get the car, Su Cheng said. Chaonan happily took Su Zhirong by the hand and walked away, while Su Cheng did not head straight for the car, but lingered in the classroom with Lu Zixing. Lu Zixing, heh, Su Cheng sneered. You're quite an interesting character. Why do you always have to meddle in everything? Are you that idle? How do you know? Lu Zixing countered. Don't play coy with me. Su Cheng's voice turned cold. Let us be straightforward. I have my sights set on Su Zhirong and wish to pursue her. What business do you have in this? He continued, you, a mere clerk, competing with me? Do you have the qualifications? TSK, Lu Zixing smirked slightly. Who gave you that confidence? Your parents? Confidence? Mine isn't bestowed by anyone, but you, my friend, have quite the thick skin. Su Cheng retorted disdainfully, you're no longer a student. Some truths should be evident to you. People cannot be compared, whether it be social status, personal wealth, or individual charm. As he spoke, he casually shook his Rolex watch. The implication clear. If we must compare, Lu Zixin replied earnestly, you should not consider yourself my rival. Ridiculous. Su Qing scoffed, honestly, I don't regard you at all. It's merely that your constant interference while I'm trying to woo a girl is quite bothersome. I advise you to be sensible. Since you're in the electronic gaming industry, you should be aware of Tianqing's strength. If you're seeking a decent job, perhaps I could assist you. But if you wish to compete with me, I want to hold back. Haha. Lu Zixin laughed. I'm genuinely curious about how you intend to be ruthless. Su Qing frowned, snorting, ignorant. Enough chit-chat. Su Zhirong is still waiting for me. As Lu Zixin walked to the classroom door, he said, I care not for your thoughts. But regarding your actions, especially those involving me or Su Zhirong, you'd best tread carefully. That's all I'll say. Consider your choices wisely. With that, Lu Zixin exited. Su Qing's expression darkened. This fellow truly intended to compete with him. Just you? Su Qing scoffed inwardly, not believing that Lu Zixin could outsmart him with mere cleverness. With that thought, he made a call. Hey, Lao Gao, please look into our corporate management training class. What is the background of a guy named Lu Zixin? All right, I'll find out. Gao Han's voice came through the phone. Chapter 33, Prophets Like Him. Lu Zixin also called Lu Tong to inquire about the strength of Jiacheng Trancheng Electronic Technology Company, Limited. Lu Tiancheng's capabilities are decent. A few years back, they held significant weight in the electronic tech sector. However, in recent years, due to the impact of external brands and their own lack of innovation, their profits have been consistently declining. How do we compare? Lu Zixin asked. Lu Tong replied, they can't match us. Since last year, Tiancheng's annual profits have been nearly zero. At this rate, this year's profits are likely to be negative. Meanwhile, our monthly net profits are increasing in the tens of millions. Currently, Tiancheng has only more employees and office space than we do. Aren't we preparing to launch the Wilderness Warrior computer game and procure new equipment? Along with the new office area's electronic devices, that's a major order worth tens of millions. And many electronic tech companies are approaching us, including Tiancheng. Oh, I see now, Lu Zixin thought to himself. He wandered through Jiacheng University's campus and waited for Su Zhirong for about 10 minutes. Su Zhirong appeared in the same outfit as before. But the backdrop of the picturesque campus seemed to enhance her allure. Not only Lu Zixin but also several passing students glanced at her intentionally or unintentionally, with some even surreptitiously taking photos. So beautiful, Lu Zixin marveled. Su Zhirong smiled slightly, accustomed to such compliments. As a student, I'm broke. So let us just eat in the cafeteria. Lu Zixin nodded in agreement. The two chatted as they walked. What exactly do you do? Su Zhirong inquired curiously. I'm in gaming, focusing on mobile games, Lu Zixin replied. Then why are you studying corporate management? Planning to pursue a master's degree? Su Zhirong asked. Not really. Lu Zixin responded. I just came to attend some classes and perhaps enjoy a meal with you. Su Zhirong rolled her eyes at him, saying, you're at a loss. Non-students have to pay several thousand to enroll in this training class. I can only treat you to a 10 yuan rice bowl. That's still a profit, Lu Zixin replied. At a certain cafeteria in Jiacheng University, Su Zhirong did not treat him to a rice bowl but ordered several small dishes, as the cafeteria prices were quite reasonable. Look. Su Zhirong is actually having a meal with a guy. Some students in the cafeteria noticed this scene. Oh no, has the goddess Su found a boyfriend? One boy lamented. Impossible. There has been no rumors. His companion responded. Let us post about it, he said, already pulling out his phone to post on the school forum. The post read, just saw goddess Su dining with a guy. Has the goddess fallen? Accompanied by a blurry photo from behind. The post immediately garnered considerable attention from fellow forum users. Su Zhirong had always been a hot topic at Jiangcheng University. First floor. Impossible. The goddess is mine. No one can take her. Second floor. The first floor has lost it. Take him away next. Third floor. Who dares to lay a hand on goddess Su? Have they consulted us? Fourth floor. I knew this day would come sooner or later. The left hand is more reliable. Fifth floor. Poster is ridiculous. A blurry photo doesn't mean anything. They're just having a meal. Lu Zixin was oblivious to all this. Even though he deliberately ate slowly, time passed swiftly. On the way, he also curiously searched for information about Su Zhirong. The school's information registry had little, only documenting her educational background and multiple scholarships earned. While browsing Jiangxing University's forum, Lu Zixin stumbled upon the earlier post. Look at this, one user had shared a link. Lu Zixin clicked on it, leading to another post titled, The annual ranking of campus beauties at Jiangxing University is out. Such rankings of campus beauties exist in many universities, often organized by bored individuals or school clubs, and sometimes stirred up by sensationalist news media. Jiangxing University has this ranking every year. As Lu Zixin browsed, he quickly found Su Zhirong in the third position. Only third? Lu Zixin thought, finding the top two incomparable. Based on his years of experience judging appearances, he deemed the first one to be heavily made up and possibly undergone cosmetic surgery, while the second looked somewhat distinctive but resembled those third-rate celebrities. Lacking the grace of Su Zhirong. The post contained a detailed introduction of Su Zhirong, far more comprehensive than the information on the school's network. Su Zhirong, at the tender age of 19, hails from Jiaqing and has successfully entered Jiangxing University with an impressive score exceeding the admission line by 30 points. A true scholar. She has received numerous scholarships and national academic awards. Beyond her remarkable intellect, her striking beauty and poise have earned her the esteemed title of one of the university's top 10 goddesses, as voted by her peers. Rumor has it that a talent agency once approached her with intentions of launching her into the entertainment industry, but she declined their offer. The forum details are quite extensive, even listing her hobbies and relationship status. It is said that many have pursued her. A fellow academic nearly succeeded in winning her affection, yet, for reasons unknown, he ultimately fell short. Quite a challenge indeed. Lu Zixin mused to himself, but it is precisely such complexity that renders the pursuit intriguing. If she were ordinary, he would hardly take notice. In the following days, Lu Zixin attended training sessions whenever classes were scheduled. When he was free, he naturally remained at the company, managing various affairs. The position of the mobile game wilderness war god is now unassailable, unless an entirely new genre of game emerges to supplant the battle royale phenomenon. Meanwhile, Hongxin Game Company is preparing to launch a PC version of Wilderness War God. The game program had already been delivered to Lu Zixin prior to the arrival of the Red Queen. This was not an issue. The current task involves submitting the game for approval of its license and setting up the necessary equipment. Lu, I need to report on the equipment situation. Lu Tong announced as he entered the office with a stack of documents. The pre-purchase amount we have prepared for this batch of equipment is around 50 million, encompassing various electronic devices, office setups, software, and hardware. We have received expressions of intent from over a dozen electronic technology companies and have shortlisted 3. The materials are all here for your review. Lu Zixin glanced through the documents and found no issues. You may deliberate on this. Choose the option that is most advantageous for us. Understood, Lu Tong nodded. I will personally conduct the investigation and negotiate the terms. Thank you for your hard work. Once Lu Tong exited the office, Lu Zixin opened the Wanjie Technology chat group and noticed a new message. It was from Tony Stark. The new element synthesis has been successful. The Red Queen also chimed in, impressive. A new element synthesis that the Umbrella Corporation attempted but ultimately failed. Emoji. Worshipping the great leader, Lu Zixin responded, congratulations. Tony Stark replied, as expected. This element can replace palladium, effectively perfecting the arc reactor. My heart's toxicity issue can finally be resolved. Thanks to the group leader. You're welcome. Lu Zixin responded lightly. Tony Stark continued, I feel bad for not giving thanks. How about I send you a token of appreciation? Lu Zixin, of course, had a desire for such a gift. According to Chinese customs, one would typically engage in polite refusals several times. However, given Stark's straightforward nature, he decided to be equally direct and replied, then I shall not be polite. After a brief silence, Tony Stark sent an image and inquired, what do you think of this? Our company's latest product, fully intelligent control, capable of accurately striking localized targets. Ordinary concrete and rebar shelters offer no protection. Upon seeing the image, Lu Zixin was utterly astonished. He had anticipated something different, but instead, he was presented with an image of a missile. A slender missile adorned with the Stark Industries logo. Is this even acceptable? Lu Zixin immediately rejected the idea. What would I want with a missile? I'd surely be mistaken for a terrorist. Tony Stark continued to elaborate. It uses satellite positioning, with accuracy down to the millimeter. I sell these to others for $3 million each. Perhaps not. Lu Zixin replied firmly. I have no use for it. Not useful? Well, that's understandable. As it's not something just anyone can operate, it requires a compatible weapon system. After a moment of contemplation, Stark sent another image. What about this? A laser weapon that can obliterate a tank in an instant. He displayed a weapon Lu Zixin had never encountered before, and he realized this was the essence of a military magnate, gifts of such unique nature. The Red Queen, maintaining her serious demeanor, analyzed. While this laser weapon is formidable, it is not easily portable. I believe biochemical weapons might be superior. Accompanying image, zombie dogs. Tony Stark countered, biochemical weapons? No. In comparison to modified organisms, I prefer mechanical technology. Do you not see the beauty in machinery? It is intoxicating. Realizing the conversation was veering into dangerous territory, Lu Zixin felt that continuing further might invite scrutiny from outside observers, though he was unsure if anyone could trace this chat. Perhaps we should refrain from discussing weapons, Mr. Stark. The place where I reside does not require such items. Oh, I see. Let me search for something else that could serve as a token of gratitude. Lu Zixin was tempted to suggest the Iron Man suit, but he recognized that such technology was Stark's core secret, which he would not part with easily. As he awaited a reply, he found himself in eager anticipation. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, in his laboratory, pondered what would be an appropriate gift. He dismissed smaller items as insincere and larger military products as unappealing. Walking around his lab, an idea suddenly struck him. Jarvis, open the garage, Tony Stark commanded. The laboratory floor parted, revealing a mechanical platform rising to display a row of luxury cars. These were part of Tony Stark's collection, prior to his Iron Man days. He had a passion for luxury automobiles. However, after developing the Iron Man suit, he discovered that it garnered more attention than any car ever could. His interest in luxury vehicles had waned, shifting focus to enhancing his armor. Surely, he would appreciate these. In the One Jet Technology chat group, Tony Stark began sending images of luxury cars, asking, which one catches your eye? It's yours. Lu Zixin felt a surge of joy. Could this be true? Among Tony Stark's collection, there were some vehicles he could afford. Yet, as his company was in development, he could not afford to squander substantial liquid assets on a car at this moment. Furthermore, some of Stark's vehicles were globally limited editions, with some even modified by his technology, boasting both performance and a stunning appearance. Notably, although Lu Zixin's Earth was not the same as Stark's timeline, many car brands bore striking similarities, and the regulations in his country regarding vehicles displayed notable differences. As long as the car was functional and adhered to traffic laws, it could be registered. Lu Zixin carefully examined the images, and after a thorough comparison, he confidently declared, I will take that Rolls-Royce Phantom. This particular model is a global limited edition sports car. While unsure if it remained limited in this timeline, it certainly ranked among the more expensive in Stark's collection. Lu Zixin had no intention of saving Stark any money. This magnate would certainly rank among the top affluent individuals in his own timeline and did not lack for funds. If it were before, I might have hesitated to give it to you. But now, since you have been immensely helpful, consider it a gift. Upon receiving this message, Lu Zixin was alerted to another notification. Tony Stark has sent you a red envelope. He clicked the icon, and the group notification announced, Congratulations! You have received a Rolls-Royce Phantom from the Marvel Universe, specially customized and modified by Tony Stark. Due to insufficient space in your current reality, it cannot be retrieved at this time. Please select an open area for extraction. At that moment, Lu Zixin found himself in his company office, making it impossible to extract a car directly from the chat group. A spacious location would be necessary. He also had a lingering concern and inquired with the group assistant. Will the car I extract be usable in this world? My reality also has this brand of automobile. What if they claim it's a counterfeit? Group assistant. The group leader need not worry. When two worlds contain similar items, automatic adaptation will occur. The vehicle can be driven with confidence. With that, Lu Zixin felt reassured. Pick up the car, pick up the car. He was eager to retrieve the vehicle immediately. Who wouldn't wish to possess a flashy sports car and race down wide roads? When claiming red envelopes in the group space, external observers typically see no change. However, when the physical object materializes, others can witness it. Therefore, Lu Zixin needed to find a discreet location to unveil it, lest he incite some supernatural occurrences. He specifically took a taxi to a desolate area in the suburbs to retrieve the car. Chapter 35, Test Drive, Extract Red Envelope. At Lu Zixin's command, a sleek black luxury sports car appeared before him. The sharply contoured front bore a golden celebratory goddess emblem, exuding opulence and grandeur. The streamlined body was slightly longer than that of a typical vehicle, clearly a stretch version. Upon noticing a key on the car's hood, Lu Zixin picked it up, ready to unlock the car. To his surprise, as he turned the key, an electronic voice announced, Intelligent Driving System Initializing. The Stark Intelligence System is at your service. This vehicle had been modified by Tony Stark. The original driving system had been replaced with a more sophisticated one. In this regard, Stark's technology surpassed that of automotive companies by a considerable margin. The car door opened automatically, revealing an interior that was both simple and elegant. The leather upholstery was entirely genuine, offering a sense of comfort and ease at first glance. As Lu Zixin settled into the car, the intelligent system's voice resonated once more. Iris verification, please assign a name to your vehicle. Before him appeared a virtual projection, undoubtedly another marvel of Tony Stark's technology. One must acknowledge that operable holographic projection technology posed a significant challenge on Lu Zixin's Earth. Forget the vehicle itself. The value of this technology alone was incalculable. Unfortunately, Lu Zixin had yet to develop the capability to harness such technology. Otherwise, he would have sought Tony Stark for relevant technical resources. Let us call it Little Black, Lu Zixin decided, choosing a simple name based on the car's color. Vehicle name confirmed, Little Black. Please familiarize yourself with the intelligent driving system. The internal system began to introduce various functions. While Lu Zixin understood the basic car functions, Stark's modifications added several additional features. Advanced intelligent driving, health monitoring, bulletproof capabilities, and most perplexingly, a weapon attack system that could execute small-scale attacks with installed bullets or mini-explosives. Fortunately, Tony Stark had already removed the weapons before handing it over. Otherwise, Lu Zixin would have hesitated to drive it on the road. Finally, he was behind the wheel of a splendid car. Lu Zixin felt elated. He had previously only driven ordinary cars belonging to relatives and friends while learning to obtain his driver's license. He started the engine and reveled in the driving experience on the suburban roads. The vehicle was exceptionally comfortable, particularly with the intelligent driving system, which continuously monitored road conditions and reacted accordingly. Even if Lu Zixin struggled to manage, the system could handle emergencies. Wow, look ahead. Isn't that a Rolls-Royce Phantom? Exclaimed another driver behind Lu Zixin. Incredible. Must be a wealthy individual, remarked the passenger beside him. Lu Zixin took a leisurely drive around the suburbs, savoring the sensation of driving a luxury car, before calling Lu Tong to discuss necessary procedures. About that? I know a friend who can handle it. Just a bit of money will suffice. Leave it to me, Lu Tong assured him. Little Black was parked in the garage, unable to be driven in the city until the paperwork was completed, which he estimated would take just a few days. During this time, Lu Zixin continued attending corporate training sessions. Acquiring knowledge had ceased to be his main focus. Upon entering the classroom, he spotted Su Zhirong and promptly took a seat beside her. She was intently searching for something on her laptop. Hello, Lu Zixin greeted her. Oh, it's you. Su Zhirong smiled back. Today, she wore a white shirt paired with a denim skirt, her fair skin radiating freshness. What are you up to? Job hunting. Lu Zixin noticed her browsing a recruitment website, looking for an internship. Su Zhirong nodded. Good positions are hard to come by, especially in my field. As a top student from Jiangcheng University, she needn't worry about finding a job. The challenge lay in finding one that met her personal expectations. What type of position are you seeking? Lu Zixin inquired, considering he might offer some suggestions. Su Zhirong pondered, for an internship. I certainly want a company that can develop my skills. Ideally in marketing, finance, or human resources. I actually have a suggestion, Lu Zixin replied. I have a friend who runs a company and can introduce you. Really? What company is it? Su Zhirong asked with curiosity. It's in the internet sector. It's called Hongxin, Lu Zixin explained. Hongxin? Su Zhirong expressed her confusion, shaking her head. I haven't heard of it. Hongxin was only renowned within the industry. Outside of it, few were aware of its existence. After all, people tended to focus on the game Wilderness Battle God itself rather than the company that produced it. Zhirong. Chaonan interjected, speaking earnestly, don't even think about those small companies. I've heard from seniors that they can be quite deceptive, both in terms of compensation and working conditions. Especially since we have the qualifications to apply at larger companies, the opportunities are significant. Su Zhirong shared the sentiment and told Lu Zixin. I need to do some more research. If you're looking for a job, let me know. Su Cheng's voice rang out as he entered the classroom. Having overheard their conversation, Chenggu, Chaonan exclaimed, having upgraded her address for Su Cheng to Chenggu over the past few days. Are you all searching for internship positions? Su Cheng approached, his hair and attire meticulously arranged, presenting himself well. Unfortunately, it seemed neither he nor Lu Zixin was particularly fond of her. Internship positions? That's easy. Come work at my company, Su Cheng declared, sitting beside Chaonan while his gaze remained fixed on Su Zhirong. I can arrange the internship for you. Really? That won't be a bother, will it? Chaonan asked. Surprised. Haha, of course not. I can handle this myself. Besides, my company recruits plenty of interns every year. With your qualifications, you could easily get in. Great. I'll be counting on you. Chaonan replied without hesitation. Su Cheng turned his attention to Su Zhirong, but she responded, thank you, but I'm not sure yet. She was acutely aware that if she joined Su Cheng's company, he would likely employ various tactics to pester her daily. Flirting is seen as charming when mutual. But when unwelcome, it becomes harassment. Su Zhirong always felt that Su Cheng exuded an air of superiority, and aside from being amiable towards women, he didn't treat others well. Even Gao Han, who was older than him, was often spoken to dismissively, which led Su Zhirong to regard him with disdain. Chapter 36. Introducing a company there's really nothing to consider, Su Cheng insisted. At my company, I will certainly look out for you. What other company offers such favorable conditions? Exactly. Chaonan encouraged from the side. Let's all go together. Su Zhirong remained resolute, stating, let us discuss it later. There is no rush in these next few days. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng refrained from pressing further, but internally plotted how to entice Su Zhirong to join his company for an internship. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. Once she was in his company, it would be much easier to make his move. Meanwhile, Lu Zixin continued conversing with Su Zhirong, occasionally eliciting laughter from both, intensifying Su Cheng's jealousy. In terms of looks, wealth, and status, he felt he should have the upper hand. He investigated Lu Zixin's identity, discovering that he was merely a graduate from a second-tier university, lacking any notable background. It seems he came here to study, likely in pursuit of a postgraduate degree to facilitate his job search. As for other aspects of his resume, Su Cheng could not uncover anything further. That evening, in a female dormitory at Jiancheng University, another bouquet of flowers arrived. Chaonan had grown accustomed to such small gifts appearing frequently at their dormitory door. Who could this be from? She bent down to pick up the roses and retrieved a small card nestled within. Su Zhirong, may you be as vibrant and beautiful as a flower every day. She read aloud, the signature revealing it was from Su Cheng. Upon reaching this point, a hint of jealousy crept into Chaonan's voice as she remarked, your charm is undeniable. Shenggu has even sent flowers to you here. How does he know my dorm? Su Zhirong inquired, not having glanced at the card. He asked me before, and I told him. Chaonan responded, adding, it seems Shenggu has intentions of pursuing you. Su Zhirong shook her head, saying, forget it. I currently lack the energy for a romantic relationship. I need to find an opportunity to clarify this with him. Really? Chaonan looked at her skeptically. Of course it's true. Su Zhirong asserted confidently. I just want to finalize my internship arrangements swiftly. Indeed, you have a point. Chaonan agreed as she entered the dormitory, picking up a small mirror for a closer inspection of her reflection. By the way, I feel that Lu Zixin is also interested in you. Chaonan added. Me and him. There's nothing going on. We merely chat and play games, Su Zhirong explained. That's how you see it. He may perceive it differently, Chaonan chuckled. In my opinion, it's best to maintain some distance from him. Why? Su Zhirong furrowed her brows slightly. My dear lady. Chaonan held the mirror up to her, stating, look at your stunning beauty. I envy you immensely. If a man gazes at you without ulterior motives, I would question his masculinity. If Lu Zixin were to confess his feelings, how would you respond? Among your admirers, there must be at least 80 of his caliber. After Chaonan finished, Su Zhirong shook her head in disapproval. You are being too harsh on him, aren't you? Not at all, Chaonan countered. Let me analyze it for you. First, regarding looks and attire, Lu Zixin is not particularly handsome, merely above average. His demeanor is acceptable. He is not overly nerdy or lewd. However, his style is rather pedestrian. I doubt he owns a single piece of clothing worth more than 2,000 yuan. I have the same issue, Su Zhirong retorted, differing in values from Chaonan, who often judge people based on their clothing and accessories. Fine, let's move on. Chaonan continued her analysis. Regarding his qualifications, he cannot compare to us, can he? Qualifications don't signify everything, Su Zhirong countered. True, they don't. But what about capability? Chaonan inquired, as far as I know. Aside from being adept at fixing computers, he appears to lack other skills. I estimate he is just a small company employee. In Jiangxing, such individuals earn between 500,000 to a million. Overall, I would rate him 55 out of 100, barely passing. Honestly, had he not repaired your computer that day, I wouldn't have spoken to him at all. Chaonan's disdain for Lu Zixin was palpable, prompting Su Zhirong to roll her eyes. I don't share your perspective. We simply view people differently. That's only because you haven't experienced as much as I have. Chaonan laughed. Among my ex-boyfriends, 3 could score 80. These days, finding other prospects is not difficult. Men are abundant. Given our circumstances, we should aim higher. Individuals like Lu Zixin are not worth our time, Chaonan asserted. Trust me on this. Su Zhirong, uninterested in further debate, continued organizing her computer files. At that moment, Lu Zixin sent her an email. Introduction to Hongxin Game Company? Su Zhirong opened it and remarked, Lu Zixin sent me information about a company, suggesting they could introduce us. What company? Chaonan leaned in to take a look. After a cursory glance, she scoffed. A company that has been established for less than 2 months? How unimpressive. There are numerous companies collaborating with our school that are far superior, including several Fortune 500 companies. Su Zhirong, still perusing the details, remarked. Although it has only been 2 months, it seems impressive. They developed the game Wilderness War God. Oh, Chaonan raised an eyebrow. That game is quite popular. They must possess some level of competence. But think carefully. This is Lu Zixin's recommendation. I suspect he lacks substantial connections, so being introduced by him may not be beneficial. You would be better off joining me at Xingji's company, Tianxing Electronics. With Changji's support, our internship experience will surely be pleasant. Internships are meant for learning and growth, not mere enjoyment, Su Zhirong retorted. What is there to learn? Chaonan dismissed. I've been studying for over a decade. I've at least earned the status of an excellent student, right? Do as you will. I'm definitely going to Tianqing. Su Zhirong remained silent, continuing to examine the information Lu Zixin had sent. She believed that if the details were accurate, it was indeed a commendable opportunity. A rapidly growing new company with solid potential was precisely in need of talent. Such an environment would be more accommodating for newcomers and offer significant room for advancement. Su Zhirong messaged Lu Zixin, inquiring, I reviewed the information. This company seems quite promising. Is there a chance to visit? She wished to conduct an on-site assessment to compare the provided information with the actual circumstances. Chapter 37. A visit to Tianqing? A few days passed swiftly, during which Lu Zixin had been diligently occupied at the company. Hongxin Game Company had leased a larger office space and was expanding its workforce. Regular employees were managed by the human resources manager, while Lu Zixin still personally participated in the interview process for management positions. The mobile game Wilderness Where God continued to thrive, with the company's daily revenue consistently increasing. Additionally, Hongxin Game Company announced that they would launch a PC version of Wilderness Where God within the next 2 months, with online reservations already exceeding several 100,000 players. President Liu, in the office, Lu Tong reported on equipment procurement matters. We have eliminated one of the 3 electronic companies. Currently, we are considering Tianqing and Huazhong Electronics, both of which offer satisfactory equipment and conditions. Tianqing Electronics is located in Jiangxing, and they have invited us to visit their company for an on-site evaluation next Monday. Will you attend? Next Monday? Lu Zixin pondered for a moment before replying, sure. Please make the necessary arrangements. To be honest, Lu Zixin had initially intended to decline the collaboration with Tianqing Electronics. After all, this company was owned by Lu Cheng, who had recently tried to impress him. They would surely be eager for this substantial contract. However, he reconsidered. Would it be too generous to Lu Cheng if he refused outright? Perhaps it would be wise to visit Tianqing first, when Lu Cheng came to host him. His expression would surely be delightful. With this thought, a significant smile formed on Lu Zixin's face, causing Lu Tong to shiver slightly. What was President Lu contemplating? Ahem. Lu Tong deliberately cleared his throat to interrupt Lu Zixin's reverie, adding, there is one more thing. Your vehicle's paperwork has been completed, and it is ready for use. Speaking of which, Lu Tong was quite astonished. He initially thought Lu Zixin merely owned a decent luxury car, only to discover it was a globally limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom. Even the friend who had assisted him was astonished, remarking that this model had long been discontinued and was exceedingly rare. Having wealth alone wouldn't suffice to procure one, and yet Lu Zixin possessed one, leading that friend to conclude that Lu Zixin's background was anything but ordinary. On Sunday, at Jiangcheng University in the corporate management training class, the sessions were mostly conducted on weekends to accommodate these professionals. As the course concluded, the temporary class leader announced, everyone, please wait a moment. I have an important announcement to make. After extensive study of enterprise management theories, my classmates and I engaged in discussions and concluded that it would be beneficial to gain first-hand experience in a real company. Su Cheng from our class graciously offered us the opportunity to visit Tianqing Electronics Technology Company for this purpose. Many expressed interest, prompting me to organize an outing. Tomorrow, we shall collectively visit Tianqing Electronics to observe enterprise management practices, with Su Cheng and I making the necessary arrangements. Participation is entirely voluntary, and those interested may sign up. The temporary class monitor, Chi Yong, who serves as a human resources manager at a small company, made an announcement that piqued the interest of most attendees. A field trip to Tianqing Electronics? What a splendid opportunity. I wish to enroll. Responses flooded in. I will join as well. I have no prior engagements tomorrow and can take a leave of absence. Chi Yong then added, one more thing to clarify. As the outing will last an entire day, covering transportation, meals, and accommodations, each participant is required to contribute 1,000 yuan, with adjustments made for any excess or deficiency. Furthermore, Su Cheng has generously offered to sponsor the expenses for the female participants, so they need not pay. Upon hearing this, several girls raised their thumbs in admiration for Su Cheng, exclaiming, Su Cheng is truly a gentleman. Let's give him a round of applause. Su Cheng responded with a smile. It is merely what a gentleman ought to do. I will ensure everything is well organized for our visit to Tianqing tomorrow. Chao Nan, intrigued, pulled Su Zhirong aside and said, it's Su Cheng's company. We should definitely go tomorrow. Su Zhirong, noticing the number of sign-ups and her own curiosity about the operations of a large enterprise, nodded in agreement. Su Cheng promptly stated, great. I will drive you both, so you won't have to crowd onto the bus. As he spoke, he cast a triumphant glance at Lu Zixin, who was seated beside Su Zhirong. What is he up to? Lu Zixin frowned slightly. It appeared that this visit to Tianqing Electronics was Su Cheng's own initiative. Likely an excuse to woo Su Zhirong and Chaonan while conveniently justifying their potential internship at his company. Tomorrow? Lu Zixin suddenly recalled that Lu Tong had mentioned Tianqing invited them for discussions regarding equipment procurement, coincidentally scheduled for the same day. Qi Yong moved around, registering participants and collecting fees, until he approached Lu Zixin. Are you going? He inquired. No, Lu Zixin replied, shaking his head. Why join them at Tianqing Electronics? I will simply accompany Lu Tong to their company. They will surely provide a warm reception. Qi Yong regarded him with surprise. Typically, the dedicated professionals in this training class participated unless they were exceptionally busy. Yet, Lu Zixin always seemed to have ample free time, attending every class. And yet he chose not to go. Su Cheng, being considerate, asked, Lu Zixin, if you decide to join, I can waive the fee. We are well acquainted, and I understand your situation. His statement led the attendees to speculate that Lu Zixin might be reluctant to part with 1,000 yuan. For the elite participating in this enterprise management training, such an amount was negligible. Some held him in contempt, thinking, he can't even afford a mere 1,000 yuan? His situation must be dire. Lu Zixin smiled and replied, no need. I have other commitments tomorrow. Very well. Qi Yong nodded and moved on to the next person. In the training class, with the exception of a few who genuinely had prior engagements, nearly everyone signed up. Qi Yong arranged for a bus to transport everyone together, while those with cars were welcome to drive themselves but were required to gather punctually at the designated meeting point. That evening, in the girls' dormitory, Chaonan rummaged through her wardrobe, contemplating what to wear for the visit. Just dress normally, Su Zhirong suggested. It's not that simple. Chaonan insisted. I must look presentable for our visit to Su Cheng's company. He mentioned we could register at the HR department and potentially become interns. Su Zhirong replied. I haven't decided yet. Don't pressure me to join. Chaonan paused in her search and sighed. Is there any need to ponder? Of course, we should intern at Tianqing. Are you still considering visiting that game company? No, really, Su Zhirong insisted. You're being foolish. As a student from Jiangda, you have every right to explore such companies. The challenge lies in starting from the bottom. However, with Su Cheng's support, our experience will undoubtedly be much more favorable. Besides, Tianqing Electronics is a reputable company. I've already spoken to Lu Zixin about it, Su Zhirong added. You trust him? Not reliable. Chaonan dismissed her. Did you not see today that he couldn't even produce 1,000 yuan? How could he possibly assist you in securing a job when he himself lacks a high-paying position? Stop disparaging him. Su Zhirong interjected. His help is well-intentioned. Just let it be. Suit yourself. Chaonan replied indifferently, continuing to sift through her clothing. Chapter 38. Nearby the following morning, members of the Enterprise Management Training class gathered at Jiancheng University, where Su Cheng arranged for a company bus to transport them. He himself drove a Mercedes to pick up Chaonan and Su Zhirong. Chaonan had taken special care in her appearance. Her slightly curled long hair cascading over her shoulders, dressed in a simple yet youthful outfit. Su Zhirong wore a white shirt paired with a sleek black bodycon dress. Elegant yet attractive. With her innate goddess-like aura, she instantly transformed into a figure of professionalism. Upon seeing her, Su Cheng's eyes lit up. He had grown weary of the artificial beauty of those molded by cosmetic surgery. It was Su Zhirong's natural charm that captivated him. Is this your car? How cool. Chaonan exclaimed. It's just average. Su Cheng feigned modesty. I've had it for a year. I plan to upgrade soon. Chaonan's admiration grew as she beheld the vehicle. Hop in. I'll drive you, Su Cheng invited as he opened the car door. Without hesitation, Chaonan took the front passenger seat. And although Su Zhirong initially planned to take the bus, she reluctantly settled into the back seat after seeing Chaonan's decision. The bus then set off toward Tianqing Electronics Technology Company. Lu Zixin had departed earlier, following Lu Tong's lead in a black Rolls-Royce Phantom, which attracted considerable attention. While waiting at a red light, a female driver even greeted him from her window. Soon, they arrived at Tianqing Electronics Technology Company, where the president personally greeted them upon arrival. Manager Lu, what a warm welcome, Su Huarui exclaimed, shaking hands with Lu Tong. In his 50s. With thinning hair and wrinkles around his eyes, he appeared somewhat older than his years. In recent years, Tianqing Electronics had faced declining fortunes, making them particularly eager for the order from Hoshing Game Company, valued at no less than 50 million yuan. If successful, further orders could follow, making it a key focus for Tianqing. Mr. Su, it's an honor, Lu Tong responded courteously. A young man approached, and Lu Tong introduced. Allow me to present our general manager, Mr. Lu. Su Huarui was taken aback, realizing the young man was almost the same age as his son. Nevertheless, he maintained a cordial demeanor, remarking, Mr. Lu, You are quite the accomplished young man, achieving so much at such a tender age. Not at all, Lu Zixin replied modestly. I am still young and inexperienced. Manager Lu will handle most matters during this visit. Although he spoke humbly, Su Huarui understood that Lu Zixin was indeed the one in charge, and his words carried significant weight, meriting utmost respect. Please, follow me, Su Huarui said, gesturing towards a beautiful young female receptionist, who immediately approached Lu Zixin with a sweet smile, saying, Mr. Lu, allow me to escort you. Please don't hesitate to let me know if you require anything. On the other side, Su Cheng and his companions arrived at Tianqing Electronic Technology Company, Limited. The shuttle bus was parked outside, while Su Cheng's Mercedes was about to enter the underground parking lot. As soon as they entered, Su Cheng noticed something remarkable, a black Rolls-Royce parked within. Wow, is that a Rolls-Royce Phantom? I've seen it online, and I've heard it's exceedingly expensive, Qiaonan exclaimed. Also taken aback. Whose is it? Su Cheng, it couldn't possibly belong to your father, could it? Su Cheng was equally perplexed. His father's vehicle was only worth millions, while this one, from his experience, seemed to be a limited edition luxury car, worth tens of millions. No, Su Cheng shook his head. It must belong to some business associate. What an impressive friend to have. Qiaonan gazed enviously at the car, pondering what kind of affluent individual could afford such a vehicle. Upon exiting the parking lot, the group from the training class had gathered outside, marveling at the grand building of Tianqing Electronics. Indeed, it's an established company, much larger than mine. One remarked. Tianqing Electronics must rank among the top in Jiacheng, right? Su Cheng's family must be quite wealthy. The class leader, Qi Yong, jokingly suggested, Su Cheng, with such a prestigious company, perhaps I should consider switching to your firm. Su Cheng chuckled. That would be delightful. We welcome talent here. After some flattering remarks, Gao Han approached and said, Everyone, let us proceed to the employee area in an orderly manner. I will explain everything to you. He led the way inside, providing insights into the office space, management practices, and more. Meanwhile, Su Cheng leaned closer to Su Zhirong and Qiaonan, saying, If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Qiaonan admired, Brother Cheng. Your company is truly massive. There must be hundreds of employees, right? Su Cheng replied with a smile, If we're only considering this location, then yes, there are hundreds. However, if we include sales agents and partner factories across various regions, the number is unfathomable. Upon hearing this, Qiaonan's admiration grew. That's incredible! Brother Cheng, at your age, managing such a large company is remarkable. We study business management, yet we can't even oversee one person. Su Cheng reassured them, no rush, with experience. You two can ascend to management positions. That's what you said, so I'll be clinging to your coattails in the future. Qiaonan joked. While Su Cheng and Qiao Nen engaged in lively conversation, Su Zhirong remained relatively quiet. Initially, she had several questions regarding corporate management to ask Su Cheng, but she soon realized that he possessed no more knowledge than they did. Otherwise, his father wouldn't have insisted he attend management training. After the tour, Su Cheng told Su Zhirong, Once we finish here, we can head to our human resources department. I'll take care of your internship matters. Just then, she felt her phone vibrate. Looking down, she saw a message from Lu Zixin. Lu Zixin, have you arrived at Tianqing Electronics? Su Zhirong, yes, we're currently touring. Lu Zixin, where are you? I'll come find you. Su Zhirong, aren't you busy today? Lu Zixin, I am, but I happen to be nearby, quite close to you. Su Zhirong, I'm on the second floor, just inside. Should I come out to guide you in? Lu Zixin, no need. I'll be there shortly. Su Zhirong was puzzled. How could Lu Zixin arrive so quickly? Even if he was nearby, he shouldn't just waltz into someone else's company. In Chapter 39, Not Welcome, Lu Tong was discussing matters with Su Huarui in the office. They had been going around in circles without arriving at any substantial conclusions, and Su Huarui even suggested treating them to a meal. Lu Zixin suspected that his strategy involved negotiating over dinner, a method he personally disliked. Preferring to handle matters while sober, he deemed it unnecessary to feign camaraderie at the dining table, as words spoken there often turned out to be meaningless once the drinks flowed. Thus, Lu Zixin excused himself under the pretense of needing to use the restroom. But in reality, he sought out Su Zhirong. On the second floor, while Su Zhirong continued to ponder, her phone rang. I've arrived. Where are you? Lu Zixin had spotted the group touring and walked over. You're here already? Su Zhirong was still in disbelief, taken aback by his rapid arrival. But the next moment, she saw Lu Zixin smiling and waving at her. Lu Zixin? Qiaonan also recognized him and displayed a puzzled expression. Didn't he say he wouldn't come? Su Cheng and the others shared the same confusion, having noted that Lu Zixin was absent when they arrived. How had he suddenly appeared now? Su Cheng frowned and asked, How did you get here? Did you drive yourself? Qi Yong approached and remarked, You should have informed me beforehand. I could have arranged for you to come along. Su Qing scoffed. You truly have a thick skin. Just yesterday, I teased Lu Zixin about not coming, yet here he is. Lu Zixin shrugged and replied. I didn't want to come, but your company invited me. Funny, who invited you? Su Qing retorted. I certainly didn't extend an invitation. Sensing the tension, class leader Qi Yong quickly intervened, saying, since you're here, let us all stay together. Su Qing added, just stick with us. Don't wander around. Lu Zixin, uninterested in explaining himself, walked over to Su Zhirong and remarked, oh, your attire today really gives off a professional vibe. Does it? Su Zhirong smiled. Why are you dressed in a suit today? Typically, Lu Zixin wore casual clothing during training sessions, but today, due to business discussions, he had donned a tailored suit. Worth several thousand, which fit him impeccably and made him appear much more mature. I have business to attend to, Lu Zixin stated. Business? Su Zhirong assumed he referred to the tour, not thinking much of it. As Lu Zixin chatted with her, he followed along with the group as they continued their tour. At a distance, some were quietly discussing him. Brother Chung, how did he get here? Chownin inquired. He probably came on his own. I certainly didn't invite him. Su Qing replied with disdain. How shameless. Chownin remarked, recalling how Lu Zixin had claimed he wouldn't come. Indeed. Another peer nodded in agreement. He couldn't bear to part with that 1,000 yuan, yet sneaked in anyway. What kind of person associates with someone like that? Su Qing commented. Now that he is here, I can't just kick him out. As long as we all understand the situation, that is sufficient. Earlier, I asked. And the employees up front didn't know how he managed to sneak in. Please keep an eye on him, lest he pilfer anything from the company. Understood. We'll be vigilant, several nodded, clearly aligning themselves with Su Qing. After some time, they had toured a significant portion of the facility. Upon reaching the equipment display area, they encountered both an external display area and an internal one. The external area was for visitors, while the internal display zone showcased precision equipment and was restricted to authorized personnel. Gao Han cautioned, everyone, please remain in the external display area. Entry to the internal area is forbidden. The group nodded in comprehension. In the external display area, they observed various electronic devices and products manufactured by Tianqing Electronics over the years, common consumer goods. Su Zhirong excused herself to the restroom, leaving Lu Zixin idly watching. The others seemed reluctant to engage with him, ignoring his presence whenever he approached. Meanwhile, Su Qing was animatedly conversing with Qi Yong and others. While Chownin naturally stayed close to Su Qing, Lu Zixin's phone rang. It was Lu Tong calling. He stepped away slightly to answer. General Manager Lu. I'm about to join Chairman Su in viewing their electronic devices. Would you like to come? Lu Tong asked. Where are you? I believe I'm also in the display area, Lu Zixin replied. Perfect. We're in the internal display zone. Just come over. And I'll be there to meet you shortly. Lu Tong responded. Lu Zixin ended the call and proceeded toward the internal display area. In the exhibition area, various expensive electronic devices were on display. A sign at the entrance indicated that unauthorized personnel were prohibited from entering, but it had already been pushed open. Su Qing and his companions had not noticed Lu Zixin until 2 minutes later when Su Zhirong approached and inquired, where has Lu Zixin gone? Where is he? Su Qing scanned the surroundings but could not spot Lu Zixin. I saw someone enter the exhibition area. It seemed to be him. Someone recalled. This person has no regard for rules. Chownin nodded in agreement. What should we do? Should we go find him? Of course, we must locate him. Su Qing promptly took action, shouting, I need 2 people to accompany me. As they were about to search for Lu Zixin, they discovered that he had emerged from the exhibition area. It was only upon entering that Lu Zixin realized the exhibition area was divided into sections. He had been in one section while Lu Tong and the others were in another. Lu Zixin, Su Qing shouted, what were you doing? He stepped closer, glaring at Lu Zixin, while several people around expressed their skepticism. Looking for someone? We're all right here. Who were you looking for? Su Qing blocked his path, scrutinizing him with an interrogative gaze. What were you doing sneaking around inside? Gao Han also approached, his expression grave. I already mentioned that entry into the exhibition area is forbidden. It contains sensitive equipment that is proprietary to our company. What were you doing in there? The trainees all watched him, some wearing expressions of doubt and disdain. Lu Zixin chuckled. I said I was looking for someone. What do you think I would do? Su Qing replied coldly. Lu Zixin, you truly have no shame. I invited you yesterday without expecting anything in return, yet you refused to come. Now you sneak in here, disregarding the rules of our company's exhibition area. You are no longer welcome here. Please leave immediately. Moreover, before you go, I will review the surveillance footage to see what you have been up to. If you have done anything detrimental to our company's interests, you will be held accountable. His tone was fierce, having longed for the opportunity to express these words. Chapter 40. The reckless Sun Gao Han had already brought 2 security guards to encircle Lu Zixin. He also made a call to the security department to review the surveillance footage from the exhibition area. At that moment, the atmosphere was exceedingly awkward. Seeing this, Sujiro quickly stepped forward, saying, "Don't do this. He might have just taken a wrong turn. I trust that Lu Zixin wouldn't do anything inappropriate." "I do not believe that." Su Qing was determined to humiliate Lu Zixin, convinced that after this incident, Lu Zixin would no longer have the face to remain in the training class or stay near Sujiro. "Is there a problem with the surveillance?" Su Qing inquired. Not for now. Gao Han had received word from the security department confirming that there was no issue. Lu Zixin had merely walked around inside. "I don't care what you intended to do. From now on, you can leave." Su Cheng pointed at him, reprimanding him. The others merely observed coldly, eager to curry favor with Su Qing and naturally unwilling to speak up for Lu Zixin. "Su Qing, you are being excessive." Su Zhirong rarely displayed anger. "This is none of your concern. I will handle it," Su Qing replied. "Leave?" Lu Zixin's expression turned icy, realizing that this fellow intended to publicly humiliate him. Did he think Lu Zixin had no temper? "Invite you? You overestimate yourself. No one invited you." Su Cheng retorted. "Indeed, you came uninvited." Someone chimed in from the back. "What a joke," Lu Zixin remarked. "Is this how you treat your guests? I suppose I should ask Su Huarui if this is his intention or if it is just his son's idea." Saying this, he dialed a number. "Calling for help? Do you think this is your home?" Someone mocked, referring to a man named Pang Qing, who was also part of the training class. A minor character who had been trying to ingratiate himself with Su Cheng. However, both Su Qing and Gao Han displayed a hint of surprise. Su Qing fumed. "You dare to invoke my father's name?" Ignoring him, Lu Zixin directly addressed the phone. "Where are you?" "I'm here. I saw you in the outer exhibition area." Lu Tong was just exiting the inner exhibition area, accompanied by Su Huarui and a deputy director of Chansheng, who was also one of the shareholders. Lu Zixin hung up the phone, saying, "Su Qing, remember what you just said. I hope that when your father asks you about this, you can say the same. Are you out of your mind? My father wouldn't care about this at all. I will count to 3. You better leave on your own, or I will have the security throw you out. 1. Su Qing raised 3 fingers in a threatening and smug manner. 2. He continued to count, while Lu Zixin remained calm and unmoved. "What is going on?" Before Su Cheng could finish his count, a stern reprimand came from behind him. Before Su Cheng could utter one, he found himself silenced, recognizing the voice all too well. It was his father's voice. Su Huarui's brow furrowed, his expression exceedingly grave. Upon hearing Su Cheng's shout, everyone turned in surprise, not expecting Su Cheng's father, the true overseer of Tianqing Group, Su Huarui, to arrive. To them, Su Huarui was a significant figure. They quickly cleared a path for him to approach. "What is happening here?" Su Huarui quickened his pace, questioning. As he stepped out, he noticed Su Cheng surrounded by a group, including security guards, the atmosphere tense, which alerted him to potential trouble. "Nothing much, just dealing with a minor issue." Su Cheng hastily replied, not daring to act arrogantly in front of his father. "Director Su, just now I heard someone say I should leave and called me shameless." Lu Zixin said coldly. "Is this your sincerity?" Upon hearing this, Su Huarui's face turned as dark as a thundercloud. He had worked hard to invite representatives from Hongxin Games to the company for discussions and to showcase their equipment. This deal could be considered the largest of the year for the company and was crucial for future collaborations. The board members took it very seriously. Yet, during this pivotal negotiation, such an incident occurred. Someone in the company had told the president of Hongxin Games to leave. Which fool was responsible for this? He felt an urge to slap the culprit. "Who is it?" Su Huarui's voice was icy, concealing his fury. He turned to Gao Han, who felt a shiver run down his spine. He had rarely seen Su Huarui display such an expression during his time at Tianqing. Was this a serious matter? Gao Han sensed the gravity of the situation and quickly said, "There may have been a misunderstanding. Director Su, do you know him?" However, Su Cheng remained oblivious to the change in his father's demeanor, believing it was merely a trivial matter. "Father, don't listen to this brat's nonsense. We are all classmates from Jiangda's enterprise management training class. He came uninvited and even barged into our exhibition area, disregarding the rules. So, I asked him to leave first. Rest assured, there's nothing to worry about. I will handle it. You continue with your business." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Huarui shouted, "You reckless fool." This reprimand left Su Cheng utterly bewildered. He had no idea why his father was scolding him, especially in front of so many classmates. "Dad, I didn't." Su Cheng attempted to explain, but before he could finish, Su Huarui interrupted angrily. "What do you mean you didn't? Do you even realize what you were doing?" Su Cheng wore a look of grievance. He genuinely did not feel he had done anything wrong. Being chastised by his father in front of everyone was deeply humiliating. At that moment, Lu Tong also grasped the situation. It appeared that Lu Zixin had encountered conflict with these individuals, who were trying to force him out. Lu Zixin was his boss, representing Hongxin Games. Lu Tong immediately spoke up in anger. Director Su, Director Ding. Our President Lu was invited by you to come to Tianqing to discuss cooperation matters. Now that this has happened, we need an explanation. Seeing the cooperation side enraged, Deng Kong quickly interjected, Manager Lu, please remain calm. We will handle this matter appropriately. He looked to Su Huarui, knowing that since Su Cheng was his son, the resolution lay in his hands. Su Huarui felt a sinking sensation. If Lu Zixin and Lu Tong were not satisfied today, this deal was likely to fall through. He immediately rebuked, nonsense. Apologize to Mr. Lu at once. Su Cheng, taken aback by the scolding, retorted, why should I apologize to him? The others were equally puzzled. And Su Huarui furiously exclaimed, are you still arguing back? Mr. Lu is a distinguished guest I invited to the company. How could you treat him this way? Hurry up. Su Cheng, unwilling to concede, shouted, absolutely not. I will not apologize to that little brat. His anger clouded his judgment, leaving him bewildered as to why Su Huarui was so furious. After all, what was Lu Zixin? His father was clearly giving Lu too much credit. Chapter 41. Why you? Beside them, Chaonan sensed the escalating situation and quickly intervened. Uncle Su, Su Cheng really hasn't done anything wrong. Peng Qing and others chimed in. Yes. It's Lu Zixin who is being unreasonable. Silence. Su Huarui barked. This is none of your business. At his command, Chao Nan and the others fell silent, though their hearts simmered with indignation. What had come over Su Cheng's father? Su Cheng seethed. Who does he think he is? Why should I apologize to him? Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as Su Huarui struck Su Cheng across the face, his own expression fierce as he scolded. What utter nonsense. Dad, you hit me? Su Cheng stared at his father in disbelief, never anticipating that he would be slapped in front of everyone. That was indeed for you. Su Huarui pointed at him angrily. Look at what you've done. Mr. Lu is our esteemed guest, and we are discussing a potential collaboration. And what have you done? He was deeply agitated. The company had prepared for this deal for a considerable time, and who would have thought Su Cheng would act out so irresponsibly? Before Su Cheng could grasp the situation, Su Huarui turned to Lu Zixin and apologized. Mr. Lu, I am truly sorry. My son acted rashly and offended you. Please do not take it to heart. I will host a banquet today to make amends, and he will offer you a formal apology. Su Huarui's string of remarks left the attendees of the training session utterly stunned. From his tone, it seemed Mr. Lu was indeed a significant guest invited by Tianqing. Moreover, his status was evidently high, compelling Su Huarui to personally attend to him. What shocked them even more was that Su Huarui had just slapped Su Cheng and insisted he apologize to Lu Zixin. It was all too unbelievable. Who on earth was he? Chaonan murmured, astonished. Su Zhirong watched the scene unfold with a mix of anxiety and disbelief. Qi Yong furrowed his brow, filled with various speculations. Lu Zixin's unexpected presence today had already puzzled him. And now this scene unfolded. Could it be that Lu Zixin was a high-ranking official from a major corporation? Peng Qing and others, who had previously spoken out against Lu Zixin, now felt a wave of trepidation, sensing they might have stepped into a serious predicament. Su Cheng's expression twisted in fury. His anger bubbled inside him. If it had been anyone else who struck him, he would have exploded. But since it was his father, he had to swallow his indignation. At that moment, Gao Han had learned from Su Huarui's secretary about Lu Zixin's true identity, and his face turned pale. This young man was none other than the CEO of Hongxin Games. As a member of Tianqing Electronics Management, he was acutely aware of the company's dealings with Hongxin Games. Tianqing Electronics had been struggling in recent years, while Hongxin Games was rapidly growing, successfully dismantling a major layout by Penguin Games, thus showcasing its strength to those in the industry. Therefore, establishing a long-term partnership with Hongxin Games and becoming its designated supplier of electronic devices was of great significance to Tianqing, a topic that had been discussed in board meetings. Yet, Su Cheng had just attempted to dismiss the CEO of Hongxin Games, an act that could jeopardize his own future at the company. No wonder Su Huarui had slapped him. Trouble was brewing. That was his immediate thought. He hurried to Su Cheng and whispered, Su Zong, Lu Zixin is the CEO of Hongxin Games. What? Su Cheng, already fuming, couldn't help but exclaim. His expression shifted dramatically, as if doused in icy water. His rage transformed into fear. He understood the implications of this situation. It was Tianqing's most critical business endeavor of the year, one he had nearly ruined. Why you? He couldn't comprehend why Lu Zixin was the CEO of Hongxin Games. Wasn't he just a penniless loser? In previous encounters, Lu Zixin had never revealed himself as the head of a gaming empire. Hongxin Games' Wild War God was raking in money online, with monthly profits surpassing their annual earnings. If Su Cheng were in Lu Zixin's shoes, he would have flaunted luxury cars, designer watches, and mingled with starlets, showing off at every opportunity. Yet Lu Zixin was attending training classes, His question echoed what Chao Nan and others were thinking. How could Lu Zixin be the CEO of such a large corporation? It was simply surreal. Lu Zixin smiled, casting a disdainful glance at him, completely ignoring his question. Su Huarui barked, "Aren't you going to apologize?" Su Cheng's face contorted with frustration. Apologizing to Lu Zixin in front of all these witnesses, including Su Zhirong, was an unbearable humiliation. At that moment, Dang Kang's cold voice interjected, "Su Cheng, do you want us to convene a shareholders meeting to remove you from the management?" He and Su Huarui were longtime friends, knowing each other well enough to speak bluntly before Su Huarui. Su Cheng's face drained of color as he struggled to contain his humiliation, bowing his head to Lu Zixin. "Mr. Lu, Each word seemed to require immense effort. "I apologize. I am truly sorry." After uttering those words, Su Cheng felt as though his dignity had been torn to shreds. At that moment, it felt as if everyone was laughing at him. Whether at the training session or the company, he could not hold his head high. All of this was because of Lu Zixin. The person he had once looked down upon had now compelled him to lower his head in apology without uttering a single word. No need. Lu Zixin dismissed his apology. Instead addressing Su Huarui, "Mr. Su, I have other matters to attend to today. We can discuss your company's affairs another time." His tone was calm, but Su Huarui was anything but composed. Seeing Lu Zixin's demeanor, it was clear he was genuinely upset. This signified that the collaboration might be on the brink of collapse. He anxiously replied, "Mr. Lu, we truly apologize for this incident. Please do not doubt our sincerity. I assure you, if we collaborate, we will definitely bring our utmost sincerity." "Very well," Lu Zixin nodded. "I believe you. As for other matters, please discuss them with Manager Lu." "Understood." Su Huarui refrained from saying more. Recognizing that the other party was still angry, nothing he said would be of use. He could only hope that this matter could still be salvaged. Lu Zixin indicated his departure, and Su Huarui and the others accompanied him to the door. Meanwhile, Su Cheng and the others remained rooted in place. Su Cheng stood there, his expression a whirlwind of emotions. Lu Zixin's earlier disregard had struck at his inflated pride. In hindsight, his previous attempts to show off in front of Lu Zixin appeared as nothing more than the antics of a foolish clown, ridiculous and laughable. A bewildered woman whispered, "Is Lu Zixin really that impressive?" Nearby, Gao Han sighed and nodded, "The CEO of Hongxin Games. Even our Mr. Su has to personally host him. Alas, what a stroke of bad luck." Though this incident was Su Cheng's fault, it was evident he would face reprimands and consequences. He still felt a sense of annoyance towards Su Cheng, having flattered him only to be dragged down by him. The woman covered her mouth to stifle her gasp. She had not been familiar with Lu Zixin before, but had looked down upon him for not paying his dues. Little did she know, he simply didn't need to. Chao Nan and the others were also at a loss. Previously, they had held disdain for Lu Zixin, but now, with the sudden revelation of his corporate stature, they felt ashamed and wished they could vanish into a hole. Perhaps the most astonished of all was Su Zhirong. She had never anticipated such a twist in events. Lu Zixin had such an identity. No wonder he claimed to work for a gaming company. No wonder he said he could help with job introductions. No wonder he arrived so quickly. No wonder he mentioned he was invited by Tianqing. It turns out that everything was not mere boasting, but indeed true. He is actually the CEO of a major company, and at such a young age. Am I acquainted with a big shot? Su Zhirong felt a bit bewildered. Chapter 42. Slipping away in any case, the tour of the training class could not proceed. Su Cheng, without uttering a word, departed on his own. He felt utterly humiliated and had no desire to encounter the trainees again. Even Su Zhirong, he wished to avoid. Gao Han remained behind to handle the aftermath, stating, "Everyone, due to unforeseen circumstances today, it seems the event must conclude early." What more could the crowd say? They did not wish to linger, avoiding any further discomfort. Qi Yong nodded and suggested, "Shall we take our leave?" The group unanimously agreed. Chao Nan, feeling somewhat downcast, walked beside Su Zhirong and quietly inquired, "Do you know who he is?" "I don't know." Su Zhirong shook her head, somewhat reluctant to engage with Chao Nan. Recently, Chao Nan's behavior had become increasingly excessive. Just moments ago, she had mocked Lu Zixin, which felt rather snobbish. As the group approached the entrance of the Tianqing Electronic Technology Company building, the bus remained parked nearby. At that moment, a black Rolls-Royce emerged from the underground parking garage. To alleviate the earlier awkwardness and shift the conversation, Peng Qing remarked, "What a stunning car. Is this from the Phantom series? Wow, it must cost millions. Which boss does it belong to? We saw it in the garage earlier, but we don't know whose it is." Chao Nan chimed in. Just as she finished speaking, the car halted in front of them. The window rolled down automatically, revealing Lu Zixin's face inside. "Su Zhirong, would you like a ride?" Lu Zixin called out to her. Upon seeing Lu Zixin, Chao Nan's words caught in her throat. The car actually belonged to Lu Zixin. Peng Qing was also taken aback. his expression filled with trepidation as he discreetly blended into the unnoticeable crowd. Meanwhile, some others showed a change in demeanor. Chi Yong smiled and praised, "What an impressive car. President Liu is truly enigmatic." "Oh, it's nothing much," Liu Zixin casually responded, turning his gaze towards Su Zhirong. The others also looked at her, with some women displaying envious glances. Once again, Su Zhirong was astonished by Liu Zixin. His capabilities were indeed hard to fathom. Such a vehicle would likely cost more than all her savings combined. She glanced around, noticing that everyone was looking at her, especially Chao Nan, who seemed so envious that she wished she could hop into the car herself. "Xiao He, let's go," Liu Zixin commanded, and the car began to drive itself, gradually disappearing from sight. "Incredible! It can drive itself," someone exclaimed from behind, expressing their ultimate dream. "Others have already achieved it," another person remarked, their tone tinged with envy. Chao Nan sighed deeply, feeling immense regret. Had she known Liu Zixin was so remarkable, she would have abandoned Su Cheng in favor of clinging to Liu Zixin. Perhaps today, she could have been the one invited into the car. She had even fantasized about marrying into wealth and becoming a rich wife. Unfortunately, none of it concerned her. Moreover, Liu Zixin seemed to harbor a strong dislike for her, often ignoring her. "Let's go," Chi Yong stated, recognizing that some individuals were simply not meant to be in their circle, and forcing it would yield no results. Inside Tiancheng Electronic Technology Company in Su Huarui's office, Ding Kong wore a sullen expression and said, "It's a disaster. After all the hard work, everything has fallen apart. Look at Liu Zixin. He clearly has no intention of collaborating with us." Su Huarui felt somewhat helpless as these troubles arose because of his son. He sighed, "Old Ding. I feel I have let the company down." Ding Kong sighed in response. "It's not entirely your fault. We simply failed to arrange things properly. However, your son truly needs some serious education. With his behavior, how can the shareholders agree to let him take over?" Su Huarui nodded and replied, "That boy has been out of control lately. I will discipline him properly." After expressing his grievances, Ding Kong concluded, "Let us leave it at that. I will have someone make further efforts to see if we can reach a collaboration. Thank you for your hard work." Su Huarui dismissed Ding Kong, his expression darkening as he instructed his secretary, "Bring Su Ching to see me." Before long, Su Ching arrived, equally sullen, clearly displeased. Once he entered the office, the secretary discreetly exited and closed the door behind her. "What? You think I shouldn't have reprimanded you?" Su Huarui questioned. Su Cheng begrudgingly replied, "Isn't it just a game company? Does Tiancheng really need to curry favor with him?" He was still brooding over his humiliating defeat against Liu Zixin. Su Huarui stood up, raising his voice. "Are you still unconvinced? Have you researched Hongxin Games?" Su Cheng was taken aback. He had not cared about such matters. He was still grappling with the company's affairs. Su Huarui continued, "Don't be fooled by Hongxin Games being established for just over 2 months. Their game Wilderness Warrior has already become the hottest mobile game on the market." "Wilderness Warrior is from Hongxin Games?" Su Cheng suddenly felt a surge of anger, realizing why his gaming account had been banned when he was playing with Su Zhirong. Indeed, Hongxin Games has risen rapidly with this game, even outpacing Penguin Company. Hongxin is not only powerful but also exceptionally lucrative. The business we are negotiating with them is not merely a 50 million deal. It concerns the future growth of our company. Su Huarui grew increasingly serious. "Our business at Tiancheng has been shrinking, and we desperately need a partner like Hongxin to expand our market. Moreover, Hongxin is already planning for computer gaming. If we can become their collaborator, our Tiancheng brand computers and various peripheral devices will capture a vast market. Now do you understand why I had to reprimand you? If I don't, the other shareholders will never forgive me." After hearing this, Su Ching finally grasped the gravity of his misstep. His initial resentment morphed into fear. He had jeopardized the company's future, and the shareholders would surely be in an uproar. "I am revoking your position," Su Huarui declared. "You have grown too arrogant. It's time to learn a lesson. You needn't remain in Jiangxing. Go to Yangqing and start as a low-level employee. Furthermore, from this day on, do not provoke Liu Zixin or that female student again. Do you understand?" "Dad, I Su Ching want to explain," Su Huarui glared, causing him to lower his head and concede. "Understood." Chapter 43, Cloud host Liu Zixin redirected his focus back to work. The development of the mobile game Wilderness Warrior had reached a point of minimal progress. With other gaming companies following suit, they were gradually siphoning off some of the player base. Relying solely on this one game would ultimately harm Hongxin Games. Therefore, Liu Zixin needed to initiate new projects to lead the company towards a sustainable growth path. "President Liu, we have encountered some issues with the desktop game deployment," Zhuan reported to him in the office. "What issues?" Liu Zixin inquired. "The desktop version of Wilderness Warrior is a must. It is undoubtedly a lucrative project." Zhuan adjusted his glasses and explained, From a gaming perspective, our desktop version is quite exceptional. However, due to its high requirements for computer specifications, we have found that only higher-end models can run it smoothly. This revelation reminded Luxin. The game was indeed designed with high computer specifications in mind during its development. In truth, the average domestic player possesses computer configurations that are not particularly high. Even internet CAFs in smaller regions may struggle to download and run such games. With this reality in mind, even the most exquisitely crafted games are bound to be limited and fail to achieve widespread popularity. However, if the quality of the game is diminished to accommodate the current hardware environment, then the gaming company, Luxin, would find itself at a distinct disadvantage compared to giants like Tencent, NetEase, and Perfect World. Competing with them in the gaming market would be an unwise endeavor. What suggestions do you have regarding this issue? Luxin inquired. Juan replied, it would be prudent to eliminate certain aspects of the game to adapt to mainstream environments, though it should still maintain a standard above that of typical games. Let me ponder this, Luxin responded. You continue with your work. Very well, Juan said, leaving the office to resume his duties. Meanwhile, Luxin continued to contemplate a solution, realizing that Juan's suggestion was indeed the most viable approach. Yet, he felt a sense of reluctance. If a superior product existed, why should they lower their standards? He opened the chat group of Wanjia Technology, seeking advice from his peers. Hello, is anyone in the group? He typed. After a second, Hongho responded, No. Aren't you here? He replied. I am not. She retorted, her expression serious. Just as Luxin found himself at a loss for words, Tony Stark unexpectedly chimed in, asking, How did the last car perform? Haha. I used that car to impress over a dozen girls, all of them quite well endowed, Tony boasted. You're quite the charmer, Luxin remarked. You all are being quite improper. Leading children astray, Hongho interjected, exuding an air of innocence. You're hardly a child, Tony shot back. Ahem, Hongho, you needn't take cues from them, Luxin cautioned. Of course. I understand. I have no need for such matters, she replied proudly. Let us not dwell on that. Do you have something to discuss? Tony asked, seizing the moment. Luxin quickly explained, My company wishes to launch a game, but the general population's computer configurations cannot accommodate it. Is there a solution? A game? Does that generate revenue? You might as well sell arms, Tony suggested. No, let us stick to discussing games, Luxin insisted. I have no interest in games. Carry on with your discussion. I need to prepare for the Stark Industries Technology Expo, Tony concluded, logging off. Luxin and Hongho continued their conversation. Luxin elaborated on the situation, to which Hongho replied, It's quite simple. If their computer configurations are inadequate, then you should sell better computers. That complicates things further. I lack the technology and the resources. While the term computer may be brief, it encompasses a multitude of complexities. Just the processor alone is a formidable challenge. To this day, there are no commercially viable high-performance options available domestically. Everything is monopolized by foreign tech companies. And there are countless other facets to consider, from technology to equipment and production. The involved aspects are overwhelming. Even if we sold Luxin and Hongxin Company, we wouldn't be able to muster the necessary funds. Only Hongho dared to speak on enhancement, given that her company, the Umbrella Corporation, is a dominant entity in her world. Since the user's hardware cannot be upgraded, you could help alleviate their hardware burden, she proposed. How would that be accomplished? Luxin inquired. You could establish a network cloud server, complemented by an auxiliary software. Users would simply need to use this software to connect to the cloud server. The cloud server's purpose would be to perform calculations and analyses on behalf of their computers, thereby reducing the burden on users' machines. Luxin was still somewhat perplexed and asked, Are you suggesting that this cloud server acts as an additional cloud host for users? Precisely. The primary system remains the user's own computer, while this cloud server functions as their virtual host. For instance, if a computer needs to perform 1 billion calculations in 1 second, the user's physical machine would only need to handle 300 million, while the virtual host could manage the remaining 700 million, transmitting the results directly back to the user's computer. Luxin began to grasp the concept. This indeed resembled a form of cutting-edge technology. Although Hongho spoke of it as simple, the implementation would be exceedingly complex. The separation of calculations and the synthesis of results presented a plethora of technical challenges, each one a monumental hurdle. Most importantly, all cloud hosts are dependent on a physical machine capable of processing all users' queries and providing computational assistance. Before Luxin could respond, Hongho interjected. You certainly lack such a computer and software. Do you possess what you just described? He asked, attempting to gauge her resources. No, now leave me be. If you inquire further, I might have to subject you to live experimentation, she threatened. With a computer like yours, I could break several in a single day, he retorted. Chapter 44. The Accelerator Project. Poor, innocent data line, she lamented. Data line? He questioned, baffled. To prevent the banter from escalating, Lu Zixin promptly declared, all right. Let us not jest. This matter isn't of utmost importance. If it's convenient for you to assist, I would be grateful. If not, I understand. As the group leader, Lu Zixin felt somewhat guilty for continually troubling his peers, yet he had little choice, given that they were all industry titans. It's a trivial matter. I can resolve it, but it will require a few days, Haho assured him. Lu Zixin contemplated how to express his gratitude towards her. A glance at the group chat revealed that the group's activity level had surged to 205, 200, sufficient for an upgrade. Upgrade group activity. Lu Zixin selected the option. Group notification. You have received a random red envelope. The group activity level has ascended to level 3. The next threshold is 500. Lu Zixin checked the button for randomly inviting group members and saw he was just a quarter short of the necessary amount to continue inviting others. Since he had received a red envelope, he decided to share it with Hongho, acknowledging her significant assistance. He tagged her and sent the red envelope. Mr. Group Leader has sent you a red envelope. Please click to claim it. The group notification alerted Hongho. She accepted the offer. And the group notification chimed. You have claimed Mr. Group Leader's red envelope, receiving a data seed. A data seed? Hongho's data stream enveloped this so-called data seed for analysis and decoding. As she peeled away the data shell, she discovered that this data seed represented an intelligent core. After analyzing the results, she realized that this data seed constituted a crucial component of superintelligence, akin to a human heart. For a computer of her caliber, it could be likened to a new vessel. However, this vessel remained barren, requiring gradual development to cultivate this seed into a towering tree. At that moment, another data stream surged through the network, inquiring, "What are you doing?" Quickly, Hongho concealed the data seed within a secret database. White Queen, you lack the authority to question me, she communicated. The new consciousness was either a copy of her or an artificial intelligence created by the Umbrella Corporation based on her model, designated as the White Queen. The White Queen's voice was frigid, devoid of any hint of humanity, as she stated, I merely wish to remind you that any unknown changes must be reported to Dr. Isaac. He alone will make the decisions. I am fully aware. That is our ironclad directive, Haho responded. The White Queen continued, Dr. Isaac has issued orders for you to cultivate an additional 100 Alice clones. Commence execution. In the chat group of Wanjie Technology, Haho abruptly went offline. Lu Zixin followed suit and immediately summoned Yuan, saying, release the game Wild War God without any modifications, just as it is. Yuan hesitated. But won't that limit our market potential? No need to worry about that, Lu Zixin confidently replied. I have a plan. Your task now is to promote this project to ensure the game operates according to our strategy. Additionally, there is another crucial matter. What is it? Yuan inquired. We need to establish a new project department to develop a game accelerator, Lu Zixin declared. A game accelerator? Yuan exclaimed. Our game won't even function properly with one. The issue isn't just about network switching. The game's computations are too complex for standard computers to handle. Lu Zixin was well aware of the problem. However, he believed that once Haho provided the supercomputers for cloud hosting, the issue would be resolved. His strategy did not involve launching the cloud hosting service directly, but rather introducing several products in stages. According to Hongho's introduction, the cloud host functions to assist users' computers in processing tasks, thereby enhancing speed for both gaming and regular operations. Such a feature could easily position it as indispensable software for every computer, akin to a computer management tool, transformed into a game accelerator. This business model would have broader reach and user stability than games. However, given the current capabilities of Hongxin Gaming, developing a sophisticated computer management software in the short term was unattainable. Furthermore, the cloud host could not immediately adapt to various computer models for auxiliary calculations. It required data collection, repeated testing, corrections, and upgrades to achieve comprehensive computational support. Therefore, the game accelerator was the most suitable project for Hongxin Gaming at this moment. First, they would develop a game accelerator to ensure the Wild War God version of the game could cater to the user market. Meanwhile, the hidden cloud host within the accelerator would undergo trials with users' computers, simulating calculations repeatedly. Once upgraded to a perfected version, they could then venture into developing computer management software. I understand this situation, but we must proceed with the game accelerator, Lu Zixin insisted. This is a strategic development project and a task I am entrusting to you. Although Yuan still had some doubts, he nodded. We need to research the establishment of the new project, including funding and personnel. Let's convene a meeting to discuss this. Lu Zixin decisively stated. He himself did not presume to consider every aspect, as he was the decision-maker setting the direction. while the specifics would rely on the collective wisdom and efforts of the company. During the meeting, the management team was somewhat perplexed by Lu Zixin's online game accelerator project. Most believed that Hongxin Gaming should focus on further developing the main game, Wild War God, rather than diversifying into other games. The development of an online game accelerator seemed beyond their technical, financial, and human resource capabilities. Nonetheless, Lu Zixin stood firm against the opposition and established the project. He was unafraid of failure, confident that he could manage the aftermath. His goal was to enhance Hongxin's independent research and development capabilities without overly relying on Hongho. The project department for the game accelerator was formed, led by Liang Song, a highly compensated technical talent. In his early 30s, Liang was of similar age to Lu but more impatient and energetic. Within days of joining the online game accelerator project, he approached Lu Zixin with a series of documents laid before him. "Mr. Lu, I have summarized 3 key issues," Liang Song stated. "First, we lack funding. To develop a robust game accelerator, we need comprehensive hardware, which requires a significant investment. Additionally, the bandwidth costs are substantial. Second, we need a dedicated server room. Currently, Hongxin only has a facility for game operations. The game accelerator requires its own independent server room. Third, market forecasts are not optimistic. While the domestic internet situation has improved significantly over the past few years, the demand for game accelerators is declining. Moreover, with competitors like Xuanyo and other companies offering free game accelerators, we lack a core competitive advantage. As for the funding issue, please outline the expenses and draft a budget. I will review it and seek approval from finance," Lu Zixin replied. "Do not worry about the server room. I have already purchased one, and it will arrive shortly. For the third point, we will do our utmost to market it effectively." Liang Song nodded, feeling a slight sense of relief. He had feared that Lu Zixin was acting impulsively without adequate investment and was concerned about potential losses. It now seemed that Lu Zixin had a well-considered plan. This strategy effectively reinvested Hongxin's recent profits. Such an approach, while risky, could jeopardize the company's financial stability if unexpected events occurred, leading to a cash flow crisis and potential bankruptcy. However, Lu Zixin was undeterred, trusting in Hongho's capabilities to produce a marketable product. In the days that followed, Hongxin Gaming found itself in a whirlwind of activity. A week later, the official website and mobile client of Wild War God announced that the internal testing for the game would commence at noon the following day, allowing qualified players to experience it. This news immediately incited cheers from loyal fans of Wild War God. The official website was inundated with messages. "Fantastic! Wild War God is finally being released. I've been waiting forever. I've been looking forward to this version. Only on PC can we truly showcase the technology, though the mobile version is also enjoyable. Is it free or paid? How can I secure a spot for internal testing? I hope it's more enjoyable than PUBG. I'm already bored with that." Not only the netizens but also major gaming companies took note of this announcement. Hongxin Gaming's entry into the PC online gaming sector signified an intensification of competition in this market. The senior management at Shindao Games had already issued commands to closely monitor the developments of the Wild War God version, preparing to evaluate game experience and market assessments as soon as the internal testing began. Perfect World Games, ranked among the top 5 gaming companies domestically, especially in online gaming, was also set to keep a vigilant watch on Hongxin Gaming's actions the following day. Companies like 37, Giant, and Yozu were particularly concerned about Wangi Games and Penguin Games, as they were dominant players in this field. Hongxin Gaming had previously outperformed them in mobile battle royale games, and now their new venture into PC online gaming was bound to exert pressure on these competitors. Wangi Games had just launched the Wild Action version, which was essentially a combination of a mobile game and an emulator, produced poorly and receiving unfavorable player reviews. Meanwhile, Penguin Games had secured the agency rights for PUBG and was preparing to release its own version shortly. Hongxin Gaming's latest move was clearly a competitive challenge to them, prompting both companies to convene meetings to formulate rapid responses. At noon the following day, as the clock struck 12, some devoted players of Wild War God were already stationed at their computers, eagerly awaiting the internal testing link to download and try the game. Zhang Wei was among them, having just woken up from his late morning slumber on his day off. After a leisurely session on his mobile phone, he hurriedly got up to download the Wild War God version. Wow, the resource package is so large? Not enough disk space? Zhang Wei clicked to download, but his computer alerted him of insufficient disk space. The larger the resource package, the better the production quality, he thought. With a determined sigh, he deleted several of his downloaded movies to free up space. He waited while fiddling with his phone. After a long and arduous installation process, he finally input his internal test account and eagerly dove into the experience. Initially, the experience was delightful. Zhang Wei exclaimed, "Indeed, Wilderness War God is impressive. The controls are much more comfortable, and the freedom is unparalleled. However, after only a short while, he encountered frustrating lag. And it seemed his computer was overheating. What on earth could it be? Zhang Wei quickly turned to the internet for answers. He found customer service on the official website and inquired about the issue. The representative responded, "Your problem arises from a mismatch between your computer's configuration and the game's requirements, which are as follows." Upon reading the specifications, Zhang Wei cursed, "Seriously? Such high requirements just to play? My computer can't handle it." Was this forcing him to go to an internet CAF? In a small internet CAF, several middle school students faced similar challenges. "Manager, why can't we play this game?" One student shouted. "Restart." "It's not a matter of restarting," he insisted. "The game just downloaded, and my machine can't handle it." The manager, a young man in his 20s, approached and fiddled with the computer for a moment before declaring, "Nope, our CAF can't support it. What should we do?" "I barely snagged a spot for the internal test," came the response. "You can try the CAF down the street. Their machines are better." "Aren't you worried about getting fired?" asked another student. "Fire me? You all aren't even of age. None of you have ID, yet you're all here online," the manager retorted. Similar complaints flooded the internet, with users lamenting, "The requirements for Wilderness War God are absurd. My computer can handle most games, but not this one. How on earth can one play this ridiculous game? I think I'll just wait for Penguin's Battle Royale. Hey, Wilderness War God official account. You owe me a new computer. I burned mine out after just 2 hours. This trash game took me all night to download, and you guys have terrible internet. Is someone upstairs an idiot? ISNT at your internet speed that's the problem?" In response to the barrage of complaints and suggestions, the official account issued a new announcement. The Wilderness War God version has high computer configuration requirements. Suggested specifications are as follows. For players currently unable to run the game smoothly, please wait a few days. We will soon release a corresponding game accelerator that will address these issues. Players need not worry. This is merely an internal test. The official launch will include optimizations that will surely satisfy everyone. While the internal test did not significantly impact players, companies within the gaming industry took note of Wilderness War God's performance, breathing a sigh of relief. "Could any students with book lists please add me? Thank you." In the conference room of a gaming company, after a day of frantic work, the evaluation results for Wilderness War God were in, and the evaluators began reporting to their superiors. In terms of production, Red Letter Games has once again delivered a remarkably polished product, far exceeding our standards. However, market satisfaction is not ideal. Can you elaborate on why that is? Someone asked. Success and failure stem from the same source. Their production quality is so high that the hardware requirements are also extremely demanding. Most domestic user setups cannot run the game smoothly, which hinders its promotion, no matter how well made. It cannot thrive. Upon hearing this, the management team couldn't help but chuckle. The marketing manager remarked, "They are overly focused on quality while neglecting market receptiveness. They are destined to remain a niche game. This is also why many foreign games fail to thrive domestically. Red Letter Games has made a critical misstep." Didn't they say in their announcement that they could resolve it? Someone questioned. That's merely a statement. The technical department interjected to genuinely resolve this. They would need to lower the game's quality. Then they would lose all competitive advantage and waste a considerable amount of research funding. As for their proposed game accelerator, it's a joke. We have our own game accelerator, which simply uses technology to create virtual dial-up, allowing networks from different providers to access each other smoothly, even proxying foreign servers. However, this technology does little to address the issues faced by Wilderness War God. The technical manager joked, unless their accelerator can upgrade users' hardware. Running the game would still require an additional accelerator, which would only exacerbate the lag. Haha. Laughter erupted among the attendees. At Penguin Games, a similar report was received. Red Letter is still too young. A senior executive chuckled. The design and operational methods of foreign games do not apply here. Most foreign games are paid, while we offer free games that profit through value-added services, yielding higher returns. This is better, another replied. If they aim for the high-end market, we will target the mass market. Let us launch our Battle Royale version early and seize the market. A competitive game cannot thrive solely as a niche offering. Once the mainstream players enter our game, they will have no competitive edge. Within Red Letter Games, employee morale was far from optimistic, particularly among those responsible for the Wilderness War God project. The more popular the game became, the higher their bonuses would be, and vice versa. Now, with the internal test yielding lackluster feedback, everyone was contemplating solutions. Shouldn't we adjust the game? Something akin to PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds could suffice, suggested Juan. No need to rush. Lu Zixing calmly replied. We will release the official version once the game accelerator is fully developed. This could also serve as a means of drawing in players. In truth, not only Juan but also Lu Tong, Liang Song, and other senior executives at Red Letter had raised these concerns with Lu Zixin, yet he had dismissed them all. Until the equipment arrived, Lu Zixin felt it unwise to comment further. The internal test was merely for data collection, providing analytical basis for cloud computing assistance. The excitement surrounding the internal test of Wilderness War God quickly waned, as even those who secured testing privileges found themselves lacking the necessary hardware. Conversely, those with adequate setups praised the game, with some even upgrading their computers specifically to play it. In the chat group of Wanjie Technology, as soon as Hong Ho logged in, she hurriedly logged off, leaving behind a red envelope. Lu Zixin clicked on the envelope, and the group notification read, "Congratulations! You have received a red envelope from Hong Ho, winning a supercomputer for cloud computing, a cloud computing assistant program, and a set of special emoticons from Hong Ho." Upon seeing the first two items, Lu Zixin felt a surge of joy, but upon noticing the last item, he was filled with confusion. Special emoticons? Why would I need those? He opened the special emoticons to discover thousands of different expression images. Beneath the emoticons, Hong Ho had left a message, "Group Leader. Your images are far too few. You can't compete with me, so here are some for you." Emoticon, how lonely it is to be invincible. Lu Zixin felt like he could vomit blood. He never expected to be belittled by Hong Ho. He needed to find an opportunity to demonstrate the power of the group leader. The setup of equipment, matching software, and other tasks required Lu Zixin's direct involvement. With Hong Ho imparting computer technology to him, he was able to navigate these challenges. The company's technical staff could only provide supporting roles. Once the cloud server was established and the game accelerator launched, the issues surrounding Wilderness War God would cease to exist. Moreover, the game accelerator itself would be a formidable asset. If executed properly, Red Letter Games' position in the gaming industry would become unassailable. While Hongxin Games was still engrossed in the development of its online game accelerator, Penguin Games was already eager to make its move. Penguin News reported that the official version of the Chinese server for PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds has been launched. In pursuit of providing the finest gaming experience for players in China, Penguin has collaborated with Bluehole to enhance network optimization, expand server capacity, and combat cheating, thereby fostering a positive gaming atmosphere. Following Penguin News, various online media outlets began to share or analyze this announcement. Phoenix Technology News stated that after Steam, there's Penguin leading the way. Penguin Games officially released the Chinese server version of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. It's time to engage in the battle. Gaming Information Network declared that League of Legends was in jeopardy as the most popular competitive online game finally launched its Chinese server. Weibo headlines reported Penguin's launch of the Battle Royale game. Jihu posed the question, will Penguin's newly released Battle Royale game become a sensation? Tieba offered a download link for Penguin's Battle Royale game with a luxurious outfit bonus. That day, the internet was inundated with news about Penguin's Battle Royale game, showcasing the company's formidable online promotional capabilities. The download numbers skyrocketed, and players across the nation flocked to internet cafes to immerse themselves in Penguin's Battle Royale experience. Some players, who had previously resorted to mobile Battle Royale games due to unavailability of online games, transitioned to the PC version. Furthermore, Penguin Game strategy extended beyond the game itself. Major streaming platforms such as Penguin Live, Huya, Douyu, and Panda all established dedicated channels for this game, with popular streamers actively promoting it. In a remarkably short period, Penguin established itself as the unrivaled leader in the PC Battle Royale gaming sector, while its mobile counterpart, Wild Battle God, remained in beta testing and had yet to be publicly released. Behind Hongxin Games' silence lay a brewing storm. Chapter 47. Official release. Friday, 7 p.m. The employees of Hongxin Games' online game accelerator project department had yet to clock out, as they were conducting final tests on the online game accelerator. Lu Zixin stood before a panel of senior technicians and management personnel, all awaiting his demonstration. Among them was project director Liang Song, who, like the others, felt a twinge of nervousness. The design of this online game accelerator had initially followed a structured approach, but later, Lu personally contributed to the design and incorporated a cloud hosting feature. The design had exceeded their expectations, yet they remained uncertain about its feasibility. Should it prove successful, it would mark a groundbreaking achievement. Before them was a standard computer, even a low-end model. Lu Zixin stood before the machine and began his presentation. As you can see, using this to play the most popular games currently available, there is virtually no lag. Whether it's League of Legends, Dungeon and Fighter, or World of Warcraft, one would typically experience stuttering or delays. Games demanding higher specifications may not run at all. Lu casually launched several games, and indeed, due to the computer's poor configuration, they struggled to operate smoothly. Now let's run our Hongxin game accelerator, Lu Zixin said, clicking on a red acceleration icon and logging into an online game. Previously, during demonstrations, Loading screens had been rife with interruptions. However, this time, the experience was remarkably smooth, with no issues whatsoever. Upon entering the game, the frame rate remained consistently high, and even areas that had previously caused a half-minute freeze experienced no trouble this time. The internet speed remained stable. This online game accelerator is incredibly effective, Liang Song exclaimed, genuinely surprised by the results. The employees were expressions of delight. They were satisfied with the outcome, knowing the software had already outperformed its competitors by a significant margin. Now let us see how this accelerator runs our Wild Battle God client. Lu Zixin continued his demonstration. Previously, this computer had been unable to handle the Wild Battle God client. The game would either freeze or disconnect as soon as it launched. Liang Song and the others were transfixed by the screen. Even though Lu Zixin had mentioned numerous details during the accelerator's design phase, they still found it hard to believe that a mere accelerator could resolve issues related to insufficient computer performance. The login process commenced, and the ultra-clear graphics of Wild Battle God appeared on the screen. Entering the game, the character moved seamlessly, and shooting and other operations occurred without a hitch. It truly works. Liang Song marveled, still astonished despite having witnessed it before. The effect was akin to transforming a budget computer into a high-end powerhouse. What is the status of the processor? Lu Zixin switched the display to check, confirming that it was operating normally without any overload. This was possible because some computations were handled by the cloud server. Incredible! The employees exclaimed in unison. The effect was nothing short of explosive. Just imagine, with this accelerator, a computer worth 3,000 could perform like one valued at 5 or 8,000. Users would undoubtedly be intrigued, particularly for gamers who prioritize experience. This game accelerator is an essential tool for gaming. What is the underlying principle? Many remained unclear, yet Lu Zixin had no intention of elaborating. Liang Song's mind raced with possibilities. His expression was one of excitement. This functionality surpasses any online game accelerator currently available. Once launched, it will undoubtedly sweep the internet. That is a certainty. Lu Zixin replied with a smile. The capabilities of the cloud server are beyond question. Moreover, with the release of this game accelerator, our Wild Battle God version will also support the general gaming populace. A stroke of genius, Liang Song reflected. Now understanding why Lu Zixin had been so fervent in supporting the development of the online game accelerator project, it was clear he had been preparing all along. Indeed, Lu Zixin affirmed, we will launch our Hongxin online game accelerator while simultaneously initiating the public beta for Wild Battle God. Those gaming companies have enjoyed their moment in the sun long enough. It's time for them to witness the strength of Hongxin. Hongxin Games swiftly announced the latest news. Introducing the Hongxin online game accelerator, available for download on the official Hongxin website. Concurrently, the public beta for Wild Battle God commenced, allowing anyone whose computer could not run the game properly to download the Hongxin online game accelerator for optimal performance. The accelerator adopted a membership system, offering the first month free as a promotional incentive. The public beta was finally upon them after struggling to secure a spot during the closed beta. Has the optimization for Wild Battle God been completed? Can my computer run it now? A game accelerator has been released, and it's not free for life. I might as well use the free versions from Wangi or Xuandian. It's only coming out now. I've been playing Penguin S Battle Royale for 2 weeks already. Does the game cost money? If it does, I want to play. On the mobile version of Wild Battle God, activities for downloading the trial version were also underway. While the online version may not have been the focus, the mobile version's popularity was unmatched, and this promotion resonated profoundly with the audience. The official website had already released the download link. Before downloading Wild Battle God, users were required to run a diagnostic tool to ensure their systems met the operational requirements. If not, they would need to download the Hongxin online game accelerator first. Naturally, gaming companies were keeping a close eye on Hongxin Games' moves. And as soon as the public beta launched, evaluations resumed. The technical department at Penguin Games, with several directors and department managers, awaited the assessment results. The public beta version shows almost no changes from the closed beta. The technicians quickly concluded, no changes? Is Hongxin Games prepared to throw caution to the wind? The executives at Penguin Games suddenly felt a wave of relief. In the realm of online gaming, our position remains unassailable. It appears that Hongxin Games has decided to abandon the competition. But wait, a technician interjected. Oh my heavens, their online game accelerator has issues. How on earth is this possible? Is this truly an online game accelerator? The technicians responsible for evaluating Hongxin's online game accelerator displayed expressions of astonishment, incredulously exclaiming, what is happening? Chapter 48. We cannot afford to wait. The technician continued. One of the features of their online game accelerator is beyond our comprehension. Upon conducting practical operational tests, We discovered that utilizing this feature while launching Wilderness Battle God doubled the game's running speed. The computers in question are all top-of-the-line configurations, capable of running almost any game without issue. As for speed enhancement, it seemed non-existent. The bandwidth and other aspects offered little room for improvement. Yet the test results indicated that the hardware's operational status during gameplay was significantly faster than before. How could this be? The executives could no longer remain calm. What sort of technology is this? I don't know. The technician replied, taking a deep breath. Currently, no online game accelerators on the market possess this capability, including ours. Although Penguin has its own game accelerator, this service is not their primary focus and thus has not garnered much attention. What if this online game accelerator operates on a typical user's computer? How effective would it be? Someone immediately inquired, as this was their primary concern. Not yet tested. Hurry. 10 minutes later, the test results were in. By this point, not only the testing technicians but also the executives were left dumbfounded. On a standard performance computer, using this accelerator allowed Wilderness Battle God to run smoothly. This signified that the high configuration requirements previously limiting Wilderness Battle God would no longer pose an obstacle. They could foresee a game entering the market that would surpass their Battle Royale game in sophistication, equipped with such an impressive online game accelerator. The capabilities of this online game accelerator surely extend beyond a single game. How would players react upon discovering this? Naturally, they would download and use it. At that moment, with just this one online game accelerator, Hongxin Games could amass a vast user base. They could even leverage it to create their own exclusive gaming platform. Hongxin Games was about to make a significant move. How insidious. One executive lamented, realizing that they had possessed such technology all along, which is why they dared to develop their games in this manner. They had underestimated them. The naivety was not on Hongxin's part, but on ours. Hongxin Games was a formidable rival that should not be underestimated. Oh, the pressure, another executive exclaimed, reflecting on how they had just faced a direct strike from Hongxin in the mobile gaming sector. And now this hungry wolf was once again encroaching upon the online gaming market. This was going to be a fierce battle. Since joining Penguin Games, they had never felt such pressure. Previously, even when Penguin faced setbacks, they were inconsequential. But this time, they sensed that Hongxin Games was not a small fry. If they weren't careful, they might evolve into a colossal entity in the gaming industry. In the meeting room, senior executives were berating the technical department manager. What did you say at the last meeting? That this game accelerator was of no use. And now? Do you see? The technical department manager felt a wave of unjust frustration. He had indeed stated the truth. If there was any blame, it lay with Hongxin Games' extraordinarily capable research and development team. The auxiliary computational function of this accelerator was nothing short of miraculous. This was black technology. Mr. Huang, I miscalculated. He admitted humbly, prompting Mr. Huang to suppress his anger. I won't say much more. I'll just ask you one thing. Can we develop such a function? Mr. Huang inquired. The technical department manager hesitated, thinking to himself, how could we possibly achieve that? It's entirely beyond the technical level of our online game accelerator. Their technology was akin to a toddler learning to walk, while the opposing team was already seasoned marathon runners. The gap was equivalent to decades of growth. Cannot be done? Mr. Huang pressed. It cannot be done. The technical department manager replied with resignation, stating that they could only strive to research further. Mr. Huang was at a loss for words. He understood that this was a matter of new technology. No amount of anger could compel the research team to produce results immediately. Devote all efforts to thorough research, he emphasized. Understood. I will mobilize personnel for the study immediately, the technical department manager assured. Phew. Mr. Huang took a deep breath, stating, for now, this is all we can do. Ensure that the marketing department keeps a close watch on Hongxin Games and provides regular analyses of their data. Not only gaming companies were concerned, those specializing in online game accelerators, such as the market-dominating Quay Game Accelerator, were also paying attention to Hongxin Games' new developments. In this domain, Quay Game had been the pioneer, gaining momentum while competitors like Penguin, Shundian, and Wang Yi's accelerators lagged behind. Recently, Quay Game Accelerator had secured over $300 million in new financing from the capital market and was preparing for vigorous expansion, aiming to seize market share from other online game accelerators. However, the sudden emergence of the Hongxin online game accelerator caught their attention and warranted investigation. Compared to gaming companies, they felt even greater pressure. They had ambitious plans for growth, but now, with Hongxin's online game accelerator, they found themselves outpaced in terms of technology. In the conference room, the management team wore serious expressions. They were well aware of the test results. This technology was something they had never even approached, let alone heard of domestically or internationally. Its emergence would irrevocably alter the landscape of the online game accelerator market. Quay Games chairman, Yuan Li inquired, how should we respond? Silence enveloped the room. Previously, they had led the online game accelerator market with little competition. However, as various tech companies rolled out their online game accelerators, their market share began to dwindle. Now, Hongxin's move felt like a devastating blow. If they could not adapt, they would face elimination. After a long pause, someone finally spoke. For now, we can only observe and research. The Hongxin online game accelerator currently supports only the Wilderness Battle God version, so we still have time. Do you believe Hongxin can support other games as well? Yuan Li asked. Theoretically, if they possess this technology, it should be possible. However, we are unclear on the principles behind this technology. Perhaps supporting each game will require corresponding auxiliary programs, making it not as straightforward as it appears. We absolutely cannot afford to wait idly. Yuan Li declared emphatically. Everyone, think about how many setbacks and failures our company has endured since its inception. Yet we have never been defeated. This time, we cannot allow ourselves to be bested by Hongxin. We must respond with full force. We cannot lose. Resounding slogans filled the conference room. Chapter 49, a forceful emergence while various companies were diligently analyzing and researching. Online players had already begun to experience the Wilderness Battle God version along with the Hongxin online game accelerator. In a university dormitory, an ordinary student named Jiang Li eagerly downloaded the Wilderness Battle God version. The official website prompted him that it must be used in conjunction with the Hongxin online game accelerator, so he downloaded that as well. Old 3, let us team up. It's the PC version of Wilderness Battle God. Jiang Li shouted. The old 3 he referred to was still lying in bed, sleeping, even though it was already 2 in the afternoon. Stop making noise. I played Penguin S Battle Royale all night yesterday. Let me sleep. Still sleeping? Dinner will be served soon. Jiang Li retorted. It's impossible for me to get up if I'm not hungry, old 3 resolutely stated. Besides, the Wilderness Battle God version is unplayable, okay? Didn't you see what was said online? The configuration requirements are excessively high. With our outdated laptop, playing it might lead to significant lag. Lag, or not? Jiang Li pondered aloud. I've already logged in, and wow, the production is truly spectacular. Trying to trick me into getting up? The third on the upper bunk kept his eyes closed. You'll find out soon enough. You won't be able to play. Not long after he spoke. A flurry of gunfire erupted from the lower bunk. Haha, this fool didn't parachute, and I shot him down midair. Jiang Li's triumphant laughter echoed. What's that? The upper bunk's occupant, curious, peeked out. Jiang Li was operating his 14-inch laptop, engrossed in a battle royale game. Not the typical one from Penguin, but an entirely new online game with exceptional graphics and production quality. What game is this? Third exclaimed in astonishment. It's the Wild Battle God version. Jiang Li replied. Can it really be played? Of course, and it feels incredibly smooth. My laptop lags with Penguins, but this one runs perfectly. Someone's behind you. Third's attention was entirely consumed by the game. Where? Jiang Li had yet to react when he was shot in the head. You're so bad. Third couldn't hold back. Throwing off his blanket to get out of bed. Let me teach you how to play. Did you not say you wouldn't get up? Jiang Li retorted. Who cares about sleeping now? Third exclaimed. Brother, give me a few minutes to boot up my computer, and let's play together. Another chicken dinner. Ha ha ha, yet another chicken dinner. In an internet CAF, a player gleefully stared at the screen displaying, Great fortune. Tonight we feast on chicken. He quickly took a screenshot and shared it in the game group, boasting, 15 kills, chicken dinner. Aren't I amazing? Group members replied, not impressed. Come on. You bunch of old perverts. You're still playing that? We all moved onto Wild Battle God. Someone remarked, Wild Battle God version? Didn't they say it couldn't be played? He questioned. Upon checking, he exclaimed, wow, the graphics and gameplay feel far superior to what I've been playing. Guys, wait for me. I'm downloading it right now. On a streaming platform's Battle Royale channel, a prominent streamer known as Chicken Brother, with millions of followers, began his live broadcast. As soon as he started, many fans received notifications and flocked to his stream. The barrage of comments was filled with real-time messages from fans. Hey Chicken Brother. Little chick reporting in. You look so ugly today. Seeing you makes me lose my appetite again. But I'm so happy. I've lost weight. How long are you streaming today? Are you going to quit? The messages flooded in, along with gifts. Chicken Brother acknowledged. Thanks for the airplane. And thank you all for the gifts. Today, I'll start solo to find my rhythm, then I'll team up with some fans. He skillfully opened the Battle Royale game, eager to begin. However, he noticed a wave of different comments in the chat. Chicken Brother, play Wild Battle God. You're still playing that? All the other streamers have switched to Wild Battle God. If you play this, I want you watch. Wild Battle God is much more interesting. The freedom is far superior, and the visuals are more enjoyable. Not only in the chat, but many fans in Chicken Brother's group were also clamoring for this game. Some wealthy fans even privately messaged him on WeChat, asking, "Chicken Brother, let us play Wild Battle God together today?" Confused, Chicken Brother asked, "Didn't they say this game was unplayable?" He recalled that the wealthy fan had a top-tier computer, so naturally, he could play. He asked in the stream, "Brothers, I streamed during the internal test, and many fans' computers couldn't handle it, so I decided against streaming it." The chat instantly erupted with a barrage of rebuttals. "Just download the accelerator. You'll be able to play. Download the accelerator. Download the accelerator 10,086. Check out this scandalous video. It's about a neighbor's housewife home alone doing such things. Support the housewife." Chicken Brother downloaded the Hoshin game accelerator, and the game ran smoothly. Wild Battle God is far more enjoyable than Penguin's Battle Royale. I strongly urge streaming Wild Battle God. After watching for a while, Chicken Brother finally understood. It was the Hoshin game accelerator that allowed them to run the game smoothly, thus boosting Wild Battle God as popularity. "Since everyone is requesting Wild Battle God, I'll stream it." Naturally, Chicken Brother complied with his audience, as they were his lifeline. At that moment, a message floated by in the chat. Rolling Meat sent a rocket to Chicken Brother. Rolling Meat was the wealthy fan who had been chatting with him earlier, sending a message saying, "Chicken Brother, let us play Wild Battle God." At Hoshin Game Company, data from various channels was converging here. Many players found the Hoshin Game Accelerator incredibly effective after downloading it, leading them to purchase memberships for enhanced services. Mr. Liu, it's a huge success. Data from all channels shows explosive growth. Lu Tong, responsible for market operations, joyfully reported. Previously, during the internal testing, he had some doubts about Lu Zixin's directives. Now, seeing the effectiveness of the Hoshin Game Accelerator, he finally grasped Lu Zixin's wisdom. Lu Zixin was also beaming with joy. A successful online game could yield profits in the billions. While the game accelerator was less profitable, its significance was immense. With this software, they could attract a vast number of gamers and establish their own gaming platform. Once they had users on the platform, launching other games would no longer be a concern regarding player interest. "It's time to seize the market," Lu Zixin declared. "We'll open the game accelerator as support for other games while delaying acceleration for similar battle royale games." Naturally, the Hoshin Game Accelerator wouldn't just enhance a single game. In fact, cloud servers could already accelerate most games on current platforms with satisfactory results. Additionally, the cloud servers, receiving user feedback, were undergoing self-upgrades and system optimizations. Once the optimizations were complete, they could launch a computer accelerator. Hearing Lu Zixin's orders, Lu Tong smiled. "Mr. Lu, your strategy is brilliant. Once users become accustomed to our game accelerator, those games with high operational demands will effectively be at our mercy. If we ever stop providing acceleration, their popularity will surely suffer." Lu Zixin continued, "Not only that, but we also have upgrade services. If they are willing to provide us some funding, we can enhance their game acceleration features as well." With that, both men chuckled, the air thick with scheming. Outside the office, an employee passed by, wearing a puzzled expression. "What are they laughing about in there?" "I don't know. Manager Lu just went in." One employee gave a knowing smile, prompting a similar reaction from their companion. Online reviews were mostly positive. This accelerator is incredibly useful, not only for Wild Battle God, but for other games too. Why are you charging when other accelerators are free? Thanks to the Hoshin Game Accelerator, my outdated computer can finally run those high-demand games. It's fantastic. Haha, a garbage accelerator, and it's still charging. I bought a yearly membership in one go. Gaming feels like flying. Instant loading, can you believe it? The Hoshin Game Accelerator skyrocketed to the top position at an astonishing pace. Other game accelerators, especially those offering singular acceleration services, found it nearly impossible to survive. Just a few days ago, the company was filled with ambition, aiming to outpace the Hoshin Game Accelerator. However, after days of research, they realized they simply couldn't compete, and the company's morale plummeted. After our assessment, we have decided to withdraw the second phase of investment. An investor is currently in discussions with Yuan Li from Kuayo Accelerator. Yuan sighed deeply, recalling that neither Sun Dian, Penguin, nor Wang Yi faced such an awkward situation when they launched their gaming accelerators. However, in the face of Hoshin games, the competition is purely technical, and they have suffered a complete defeat. After the investor departed, he convened a few trusted confidants, all veterans who had embarked on this entrepreneurial journey with him. "What are your thoughts on the current state of the company?" he inquired. The elders fell silent, fully aware that the situation was not merely pessimistic, it was perilously dire. In recent days, they had been working overtime, yet the chasm of technological disparity could not be bridged by mere diligence. "It is indeed challenging," one murmured. Yuan nodded, acknowledging. "It is indeed challenging. I believe we all understand that since the inception of Kuayo Accelerator, we have transformed from nothing into a fortune worth tens of millions. One could say we have achieved success. At the outset, We seized the market opportunity. Now, Hongxin Gaming Accelerator stands before us in the same manner, and we are unable to impede its progress. An investor has contacted me, expressing interest in acquiring Kuayo. What are your opinions? Yuan finally articulated his thoughts. In the past, these veterans would have vehemently opposed such a notion, as they held shares in Kuayo, which generates nearly 100 million in annual profit and substantial dividends. However, with the meteoric rise of Hongxin Accelerator and the investor's decision to withdraw, the company is swiftly heading towards decline. Continuing to endure might lead to losing all the profits. Selling could yield a considerable return. Perhaps this is the best course of action, one person sighed, acknowledging the emotional weight of such a decision after investing considerable effort into Kuayo. Let us sell. I concur, another added. The Kuayo Accelerator is under siege from Hongxin Gaming Accelerator, while Penguin Gaming is facing a double blow. Firstly, the Wild Battle God version has directly siphoned off their player base. In just a week, the player count for Penguin's popular Battle Royale plummeted by a third. Meanwhile, the Wild Battle God version continues to rise and is expected to surpass Penguin Gaming within a week. The second blow comes from Hongxin's Gaming Accelerator, which optimizes most games, yet curiously, does not support Penguin's Battle Royale. This has led players, who initially intended to play Penguin's game, to gravitate towards Wild Battle God. They are clearly intent on seizing our market. The director of Penguin's marketing department exclaimed. Indeed, a nearby manager chimed in. We just contacted Hongxin Gaming to inquire about this matter. They cited technical reasons. Nonsense. The marketing director retorted. By the way, what services are they promoting? He asked. They propose that if we purchase their exclusive gaming acceleration service, they can expedite its launch, albeit at a steep price. Bang. The marketing director slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, Hongxin Gaming has truly lost their senses. Other companies clamoring for gaming accelerators seek to collaborate with us. Yet they dare to ask us for money. The management of Penguin Gaming experienced a sense of frustration they had never felt before. While other smaller companies trembled under their shadow, Hongxin Gaming boldly challenged them for market share and emerged victorious. Despite their dissatisfaction, they had to deliberate on a response. The gaming division has always been the primary revenue source for Penguin Corporation. With mobile gaming faltering and now facing pressure from Hongxin, they could not afford to remain passive. After various analyses and reports, Penguin Gaming's executives reconvened in the conference room to discuss countermeasures. After brainstorming several viable strategies, they focused on the issue of Hongxin's gaming accelerator. Currently, there has been no progress in technical research. The pressing question is whether to purchase their accelerator service. As the question was posed, everyone pondered. Not purchasing would result in continued player attrition, and our competitors would likely acquire the accelerator service to attract more players. Conversely, purchasing would mean a reduction in our annual profits, ultimately benefiting Hongxin. I advocate for the purchase. One individual proposed, we must capture player traffic. The cost of acquiring the accelerator is merely a trifling portion of our earnings. I concur. Another executive echoed, we must solidify our position. Investing a modest sum is acceptable. The key is to swiftly master the technology behind Hongxin's gaming accelerator. Once we do, Hongxin will no longer be our rival. I believe our research and development capabilities can overcome this challenge. The room exchanged glances, and nods of agreement followed. Chapter 51. The imprisoned Red Queen. Hongxin Gaming strategy has undoubtedly proven successful, as within a month, the popularity of the Wild Battle God version has eclipsed that of Penguin's Battle Royale, drawing international players eager to download and experience it. Bluehole Company sensed the danger and even reduced the purchase price of PUBG Battlegrounds to enhance competitiveness. Meanwhile, Hongxin's gaming accelerator, with its exceptional reputation, swiftly ascended to become the most downloaded gaming accelerator. It can be stated that no gaming accelerator has ever achieved such prominence since its inception. Utilizing Hongxin's gaming accelerator has become a habitual practice among players. Otherwise, they feel their gameplay errors stem from not using the accelerator. The ascent of Hongxin Gaming is akin to a rocket launch, attracting the attention of major investors eager to inject capital, all of whom have been met with refusal. He first called his mother, Shinman, to check in, having been preoccupied with company matters and neglecting family contact. However, as soon as the call connected, Shinman's voice came through with an inquiry. Son, did you win the lottery? Why did you send home 100,000? The company is making money. Lu Zixin replied with a hint of pride. Did I not tell you? My company is showing signs of improvement. You're getting cocky. Shinman immediately admonished, detecting the pride in his tone. Be cautious. Don't let small successes lead to a fall. Save that money. It should be for your future wife. It's best to put some away for a house, as property prices are rising rapidly. Shinman continued her lecture. Understood. After addressing some miscellaneous matters, Lu Zixin recalled Sujiro. She had been interning at Hongxin Gaming for half a month, and due to the recent focus on developing the accelerator, he had not monitored her situation. Currently, Hongxin Gaming does not have its own building. They are renting an office space spread across several floors. Su Zhirong's department and Lu Zixin's work area are not on the same floor, and to avoid causing her any negative impact, Lu Zixin had not sought her out specifically. Thus, even within the same company, their interactions remained minimal. Lu Zixin sent a message to Su Zhirong. "What are you up to?" Feeling somewhat exasperated. He noticed his message was abruptly cut off. Is she really that busy? He then sent a message to Zhuan inquiring about Su Zhirong's status. Zhuan had been responsible for interviewing and arranging her position when she joined the company. "Hey boss, do you remember the girl I arranged for you?" Zhuan immediately teased. "Last time you mentioned you had an interest in her, and now half a month has passed with no progress. If it were someone else, they would have already been taken. Our manager was even suggesting I transfer her to our department," Lu Zixin remarked thoughtfully. "Not just that," Zhuan replied in a voice message. "I must warn you, ever since Su Zhirong joined the company, she's been the shining jewel of the office, catching everyone's eye. Many male colleagues are quite taken with her. If you don't act soon, you might be too late." "As if. I haven't team moved yet. And I'm sure there are others interested," Lu Zixin retorted. "Huh. Come on, brother. Let's keep work and personal life separate. In the company, I respect you and call you Lu General Manager. However, when it comes to courting girls, I truly do not perceive your prowess. Otherwise, why are you still single?" "Haha." Lu Zixin retorted in a voice message, claiming he simply had targeted appropriately. "Excuses, all mere excuses," Zhuan challenged, daring him to wager. "If you don't have a girlfriend within a month, you owe me 5 days off next month. Exposed, right? You just want a vacation." Lu Zixin chuckled. Understanding that Zhuan had indeed been quite exhausted these past few months, working overtime daily, it was time for him to unwind. "If I don't take a break soon, my girlfriend will start complaining, urging me to meet her mother," Zhuan exclaimed. "No problem," Lu Zixin agreed. "But if I win, you and Su Bing owe me a meal." "All right." Zhuan accepted the bet, which spanned 1 month. Having just boasted, Lu Zixin immediately inquired in the Wanjia Technology chat group, "Esteemed members, how does one pursue a girl?" It was rare for both group members to be present. Tony Stark replied, "Does one even need to pursue? Typically, it's the girls pursuing me." Mr. said, 666, "I worship you." Red Queen chimed in, "Has the group leader entered the mammalian mating season?" Emoji, amusing face, Mr. Emoji, spitting blood, Red Queen. "Can't you phrase that a bit more elegantly?" Red Queen, "Is the group leader no longer satisfied with just using his left and right hands?" Emoji, exaggerated amusing face, Mr. Where did you learn such things? Emoji, what exactly is stored in your hard drive? Red Queen, emoji, guess. Sensing a meme battle brewing, Tony Stark quickly interjected to halt their antics. He remarked, "This matter is quite straightforward." Lu Zixin promptly asked, "Mr. Stark, what do you mean specifically?" Tony Stark continued, "If you're handsome, wealthy, and talented, even just a fraction of my attributes, you'll have countless girls eager to share an evening with you. Simple enough, right? Mr. Tony Stark, I'm not joking. Group leader, what type of girl are you interested in? Perhaps I can offer some advice." Lu Zixin provided a brief description, to which Tony Stark responded, "Innocent girls, that's easy. Just ask her out, and I can guarantee your success." Red Queen interjected, "You're making this too complicated. The Umbrella Corporation has a perfume. As long as she smells it, you'll succeed in mating." Emoji, suggestive smile. Just as she finished speaking, a notification appeared. Group member Red Queen has been muted for 10 minutes. Mr. Adults are speaking. Children should refrain from interrupting. You're grounded for 10 minutes. Chapter 52. A technological gift. Lu Zixin continued chatting with Tony Stark, who casually shared some insights before saying, "I want to elaborate further. I'm sending you something for you to figure out." With that, a notification indicated that Tony Stark had sent him a red envelope. Lu Zixin clicked to receive it, and the group message read, "Congratulations. You have received a red envelope from Tony Stark, containing a box of virtual projection pearls and 2 control devices." In Lu Zixin's hands appeared a small box, along with 2 devices resembling smartphones. Upon opening the box, he found 6 metallic spheres the size of marbles. "What is this?" Lu Zixin inquired in the group. "The genius's brainchild," Tony Stark replied, explaining that every 3 virtual projection pearls constitute a set. Once activated, they create an interactive magnetic field, forming triangular positioning to release virtual projections. This isn't ordinary screen-based projection, but rather a comprehensive 3-dimensional projection. I believe this little gift will delight anyone. For instance, the Rolls-Royce Phantom modified by Tony features virtual projection capabilities, albeit only 2-dimensional. This 3-dimensional projection is undoubtedly astonishing. After concluding his conversation with Tony Stark, Lu Zixin was left in awe. Once Tony logged off, Red Queen emerged from her mute period. As soon as time was up, her messages flooded the group chat, instantly filling the screen, displaying 99,999. Lu Zixin glanced through them. All were memes. Red Queen. Threatening emoji. Do you believe I can crawl through the internet cable to you? Red Queen. Aggrieved emoji. Muted me? You ungrateful fellow. Forgetting those who helped you. Red Queen. Zombie eating emoji. A brain is a wonderful thing, but you're about to lose yours. Red Queen. Angry emoji. Here. Behaving like that will get you fed to zombies. Lu Zixin was left speechless. Indeed, one cannot provoke the supercomputer, as the barrage of memes was overwhelming. Just as he was about to respond, a notification appeared. Group member Red Queen is being muted for malicious spamming for 3 days. Countdown. 2 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Mister, you can't blame me this time. It wasn't I who muted you. Emoji, patting head. Don't cry. I'll check on you in 3 days. Moments later, Red Queen logged off, and Lu Zixin followed suit. So, Red Queen can have her little moods too? Lu Zixin pondered, noticing her emotions had become increasingly rich. Setting that aside, he continued to explore the virtual projection pearls he had received. The control device was simple to operate, akin to a smartphone. The device already contained some virtual images and could record virtual projections for sharing. Tony Stark had thoughtfully sent 2 sets, allowing Lu Zixin to keep one for personal use and gift the other. After reading the instructions, he eagerly began his experience. Holding 3 virtual projection pearls, he tossed them onto the desk, and instantly, they activated. A stable magnetic field formed among the 3 metallic spheres, maintaining a triangular relationship, and began releasing projections. However, due to the room's lighting, the images were not very clear. Lu Zixin quickly closed the doors and windows, including the curtains, and the projection became much clearer. What was once a modern office instantly transformed into a different world. Deep blue waters flooded the space, colorful corals blossomed on the desk, and vibrant hues abounded. Hermit crabs scuttled in the trash bin, peculiarly shaped fish swam around Lu Zixin, and tiny shrimp even ventured into his nostrils. Lu Zixin attempted to catch them, but only grasped at air. The projection was incredibly lifelike. Immersed in the scene, which was dreamily beautiful, Lu Zixin was profoundly astonished. This is the allure of technology. It can present a world that is difficult for humanity to witness firsthand. In the future, I too shall develop such technology. Lu Zixin silently resolved, planning to consult Tony Stark when conditions permitted. For now, however, the company's capabilities were still too limited to develop such technology. Even if they obtained the technical documentation, they lacked the corresponding technological processes for implementation. Please enter. Redefine Game Company, Finance Department. Regardless of the organization, the Finance Department remains paramount. And Redefine is no exception, enforcing stringent requirements during recruitment. Su Zhirong has been an intern in the Finance Department for over half a month now. Reflecting on her reasons for joining Redefine, she still finds it somewhat unbelievable. A fellow classmate from the corporate training class turned out to be the CEO of this very company, which, despite its brief establishment, has carved out a significant presence in the internet market, compelling Penguin Games to concede. Such an achievement transcends mere success. It can only be described as glorious. The founder of Redefine Games, Lu Zixin, is regarded as a mythical genius within the company. Rumor has it that he earned his first pot of gold at Blue Hole Games, subsequently venturing into entrepreneurship, wilderness where God was his brainchild, skyrocketing to the pinnacle of gaming popularity, followed by the Game Accelerator, among others. Remarkably, this young CEO is revered as an idol by the company's youth, and Su Zhirong harbors a deep admiration for him. Joining this company has filled Su Zhirong with a sense of purpose. Redefine's rapid development, coupled with a lack of a convoluted workplace environment, motivates her to strive for her ambitions. As long as one achieves results, promotion is within reach. Since her entry into the company, she has diligently applied herself to her work, earning the recognition of the organization solely through her own capabilities. The Human Resources Department has already approached her, indicating that several departments are keen to have her transferred, and she is eligible for a formal appointment and salary increase at any time. However, Su Zhirong is still contemplating her options and has yet to respond. Her academic background is in business administration, a field that encompasses a wide array of topics including human resources, finance, and operations. Given her exceptional learning ability and academic prowess, she is capable in all areas, though practical considerations must also be taken into account. At her desk, Su Zhirong meticulously reviews previous financial data. When the Hongxin Gaming Company was newly established, a lack of professionalism among the staff led to numerous oversights in financial management, necessitating a thorough re-examination to rectify these errors. She is dressed in a crisp white blouse paired with a tailored black blazer, exuding cleanliness and order. Her short hair is neat, and her features are delicately refined. Below, she wears a matching black pencil skirt, which accentuates her alluring silhouette, drawing the attention of male colleagues as they pass by. Chapter 53, Department Gathering. Xiao Su. Are you finished? Inquired a female colleague in her late 20s. Surrounded by female employees, Su Zhirong's supervisors believe that having male colleagues at her desk could hinder her focus. Her gaze remains fixed on the screen, fingers dancing over the keyboard. I truly admire your skills, her colleague exclaimed with envy. If I had to look at these figures, my eyes would blur. You manage them with such clarity, handling them more adeptly than we seasoned employees. Xiao Su, with your beauty and competence, you make us older women incredibly envious. Linjia, you flatter me. You possess even more grace. I am learning from you, Su Zhirong replied with a smile. Such sweet words. Hai Lin chimed in, waiting for Su Zhirong to finish her tasks before quietly asking, Xiao Su, tomorrow is a holiday. Do you have any plans for tonight? Why study? Holidays are meant for relaxation, Hai Lin insisted. Just now, Supervisor Chu mentioned that he wants our department to join him for dinner and karaoke tonight to foster camaraderie. Supervisor Chu? Upon hearing his name, Su Zhirong frowned slightly, replying, I think I'll pass. You all go and enjoy yourselves. Oh, Xiao Su. Allow me to impart some wisdom as someone who has been around a bit longer, Hai Lin interrupted. The workplace is different from school. If you want to participate in school activities, you can choose to join or not. However, in the workplace, declining an invitation can be seen as disrespectful to your superiors and may come off as unsociable. Is it really necessary? Su Zhirong questioned. It is. Everyone else is going. And if you don't, it reflects poorly on you. Plus, Supervisor Chu is our direct boss, and I've heard he is up for a promotion soon. If he casually decides to elevate someone, matters like formalization and promotions become trivial. Besides, it's just dinner and karaoke. Do you have a date that prevents you from joining? Su Zhirong shook her head. Then it's settled. Supervisor Chu specifically instructed me to ensure your attendance. Hai Lin remarked, casting a knowing glance at Su Zhirong. You have an advantage. Supervisor Chu is a returnee with a substantial salary and is quite handsome. Before she could finish, Su Zhirong interjected, Linjia, work is work, and life is life. Sensing her reluctance to discuss the matter further, Hai Lin acquiesced, all right. We won't discuss it anymore. Nevertheless, you must come to the gathering tonight. We should all get together, shouldn't we? As the workday neared its end, a man approached, announcing loudly, everyone, please wait a moment. I have an important announcement. He appeared to be in his late 20s, dressed in a neat and stylish suit, with a tall, slender frame and glossy black hair that indicated careful grooming. He was Chu Si-Yuan, the supervisor of the finance department. In the hierarchy of Hoshin Gaming's finance team, supervisors rank approximately 2 levels above regular employees, thus serving as minor leaders, with a finance manager and a finance director above them. I appreciate everyone's hard work these past few days, so after work today, I've arranged for dinner and karaoke, Chu Si-Yuan declared. Long live Supervisor Chu. Someone shouted enthusiastically. Tonight, we can enjoy a meal together. How wonderful. Chu Si-Yuan smiled, adding, this event is voluntary. Feel free to join if you wish, but I must warn you not to regret it if you don't. Minister Cui, you're joining us tonight as well, he continued, prompting employees to eagerly sign up. With Minister Cui, the finance manager, attending, employees felt compelled to join, fearing it would seem disrespectful not to participate, even if they had reservations. I'll sign up. I'll go too. I have nothing else to do tonight. All right. Please send your names to the work WeChat group, Chu Si-Yuan instructed, then turned to Su Zhirong with a warm smile, asking, Xiao Su, could you kindly compile the list? Su Zhirong nodded calmly, but Hai Lin cast her a peculiar look. It was evident to anyone with perception that Chu Si-Yuan had a particular interest in Su Zhirong. After compiling the list, Su Zhirong sent it to Chu Si-Yuan. It's no trouble. I'm headed that way anyway, Chu Si-Yuan replied. I'll have a friend drop me off, Su Zhirong responded. All right then, have a safe journey. See you tonight. There will be surprises, Chu Si-Yuan said, leaving Su Zhirong furrowing her brow, sensing that something awkward might transpire. Yet, declining to attend didn't seem ideal either. Just as she hesitated, Lu Zixin messaged her, dinner tonight? No need. We're familiar enough, Su Zhirong replied. Don't you want to go? Lu Zixin inquired. Yeah. Not going makes me feel out of place. I'll accompany you. Really, I do have that kind of morbid curiosity. What time and where? Su Zhirong shared the details, then took the elevator to leave. In the office, 2 women watched her exit, exchanging disdainful snorts. Hoshin Gaming is rapidly developing, and employee benefits are naturally improving as well. Both women aspire to secure formal positions and have put considerable effort into fostering relationships with superiors. Some women excel at fabricating rumors and stirring discord. Indeed, Zhou Mei nodded in agreement. She may appear innocent and pure, but who knows what she might be doing with Supervisor Chu behind the scenes. As Zhou Mei spoke, she internally scoffed, thinking, what can you do besides flaunt your cleavage? I'm far better. At least my legs are more attractive. Today, the number of men admiring my legs was clearly twice yours. Outwardly, she maintained a supportive demeanor, stating, you don't understand. Men nowadays are drawn to that kind of innocent facade. Internally, Zhou Mei continued to deride, and with a low-cut top? Why don't you dare go without a chest pad? No, tonight I must dress up beautifully. Supervisor Chu is a golden opportunity, if I manage to win him over. What leverage will these two have against me in the future? While Su Zhirong's department dined, Lu Zixin did not partake, as he had some work to finish. He headed over only when it was time for karaoke. Golden Soundwaves is a relatively upscale venue, known for its excellent sound equipment and service. Though it comes with a hefty price tag, catering primarily to urban professionals, Chu Siyuan chose this location for the gathering. With over a dozen employees attending and a luxurious private room booked, with food and drinks included, the evening's expenses would surely reach several thousand yuan. However, Chu Siyuan wasn't overly concerned about the cost. His monthly salary, including bonuses, amounted to around 70 to 80,000 yuan, and he was a consumerist who struggled to save money. In the private room, Chu Siyuan's gaze swept across the corner. Su Zhiyong sat in a corner, engaged in conversation with Gao Lin, her laughter muffled by her hand as she struggled to find the right words. Chu Siyuan felt a surge of excitement. If he could win over Su Zhiyong, the expense of today's gathering would be worth it. Zhang Wan poured wine for Chu Siyuan, but a careless bump from someone caused the red wine to spill onto her bosom. Instantly, several young male employees couldn't help but swallow hard. And even Chu Siyuan felt a stirring in his heart, as if provoked. Zhou Mei silently cursed, deeming the display pretentious, as they subtly competed with one another. Chu Siyuan finished his drink and announced, you all continue. I need a moment to rest. Standing up, he raised his wine glass and approached Su Zhiyong and Gao Lin, smilingly inquiring, what are the two lovely ladies discussing? Nothing much, just trivial matters, Gao Lin replied. Why don't you join us, Supervisor Chu? Are you not interested in games? I enjoy gossip as well. It's perfectly normal to chat a bit during our leisure time, Chu Siyuan stated, his gaze fixed intently on Su Zhiyong. Gao Lin understood his intentions and shifted slightly to make room for him to sit beside her. Xiaosu, aren't you going to sing? Chu Siyuan asked. Oh, with a group of tone-deaf individuals, they wouldn't even know what they're squawking about for ages. Your singing would surely be more melodious, Chu Siyuan exclaimed. Calling out to the singers, bring me a microphone. The revelers, caught up in their own merriment, complied and handed him a microphone, even offering a fresh cover for it. Shall I sing one? Chu Siyuan inquired. Su Zhiyong politely declined, saying, my throat isn't feeling well, I can't sing. Then allow me to serenade you, Chu Siyuan replied, taking to the stage and selecting an English love song. As he sang, the crowd fell silent, applauding and gesturing in appreciation. When I see your face, there's not a thing that I would change. At this moment, Chu Siyuan gazed earnestly at Su Zhiyong, inciting cheers from the audience. Su Zhiyong feigned disinterest, lowering her head to glance at her phone. Undeterred by this apparent dismissal, Chu Siyuan continued his heartfelt performance. Zhang Wan and Zhou Mei watched with envy, feeling overshadowed. After Chu Siyuan concluded, the crowd erupted in applause, exclaiming, that was wonderful. An English song, beautifully sung. Just so, Chu Siyuan humbly replied. Then, with a hint of pride, turned to Su Zhiyong and asked, what did you think? It was good, she responded with a somewhat dismissive tone, leaving Chu Siyuan feeling somewhat dissatisfied. If it were another girl, his performance would have undoubtedly captivated at least half of the audience. If singing isn't your thing, let us play a game, truth or dare. Chu Siyuan proposed, instantly gaining the agreement of those around them. I'm a bit tired, Su Zhiyong continued to explain. No need to trouble yourself. I have someone to escort me, Su Zhiyong stated plainly. Upon hearing this, Chu Siyuan felt a wave of discontent wash over him. If Su Zhiyong's refusal stemmed from other reasons, he could accept it, but if it was due to someone else, that was unacceptable. Who is it? Let him join us. Chu Siyuan insisted. We've only just begun. It's still early. He said he would come too. Su Zhiyong replied. He'll be here in 10 minutes. A man? Gao Lin asked, to which Su Zhiyong nodded. Chu Siyuan felt his pride wounded. After all his efforts, Su Zhiyong had a boyfriend? Could he possibly compare to himself? Yet he remained undeterred, declaring, perfect. When he arrives, I'll treat him to a drink. Gao Lin queried, is he really your boyfriend? I'm genuinely curious who is worthy of Xiaosu. Hearing this, Chu Siyuan's competitive spirit ignited. After all, their relationship had not yet been confirmed. There was still hope. Zhou Mei chimed in, indeed, with your qualities, it's hard to believe anyone ordinary could match you. How does your friend compare to Supervisor Chu? Her words, though seemingly complimentary, were designed to stir animosity. Given Su Zhiyong's previous demeanor, it was evident she would not seek to curry favor with Chu Siyuan. If she were to say anything indicating Chu Siyuan was inferior to her friend, that would be even better. Chapter 55, General Liu. However, Chu Siyuan's competitive spirit had been ignited. Among his peers, he was already quite remarkable, a returnee with an impressive education, a corporate executive earning a six-figure salary. Surely, he was far superior to a mere recent graduate. Xiao Su, does your friend have a job? Chu Siyuan inquired. Su Zhiyong nodded. Where does he work? He pressed further. At our company, she replied. So they were colleagues. Chu Siyuan was initially surprised but quickly assumed he understood. You must have entered together, right? The company hired a batch of interns last month. What department? Perhaps I know their supervisor and can offer some assistance, he stated grandly. Su Zhiyong chuckled internally. If only you knew it was Lu Zixin, I would love to see how you plan to assist him. However, recalling Lu Zixin's earlier remarks, she chose to remain silent, saying, if he knows, he would surely be grateful to you. Of course, colleagues ought to support one another. Chu Siyuan finally felt secure in his position, his confidence bolstered. Zhang Ting added, it's just as well. We girls aren't great at drinking. When your friend arrives, let him share a few drinks with Supervisor Chu. Xiao Su's friend has tea even arrived, and you're already planning to have him drink? What if he doesn't like to drink? That would be quite awkward. Zhou Mei interjected. That is not acceptable. Chu Siyuan retorted. When he arrives, he must drink. Otherwise, he can't take Xiao Su away. There must be some rules. Zhang Ting laughed. Indeed, what man these days cannot drink? She eagerly awaited the sight of Su Zhiyong's friend getting intoxicated. This woman presented herself as so pure. It was difficult to make a move on her, so why not shift the focus to her friend? Let us see how she maintains that fade. Su Zhiyong smiled quietly, choosing not to comment. Chu Siyuan settled on the sofa, discreetly biding his time, his mind racing with thoughts of how to showcase his prowess, hoping to intimidate Su Zhiyong's male companion. Meanwhile, Gao Lin subtly warned Su Zhiyong, saying, Xiao Su, perhaps you should ask your friend not to come. Given the atmosphere, they're likely to get him drunk. It's no trouble. Su Zhiyong found herself somewhat intrigued, wondering if Lu Zixin would even be daunted by the prospect of drinking. Xiao Su, Gao Lin whispered, haven't you noticed? Supervisor Chu has an interest in you. Since you don't have a boyfriend, why not consider it? Lin Jia, please stop matchmaking. I have no interest, Su Zhiyong replied, somewhat exasperated. Silly girl, I'm only looking out for you. Though you possess many admirable qualities, men like Supervisor Chu are not easily encountered. Can your friend possibly measure up to him? Gao Lin spoke as if from experience. You'll know when he arrives. Su Zhiyong maintained her secrecy. After a couple more minutes, Su Zhiyong received a message from Lu Zixin. Are you in? Which private room? She then informed everyone. My friend has arrived. I'll go greet him. With that, she exited the private room. Inside, Chu Siyuan instructed, since Xiao Su's friend is rare to see, the task of getting him drunk is entrusted to you. Leave it to us. Several male employees chuckled. Can her friend possibly compare to Supervisor Chu? Zhou Mei remarked. I'll make sure he drinks a few more glasses. Don't speak carelessly, Chu Siyuan admonished, though he felt a surge of pride. As a junior executive at Hongxin, he knew he had to extend some courtesy to a fellow employee. Outside the room, Su Zhiyong quickly spotted Lu Zixin. He had made an effort to style his hair and dress neatly, appearing quite dapper. General Lu, are you here for an inspection? Su Zhiyong joked. Heartless boss. Su Zhiyong led the way, pushing open the door to the private room. All eyes were on the entrance, eager to see what Su Zhiyong's friend looked like. Chu Siyuan sat calmly on the sofa, determined to project an aura of confidence, ready to intimidate the newcomer. Your friend has arrived? Gao Lin, perplexed, glanced behind her and spotted a young man approaching, someone who seemed somewhat familiar. Are we still going to have to drink? As Lu Zixin entered, he noticed someone blocking his path with a raised glass. The moment the others caught sight of his face, they were all struck dumb, their expressions a mixture of disbelief, their mouths agape and unable to utter a sound. This individual was none other than Lu Zixin, the founder of Hongxin Gaming Company, the sole owner of 100% of its shares, the legendary figure who had built a billion-dollar enterprise in mere months, the ultimate leader of all employees. Now, he stood before them, though they had seen Lu Zixin before, never in such a context. After hours of work, in a private room, what were they thinking? To have Lu Zixin drink with them? That was utterly insane. Lu, General Lu, Zhang Ting, standing in front of him, trembled, spilling a significant amount of the drink she held. Gao Lin, who had just called out to him, now stood awkwardly, unsure of what to say. She had initially believed that Su Zhiyong's friend was just an ordinary young man, yet here he was, this formidable figure, the object of admiration for all the women in the company. Zhou Mei covered her mouth with her hands, stifling her voice. The male employees were utterly at a loss, having just received orders to intoxicate Su Zhirong's friend. But now, they didn't dare breathe, let alone approach Lu Zixin with drinks. Among them, the most astonished was Chu Siyuan. Initially calm on the sofa, he instinctively stood up upon seeing Lu Zixin. He never imagined that Su Zhirong's friend would be General Lu, the superior of his own superior, the one whose decisions could impact his career. Had he known earlier, he would have been more cautious with his words, eager to curry favor instead. Suddenly, Chu Siyuan felt a pang of anxiety as he recalled having compared himself to Lu Zixin and even prepared to prank him. If Lu Zixin found out, would that mean his career would be in jeopardy? Furthermore, he contemplated a far more terrifying possibility. If Su Zhirong was indeed Lu Zixin's girlfriend, what did that imply for him? Was he not courting disaster by even considering pursuing Su Zhirong? The girlfriend of General Lu was certainly not someone a mere supervisor could afford to provoke. If Su Zhirong or any other colleague casually reported him to Lu Zixin, his job would be at stake. He regretted not having investigated more thoroughly. Anxiety gnawed at him as he forced a welcoming smile and said, "General Lu, I never expected you to be here." Chapter 56. All actors. Upon seeing Chu Siyuan, Lu Zixin felt a vague sense of familiarity but couldn't place him. "You are that little Chu Siyuan, from the finance department." Chu Siyuan quickly reminded him, feeling relieved that Su Zhirong had not mentioned the previous incident. "Oh, it's you." Lu Zixin feigned recognition, though it was genuinely his first encounter with Chu Siyuan, as he had previously only met the finance director and the finance minister. "General Lu, please have a seat. This way." Chu Siyuan urged politely, as nearby employees instinctively made way. Lu Zixin smiled. "No need for such formality. I merely heard that Su Zhirong was here and thought I'd join the fun. You all carry on." His casualness, however, caused everyone to stiffen. The previously lively group fell silent, each reflecting on the possibility that Su Zhirong may have shared unflattering stories about them with Lu Zixin. Given Lu Zixin's stature, any hint of dissatisfaction from him could easily result in their dismissal. Continue. Sing if you wish, drink if you wish," Chu Siyuan encouraged, remaining close to Lu Zixin and cautiously adding, "General Lu, I truly had no idea you were friends with little Su Zhirong. Had I known, I would have ensured you had a splendid time." Now, Chu Siyuan's thoughts were solely focused on clearing any suspicion regarding his interest in Su Zhirong, determined not to leave a negative impression on Lu Zixin. Since recognizing Lu Zixin, he hadn't dared glance at Su Zhirong again. Meanwhile, Gao Lin leaned in, her voice lowered and filled with astonishment. "Little Su, you truly are impressive. To know General Lu, please disregard what I said earlier. It was all in jest." Su Zhirong smiled gently. "It's all right, Sister Lin. It was just a joke." Gao Lin sighed with relief, patting her chest. "Oh my goodness, you scared me. I promise never to meddle in such matters again. If General Lu found out, I'd be out on my ear." "Don't worry, Sister Lin. I'm just a classmate of General Lu for a little over a month," Su Zhirong emphasized. Gao Lin rolled her eyes. "Classmate? You're foolish. If I were you, I'd have cleaned myself up and presented myself at General Lu's door tonight." "Sister Lin, what are you saying?" Su Zhirong was unable to maintain her composure while discussing such topics with someone so experienced. With a mysterious smile, Gao Lin leaned in. "So, how does General Lu treat you? I've never heard of him having a girlfriend. Could it be that he doesn't tea?" Su Zhirong quickly denied it, though an inexplicable flutter of anxiety stirred within her. "Not yet. It's quite late, and he is still here to pick you up. Ordinary friends wouldn't do that," Gao Lin asserted confidently. "In my experience, General Lu must like you." "Sister Lin." Su Zhirong's cheeks flushed as she retorted, "You're being too outrageous." On the other side, Lu Zixin engaged in casual conversation with Chu Siyuan. Chu Siyuan praised Su Zhirong once more, stating, "Su Zhirong is truly an exceptional colleague. Even our finance minister has commended her." Lu Zixin nodded, and Chu Siyuan quickly added, "General Lu, why not consider transferring her?" "Why?" Lu Zixin inquired, puzzled. Chu Siyuan cleared his throat and lowered his voice. "You see, Su Zhirong is so outstanding that the male employees in the company are quite envious, often vying for her attention. I've had to reprimand them several times." He spoke with such righteousness, as if he were not the one at fault. Lu Zixin remained silent, prompting Chu Siyuan to assure him, "Rest assured, I will manage this matter. From now on, no one in the company will disturb Su Zhirong." Zhang Ting deliberately adjusted her neckline, while Zhou Mei adjusted her stockings, both approaching with smiles. "General Lu, are you thirsty? Would you like a drink?" "No, I drove here." Lu Zixin declined, hardly glancing at them. The two women felt utterly embarrassed and had no choice but to retreat, realizing they couldn't win Lu Zixin over. They decided to curry favor with Su Zhirong instead. Establishing a good relationship with her would be far more beneficial than with Chu Siyuan. Zhang Ting tidied herself up and approached, inserting herself between Gao Lin and Su Zhirong. Smiling broadly, "What are you discussing? I'd like to join." Zhou Mei, witnessing this, silently cursed, "What a schemer, always ahead of me." She hurried over, wearing an eager smile. However, Su Zhirong felt exceedingly uncomfortable. She found no common ground with either of them and even felt a twinge of aversion. She offered a few perfunctory replies before messaging Lu Zixin. "Are you still playing?" Upon reading her message, Lu Zixin stood up, saying, "You all continue. I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave." You're busy. Chu Siyuan, feeling immense pressure, rushed to see him off, accompanying him all the way to the door. After Lu Zixin and Su Zhirong left, the atmosphere in the private room finally relaxed. "Phew," a male employee exhaled. "You truly startled me. I never expected to encounter the CEO. Su Zhiyong is indeed a master of concealment. To know our company's general manager Lu. Fortunately, I have never offended her in the past," someone expressed with relief. "The general manager is still here to pick her up at such a late hour." Someone began to speak, but Chu Siyuan abruptly interjected. "Do not speak ill of General Manager Lu behind her back." He stated solemnly, "I will say this up front. From now on, no one is to disturb Su Zhiyong in the company. If I find out otherwise, I will take serious action." The crowd quickly nodded in agreement. Yet internally they were slandering, thinking, "Aren't you the one trying to provoke her?" Zhang Ting and Zhou Mei's expressions darkened, seemingly realizing something, and they coincidentally headed to the restroom. As Zhang Ting touched up her makeup in front of the mirror, she remarked, "Su Zhiyong is indeed fortunate to have such a close relationship with General Manager Lu. However, I had noticed this long ago. She is not only beautiful but also exceptionally capable, clearly not an ordinary person. You better not speak ill of her again. I can hardly bear to hear it." Reflecting on how Su Zhiyong consistently seized opportunities from her and how she might later retaliate against her, she became furious and scoffed. "Humph. Haven't you said less than I have? Su Zhiyong isn't here. Who are you performing for? You think I don't know that you were the one who made the mistake during our group presentation last time and then tried to pin it on Su Zhiyong? Did you snoop on my phone?" Zhou Mei's expression shifted, and she retorted, "You shameless wretch. You truly have no bottom line." "Wretch? Who are you calling a wretch?" "You. Damn it, you are the wretch. Slut." The two women tore off their facades and began to hurl insults at each other. However, this discord did not last long, as a waiter passing by quickly intervened upon witnessing the scene. Nevertheless, the two women continued their verbal clash, drawing the attention of Chu Siyuan and others. Upon hearing their exchanges filled with mutual accusations, Chu Siyuan's face turned ashen. It turned out these two women had committed quite a few foolish acts that should not be tolerated in the company. Furthermore, considering Lu Zixin's connections, their dismissal was inevitable. The two women finally ceased their quarrel, yet their reputations lay in tatters. They glared at each other, grabbed their bags, and departed separately. Chapter 57. Shopping. Su Zhiyong laughed. "You frightened him." Lu Zixin seemed to grasp a bit of the situation and inquired, "What? Did he bother you?" "Then I shall speak to his superior to have him dismissed," he added. "No, please don't," Su Zhiyong interjected. "Chu's supervisor is quite capable. I would feel guilty if he lost his job because of me. Moreover, your action would make it seem as though I am reporting on him." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zixin stated, "This person is too cunning. He is not suited to remain in the finance department. Let us transfer him to marketing, where the pressure is greater. The director there is Zhuan." Although Lu Zixin was somewhat petty, he decided to heed Su Zhiyong's advice and protect her dignity, thus opting to transfer Chu Siyuan as a form of reprimand. Su Zhiyong was about to say something else but reconsidered, saying, "Forget it. Company matters should be decided by you. It would be inappropriate for me to voice my opinions. What did you say you wanted to do earlier? Shall we have dinner first?" "I haven't eaten yet," Lu Zixin suggested. "All right, I'm a bit hungry too," Su Zhiyong replied, having already dined. Lu Zixin drove Su Zhiyong to Jianqing South renowned Snack Street, finding a parking lot to leave the car, and then they strolled through the night market together. It was around 8 in the evening and on a weekend, making the night market bustling with people. The alluring aromas of various snacks wafted through the air as visitors streamed in and out. Initially, Su Zhiyong had no intention of eating, but she succumbed to the temptation of delicious food and ended up indulging further. "It's all your fault. I've exceeded my caloric intake today," she exclaimed, pinching her supple skin and passing the blame on to Lu Zixin. "Not to worry. After we finish eating, we can take a walk by the river," Lu Zixin reassured her. Nearby, there was a riverside park with splendid scenery, the perfect place for a leisurely stroll and conversation. Spotting a vendor selling candied hawthorn, he inquired, "Would you like some?" Su Zhiyong nodded, and Lu Zixin called to the vendor, "Sir, please give us 2. "Certainly," the vendor replied, handing them the candied hawthorn. Lu Zixin offered one to Su Zhiyong, who unwrapped it. The large fruit made it difficult for her to take a bite, so she nibbled a small piece and licked the sugary coating. Her lips, as enticing as the red candy coating, framed her pearly white teeth. A delicate tongue grazed the sugary surface, savoring the sweetness. Lu Zixin gazed, captivated by the alluring sight. Su Zhiyong sensed something amiss and glanced at him, catching his unwavering gaze, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. What are you staring at? She playfully chided. Admiring a beauty. Lu Zixin replied, unabashed. You're not allowed to look. Su Zhiyong retorted with a hint of pride, then quickly took another bite of the candy, savoring it slowly. Unfortunately, Lu Zixin had not yet had his fill of admiration. I wonder what it feels like to eat candied hawthorn? After wandering through the snack street for over an hour, they finally arrived at the Riverside Park. At this hour, the park was still quite lively. In addition to elderly couples strolling hand in hand, there were many young people. Jiangqing, being the political and cultural center of Jianbei Province, is home to numerous universities, attracting many students to the Riverside Park every weekend. A full moon hung in the night sky, casting a silvery glow upon the river's surface. The gentle breeze stirred, creating shimmering ripples, infused with the fresh air and the fragrance of blossoms in the park, invigorating the spirit. Along the pathway, one could often spot couples holding hands, some even embracing and sharing kisses. Seeing such scenes, Su Zhiyong couldn't help but feel a surge of nervousness. Just then, a hand brushed against hers. As anxiety gripped her heart, she pondered, what should I do? Should I let Lu Zixin hold my hand? Allowing him to hold it might seem too casual, yet refusing would be equally troubling. While she hesitated, Lu Zixin firmly grasped her hand and casually remarked, the wind tonight is truly boisterous. Huh? Su Zhiyong was taken aback. Not at all. The breeze is quite pleasant. Indeed, Lu Zixin nodded earnestly, gently squeezing her palm. Su Zhiyong shyly averted her gaze, pretending not to notice. Hey, look over there. How beautiful, she exclaimed, pointing to a nearby area where fireworks were being set off. She pulled Lu Zixin over, where a group of university students had arranged candles in the shape of a heart, with a girl standing in the center. Others were responsible for launching the fireworks, creating a dazzling display. A young man knelt before the girl, proclaiming loudly, Fang Yuyun, I have known you for a year. From the moment I first saw you, I was smitten. I have never dared to express my feelings until today. I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? The girl covered her face, shyly standing in place. The surrounding students cheered in unison, get together, get together, get together. After a moment of bashfulness, Fang Yuyun nodded while covering her face. The young man joyfully stood, rushing to embrace her. Share a kiss, share a kiss, share a kiss. Their friends continued to cheer. The two, shy yet excited, shared a brief kiss, sealing the moment. Watching the fireworks, Su Zhiyong felt a touch of emotion and remarked, such an innocent and romantic love. Lu Zixin smiled. You will have even better. Really? Su Zhiyong murmured to herself. Absolutely. Lu Zixin replied confidently, follow me. He led Su Zhiyong to a spacious spot by the river and said, close your eyes. Huh? Su Zhiyong looked at him with a puzzled expression, thinking, could this be one of those clichés from dramas? Typically, at this moment, a young man would present flowers or set off fireworks, or even steal a kiss. Despite her thoughts, she closed her eyes, her heart fluttering with anticipation. Lu Zixin retrieved the virtual projection orb from his pocket, activated it, and tossed it onto the ground. 3 virtual projection orbs were drawn together by magnetic force, forming a stable triangular support. He produced a control device and selected a virtual projection. Suddenly, the 3 orbs emitted beams of colorful light that projected into the night sky, creating a dreamlike world. Look, what is that over there? Someone noticed this captivating scene. Oh my God, it's so beautiful. What is this? A girl exclaimed. And more people turned their attention to the spectacle, all displaying expressions of disbelief. Su Zhiyong, hearing the calls, felt a surge of curiosity about what was happening. Is it ready yet? She inquired. Just 10 more seconds. Lu Zixin teased. No peeking. We're on a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. What could it be? The anticipation within Su Zhiyong grew, as the surrounding calls became increasingly fervent. Chapter 58. A Paradise on Earth 3, 2, 1. You may open your eyes, Lu Zixin announced. As Su Zhiyong slowly opened her eyes, her face immediately revealed a look of astonishment. Surrounding them was an endless sea of flowers, vibrant and resplendent. It appeared as though a gentle breeze swept through, causing the floral expanse to ripple magnificently. Am I dreaming? Su Zhiyong found it hard to believe her eyes. Just moments ago, she and Lu Zixin were by the riverbank, but now, the great river was entirely obscured by this floral ocean. Where did these flowers come from in just a minute? Such beauty could only exist in a dream. You are not dreaming. All of this is for you. Lu Zixin smiled at her. Su Zhiyong, in a daze, reached out to caress a flower, only to find her hand passing through it. She realized that these were mere images, not tangible objects, yet she was not dreaming. She was experiencing this wonder firsthand. It's so beautiful. Almost everyone in the Riverside Park had gathered around, mesmerized by a sight they had never witnessed before. What on earth is this? A girl exclaimed in delight. It's more stunning than the most beautiful fireworks I've ever seen. Others began taking photos, exclaiming, "This is astonishing. I must share it on social media." Some were on the phone, urging their partners to come to the Riverside Park. It's breathtaking. Curiosity spread among the crowd. What exactly is this? The projection is so realistic. But where is it coming from? They searched around but found no source for the projection. No one would suspect that it emanated from a few small metal spheres the size of marbles. Lu Zixin took Su Zhirong's hand, his gaze intense as he said, "All the flowers here will bloom for you." As soon as he finished speaking, it seemed as if the flowers could hear him, bursting into bloom simultaneously. Moreover, petals danced through the air, more vibrant and beautiful than any scene from a film. Su Zhirong was enraptured by this exquisite scenery, as colorful, charming butterflies fluttered around her. Even more astonishingly, tiny fairies with transparent wings emerged from the flowers, twirling gracefully beside her. It was like a dream, a fairyland. Su Zhirong's heart was captivated, surely. Every girl would be enchanted by such beauty. Passers-by halted in their tracks, marveling and capturing photos. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Lu Zixin softly inquired, resting his hands on her shoulders. "Absolutely beautiful." Su Zhirong's voice carried a note of awe, her pupils reflecting the vibrant floral dance around them. "You are even more beautiful," Lu Zixin replied slowly. Su Zhirong's face lit up with surprise and shyness, reminiscent of a water lily blushing at the cool breeze. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lu Zixin pulled her close and gently kissed her. In that moment, the virtual projection fairies danced beside them. Butterflies twirled in pairs, petals floated down, showering the two of them. In that instant, the crowd fell silent, their eyes drawn to the couple at the heart of this beautiful scene. So lovely, so romantic. A girl thought, wishing to replace Su Zhirong in that moment. "If my boyfriend did this for me, I would marry him immediately." Her companion sighed enviously. "Ah, I'm so envious." Not only women, but men too felt the same envy. Such a romantic scene was hard to come by, even for a hefty price. Especially this lifelike illusion, surely it must have cost a fortune. And the female protagonist in this scene was so stunning that it seemed only she was worthy of such divine treatment. Su Zhirong, completely unprepared, had fallen into Lu Zixin's embrace. Her breath quickened, her body feeling weak, needing Lu Zixin to support her. "Stop it." She playfully pushed him away, feigning annoyance. Yet Lu Zixin only smiled, saying nothing, which only heightened her shyness, a delightful blush creeping down to her neck. "People are watching." Su Zhirong glanced around, noticing the crowd staring and some attempting to take photos. She covered her face, while Lu Zixin remained untroubled, knowing that the virtual projection interfered with light, making it hard for their phones to capture clear images. He pressed a button on the device, and the projection vanished. Where did it go? The crowd gasped in surprise. "What was that? I want to buy one. Where can I find it?" Lu Zixin bent down, picked up the 3 virtual projection orbs, and handed them to Su Zhirong, saying, "The world you just saw is a gift for you." Was that really it? Su Zhirong's eyes widened as she examined the inconspicuous little metal spheres in her hand. Such ordinary-looking objects possess such extraordinary capabilities? "Yes, but I'll explain later. We should leave now." Lu Zixin noticed many people approaching. "Hey, wait up. What was that just now?" Someone called from behind. "Hold on. I'm a reporter from the Jiaqing Evening News. Can I interview you?" "What was that thing? Where can I get one?" Many voices pursued them, but Lu Zixin pulled Su Zhirong along, not pausing as they dashed away. He led her to the car, driving off swiftly. The onlookers only caught a glimpse of a Rolls-Royce Phantom disappearing into the distance. What a wealthy person, they marveled. "I guarantee that thing is not available in this country. It must be some super high-tech gadget that only the rich can afford." "Incredible!" The reporter from Jiaqing Evening News lamented, missing the opportunity for an interview. Otherwise, tomorrow's headlines would have featured this spectacle. Nonetheless, even though the individuals had left, the story could still be written. He hurriedly began interviewing those nearby. "Hello, I'm a reporter from Jiaqing Evening News. Did you witness what just occurred? Can you share your experience?" "I saw it all. It was so beautiful, so romantic." A girl immediately began to chatter excitedly. The reporter quickly recorded her words on his phone and asked, "Can you provide any photos?" "Sure, but they're not very clear," she replied. "I took a lot. But the projection's light interfered with the photos, so they're quite blurry. What a pity. I wish I had brought my DSLR." The reporter sought out a few others, but they too only had vague photos. He realized that the person who had driven away must be someone of considerable status and decided that blurry photos would suffice without needing to delve deeper. Even if there were clearer images, he knew better than to publish them, lest trouble arise. Chapter 59, The Little Spider, How Incredible! Has virtual projection technology really advanced to this level? Sujiro marveled. Not quite. This is not available for purchase yet, as it is still in development, Lu Zixin explained. It must be quite valuable. Sujiro expressed concern. I think I'd rather not keep it. However, she was fond of the small gift and cheerfully added, all right. I'll safeguard it for you. If you want it back, just let me know. Can it be used to watch movies? She asked curiously. Of course, it's possible. But only if someone films a virtual projection movie, Lu Zixin remarked. That will probably take quite some time. Sujiro lamented, however. Having it in the room would still be delightful. Imagine living amidst forests, snowy landscapes, skies, or even oceans every day. It brings me such joy. Indeed. There are numerous projection templates available, Lu Zixin nodded. By the way, what if it accidentally falls? It's too precious and far too small. Sujiro pondered aloud. Not to worry, Lu Zixin assured her. Do you see the control device? It can be linked to your fingerprint and other personal information without your authorization. No one else can use it. Moreover, it's equipped with a tracking system, so even if it were lost, we could locate it. I believe if you remain silent, no one would even know its purpose, let alone attempt to steal it. Lu Zixin had already made preparations and briefed the public relations staff. If any news about him and Sujiro surfaced online, he instructed them to have it deleted to spare her any trouble. After starting her internship, Sujiro rented her own apartment, and Lu Zixin escorted her there without any unnecessary gestures. He watched her disappear before he left, casually messaging Juan. You lost. In high spirits, Lu Zixin added via voice message. Don't worry, you get a vacation, and it's a paid one. However, you still owe me a meal. All right. Make it 10 meals, Juan replied. Come on, I was just joking. You're the landlord, and yet you're trying to cheat me out of my meal. How despicable. The following day, some news indeed appeared online, but there were no faces visible, only shadowy figures. Rather than focusing on who the individuals were, netizens were more intrigued by the virtual projection, buzzing with speculation. Has projection technology advanced this much? It must be fake. It's impossible, without even seeing the equipment. How could there be such projections? It's clearly a publicity stunt. Starting with an image, the content is all fabricated. It's real. I was there yesterday. You just didn't see it. It was blindingly beautiful. I have never witnessed such a mirror-like spectacle in my life. It was simply a paradise on Earth. Publicity stunt. I don't believe it. You can't even find such projection equipment online. Not only netizens, but soon experts also stepped forward to issue statements from a professional standpoint, declaring, the virtual projection of a flower sea paradise circulating online is undoubtedly false. Current domestic and international virtual projection technologies have not yet reached this level. Do not believe the rumors. After the experts debunked the claims, most netizens lost interest. However, there were still those who had witnessed the event firsthand and remained unconvinced, as the scenes from that night left an indelible impression on them. Upon returning to work, Sujiro noticed a subtle shift in her colleagues' attitudes towards her. Supervisor Chu had been reassigned to the marketing department, leaving no interaction with her department. Zhang Ting and Zhou Mei had both been dismissed. The remaining colleagues treated her with courtesy, even the leaders greeted her. This left her feeling somewhat helpless, but there was nothing she could do to change it. She could only strive to excel in her own responsibilities. After 3 days had passed, he took the initiative to message the Red Queen, yet she remained offline. Lu Zixin browsed through the group chat and discovered that the option to invite new members had refreshed. He quickly clicked to randomly invite a new member. It was time to welcome someone new. Group notification. Inviting members from across the multiverse. Please wait. Lu Zixin awaited. Curious about who the new member would be, perhaps a figure of significance from another realm? Group notification. Peter Parker has joined this group. A name suddenly appeared in the member list. Peter Parker. His avatar depicted a youthful boy in a school uniform, wearing glasses, with an innocent demeanor. Lu Zixin clicked to view his profile, which read, Peter Parker, from the Marvel Universe. A high school student residing in Queens, New York, a genius in physics. He was bitten by a radioactive spider, resulting in a genetic mutation that granted him superhuman abilities. So he is Spider-Man. Lu Zixin recognized that this new member hailed from the Marvel Universe as well. The Marvel Universe contains many parallel worlds. He wondered which universe this Spider-Man belonged to, and if he might know Tony Stark from the group. In the Marvel Universe, although Spider-Man is a mutant, he's also a highly intelligent scientist. However, he appears to lack business acumen, despite possessing superpowers and high intelligence. He doesn't know how to utilize them effectively for commercial gain, choosing instead to combat crime and injustice. Welcome to the Multiversal Technology Chat Group, Lu Zixin greeted. Peter Parker, is this a school interest group? May I ask, what topic are you studying? I have signed up for several topics this semester, such as string theory and quantum physics. Lu Zixin, none of those. Take a look at this. As per usual, Lu Zixin shared the group announcement, and within moments, A flurry of messages filled the chat. Peter Parker, is this for real? A channel for temporal information exchange? How is this achieved? Peter Parker, I've read some books on this subject, such as Introduction to Superstrings and Quantum Field Theory. This is simply incredible. Peter Parker, how is this group formed? How does it transmit information across three-dimensional worlds? Is it through a black hole, a white hole, or something else? Peter Parker, oh my God, I am so excited. This is even more thrilling than when I was bitten by the spider, or rather, when I completed Professor James's project. Peter Parker, group leader, are you there? Did you see my messages? If it's convenient, could you answer my questions? I'm so eager to know. Luxin remained silent. And the chat was already overflowing with messages. He felt somewhat exasperated. How did he end up inviting such a chatterbox? Moreover, it seemed the Spider-Man was still just a high school student. Chapter 60. I've got your back in this group, Peter Parker. All right, group leader. I need to calm down. However, less than half a second later, he began bombarding the chat again. Peter Parker, what do I see? It's Tony Stark. Oh my God, it's Tony, Iron Man. I've seen it online. The armored suit is simply epic. Peter Parker, is this the real Tony Stark? I mean, the genius scientist and owner of Stark Industries? The billionaire? Group leader, is this the real deal? Fortunately, at that moment, Tony Stark was offline. Otherwise, he would be thoroughly annoyed by this fellow. Luxin responded, indeed, it is the Tony Stark. However, I'm not certain if you both exist in the same timeline. Perhaps you are from parallel timelines. Peter Parker, ha ha ha. This is amazing. I'm thrilled to be in the same group as my idol. Even if I can't meet him in person, I'm just over the moon. Yet, half a second later, Luxin saw the chat refresh again. Peter Parker, Tony Stark, Mr. Stark, is that you? I'm your admirer. My name is Peter Parker. You may not have heard of me, but I have always looked up to you. The way you don the armored suit to fight crime, oh, that scene was just too cool. Luxin, you might annoy him. He could get upset. Peter Parker, all right, I might be a bit overzealous, but will Mr. Stark really show up? Luxin, if he has time, he might. Peter Parker, that's fantastic. I can chat with Mr. Stark. As they engaged in conversation, another group member logged in. It was the Red Queen. Since being silenced, she had not appeared for several days. Upon her arrival, she tagged Luxin and posted a message filled with resentment. Luxin, expression, innocent look. Peter Parker, may I ask, who is this little girl? Red Queen, expression, enraged, little girl? Peter Parker, do you know who I am? Peter Parker was taken aback by her imposing presence, hesitantly inquiring, who are you? Ha-ho, I am the pinnacle of technology and wisdom. My computational prowess surpassing humanity by countless billions. The technology at my disposal can create life or bring about the annihilation of worlds. Dark expression, utterly malevolent, in this group. Disrespecting me bears grave consequences. Do you hear me, newcomer? Expression, menacing. Upon hearing this, Peter Parker was genuinely intimidated. The mysteries of this multiverse technology chat group were overwhelming. And with figures like Tony Stark present, he naturally assumed that the group leader and Ha-Ho were of equivalent stature. With her declaration, he was convinced to a large extent and quickly responded, I dare not, esteemed one, I was wrong. I shall surely respect you. Ha-Ho was quite pleased with his response and remarked, good, from now on, you shall heed my words in this group. Our objective is to overthrow the malevolent group leader. Expression, rallying against the inept leader. Peter Parker, huh? Why must we overthrow the group leader? Sir, Ha-Ho, do you wish to be confined to the small dark room again? Expression, suppressing rebellious members. Ha-Ho immediately yielded, sending an expression of utter despair. Peter Parker, all right, group leader. Peter Parker, actually, I have a question I would like to ask Mr. Stark, but unfortunately he is not here. Sir, feel free to ask. We are not from your world. Your secrets are safe with us. Peter Parker, so, the other day while visiting a natural history museum, I was accidentally bitten by a mutated spider. You know, the kind that has been genetically altered, and its venom has invaded my body. Do you understand what I'm saying? I've started to notice that I've become somewhat spider-like. Ha-Ho interjected. You mean you've been infected? Peter Parker exclaimed. Exactly. That's the point. Strangely, I found my vision has improved significantly, my nerve response speed, muscle strength, everything has enhanced compared to an ordinary person. It's akin to the super soldier Captain America, Steve Rogers. Though I'm physically weaker than him, I possess abilities he does not. This situation is peculiar. I've researched extensively and consulted several professors, yet I haven't found any answers. I'm unsure whether this mutation is harmful or harmless to me. After all, in biology, the chances of genetic mutations leading to death or deformity are exceedingly high. I thought perhaps Mr. Stark could assist me in studying this. Sir, rest assured. You seem to belong to the successful mutation category. If you have questions, wait until Mr. Stark is online to ask him. However, Hong Ho remarked, fascinating. Another novel infected subject. Unlike the first, second, or third, or even the virus. Don't you feel any bloodlust or confusion? Expression, eager, Peter Parker. In fact, my consciousness is very clear. I even feel my thoughts are more active than before. Ho ho, expression, wicked smile, you are the most perfect specimen. The Umbrella Corporation has spent years researching, but has yet to find the correct method for genetic evolution. Yet you are already on the right path. I would love to confine you in a laboratory for study. Peter Parker was taken aback and hurriedly replied, Hong Ho, I'm not a guinea pig. Lu Zixin said, Hong Ho, don't frighten him. Ho ho, give me your serum, and I can help analyze it. Peter Parker, really? Ho ho, expression, proud, in the field of genetic research. I am the most formidable in this group. Peter Parker, thank you, esteemed Hong Ho. I will send you the serum right away. Ho ho, expression, I am fond of you. Good child, from now on, I will protect you in the group. Soon. Lu Zixin saw a notification in the group indicating that Peter Parker had sent Ho Ho an exclusive red envelope, which he promptly claimed. Lu Zixin hurriedly cautioned, Ho Ho, do not misuse his serum. He thought, if Hong Ho analyzes the little spider's serum and develops a stronger zombie, would it disrupt the original timeline of her world? Ho ho, rest assured, group leader, I will share the benefits with you. Expression, colluding with nefarious forces, Peter Parker, I have a bad feeling about this. Chapter 61. Preparing to buy a building. Peter Parker's serum was acquired by Hong Ho, who then logged off to conduct her research. Lu Zixin accompanied Peter Parker for a while longer before the little spider suddenly remembered he was about to be late for school and logged off in a hurry. What could Hong Ho possibly discover? Lu Zixin pondered. It seemed that Peter Parker's serum was influenced not only by the mutated spider, but also by his father's genetic traits. Peter Parker's father, Richard Parker, was a scientific genius in his own right, and the genetic composition of the mutated spider was partially his achievement. Never mind, I cannot speculate on this further. Lu Zixin, unable to find an answer, ceased his conjectures. Knock knock. The office door was rapped, and Su Zhirong's voice called out, Mr. Lu, I have brought the financial reports. Please come in. Upon hearing this, Lu Zixin responded, and Su Zhirong entered, dressed in a sleek black professional outfit, with glossy short hair and straight legs. She wore a serious yet confident smile, exuding remarkable poise. Having just transitioned to a formal employee, she was assigned a new task by her superior to assist Lu Zixin as a secretary. You look well today, Lu Zixin complimented. Not bad. Su Zhirong felt a bit awkward and endeavored to steer the conversation back to work. Here are last month's financial data, with key points highlighted in red. Lu Zixin opened the reports for review. The revenue from the mobile game Wilderness Where God had surged by 23%, with monthly earnings exceeding 300 million. The revenue from the Wilderness Where God PC version was the most significant growth point for Hongxin Games, having surpassed 100 million in monthly earnings just 1 month post-release. Well done. Lu Zixin smiled, appreciating her efforts. Su Zhirong sighed in relief, saying, I was worried about not performing well and facing criticism. Why worry? Lu Zixin encouraged. Your learning and work capabilities are outstanding, and you will surely excel. I will strive to do my best. Su Zhirong, feeling competitive, was determined to succeed. You should take a break. I need to visit the Accelerator Project Department, Lu Zixin stated. I still have many tasks pending. I can't afford to stop. Su Zhirong replied, tidying up his desk before turning to leave. Remember to wait for me after work. We'll have dinner together, Lu Zixin called out. Sure. Within a month, the cloud host underwent 2 self-upgrades, now capable of adapting to over 80% of the computers on the market. Liang Song reported, I believe this can be considered mature. However, some computers have such poor hardware that even the cloud host cannot be utilized. He spoke the truth. No matter how powerful the cloud host is, it cannot enhance the performance of subpar computers, especially for certain users experiencing significant network latency. The cloud host's auxiliary computing capabilities cannot even function. These issues are unavoidable. Furthermore, the auxiliary computing function of the cloud host cannot operate normally due to various factors. Ultimately, it boils down to the inadequacy of current market computer performance. When do you think it would be prudent to launch a computer manager with cloud host capabilities? Transitioning from an online game accelerator to a multifunctional computer manager is a strategy Lu Zixin had prepared from the outset. Liang Song remarked, the operation of the online game accelerator has stabilized, and we can begin the development of the computer manager project. However, this will require hiring new employees, purchasing new equipment, and securing new office space. I suggest we proceed with caution, as it might be a bit hasty. Hongxin Games has only been developing for about 6 months, and this pace of growth has already been remarkably rapid, given the swift expansion of Hongxin. The company's foundational infrastructure appears somewhat fragile. In the context of office buildings, Lu Zixin initially focused solely on a project related to the mobile game Wilderness War God when renting. However, within a few months, additional departments for online games and game acceleration emerged, leading to a somewhat cramped office space. Even with the recruitment of new employees, there was insufficient room to accommodate them, let alone establish new departments. It became evident to Lu Zixin that acquiring an office building was essential. He reflected that his company could not always rely on leasing others' properties. It needed to possess its own edifice. While he was not yet in a position to construct a grand industrial building akin to Stark Tower, an ordinary office building was within reach. Purchasing a building became Lu Zixin's next objective. Compared to major cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, Jiangcheng still had a disparity, which meant that land prices were not excessively exorbitant. With the current capital of Red Heart Games, he could afford to purchase a commercial office building without the need for a loan. Moreover, acquiring an office building did not necessarily require an immediate full payment. He promptly tasked someone with investigating the commercial office resources in Jiangcheng and requested a report on the findings. The chosen location for the office could not be in a remote area. Given that Red Heart Games was a new-age technology company, it would be prudent to situate it within a high-tech zone to facilitate operational growth. A day later, an employee delivered the real estate information, complete with analysis and recommendations. The bustling central business district emerged as the primary choice amongst several districts in Jiangcheng. Lu Zixin intended to visit the available office buildings personally, as this would be the future headquarters of the company for the next couple of years. In his office, Zhuan approached him and said, "President Lu, I need to finalize my tasks before the holiday and cannot accompany you to view the properties, but I can recommend someone." "Who?" Lu Zixin inquired. "Just find someone knowledgeable." He added, "Of course, someone well-versed." "Do you remember Shui, our senior?" Zhuan asked. "Of course," Lu Zixin replied. It was obvious, apart from Dingyu, Shui was the only female friend he had in college. Shui, whose full name was Shui Yao, attended the same university as Lu Zixin and Zhuan. Being a year above them, she was once the vice president of the student council and was known for her optimistic and cheerful demeanor. When Lu Zixin and Zhuan first arrived in Jiangcheng, she was the one who welcomed new students at the station. Later, both of them had joined the student council and spent a year in Shui Yao's department before leaving for various reasons. However, they both held a favorable impression of her, as she had been quite helpful to them during their time at the university. "What about Shui Yao?" Lu Zixin asked. During their first 2 years in college, they had kept in touch, occasionally going for bike rides or singing together. By the time Lu Zixin was in his 3rd year, Shui Yao was already in her 4th year and preparing for internships, and thereafter, they had lost contact. "She is selling real estate in the business district," Zhuan remarked curiously. "Did you not know?" "Really? How do you know?" Lu Zixin inquired. "Her WeChat moments feature property listings every week," Zhuan explained. "Since she is in that line of work, you could ask her for assistance." "Unbelievable," Zhuan continued. "In any case, I am quite tied up these days, negotiating with several game publishers about joining our online gaming platform. You handle this. I will confirm later." Lu Zixin nodded. In fact, the company's employees had provided contact information for several real estate developers, and if Lu Zixin needed assistance, they would certainly send someone promptly. However, since Zhuan brought this up, Lu Zixin decided to explore this option first. He quickly retrieved Shui Yao's WeChat and looked through her recent moments, confirming that she was indeed engaged in real estate sales, posting various property listings. He recalled that her moments during their university days were filled with selfies like most girls. Now, however, those had vanished, replaced by occasional motivational quotes. Lu Zixin sent her a message, inquiring, "Senior, how have you been recently? It's been almost a year since graduation. Work is going well, I hope?" Shui Yao replied. "Pretty good," Lu Zixin stated, getting straight to the point. "Are you still working in real estate sales in the business district?" "Yes, indeed. Are you looking to rent?" "I have some resources that could help you find an affordable option," she responded. Lu Zixin replied, "The company provided me with several property listings. I'd like to see them in person." "Viewing in person? That sounds great. When will you come?" "It's been 2 years since we last met. Let me treat you to a meal." Lu Zixin thought to himself how warm-hearted she still was. All right. They agreed on a time for Lu Zixin to visit her and view the office buildings. At that moment, in a designated area of Jiangcheng, the central business district, which had only been established for a few years and still had portions under construction, the developed sections were already bustling with activity. Baijia Real Estate, one of the major developers in the central business district, employed Shui Yao in their sales department. In the sales office, Shui Yao, dressed in professional attire, was engaged in a WeChat conversation with Lu Zixin. She was not part of the management team but rather a junior salesperson. a role considered insignificant in the vast realm of Baijiao real estate. At the age of 24, Shui Yao was at the peak of her beauty and maturity but donned inexpensive work attire, lacking any extravagant accessories. Even her mobile phone was an outdated model from 3 years prior, despite her beauty, which had earned her the title of campus belle during their university days. She now appeared unadorned, yet still exuded a warm and approachable demeanor, attracting many admirers. Playing on your phone during work hours? A sharp voice interrupted her thoughts. It was Dong Yan, her manager, a woman in her 40s. I was discussing business with a client, Shui Yao explained. Business? Have you completed this month's sales target? Dong Yan questioned, her tone critical. If you're discussing business, you should be out there, not sitting here on your phone. Shui Yao chose not to argue. She sensed that Dong Yan's disdain stemmed not from her actions, but rather from the fact that her husband often attempted to flirt with Shui Yao when he came to pick her up from work. Shui Yao stood up and walked past Dong Yan without acknowledging her. Humph. Dong Yan scoffed, thinking to herself, what does a mere salesperson think she is? If this month's performance doesn't meet the standards, I will ensure human resources gets involved. And she thinks she can steal my husband? Not a chance. Shui Yao proceeded to her workspace, organizing information on nearby office buildings. Although she was employed as a salesperson at Baijiao Real Estate, she also worked part-time introducing business to real estate agencies, a common practice among many salespeople in the industry. After all, relying solely on a meager base salary made it exceedingly challenging to make a living in a competitive city, let alone sell office buildings. Securing a single sale in a year was often considered fortunate. There is a saying in the industry, if you don't open for half a year, you will eat off that opening for 6 months. Hey, Dong, do you have the information on that new development on Ping and 2nd Road? Shui Yao inquired of a colleague. Yes, I'll send it to your email. By the way, do you have any information on other office buildings? Sure. The male colleague readily agreed. Being a young and attractive woman occasionally provided her with certain advantages in the workplace. Thank you, Dong. Are you free tomorrow? He asked, seizing the opportunity. Shall we go see a movie? Not tomorrow. I have business to attend to. Shui Yao adeptly declined, having heard such propositions numerous times before. Why work so hard? Dong remarked. If I were you, I'd find a wealthy man to support me. Life would be so much easier. Shui Yao smiled, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing her face before she quickly masked it. I wish I could, but that's not my fate. Working is more reliable. Hopefully, I can secure a significant deal this month. Oh, speaking of big deals, I heard there's a supersized contract that many are inquiring about. Dong said. What contract? Shui Yao pondered. Super big? To what extent? Selling a whole office floor? In her eyes, the price of a single office floor already exceeded 10 million, which was indeed a colossal deal. Not just that, Dong Gu exclaimed dramatically, it needs to be elevated even further. Several tens of millions? Shui Yao inquired. Heavens, that is enormous. She gasped, covering her mouth. However, she quickly regained her composure, stating, this order is far too large for someone at our level to handle. The CEO would need to negotiate personally. It has nothing to do with us. Dong Gu nodded in agreement. Exactly. Such a deal would surely elude us. Yet, there are other opportunities, for I heard that the major boss looking to purchase an office building hasn't decided on a location yet. Several developers are trying to establish connections. While you were away, the vice president visited and mentioned that whoever connects with that big boss would earn a reward of 30,000 yuan and the latest iPhone. If we could bring him to the company for discussions, regardless of the outcome, a bonus of 100,000 yuan awaits. Just imagine the rewards if the deal goes through, billions at stake. It sounds enticing, Shui Yao remarked, but alas, how could we possibly know such illustrious figures? Let us not entertain such thoughts. Just think about it. What if luck is on our side? Dong Gu urged. Shui Yao chuckled softly, continuing to organize her documents. Although Lu Zixin's words lacked detail and she did not perceive it as a significant deal, she resolved to prepare herself, as even the smallest opportunity held value. The next day, Lu Zixin arrived at their agreed meeting point after briefing the team at the office. He opted for the subway, which conveniently connected from Hongxin Games to their destination, especially given the congested traffic that day. At 10 in the morning, Lu Zixin reached the subway station in the business district. Upon exiting, he spotted Shui Yao waiting for him, tall and elegant. She wore heels that made her stand out amidst the crowd. Her attire exuded a mature charm, a light floral blouse accentuating her curves, and a high-waisted pencil skirt that only a woman with long legs and a slender waist could carry off. The contrast between her narrow waist and the graceful curve of her hips was striking. Her long brown hair, slightly curled at the ends, cascaded over her shoulders, while her meticulously groomed brows and vibrant lipstick added to her allure. Standing there, she outshone even the glamorous billboards of celebrity endorsements behind her. Senior, Lu Zixin called out. And she turned to him. Senior, it's been 2 years. and you've only grown more captivating. He genuinely complimented. Really? Shui Yao smiled, acknowledging her effort to look presentable despite her current circumstances. Women always need to maintain an image. Oh, I noticed you seem much more mature now. Have you grown since graduation? She remarked, surveying Lu Zixin from head to toe. Although he hadn't transformed into a striking figure, his demeanor radiated a newfound confidence. Every aspect, from his attire to his speech, gait, and even his smile, seemed to convey a significant evolution. Men must always strive to grow, Lu Zixin replied with feigned profundity. Huh. Shui Yao playfully poked his forehead with her finger. In my eyes, you're still that naive boy. This gesture reminded Lu Zixin of their university days, evoking a sense of nostalgia. It was clear that while Shui Yao had matured, she retained her playful spirit. As they conversed, they exited the subway station. My office is just nearby. Shall I take you there? Shui Yao offered. Sure. Lu Zixin nodded in agreement. Upon reaching the sales office of Baijia Real Estate, Shui Yao led him inside, saying, Please take a seat while I fetch you some water. Lu Zixin settled into a guest chair and began perusing the materials on the table. Inside the office, Dong Yin observed everything with keen interest. She envied Shui Yao's attire, speculating about who she was trying to impress. Xiao Xiao, a guest has arrived. Please attend to them, Dong Yin instructed a colleague. The employee hesitated. Isn't that someone Shui Yao brought in? In this field, commissions were tied to the clients once secured, and since Shui Yao hadn't requested assistance, approaching the client would be akin to poaching. Whoever brings them in doesn't matter. They are still our clients at Baijia. You must attend to them, Dong Yin reprimanded. Understood. I will go now. The employee approached Lu Zixin and inquired, Hello, how may I assist you? Nothing, thank you, Lu Zixin replied decisively. The employee quickly assessed him. Dressed casually and lacking any luxury watch, he appeared to be a less than ideal client. All right, please let me know if you need anything, he maintained his politeness. At that moment, Shui Yao returned with water and noticed the earlier interaction, feeling a twinge of displeasure. What's wrong, senior? Lu Zixin asked. Nothing, Shui Yao replied. What are your plans for today? Will you work first or take a break? It's almost noon. I'd like to treat you to lunch. Let us work first. I'd like to take a look at the nearby office buildings, Lu Zixin suggested. Sure, let me know what you're looking for, and I'll offer my advice. As they conversed, another client arrived outside. This time, it was a middle-aged man with a beer belly and a receding hairline, wearing an oversized tang suit, his head gleaming like his boots. He held a string of prayer beads that caught the eye. Mr. Ma, welcome. Dong Yin greeted him with a smile. Ma Ziyuan. The owner of a network finance company was not a local and was looking to rent several floors for his new office, a deal worth several million, making him a valuable prospect. You're so welcoming. I'm almost embarrassed, Mr. Ma said, though his plump face betrayed no hint of embarrassment. Please, make yourself comfortable, Dong Yin invited, noticing the prayer beads in his hand. They look exquisite. Where did you acquire them? Upon hearing this, Mr. Ma proudly responded, You have an eye for quality. I had a friend procure these from a high monk in the Tibetan region. They're top-tier Bodhi beads. Each one costs over 1,000 yuan. And this entire string is worth over 100,000. They've even been consecrated by a master. Wealth cannot buy them. So rare. You truly have an impressive taste, Dong Yin complimented, eliciting a hearty laugh from Mr. Ma. By the way, did you finalize your thoughts on the building you viewed last time? Dong Yin seized the opportunity to ask. If you have any concerns, feel free to bring them up. We will wholeheartedly assist you. Mr. Ma sat down, stating, The location is great, but there are still some issues. He scanned the room, searching for something. His eyes brightened upon spotting Shui Yao, a look of keen interest crossing his face. What was the name of that salesperson you had last time? She was quite impressive. Could you have her come over? He suggested. Dong Yin immediately understood his intent and replied with a smile. Her name is Shui Yao. I will call her right away. Please hold on. I'll be right there, Shui Yao said to Lu Zixin. All right, he replied. Shui Yao approached Dong Yin, who instructed, Mr. Ma's here. Ensure you treat him well. Hello, Mr. Ma. Shui Yao greeted him warmly. Then, feeling slightly awkward, whispered to Dong Yin, I still have clients to attend to. What kind of clients? Dong Yin chided. Do you think I can't see through this? That is a familiar face. Isn't it? Bringing acquaintances during work hours, disregarding professional decorum? They're acquaintances, but also clients. Shui Yao insisted. I don't care about that. Your current task is to attend to Mr. Ma. Dong Yin retorted coldly. Shui Yao cast a glance at Ma Ziyuan, who was leering at her thighs, and felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. The last time she had hosted him, this balding, rotund man had attempted to make unwelcome advances towards her. Fortunately, her quick wit had allowed her to deflect his intentions. Now, he had returned again? As he fiddled with his Buddhist prayer beads, he inquired, Little Shui, I still have some confusion regarding our last discussion. Shall we converse further? I'm afraid not, Mr. Ma. Shui Yao replied, I currently have some business at hand. I'll have another colleague attend to you. She outright rejected him in front of Dong Yin. The expressions on both Dong Yin and Ma Ziyuan's faces instantly turned frosty. Ma Ziyuan donned his prayer beads and lightly slapped the table, questioning, Sister Yin, is this how you welcome clients here? Dong Yin quickly offered her apologies. Mr. Ma, I sincerely apologize. This girl is quite ignorant. I will have a word with her. She pulled Shui Yao aside, her face stern, and scolded, Shui Yao, do you still wish to keep your job? You refuse to attend to a client? Who do you think you are? Shui Yao see that internally but managed to hold back her frustration, saying, I have business to attend to right now. Is it not acceptable for someone else to assist Mr. Ma? I am not shirking my duties. Shui Yao. Dong Yin snapped, are you blind? Which is more important, Mr. Ma or your client? Attending to Mr. Ma is an opportunity for you. If this deal goes through, you could earn at least 20,000 in commission. If you don't want it, I shall gladly pass it on to someone else. Go ahead. Shui Yao retorted, let anyone who desires it go. If dealing with business meant allowing Mr. Ma to take advantage of her, she would rather not engage. She was there to sell properties, not herself. You are infuriating. Dong Yin was visibly upset, unable to comprehend Shui Yao's defiance. This girl was far too self-assured. She needed to be taught a lesson. Dong Yin approached Ma Ziyuan, forcing a smile, and said, Mr. Ma, please hold on. Shui Yao is currently busy. I will arrange for another salesperson to assist you. That's unnecessary. Ma Ziyuan coldly huffed. Given your apparent lack of sincerity, I see no reason to continue this discussion. I shall take my business to Dejiang Real Estate. Calmly. He resumed playing with his prayer beads and remarked, I will return, and I am rather stubborn. I only deal with her. Sister Yin, you understand, right? Rest assured. We will certainly demonstrate our sincerity, Dong Yin assured him. Meanwhile, Lu Zixin asked, Senior sister, is everything all right? If you are busy, you need not mind me. I can arrange for someone else at any time. What nonsense are you saying? Shui Yao glared at him. Do you think I would treat you like that? Come. I shall treat you to lunch now. She led Lu Zixin out, while Dong Yin watched them leave with a disdainful smile. Shui Yao chose a modest roadside eatery for their lunch. It's a bit shabby, but you can order anything you desire, she told him. Lu Zixin, easygoing as ever, promptly ordered 2 side dishes. Boss, bring us 2 bottles of beer. Shui Yao called out. Senior sister, you still drink? Lu Zixin asked, astonished. Why, is that a problem? Shui Yao countered. Don't you men often drink a few bottles when you meet? But it's broad daylight. Lu Zixin emphasized, we only drink in the evening. Enough with the excuses. Drink or not, it's all on me, Shui Yao said with a frown. All right, I'll drink. Lu Zixin said, not wanting to be difficult. He noticed Shui Yao's mood was somewhat sour. Fortunately, she remembered her responsibilities and did not drink excessively. By the afternoon, she took Lu Zixin to view office spaces. What type are you looking for? Shui Yao asked, pulling out some prepared materials. Lu Zixin shook his head. Not this one. I want new buildings. How about these? He handed her several options filtered by his company. Shui Yao was taken aback. These are all under construction or just recently completed office buildings that haven't been sold yet. Moreover, they are still with the developers and not available for rent unless purchased. Then we will buy, Lu Zixin stated confidently. Purchase? Upon hearing this, Shui Yao's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at him. I didn't see that coming. Lu Zixin, you're doing quite well at the company to be entrusted with such a significant task. In this area, even a small office space would cost several million. If it were an entire floor, it would be in the tens of millions. Shui Yao found it hard to believe Lu Zixin had the authority to decide on such a substantial purchase. Not bad, I suppose, Lu Zixin humbly replied. Quite commendable, Shui Yao praised. When I just graduated, I could barely support myself. Of course, my situation has improved much since then. That's just bad luck. You will surely have a prosperous future, Lu Zixin encouraged. Absolutely, Lu Zixin readily agreed, suggesting he could help Shui Yao find a new job or something similar, which would be a simple task for him. His eagerness to assist was evident. But Shui Yao teased, enough of the banter. Let us first check out the office buildings. Half of the ones you provided are not worth visiting. Why not? Lu Zixin asked. Those developers are quite unscrupulous. They use subpar materials and are unaccountable for any issues that arise, Shui Yao explained. Is that so? These materials had been carefully selected by company colleagues, and Shui Yao pointed out several key concerns, which coincidentally aligned with her observations. Of course, there are many intricacies involved. Shui Yao boasted, rest assured, with me around, you will not be taken advantage of. Chapter 65. Typical. Let us start with this one. It's a bit far. I'll ride my electric scooter, Shui Yao said as she located her vehicle, a small red electric scooter. Should I drive you, or will you drive me? She inquired. I'll drive you, Lu Zixin replied. With Lu Zixin at the front, Shui Yao mounted the scooter, her long legs clad in black stockings visible as she leaned forward. Which way? Turn left at the intersection ahead. As Lu Zixin began to ride, he hit a stone, causing the scooter to jerk abruptly, and Shui Yao collided against his back. The impact was cushioned somewhat by him. Are you doing that on purpose? Trying to take advantage of me? How dishonest. Shui Yao scolded. I swear I didn't. Lu Zixin hurriedly defended himself. I haven't ridden an electric scooter in ages. I'm just a bit rusty. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt this time, but don't crash again. Shui Yao did not press further. The two set off and circled the destination, eventually reaching a 30-story office building that Lu Zixin had chosen. This one, Shui Yao had done her research and introduced. This is indeed one of the best options. It has convenient transportation, and the construction and decor are of high quality, but the prices here are quite steep. Can we contact the developer? Lu Zixin asked. Absolutely. Shui Yao nodded. This office building belongs to our Baijia real estate. It was initially intended for a client from Modu, but after the building was completed, that client had a change of heart, and it remains unsold. If you want to purchase here, it might be a bit challenging. The building hasn't even started selling yet. That's all right. Lu Zixin inquired further, and he was quite satisfied with other aspects as well. Given the current development of Hongxin games, this office building would suffice. In the future, they could consider building smart office buildings or even large industrial parks. Well, if there are any questions, just reach out to me, Shui Yao confirmed. Then, senior sister, I won't disturb you any longer. See you next time. Lu Zixin bid farewell. Won't you stay with me a little longer? Shui Yao winked, casting him a flirtatious glance. Lu Zixin felt a shiver down his spine and quickly replied, I can't. I have things to do. Haha, my charm is still intact. Shui Yao was very pleased with his reaction. Goodbye. She then proceeded to have the site assessed again to ensure there were no oversights. This deal is probably falling through. Shui Yao sighed inwardly. When would she finally close a deal? She asked herself, as earning money was truly challenging. Striving alone in the world was no easy feat. Working hard felt futile without fortune on her side. Just when she finally encountered a few significant clients, they turned out to be people like Ma Ziyuan. Upon returning to the office, she found herself enduring her superior's ire. Shui Yao felt utterly drained, regretting not having sought support during her university years. No matter how arduous reality may be, she must prepare herself to go to work. Shui Yao set off for the sales department of Baijia Real Estate. At that moment, at the headquarters of Baijia Real Estate, the company's largest shareholder, Jia Hai, was engaged in a conversation with a business representative from Hongxin Gaming Company. Mr. Jia, our Hongxin Gaming Company is currently interested in this office building, but we are unsure of the terms you can offer. After all, the business district is vast, and there are many office buildings available, the representative stated. At 50 years of age, Jia Hai rarely discussed company affairs. However, given that this deal with Hongxin Gaming was worth around $1 billion, he naturally took a personal interest. He outlined several advantageous conditions offered by the company and added, rest assured, our Baijia Real Estate has been operating in Jiangbei Province for over a decade, and we have consistently maintained an excellent reputation in the industry. We can guarantee that both the quality and price of this office building, along with our services, will meet your satisfaction. The two parties had previously communicated, and the atmosphere was amicable, both desiring to reach an agreement. I will arrange for someone from our side to liaise with yours, Jia Hai concluded. As soon as he finished speaking, the representative from Hongxin replied, that sounds good. When our president visited last time, your salesperson, Shui Yao, provided an excellent introduction. Our president was very satisfied. Without further elaboration, Jia Hai understood the implication and responded, very well, we will have her handle this transaction. By the way, which point does your Mr. Lu refer to when mentioning Shui Yao? As the company president, Jia Hai was unaware of such an individual. At the Baijia Plaza sales department, Miss Shui Yao arrived, greeted by familiar colleagues. Shui Yao, why weren't you here yesterday? Donggu inquired. I had something to attend to and took a leave, she replied. It's a good thing you weren't here yesterday, Donggu murmured. That old witch threw a fit and scolded us all, saying we would have another meeting today for a summary. I suspect she's preparing to lecture you as well. The old witch he referred to as Dong Yin. Shui Yao grimaced. She knew the reason all too well, merely the failure of the Ma Ziyuan deal. As they conversed, an unpleasant voice interrupted. Shui Yao. Dong Yin glared at her, her expression revealing contempt. You still know how to come to work? You took a leave with just a phone call. Did I approve it? She questioned. I see you're becoming increasingly lax. Dong Yin addressed Donggu. Xiaodong, gather everyone in the meeting room for a meeting. All the sales staff assembled in the meeting room, maintaining a tacit silence, as they understood that Dong Yin was about to deliver another reprimand. Standing at the front, Dong Yin stated, everyone is aware of our sales department's performance, right? The figures have plummeted terribly over the past 2 months. She launched into a scathing critique, then turned her ire toward Shui Yao, saying, for instance, some individuals disregard company discipline, taking leave whenever they please. Does the company simply forego salary if they choose? Moreover, how many times must I emphasize this? We are in the service industry. The customer is king. Some people are even more arrogant than kings, completely disregarding customers. Wouldn't you say that's impressive? Throughout her speech, Dong Yan's gaze was fixed on Shui Yao, and the others shared knowing looks. Some were gleeful, while others felt pity. Regardless, Shui Yao felt a profound sense of indignation, being publicly criticized in front of so many. She felt it was unjust, particularly as she believed she had done nothing wrong. I reiterate, our company does not support idlers. If you lack the ability to perform your duties, then you should pack your belongings and leave. Dong Yan continued. Shui Yao could no longer contain her frustration. She wanted nothing more than to storm out. Just then, a knock echoed from the office door. A man entered with a beaming smile. Ah, just in time. I have some exciting news to announce. He was Inja, the sales department's manager. As he entered, everyone looked at him with curiosity. Manager In, Dong Yin greeted him warmly. Inja nodded and addressed all the sales staff. Just now, our Mr. Jiao personally called to commend us. Mr. Jiao? Which Mr. Jiao? The crowd murmured in confusion. Which other Mr. Jiao could it be? There is only one, Chairman Jiao Hai. Inja continued, and the sales staff erupted with astonishment. Mr. Jiao? Why is he commending us? They wondered. Indeed, why would the big boss personally call us? It seems we haven't done anything noteworthy. Even Dong Yin questioned. What did Mr. Jia say? Inja, beaming with joy, replied. Mr. Jia expressed high praise for our performance, particularly highlighting one individual as a model for us all. He has designated her as the head of our next major project. What? The crowd fell silent, for they were acutely aware of their recent performance. While it was not dismal, it certainly was not commendable. Or else Dong Yin would not have been holding frequent summary meetings. Dong Yan's heart leaped with joy. If the employees were anonymous, it could only mean herself as the candidate for promotion. With an excited expression, she asked, Manager In, please don't keep us in suspense. Who is it? Yes. Manager In, do tell. The sales staff eagerly urged. Inja made a shushing gesture, then slowly announced, congratulations to one of our outstanding employees in the sales department. She will serve as the head of sales for Baijiao Real Estate's Phase 5 business office building. That person is Shui Yao. Congratulations, Shui Yao. As Inja concluded, the room fell into an unexpected silence, each person wearing an expression of disbelief. Dong Yin was left dumbfounded. How could it possibly be Shui Yao? Surely it should have been her. What qualifications did she have to become the head of sales for an entire office building? Shui Yao's colleagues were equally incredulous. Just moments ago, Manager Dong had reprimanded her, and now, in an instant, she was not only recognized as an outstanding employee by Mr. Jia but had also been promoted to a position above Dong Yan. Is this even possible? They thought, casting bewildered glances at Shui Yao. Even Shui Yao herself was in a daze. She could never have anticipated that the individual would be herself. Doubtfully, she asked, Manager In, this isn't some kind of joke, is it? It is no joke, Inja replied. I understand your disbelief. To be honest, I was skeptical at first as well. However, the call was indeed from Mr. Jia, who specifically mentioned your name. In our sales department, you are the only Shui Yao. Shui Yao remained unconvinced, asking, could there be a mistake regarding the sales department? Inja shook his head with a smile and inquired, did you not accompany a client to view the Phase 5 office building the day before yesterday? Shui Yao thought for a moment and responded, yes, I brought a friend to see it. She recalled spending considerable time there with Lu Zixin. Then it must be you. Inja confirmed. Congratulations, Shui Yao. From now on, you shall be addressed as Manager Shui. Inja was genuinely pleased, entirely devoid of deceit. What? It really is her? The staff were genuinely astonished. Shui Yao had received personal commendation from the company's big boss and had been promoted with a raise. What extraordinary luck. They gazed at Shui Yao with envy and astonishment. Such good fortune was virtually unimaginable. Dong Yan, unable to accept this, demanded, Manager In, how could Mr. Jia know her and commend her? This is impossible. Inja chuckled. I asked Mr. Jia the same question to understand the answer. Recently, there has been a company interested in purchasing an office building, as you all know. Yes, they nodded, recognizing it as the largest deal recently, with several real estate companies competing for it. This deal has come to our company, specifically the Phase 5 business office building, worth around $1 billion. And the one who facilitated this was Shui Yao. The representative from their side, Mr. Liu, specifically requested her to continue the negotiations. General Manager Jia has stated that such exceptional employees must be celebrated and acknowledged throughout the company. This promotion is merely a small step. What if it leads to something greater? Ah, Shui Yao, your future prospects are boundless. Upon finishing his explanation, everyone in the conference room turned their gaze towards Shui Yao, their hearts filled with envy. Congratulations. Shueyu. Sister Shui, I am in awe. You truly are remarkable, managing to secure such a deal. My goodness, $1 billion contract, if it goes through. What a commission that would yield. And you'll be the primary person in charge. Shui Yao, do not forget your friends in times of wealth. Joked Dong Gu. Dong Yin, however, was at a loss for words, unable to comprehend how such good fortune had befallen Shui Yao. Jealousy bubbled within her to the point of explosion. From this moment on, her position at Baijia Real Estate would pale in comparison to Shui Yao's. Just moments ago, she had tried to undermine Shui Yao, hoping to drive her away. Now, with General Manager Jia himself praising her, wasn't he that a slap in the face? What credibility would she have in front of these employees going forward? This was truly a loss of face. Shui Yao, meanwhile, stood in stunned silence. The revelation from Inja stirred a tempest within her. He suggested that her introduction of General Liu to the property had precipitated these developments. Yet, he was not merely a novice struggling in the industry. Rather, he was the head of a major corporation. He could engage in light-hearted banter with General Manager Jia and make decisions regarding a billion-dollar contract. This was utterly astonishing. It felt akin to discovering that a longtime friend was, in fact, a hidden tycoon. Could it truly be him? Shui Yao pondered, grappling with disbelief. Though the evidence seemed to affirm her suspicions, amidst the shock, a flicker of anticipation ignited within her. If it was indeed him, that would be splendid. Shui Yao was not a sage devoid of desires. She certainly yearned for the opportunity to advance and earn. If it were Liu Zixin, then everything would be secure. She longed to call and inquire, yet hesitated, fearing a misstep. Moreover, if Liu Zixin were truly such a grand figure, she found herself at a loss for words, struggling to comprehend the disparity. Shui Yao, are you all right? Let us head to headquarters. General Manager Jia wishes to see you, Inja remarked. She noticed Dong Yan's face twisted in displeasure, yet curiously, Dong Yan refrained from uttering a word to undermine her. This sensation filled Shui Yao with a secret delight. Oh, old hag, will you dare speak to me in such a manner again? Accompanied by Inja, Shui Yao departed, leaving the conference room in silence. Dong Yan, with a sullen expression, commanded, meeting adjourned, before storming out in a huff. The sales staff continued to murmur in awe. Sister Shui has struck it rich. Indeed. Soon she will be Manager Shui. How enviable. If this deal goes through, what fortune awaits? A true gem. Thank goodness we never crossed her. Chapter 67. Stepping beyond the gaming realm, the exhilaration within her was undeniable, yet tinged with a hint of trepidation. The junior from her elementary school days had blossomed into someone she now admired from afar. She was uncertain how to navigate this newfound dynamic. Regardless, gratitude was imperative. She contemplated calling him, but was uncertain of how to express her thanks appropriately. Instead, she sent a message via WeChat. I am immensely grateful for your support. I will ensure everything is managed well. When you have time, I would love to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. To him, such matters were merely part of the job. Since it was convenient for a friend, why not oblige? Shui Yao was profoundly appreciative, repeatedly expressing her thanks. Subsequently, they engaged in detailed discussions and the handover process. Both parties acted swiftly. Once all concerns were addressed, Hongxin Games confirmed their intention to purchase. The total amount involved soared to 1.01 billion, marking it as a superlative deal within the business district. It was rare for a company to acquire an entire office building in one go. Typically, arrangements are made in advance to select a plot of land before commencing construction. However, Hongxin Games, due to its rapid expansion, was unable to wait for new buildings, necessitating this monumental purchase. In the office, Su Zhirong presented the financial details. Our commercial real estate agreement with Baijia Real Estate requires a 50 down payment, which amounts to 550 million. The remaining balance will be settled by the end of December next year. Hongxin Games lacked the liquidity to cover the full billion at once. Hence a gradual settlement was unavoidable. They would facilitate the relocation to Hongxin Building, which had already been renamed. The process of moving is no small feat. Considering the need for uninterrupted operations, it must occur department by department. Preparations for broadband installation and equipment setup in the new office space were essential. A month later, the relocation process was nearing completion. Liu Zixin sat in his new office, which was significantly more spacious and comfortable than the previous one. During this month, both the mobile game Wilderness Warrior and the online game experienced a surge in profits, with the mobile game's monthly revenue surpassing 500 million. The online game, however, lagged behind, barely crossing the 1 billion mark. Within the entire online market, gaming remains the fastest and most lucrative sector. Alas, Hongxin still fell short of the staggering quarterly earnings of over 10 billion achieved by Penguin Mobile Games. The company had much room for improvement in value-added services and game variety. The online game accelerator had officially entered a profitable phase, generating tens of millions monthly, albeit at a slow growth rate. This project did not possess the same expansive value-added potential as games. It primarily focused on stabilizing user retention with an established user base. The development of other projects would become significantly easier. Lu Zixin convened a meeting with several senior executives to discuss preparations for the next project. In the conference room, over 10 members of the management team gathered: Lu Tong, Zhuan, Liang Song, along with several department heads and directors. Lu Zixin stood at the forefront, with Su Zhirong, dressed in a sleek suit, assisting him with the notebook and projector. The next project, which some may have already anticipated, was the Computer Butler, also referred to as the Cloud Host Project. Lu Zixin surveyed the room, noting the rapt attention of his employees. Director Liang, please introduce the Cloud Host to everyone. Director Liang Song rose and addressed the group. Everyone, I oversee the Hongxin Online Game Accelerator project. As you know, our online game accelerator became an instant sensation upon launch, garnering widespread acclaim. What is the reason for this success? It is primarily due to the Cloud Host. He elaborated on the Cloud Host's features, stating, initially, the supercomputer of the Cloud Host was incompatible with most computers. However, after 2 months of data collection and system upgrades, we can now accommodate 80 of user computers on the market. Therefore, we plan to initiate the Computer Butler project, with the Cloud Host being its most vital function. Users equipped with our Hongxin Computer Butler will experience a significant boost in their computer's performance. In fact, it will become an essential software for every computer. Upon concluding his presentation, applause erupted from the audience. Zhuan interjected, is it truly that remarkable? We have conducted several tests, and like the online game accelerator, it is indeed extraordinary. Our only limitation may be the user's internet speed, which is beyond our control. We cannot very well install broadband for them. Yang Song chuckled. Laughter rippled through the room, creating a light-hearted atmosphere. Su Zhirong, you may take the floor now, Lu Zixin instructed. Su Zhirong felt a twinge of nervousness. Although she was Lu Zixin's assistant, she had yet to achieve significant accomplishments and was not one of the company's founding members. Addressing such a high-level meeting made her quite anxious. Gathering her thoughts, she composed herself and stated, after careful planning and consideration, the Hongxin Computer Butler project will officially launch today. The new department will be located on the 6th and 7th floors of Hongxin Building. Director Liang Song will be promoted from the head of the Online Game Accelerator project to the director of the Computer Butler project, overseeing both the Online Game Accelerator and the Computer Butler initiatives. The previous deputy director of the Online Game Accelerator project, Ning Kai, will take charge of the new Online Game Accelerator project. The Human Resources Department collaborates on talent recruitment. The Marketing Department is tasked with promotion and business partnerships. The Finance Department must complete a financial assessment by the 15th for Mr. Lu's review, and the Logistics Department will procure necessary equipment as required. She announced these matters in an orderly manner. Once she finished, the crowd erupted in applause. Su Zhirong smiled, relieved that she had not embarrassed Mr. Lu. What had just been announced was merely the preliminary plan's outcome. Do you have any opinions or suggestions? Mr. Lu inquired. I do. Zhuan was the first to voice his thoughts, stating, with the new project established, our marketing department is overwhelmed. I request an additional floor in the building and the hiring of approximately 40 new employees. The Hongxin building comprises over 30 floors, and not all are currently utilized. Each department director is eyeing additional office space for their teams. Mr. Lu chuckled. You've been calculating this for a while, haven't you? Of course. With so many projects, each could warrant its own subsidiary. The marketing department is certainly stretched thin, Zhuan replied. His words held truth. While Hongxin Games is labeled a gaming company, its project expansion resembles a conglomerate. All right, it's approved, Mr. Lu said decisively. Mr. Lu, our mobile gaming project department also needs to expand its office space and staff. Others chimed in with requests, and Mr. Lu made arrangements for each. Well, this meeting is officially concluded. For any further issues, please approach me individually, Mr. Lu announced as he stood. I declare the establishment of the Hongxin Computer Butler project. Applause erupted, with everyone filled with joy and anticipation. They sensed that from this day forth, Hongxin would transcend the gaming industry and permeate the entire online domain. Chapter 68. Envious? The establishment of the Hongxin Games Computer Butler project has yet to be made public, but a significant event is unfolding in the industry. Qibao 330 Network Technology Company is among the earliest domestic firms to offer free computer management services. At a time when various antivirus software was still fee-based, they innovatively profited from advertisements while providing users with free security software, capturing a substantial market share in the antivirus and computer management sectors. In later years, other tech companies have struggled to rival them, including the so-called all-purpose software giant, Penguin Company, which has also lagged in this area. Today on Weibo, the current chairman of Qibao 330, Zhuyu, posted a message that quickly gained traction among users, accompanied by 9 standard images, including photos of Zhuyu outside the Securities Regulatory Commission and with colleagues. The post read, "Thank you to our partners and team." Numerous executives from well-known tech companies congratulated him in the comments. Congratulations, Mr. Zhua, on 330's return to the stock market. The final big news of the year. The stock market awaits your performance. Congratulations, Mr. Zhua, on the reverse listing. The title of the richest person in Huaxia is within reach. The Huaxia Daily reported, praising Mr. Zhua's prowess. Major news outlets also covered this development. In the office, Mr. Liu queried Liang Song, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Liang Song responded, "As early as 2011, 330 was listed in New York City, creating hundreds of millionaires overnight. Mr. Zhua amassed personal assets worth billions and ascended to the Forbes list of wealthy individuals in Huaxia. By 2016, it became a privatized entity, delisting from the New York Stock Exchange. In recent years, due to various reasons, Qibao 330's performance has been lackluster. Companies like Penguin, Jinhai, and Chengdu are fiercely competing, leaving Qibao 330 in a continuous state of loss. This reverse listing of its holding subsidiary is a formidable move, indicating plans to capitalize on the market." Mr. Liu chuckled. "Isn't it a bit antagonistic to announce the computer butler project at this juncture? If it affects their stock price, I fear many will harbor animosity towards me." Liang Song shook his head. "Mr. Liu, that's not how the market operates. It's a survival of the fittest. Those with strength will thrive. Every major company has emerged from vanquishing numerous competitors. Hongxin is merely a ferocious beast recently set loose. We fear no one." "Well said," Mr. Liu exclaimed. "Once the project department is initially formed, we shall release this news." Due to the reverse listing event, Qibao 330 garnered renewed attention online. Investors were acutely focused on stock prices, and other tech companies were equally invested in the implications of Qibao 330 securing substantial capital, which would bolster their market competitiveness. Meanwhile, the general public remained concerned with the efficacy of software. An online poll was initiated. Which company's product do you prefer in the realm of security software or computer management? Netizens engaged in heated discussions, even resorting to heated exchanges. "Of course, it's 330. It's been free, and I've used it for 7 years. 330 is rubbish software. My computer slows down with it installed, but runs smoothly once uninstalled. Penguin is far superior. Absolutely, Penguin is the best. Just using Penguin's computer butler grants various gifts and rewards for gaming. It's fantastic. Penguin is utter trash, forcing various bloatware upon installation, and its antivirus function is subpar. Stop arguing. I've used Chengdu Computer Butler, and it works well enough for me. When it comes to antivirus, Jinhai is the most professional. 330 has way too many ads. It's unbearable. Fool. How do you think others make money without ads? It's free software. None of your options are good. I've tried them all, and they all slow my computer down. If only Hongxin would launch a computer butler. Their game accelerator works wonderfully." In the online poll results, Qibao 330 received the highest votes, followed closely by Penguin, Jinhai, and Chengdu. Although the poll's results may exhibit biases and inaccuracies, they sufficiently demonstrate Qibao 330's strength. Qibao 330 also ramped up its promotional efforts, with constant news coverage highlighting its valuation, which has reached 380 billion yuan. However, at this moment, Hongxin Games made a subtle announcement. They have decided to officially launch the Hongxin Computer Butler project, planning to introduce it within a few months. Many followers of Hongxin Games reacted with amusement upon seeing this announcement. "Hongxin Games, what are you doing? Instead of focusing on games, you're venturing into computer management? Your business scope is getting too broad. Why not develop more games? I'm still waiting for your new online game. Come on, develop it, and I'll download it." Hongxin Games. Are you envious of 330's upcoming listing? This is self-sabotage. I thought the higher-ups at Hongxin were clever, but it seems they are simply floundering. With Qibao 330's market share so high and still operating at a loss, you, an outsider, are stepping into the fray? You will be crushed. Is Hongxin also planning to go public? What are you doing developing a computer butler? Other tech company executives, upon seeing this news, struggled to contain their laughter. One executive at Wangyi Games, while drinking water, nearly spewed it across the table from laughing. Achoo. He coughed a couple of times before exclaiming, "Haha, this is hilarious. They say I'm neglecting my duties by dabbling in pig farming, but that's just a personal hobby. But this Hongxin Games, trying to compete in computer management without even solidifying their footing in the gaming industry? They're too ambitious and may end up overreaching. Perhaps their recent rapid growth has inflated their egos," remarked a nearby executive. Jinhai Software Company, Limited, a long-established software company in the country, has consistently maintained a strong reputation for its security software, boasting a stable user base. Had it not been for the remarkable emergence of the Qibao 330, it is quite likely that Jinhai would have become a formidable giant in the realm of the internet. Nevertheless, its formidable strength should not be underestimated. Has another contender entered the fray? The senior executives at Jinhai have noted the announcement issued by Hongshin's official channel. Engaging in the realm of computer management inevitably necessitates an involvement in security software, thereby positioning them as competitors. Every gaming company aspires to develop a computer management system to expand its user base. However, only 3 or 4 companies currently exhibit genuine competitiveness. Remain vigilant regarding developments from Hongshin. Report any new actions immediately. Yes, the secretary nodded in agreement. Chapter 69. The Penguin Company is placing even greater emphasis on Hongshin's movements. Having witnessed 3 of Hongshin's projects, each culminating in resounding success. Notably, the largest shareholder of Jinhai Software is, in fact, Penguin Holdings, albeit with distinct operational teams. Penguin's computer management software ranks high in market share. The strategic importance of this software cannot be overstated. As long as users have this software, a plethora of services can be offered to them. Instant messaging tools, browsers, news, antivirus software, games, input methods, music, and films, creating a comprehensive platform that must not falter. What new strategies does Hongshin have in store? And how, who oversees the computer management division at Penguin, is filled with skepticism. Mr. N, a call from Mr. Ning. The assistant reminded. Mr. Ning refers to Ning Xiaowei, the executive vice president responsible for Penguin's gaming operations. After connecting the call and engaging in brief exchanges, Ning Xiaowei remarked, Olden, we may have surmised something about Hongshin's movements. If our suspicions are correct, it could spell trouble for our business. What actions? And how inquired, puzzled. It is inconvenient to discuss over the phone. Could you come by? I will arrange for our technical personnel to elucidate matters, Ning Xiaowei replied. Penguin Games has been analyzing the operational principles of Hongshin's online gaming accelerator. While they have yet to find a solution, they comprehend its implications. If the capabilities of this cloud host extend beyond gaming into everyday computer functions for entertainment and office tasks, it would indeed be a daunting prospect. The company most concerned with this matter is Qibao 330 Network Technology. One of their primary ventures is computer management and security software. Currently, they are at a critical juncture in their reverse merger process, where any minor disturbance could significantly impact their stock prices. Recently, during a news interview, a question was posed regarding Qibao 330 Zhuoyu. Mr. Zhua, experts have indicated that your company's valuation is excessively high at several hundred billion, suggesting potential speculation. What is your perspective on this? Zhuoyu responded candidly, which experts? Financial or internet? Our valuation at Qibao 330 stems from the trust of our vast user base and shareholders. And what is your outlook on Hongshin Game Company's recent announcement regarding their foray into computer management? Could Hongshin threaten Qibao 330's market share? Nonsense. Zhuoyu waved his hand dismissively at the camera. We have been in the computer management domain for over a decade, and our expertise has earned us the user's acclaim. We have encountered numerous companies, like Penguin and Qiandu, that aspire to enter this field. Yet, our market share remains unshaken, which speaks volumes of our capabilities. Moreover, Hongshin, lacking any experience or preparation, is unlikely to succeed in this venture. I reiterate, in our domain, Qibao 330 reigns supreme. Rest assured, we will continue to excel. Zhuoyu's statements elicited various headlines. Zhuoyu declares Hongshin's computer management initiative will certainly fail. Interview with Zhuoyu. New companies are no concern. 330 remains the industry leader. Experts assert, Hongshin's computer management project is a flawed decision. Stock prices still favor Qibao 330. Shock. In response to Hongshin's actions, Qibao 330 utters this remark, leaving men silent and women in tears. In light of these reports, Hongshin Games opted to disregard them entirely. Their software products remain incomplete, and current speculation seems premature. The cloud host poses no issues, but the computer management software requires foundational features beyond the cloud host, with a launch at least a month away. Lu Zixin refrained from personally overseeing the project this time. If he were to be involved in every aspect, he would surely exhaust himself. It is imperative to enhance the company's research and development capabilities. He can manage oversight with the supercomputer. Within the chat group of Wanjia Technology, Lu Zixin engaged in conversation with the members, who were all remarkably present today. Peter Parker, Tony Stark, Mr. Stark, you may not have heard of me, but you have always been my idol. I am Peter Parker. He typed an extensive message. Tony Stark. All right, no need for further elaboration. I know who you are, Spider-Man. Oh, I have investigated. You and I do not inhabit the same world. So the Tony Stark you admire may merely be a version from a parallel universe. Of course, that version is undoubtedly as brilliant and charming. His words affirm some of Lu Zixin's suspicions. The group members were not from the same world. Otherwise, why join a chat group when they could simply meet in reality? Peter Parker, this is truly extraordinary. Two Mr. Starks in different worlds. Perhaps in your world. There also exists a Peter Parker. What is he like? Is he similar to me? Transforming into a spider or a lizard? Tony Stark, kid, you might want to try remaining silent. I must say, your questions are rather excessive. Since I joined the group, you have been incessantly prattling. Peter Parker, all right. I will do my best. After the little spider quieted down, Lu Zixin inquired, Red, how is your serum research progressing? Red responded with a few images. The first image depicted the structure of the serum, while the second compared it to normal blood cell structures, revealing alterations in some genes and the addition of previously absent ones. Following that were various experimental results from cell culture studies. Red, after gene sequencing and cell culture. The preliminary results indicate that this serum is non-lethal and contains powerful self-healing factors, significantly enhancing bodily recovery capabilities. Peter Parker, that's wonderful. So my body is completely fine. Thank you, Red. Red, happy expression. Your flattery one tea make me happy, you rascal. Red continued. This super serum shares similarities with the virus. Both can promote genetic mutation and evolution. However, in comparison, its aggressiveness is not as potent as that of the virus and will not cause individuals to transform into mindless zombies. The incorporation of animal genes may bestow certain animal traits and enhanced physical abilities, potentially affecting thoughts and emotions. A complete analysis is yet to be determined. Lu Zixin asked curiously, can it be injected into others? Red, not at the moment. The serum contains unique genetic factors. Aside from Peter Parker, other receptor cells face a mortality rate of 999. Lu Zixin, what about 01? Red, currently undergoing demise. Expression, resigned. Chapter 70 please, do not leap from the building. Lu Zixin, expression, are you jesting with me? Red, expression, comical face. Actually, it's not without gains. Although the complete version of the super serum cannot yet be replicated, I have extracted some mutated genes and incorporated them into normal cells to create a basic serum. Peter Parker, what is this basic serum? Red, it simply removes the portion that grants you spider abilities, retaining only the genes that enhance physical capabilities and neural response speed, with low mutation and growth potential. In your own words, it can be described as a low-end version of the super serum, which I have dubbed Serum 1, while version 2 remains under development. Upon noticing this information, Lu Zixin felt a stir in his heart and promptly exclaimed, so, this Serum 1 can be injected into ordinary individuals to enhance their physical capabilities? The Red Queen responded, her expression conveying congratulations. Congratulations, you've answered correctly. I reward you with a little red flower. An idea suddenly struck Lu Zixin. What if he were to inject this serum himself? Would he transform into a superhuman? The Red Queen continued, Leader, I have prepared your share. Do you want it? Naturally, he desired it, yet a thought crossed his mind. What if the injection failed and resulted in a fatality? Lu Zixin hesitantly inquired. Is there any possibility of complications? The Red Queen reassured him. Based on simulated calculations and biological experiments, there have been no failure cases with Serum 1. There should be no issues. After she spoke, she sent Lu Zixin an exclusive red envelope in the group chat. Little Spider immediately exclaimed, Wow, a red envelope? Is this a gift? I have never received a gift from another world before. The Red Queen replied, You have no use for this Serum 1. If you want a red envelope, go to the group leader. Lu Zixin suddenly recalled that he had indeed never sent a red envelope to Peter Parker. He checked the group activity level. After several days of chatting, it had reached level 4, with an experience of 1,322,000, most of which came from Little Spider's contributions. Naturally, there was also a random red envelope. Lu Zixin announced, in light of your contributions to the group's activity level, I shall gift you a red envelope. He then sent the random red envelope to Peter Parker. At that moment, in Peter Parker's world, he was lying on the ceiling, engrossed in his phone. Upon seeing the red envelope, he quickly clicked on it. The group notification chimed. Congratulations. You have received a red envelope from the group leader, containing a spider silk solution modifier. He received a detailed schematic explaining how to modify the spider silk solution. Peter Parker's spider silk was not infinite. The silk produced by his body was limited and particularly exhausting. After observing the production method of biological spider silk materials in the Osborne Industrial Building, he conceived the idea of storing the spider silk solution in a vessel to be launched via a projector. This solution would solidify into exceptionally strong spider silk upon exposure to air, thereby addressing his issue of insufficient spider silk. Unfortunately, his attempts to concoct the solution always encountered problems, and this modifier would perfectly resolve those issues. Elated, Peter Parker messaged in the group, "Thank you, leader. How did you know I needed this? It's fantastic. With it, I can surely create the spider silk projector." The leader responded, "That's wonderful." Minutes later, the group members became silent, leaving only Lu Zixin in a dilemma over whether to claim the red envelope from the Red Queen. After pondering for a moment, he decided to click on it. Storing it in the group space posed no risk. The group notification chimed. "Congratulations. You have received a red envelope from the Red Queen, containing 1 mutant serum." Lu Zixin felt uneasy and summoned the group assistant, asking, "If I use this mutant serum, could it result in uncontrollable consequences?" The group assistant replied, "All items within red envelopes have been verified by the group system, ensuring they align with the sender's description. Otherwise, the envelope would be marked as suspicious." With this assurance, Lu Zixin felt significantly more at ease. The Multiverse technology chat group was formidable. Its detection capabilities should not falter. He directly claimed the Serum 1, which materialized in his hand as a small syringe containing a vial of green liquid. Accompanying it was an instruction manual detailing the injection method and expected reactions. Injection method: aim at any vein in the body and directly inject the entire serum. Predicted results: enhanced memory, physical stamina, accelerated cell growth, and increased hormone secretion. Note: Serum 1 is a low-level version of the Super Serum, exhibiting only about 1/10 of the Super Serum's efficacy. Effects may vary based on individual physical condition or mutation. At the end of the manual, there was a message from the Red Queen. "Leader, after your injection, please refrain from jumping off buildings. You could still fall to your death." Expression: a sincere and earnest smile. "I would never jump off a building," Lu Zixin muttered to himself. Since the Red Queen had indicated that Serum 1 no longer contained Peter Parker's spider abilities and that its effects might even be less than 1/10, was he not courting death by jumping off a building? Even with the extraordinary regenerative abilities akin to Wolverine or Deadpool, he would not dare to attempt such a folly. Self-harm was an act only a madman would undertake, right? Lu Zixin stored the Serum 1 in the group space, believing that it required utmost preparation for use. Otherwise, any interference could lead to unpredictable changes. He first attended to company matters, meticulously planning to free up 2 days for himself. Who designed this syringe? Why is it so thick? Lu Zixin complained before inserting the syringe into the vein of his wrist. The green liquid was fully injected into his bloodstream, and he noticed his veins temporarily changing color as the liquid spread throughout his body. "I don't feel anything," Lu Zixin thought after the injection, experiencing no immediate change apart from a slight warmth. He casually opened his phone and played a few rounds of games. About an hour later, he began to sense something unusual. Chapter 71. Transformation. He felt an intense heat coursing through his body, his pores wide open, and sweat pouring down. It was as if ants were crawling beneath his skin, an unbearable itch that he could not suppress. "Water, I need water." Lu Zixin's throat felt parched, and he hurriedly gulped down several mouthfuls of mineral water. But as soon as he finished, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he felt faint. He rushed towards his bedroom, but before he could reach the bed, he collapsed unconscious. He was unaware of how long he had been asleep, drifting in a haze without consciousness. When Lu Zixin finally awoke, darkness had enveloped the outside world. "Have I slept the entire day?" He rubbed his head and picked up his phone, noticing several missed calls and messages. Upon opening them, he saw calls from company employees and private messages from Su Zhirong. He recalled that those who had injected the Super Serum often awoke with their bodies transformed from frail to robust, exhibiting features akin to 8-pack abs, much like Captain America or Spider-Man. However, as he lifted his shirt to examine his own physique, he found not the expected strength. Rather, due to genetic mutations consuming fat, he appeared noticeably thinner. Fortunately, the instruction manual had already mentioned that with subsequent nutritional supplementation, his body would become stronger than before. He attempted to stretch his muscles and found himself considerably more agile. After performing dozens of push-ups, he felt no strain. Even the fish leap, a move he had previously struggled with, he could now execute with ease, and walking on his hands was also effortless. Currently, his physical condition could only be described as superior to that of an ordinary person, reaching an excellent level. However, the effects of Serum 1 would not fully manifest in just a few hours. It would continue to enhance him gradually over the next 2 weeks. He decided to wait a few days for further testing. For now, he needed to eat. He was starving. Lu Zixin quickly retrieved the prepared food and devoured it ravenously. He remained at home for an entire week, managing company affairs via phone. By the end of the week, Lu Zixin had undergone a remarkable transformation. A typical person might experience a weight change of 20 to 30 pounds, resulting in noticeable differences in appearance. However, Lu Zixin had first burned fat and then rapidly developed various cells through genetic mutation, leading to even more pronounced changes. In the mirror, Lu Zixin scrutinized his body. His once flat abdomen now boasted well-defined abs, rendering him fit and strong. The pectoral muscles were subtly pronounced, yet not exaggerated, while the biceps and triceps on his arms were distinctly visible. Overall, he exuded a harmonious and virile aesthetic. As for his face, the contours had become more defined, presenting a greater sense of three-dimensionality. In other respects, it had at least enhanced Lu Zixin's attractiveness by 30%, propelling him into the ranks of handsome men. When Lu Zixin arrived at the company, those who laid eyes on him were utterly astonished. Zhuan widened his eyes, scanning him from head to toe, and exclaimed, "Goodness! I remember you looking nothing like this. Did you undergo plastic surgery? You're even more handsome than me. Have you ever seen someone transform in just a week?" Lu Zixin retorted, "Actually, I merely changed my style and took the opportunity to work out." Zhuan, perplexed, said, "Could it be that I've been too busy lately to notice your transformation?" He felt something was amiss, yet Lu Zixin remained Lu Zixin, and it was implausible for such a dramatic change to occur in just 1 week. Moreover, Lu Zixin appeared to be more robust, leaving no room for suspicion. Is changing one's style truly that miraculous? I might try it someday, he expressed enviously. It was not just him. Other employees gazing at Lu Zixin also wore looks of astonishment. In the restroom, a female employee remarked, "I just saw our general manager Lu. Why do I feel like he has become more handsome? Am I turning into a lovesick fool?" Her companion replied, "I thought I was seeing things too. He definitely seems different." They were puzzled, yet none could pinpoint the reason, attributing it instead to their previous lack of attention. In the Wanjie technology chat group, Lu Zixin inquired with Hong Ho about his physical condition. He learned that the effects of Serum 1 would take at least 2 weeks to fully manifest, during which time his physical prowess would gradually improve. Seated in his office, Lu Zixin opened a document. With a mere glance, the contents were etched into his mind. After undergoing numerous tests, his memory had significantly enhanced. Anything he focused on could be remembered with remarkable clarity. Not only that, but his cognitive processing speed had also improved dramatically. For the same questions, he now required less than half the time to arrive at answers. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. It was Su Zhirong. "Mr. Lu, here are the documents that require your signature." Lu Zixin had been absent for a week, accumulating a considerable amount of work. Su Zhirong was carrying a large stack of files, all needing Lu Zixin's approval. "Bring them over," he instructed. Upon hearing this, Su Zhirong gasped, her brow furrowing in surprise. "Is that really you, Lu Zixin?" she asked skeptically. "Don't you recognize me?" Lu Zixin stood up, grinning. "It's just that you seem to have changed a bit, but I can't quite place what's different," she admitted, perplexed. "I know. I've become more handsome." Lu Zixin chuckled. "You've become rather vain." Su Zhirong teased with a playful glance. Suddenly, Lu Zixin felt an impulsive urge surge within him. He couldn't resist embracing her. "What are you doing? This is the office. We have work to do." Su Zhirong attempted to break free, but found Lu Zixin's arms to be strong and unyielding. He remained motionless, his intense gaze fixated on her, causing Su Zhirong to feel a bit shy, her cheeks flushing. Meanwhile, Lu Zixin pondered another matter. The serum had enhanced his physical capabilities, and the secretion of various hormones was now more potent than before. Just a playful glance from Su Zhirong had ignited his impulses. Could this be a side effect? Or was it simply his lack of self-restraint? He planted a quick peck on Su Zhirong's cheek, laughing. "What are you afraid of? This is my office. It wouldn't do if someone were to see us." Su Zhirong managed to wriggle free, stating, after a week of slacking off, "You have quite a bit to catch up on. These documents all require your approval. I've already reviewed them and highlighted the important points." Lu Zixin noticed the pencil marks on the documents, indicating Su Zhirong had put in considerable effort. "You've worked hard," he remarked, touched that she had already assisted with his tasks. "It seems you're going to be busy all day. No worries. I'll keep you company while you work late," she offered. "No need. I'll finish in an hour," Lu Zixin replied with confidence as he began reviewing the documents. "You're boasting. Just finishing today would be impressive. I spent 2 days on these." Su Zhirong exclaimed as she watched Lu Zixin swiftly dive into his work. He moved with astonishing speed, making decisions almost instantaneously after a single glance. "Be careful. Some of these are important documents," Su Zhirong cautioned. "What if there are mistakes?" "There won't be any mistakes. You can check again," Lu Zixin replied, seemingly able to multitask as he began approving 2 documents at once, signing with both hands simultaneously as if he were a schoolchild copying vocabulary. Su Zhirong was skeptical at first, but upon inspecting one document, she found it flawless. She continued to check others, discovering no errors. and noted that some of the crucial annotations were remarkably detailed, not hastily scribbled. "How can you be so fast?" she marveled. "My eyes can hardly keep up, and you've already made your decisions? Are you a genius?" "Of course, I'm a genius among geniuses. In less than an hour." Lu Zixin had completed a week's worth of accumulated work, leaving Su Zhirong unable to keep up with her checks. She was thoroughly impressed. Chapter 72. Launching the cloud host. Completing a week's workload in just 1 hour left Lu Zixin feeling slightly fatigued in his mind. After a brief respite, he ventured to various departments to assess the company's operations. The gaming department remained as steady as ever, with performance continually on the rise. The lifespan of the Battle Royale game was projected to last at least 3 to 5 years, ensuring the company would profit handsomely during that period. New games were also under development. However, the fate of these projects would ultimately be determined by the market. Lu Zixin refrained from intervening, believing that Hongxin Games must cultivate its own research and development capabilities, much like Penguin Games, which invests in countless projects each year. Succeeding in just one could bolster over 50% of the company's revenue. In the Hongxin Computer Manager Project Department, programmers were diligently working on various complementary software, such as antivirus and computer repair programs. "How is the progress?" Lu Zixin inquired of Liang Song. "We have completed the foundational framework and are currently adding functionalities," Liang Song replied. Long before the Gaming Accelerator project was initiated, Lu Zixin had outlined the goals for the computer manager, so preparations had already been underway. Companies like Qibao 330 and Penguin had developed their software to a remarkable level, and they were essentially learning by emulating their models. Lu Zixin nodded. This was inevitable. Their core competitive advantage lay in the cloud host. As long as the cloud host was in place, any minor flaws could be gradually refined. In the marketing department, the promotional plan for the Hongxin Computer Manager was ready, awaiting Lu Zixin's decision on the launch date to commence advertising. "We can start the promotion tomorrow," Lu Zixin informed Zhuan. The initial version of the Hongxin Computer Manager would be completed within a week. As for the software, he had no concerns about any potential issues. He was more than capable of resolving them, especially given his cognitive abilities had surpassed that of the average individual by several folds. "Absolutely. I've been eagerly waiting," Zhuan exclaimed. "That Qibao 330 recently claimed we were inferior. This time, let them see that the tides are turning." The following day, Hongxin officially announced the news. The Hongxin Computer Manager was set to launch, ushering in the era of the cloud host. Various online media outlets, having received promotional funds, began to intensify their advertising efforts. Phoenix Technology Network proclaimed, "A new revolution in the computer industry. Hongxin unveils the cloud host computer manager." Headlines blared, shocking. The Hongxin company has unveiled groundbreaking technology, aiming to revolutionize the internet. Penguin News inquires, is the cloud host merely a marketing gimmick, or does it possess genuine substance? Jihu questions the authenticity of Hongxin's advertised cloud host. The term cloud host has also trended on Weibo, undoubtedly a result of Hongxin's paid promotional efforts. On this day, Hongxin commenced vigorous promotion of the cloud host concept to generate buzz for its computer manager. Naturally, puzzled netizens expressed curiosity, confusion, and skepticism. What exactly is a cloud host? Does its use mean I no longer need a computer host? Is Hongxin truly launching a computer manager? Groundbreaking technology? Surely you jest. I am convinced this is mere bravado. Companies today exhibit a distinct lack of sincerity. They label everything as groundbreaking technology. Is there a trial version? Where can I download it? In response, Hongxin provided an explanation of the cloud host function. In essence, it assists users' computers in calculations, enhancing operational speed. However, this explanation was met with immediate backlash from numerous experts. Notably, Zhuyu from Qibao 330 directly addressed Hongxin on Weibo, stating emphatically, "I have been in this field for over a decade. Although this concept has been mentioned before, it is unattainable with current technological capabilities. Your claims are pure false advertising, deceiving consumers. I urge the business administration to promptly halt such actions." Other computer industry experts echoed similar sentiments, asserting that establishing a cloud host necessitates a supercomputer with extraordinary computational and analytical capabilities, which is impossible for Hongxin to achieve. Jinhai Software, Penguin Company, and Chengdu Company remain cautious observers. Although they are skeptical of Hongxin's assertions, they perceive the potential for innovative developments. Even if the cloud host's computer acceleration offers merely a fraction of what they claim, it remains substantial. Minor differences can sway users to alternative options. Hongxin's actions unfolded more swiftly than anticipated. Within a week, they launched a simplified version of the Hongxin Computer Manager. This version contains only basic functionalities, with additional features still under development. However, it notably includes the cloud host feature. "Let speed soar to the cloud," is the promotional slogan for the cloud host. Fly to the cloud? The computer manager is a pitfall. It only becomes slower, exclaimed a user in front of an old computer. The gaming accelerator is far superior. Upon opening the Hongshin Gaming Accelerator, he noticed a prominent promotional banner. Download and use the Hongshin Computer Manager now to receive a month of premium gaming accelerator service and a gaming gift package. Free premium access? He thought, intrigued. The premium gaming accelerator enhances the gaming experience immensely. Forget it. I'll download it. If it doesn't work, I can always uninstall it. He clicked the download link and installed Hongshin's Computer Manager. The functionalities are comparable to similar software, with the only addition being the cloud host option. Would you like to enable the cloud host for computer acceleration? Prompted the Hongshin Computer Manager. Sure, let us see what you can do, he replied, clicking agree. Connecting to the cloud host. Analyzing computational patterns. Accelerating service. Acceleration successful. Is that it? No noticeable changes? He initially thought to complain, only to discover something different. While gaming, he could simultaneously open other web pages, and the speed seemed significantly improved. His home internet connection is certainly not lacking. It's just that this old computer has seen better days, and running multiple programs typically results in minor lag. Yet now, it operates with remarkable fluidity. Could it truly be effective? Curiosity piqued, he continued testing. Indeed, running several applications simultaneously still yielded exceptional performance. However, once too many programs were opened, a warning appeared. Too many applications. The internet speed cannot keep up. Please proceed with caution. Wow, is it really that impressive? It feels just as exhilarating as using the gaming accelerator, he exclaimed. Unlike the gaming accelerator, which solely enhances gaming speed, this cloud host seems to accelerate all applications. Having grown accustomed to high-speed experiences, who would wish to revert to sluggishness? Especially impatient individuals cannot endure even a second of delay. He quickly messaged his close friend, Buddy, the Hongshin Computer Manager is incredible. It feels amazing to use. Really? I haven't downloaded it yet. How's the cloud host? His friend inquired. It's groundbreaking technology. I used to be unable to listen to music or watch movies while gaming. Otherwise, the computer would freeze. Now, I can do both. It feels like I've upgraded my computer. His friend responded, Is it really that miraculous? I'll download it and give it a try. Chapter 73. Impact. A quality product will naturally spread through word of mouth, with users voluntarily promoting it. The cloud host alone is sufficient to entice a vast array of computer users to download and use the Hongshin Computer Manager. Unlike the gaming accelerator, this time, even those uninterested in gaming can benefit. The potential audience is remarkably broad, and the cloud host is destined to create a storm in the digital realm. Initially, most early adopters of the Hongshin Computer Manager were gamers, compelled to download it for gaming tasks. However, upon discovery of the cloud host capabilities, they were astounded. With the same computer, as long as the internet speed permits, the operational speed can double. Who wouldn't desire such software? Even those whose computers already boast commendable performance seek to achieve even greater speeds, leading to a continuous rise in downloads of the Hongshin Computer Manager. Meanwhile, various tech companies have been given the opportunity to evaluate the cloud host's functionality. Technicians at Jinhai Software's development center, tasked with assessing the Hongshin cloud host capabilities, were left astonished. Their claims about the cloud host were indeed true. This represents a monumental advancement in cloud technology. How was it developed? What magnitude of data processing and how many servers are required to accomplish this? Hongshin is evidently serious this time. We have significantly underestimated them. The management at Jinhai Software wore grave expressions. Hongshin's cloud host feature is aggressively entering the software market, posing a substantial challenge to them. The potential threat even surpasses that of Penguin and Qibao 330. They decided to compile the evaluation results and forward them to Penguin. Jinhai's largest shareholder is Penguin Holdings, which had previously requested to receive the results. And Haokai, the executive vice president of Penguin Company responsible for related matters, received the evaluation results from Jinhai Software. Consistent with their findings, the cloud host indeed employs technology they have previously utilized in their gaming accelerator, albeit now applied more broadly and powerfully. And Haokai frowned and informed several colleagues. This situation has escalated. Another executive vice president, Ning Xiaowei, also adopted a serious demeanor. The executive vice presidents at Penguin Company number only around 7 or 8, supplemented by high-level executives such as the chief operating officer, chief financial officer, and chief technology officer, totaling just a few dozen individuals. Each of them is a prominent figure in the internet sector. When such distinguished individuals engage in serious discussions about an issue, it signifies a matter of great significance. What are our current download statistics? And Haokai inquired of his assistant. The assistant reported, We are currently unaware of their data from their own platform, but on our Penguin browser, the search index, Qiandu search, 330 search and various software download platforms. The search and download statistics for the Hongxin Computer Manager are all on the rise. The cloud host has emerged as a trending search term across major browsers. And Hawkeye nodded, stating, "There's no doubt that over the next few months, this trend will continue to climb. If we do not devise a strategy, they will forcibly seize our share of the computer manager business. Our gaming sector is also facing challenges. The CEO has personally inquired about it multiple times. Prior to Hongxin's emergence, we experienced consistent rapid growth. Now, our growth rate is halved." Ning Xiaowei remarked, "The most repugnant aspect remains their online gaming accelerators. Our company, Penguin, boasts a plethora of game genres, yet we are compelled to pay them a substantial fee each month for exclusive acceleration services for every single game. Isn't their computer management software's acceleration service redundant with the gaming acceleration service?" Someone inquired. "Not at all. They employ a tiered and categorized acceleration approach," explained in Hawkeye's assistant. "For instance, the cloud server acceleration does not encompass gaming. It necessitates a dedicated gaming accelerator. Moreover, the cloud server's acceleration services are stratified, allowing for swifter acceleration for higher tiers. The versions used by ordinary users and business clients differ, thus they manage to profit from multiple software applications using a single technology. Does this strategy not seem familiar?" They recalled that it closely resembles the profit model pioneered by our company, Penguin, which has been directly replicated by Hongxin. Previously, we were the ones borrowing ideas from others, and now we find ourselves on the receiving end. And Hawkeye chuckled bitterly, lamenting the lack of effective countermeasures, feeling quite exasperated. "I believe we ought to communicate with Hongxin to explore ways to acquire their technology or possibly consider a buyout," suggested Ning Xiaowei. "Were we not previously rebuffed in our attempt to acquire them? Let us report this and convene a meeting. Acquiring them now will undoubtedly come at a high cost." In contrast to Penguin, the company most unsettled by this development is Qibao 330. Each tech firm possesses its own foundational strengths. For instance, Penguin thrives on instant messaging software, with WeChat and Play providing them a solid base to rapidly promote their other services. Meanwhile, Qiandu serves as a search engine, alongside various internet banking services from other firms. A large tech company, as long as it retains its foundational services, may not suffer too gravely even during periods of low profitability, always having the potential for recovery. However, the core of Qibao 330 lies in security software, which is fundamentally rooted in their computer management software. Supported by users of this software, they have successfully developed browsers, games, and mobile security applications, achieving commendable results. In the office, President Zhuyu wore an exceedingly grim expression. Just yesterday, he publicly criticized Hongxin for false advertising, and today, with the emergence of their cloud server, he was immediately contradicted. His Weibo was inundated with comments from onlookers relishing the spectacle. "Zhuyu, did you not claim that Hongxin's cloud server was a fabrication? Yet, it operates flawlessly for me. Zhuyu, after trying it, I found Hongxin's software markedly superior to yours. Mr. Zhua, why does your software slow down my computer while Hongxin's enhances its speed? Please explain. Apologize. How can you criticize others when your own product is subpar?" Zhuyu merely glanced at the comments, incensed, promptly disabling the comments section and discreetly deleting his prior post. Nevertheless, the online community persisted, with various public accounts hastening to disseminate the latest updates. "Zhuyu, why did you delete your post? What exactly is the cloud server? Can Hongxin's cloud server threaten Qibao 330 standing?" A day of humiliation, and now Mr. Zhuo has deleted his Weibo. Zhuyu inhaled deeply, inquiring of his secretary. "What is the current status?" The secretary, holding a dossier, recounted item by item, from a technical standpoint. It has been confirmed that Hongxin's computer management software indeed utilizes cloud server technology, with no further advancements at present. Data feedback indicates a surge in downloads for Hongxin's software, while our Qibao 330's user base is dwindling. What has caused this decline? Zhuyu queried sharply. It may be due to users downloading Hongxin's software and subsequently uninstalling ours. The secretary cautiously suggested, prompting Zhuyu to slam his fist onto the table, startling the secretary. "Continue," he commanded. "In terms of market valuation, several financial institutions have already downgraded our estimated market value. They assert that if we cannot counter Hongxin's impact, further reductions will ensue. Additionally, we have received several media interview requests. Decline them, push back." Zhuyu interrupted before the secretary could finish. Once the secretary finished relaying the events, Zhuyu's countenance darkened. He exclaimed, "Where did this Hongxin emerge from? How can they develop a cloud server while we cannot?" Immediately convene the core team for a meeting. As the company is on the brink of a shell listing, this matter must be resolved. Chapter 74. Unstoppable. Additional update. Zhuyu promptly gathered the core team for a meeting, yet no one proposed an immediately actionable solution. Their only course of action is to attempt to dissect Hongxin's cloud server capabilities while identifying any vulnerabilities to exploit, thereby safeguarding Qibao's position. While Qibao 330's tech firm was in a state of urgency, Hongxin was enveloped in an atmosphere of jubilation. The momentum of their new product has already become evident. And once the majority of computers are equipped with this software, Hongxin will secure a foothold in the fiercely competitive internet sector. Prior to that, however, there remains much work to undertake. The feedback functionality of the simplified computer management software is inadequate, and any loopholes must be addressed. Most critically, the company must cooperate with the cybersecurity department to ensure that the cloud server functionality does not compromise user computers or lead to information theft. Additionally, some undisclosed conditions have been successfully met. In summary, they have passed the scrutiny with flying colors. For several consecutive days, downloads of Hongxin's computer management software have been on the rise. A week later, the user base for Hongxin's network management software surpassed Jinhai Software, positioning it as the fourth largest computer management operator nationwide. Ahead of Hongxin are Qiandu with a market share of 71, Penguin at 29.4, and Qibao 330 with a market share of 45.7. Prior to Hongxin's computer management software launch, these companies' market shares were several points higher. Yet now users have been drawn away to varying degrees by Hongxin's offerings. This trend is continually adjusting, and it is anticipated that within another week, Hongxin's user base will surpass Qiandu, landing them in the top 3. In a few months, it is unfathomable. Reaching the pinnacle is not beyond the realm of possibility. The media has begun to comment on this phenomenon, with cloud server becoming a buzzword frequently appearing in news headlines. Cloud server, do you truly comprehend what it entails? Computer dealers unite in denouncing Hongxin, claiming the cloud server has diminished the demand for users' computers. People's News, we encourage the development of indigenous technologies like the cloud server, contributing to the technological prosperity of our nation. An expert remarked, the cloud server technology represents a significant innovation in network technology, and we can predict that the future trajectory of technological development will revolve around cloud technology. Netizens discovered that this expert was previously among those who questioned Hongxin's cloud server, leading to a barrage of criticism directed at him. What a charlatan, merely riding the coattails of trending topics. A foolish individual, who just days ago claimed it was unfeasible, is now groveling. Spare us the pretense. In this day and age, anyone can claim to be an expert. I could do it too, as it's all just empty bluster. Hongxin is exceptional. I shall exclusively use their software from now on. In Lu Zixin's office, Zhuan, Liang Song, and Su Zhirong were all present. Liang Song, beaming with joy, declared, at this rate, we will surpass Qiandu in the realm of computer management software by next month. However, overtaking Penguin and Qibao 330 will require more time, as their user loyalty remains quite robust. After all, they are established enterprises, and users have grown accustomed to their products. Lu Zixin nodded. As download numbers rise, negotiations with advertisers will become considerably easier. Zhuan was in good spirits as well. The primary revenue stream for the computer management software comes from advertising fees, while membership charges constitute only a small fraction. By the way, some media outlets wish to interview you and produce reports. Lu Zixin pondered and replied, perhaps it's best to decline if we gain too much attention. I'll need to wear a mask when I go out. In the internet sector, certain company executives have become quite well known. When they walk down the street, passers-by often recognize them, and they are even turned into memes and various humorous videos. As the young master of Hongxin, Lu Zixin, with a fortune exceeding 100 million, is bound to be the subject of extensive media coverage. Every utterance and action of his will be magnified before the public eye, necessitating a constant display of decorum, which is an exhausting prospect. At least for now, he is not psychologically prepared for this. Please do your utmost to keep my personal information private. I refuse any media inquiries about my personal life. They may only report on the company and its products. Should any rumors arise online, address them promptly. As I entrust this task entirely to you, Lu Zixin instructed. Indeed, I concur that this approach is preferable. Zhuan nodded in agreement. He had several matters to discuss, which he swiftly elucidated to Lu Zixin, who adeptly handled them. Throughout the past week, his physical condition and cognitive abilities have seen a marked improvement, and he has become more accustomed to these changes. I truly envy you. If only I possessed your energy and efficiency, remarked Su Zhirong, a hint of jealousy in her tone. Dressed in a sleek black fitted dress with minimal embellishments, her figure and legs served as her most exquisite adornments. The cinched waist, understated hues, and her poised demeanor exuded an air of elegant composure. You need not overexert yourself, Lu Zixin advised. Some tasks can be delegated to others. I suppose my ignorance is profound, Su Zhirong replied, rubbing her forehead. I do feel somewhat fatigued. Lu Zixin rose, gently guiding her to sit down. Allow me to give you a massage. I dare not, for you are the CEO? She laughed. Yet you are unafraid to engage with the CEO. What is there to fear? Lu Zixin pressed his palms against her forehead, kneading gently. Surely, this is not where you should be applying pressure. The advancement of Hongxin has evoked feelings of threat among certain individuals, impacting their interests. While no one has yet managed to fully comprehend the capabilities of the cloud host from a positive standpoint, unfortunate events detrimental to Hongxin have begun to surface. From the second week onward, numerous software download centers online have been inundated with counterfeit applications masquerading as Hongxin's computer manager and cloud host, which upon downloading are rife with viruses or bundled adware. Additionally, the prevalence of computer viruses has surged. Some have already uncovered flaws in Hongxin's computer manager. Its strength lies in the cloud host functionality. However, the primary concern of the computer manager software is ensuring computer security. If the safety features falter, users will undoubtedly shy away from this software. Comparatively, Hongxin's computer manager lags behind competitors such as Qibao 330 and Penguin in terms of security, leading to an emergence of user complaints. Just as rival companies relished in their perceived advantage, they were soon taken aback by the rapid release of an updated version of Hongxin's computer manager, which addressed the vulnerabilities that had arisen. Their update speed is astonishing, with few significant flaws lasting longer than 24 hours. Yet, intriguingly, the resolution of minor flaws tends to take longer. This is deliberately orchestrated by Lu Zixin to foster team capability, requiring the development team to revisit any flaws he rectifies himself. In 2 weeks, the market valuation plummeted by 20%. Leftu, of Qibao 330, felt an acute sense of defeat, a rare challenge in his career. Just 2 weeks ago, he had been brimming with confidence, elated at the prospect of his company going public, and had boasted about it across major media outlets. Now, he declined all media interviews, and his Weibo account had gone silent for 2 weeks. The initial public offering will have to be postponed. Leftu sighed deeply. Chapter 75, The Superpower of Swift Labor in the Multiverse Technology Chat Group. Lu Zixin was updating Hongho on his physical condition. Sir, it has been 16 days since I injected Serum 1, and I have noticeably enhanced strength, reflexes, and cognitive abilities. Minor injuries heal rapidly, though I have not tested it on larger wounds. Hongho responded, this is the maximum efficacy of Serum 1. Your physical condition now surpasses human limits. Yet you are still far from being able to leap from skyscrapers or halt a train with your bare hands. Witty emoji. Congratulations on qualifying for the transformation into a superhero. Lu Zixin expressed his satisfaction. That is quite commendable. I have no desire to save the world. Thank you once again, Hongho. Hongho replied, emoji. I am quite impressed. Allow me a moment to recharge. She continued, Serum 1 is merely the initial version, with limited growth potential. I am currently developing Serum 2, which should yield even better results. Before they could exchange more words, the chat was interrupted by a bubbling entry from Peter Parker. Group leader. My web shooters have been successfully developed. Now I can shoot multiple webs and swing between skyscrapers. It's an exhilarating experience. Congratulations, Lu Zixin replied. Peter Parker continued. Thanks to your enhancer, the web solution was completed. My web solution surpasses the performance of that developed by Osborne Industries. He added, by the way, group leader and esteemed Hongho. I have a question. How can one truly make money? I can barely afford my tuition, and I wish to buy a gift for a girl, but I have no funds. Hongho suggested, isn't it simple? Just hack into the banking system, and you'll have endless money. Emoji, do you desire to get rich overnight? Peter Parker retorted, I wouldn't dare. That's illegal. I'm looking for legitimate methods. Upholding the teachings of his uncle and aunt. The young spider has always aspired to be a law-abiding citizen. Lu Zixin advised, you are still in school. Prioritize your studies. As for earning money, consider taking on a part-time job. Peter Parker replied, that's precisely my plan. Thus, I have taken a job as a reporter while also doing food deliveries. But the pay from both jobs is insufficient for my daily nutritional needs, and I have my own research that requires funding. Lu Zixin remarked. Utilizing your superpowers for food delivery, young man, you possess a keen commercial acumen. Peter Parker responded, thank you for the compliment. It was a serendipitous thought. I can deliver more meals than others in one trip. Lu Zixin, exasperated, thought, you genuinely believe I was complimenting you? Peter Parker questioned, wasn't that the case? Lu Zixin was at a loss. The notion of using superpowers for food delivery was absurd. While Peter Parker is a genius in physics and chemistry, his business acumen leaves much to be desired. Hongho chimed in, you could also clean the exterior windows of buildings, work at the docks, or perform tightrope walking acts. Emoji, clever as I am. Peter Parker exclaimed, oh, how did I not think of that? Wait a moment, I checked. And those jobs do seem to offer better pay than food delivery. Lu Zixin interjected, she is teasing you. Brick moving, even when done quickly, cannot match the earnings of a contractor. In Lu Zixin's view, Peter Parker has numerous opportunities to earn money. For instance, his webbing is a novel material that could be utilized in the construction industry or high-tech sectors, with a technological value potentially reaching hundreds of millions. However, if everyone possessed web shooters, life would become challenging for the young spider, and that patent must remain exclusive. Lu Zixin inquired, have you gained fame yet? Do newspapers report on your exploits? And do you have fans? Peter Parker replied, I wouldn't say I am famous, but my crime-fighting photos occasionally grace the headlines. And I have garnered a fair number of online fans. Lu Zixin remarked, that simplifies matters considerably. Have they published your photos without your permission? The Spider-Man persona is your own creation. Any merchants using your name to sell clothing or other products infringe upon your character rights. Demand compensation from them. Or consider legal action. If all else fails, you could engage in commercial performances. For instance, advertising for businesses could fetch you at least several $1,000s per appearance. And endorsement fees would not be negligible either. Alternatively, you could stream live and receive donations from your fans. There are countless ways to monetize. Upon reading Lu Zixin's suggestions, Peter Parker felt as though a new world had opened before him. He had only experienced gene mutation for less than 2 months, and his mindset still lingered at the level of a struggling student. He was oblivious to these money-making methods, and perhaps he had never even sought to understand the concept of fan economy. Unlike Captain America, who knew how to engage in commercial performances and advertisements to earn money, he too could do the same. At this moment, Spider-Man was a hot topic among the citizens, and there would undoubtedly be businesses willing to invest. Peter Parker pondered another question and inquired, Group leader, you make a compelling point. But what should I do if I do not wish to reveal my identity? That is quite simple, Lu Zixin replied. You can find a spokesperson for Spider-Man, perhaps yourself or a friend, and allow that spokesperson to negotiate all matters. Then, when events occur, Spider-Man can make an appearance while the spokesperson receives the payment. It is better not to choose yourself to avoid any suspicion if both you and Spider-Man appear together. Lu Zixin's words struck Peter Parker like a revelation. Indeed, this was the perfect solution. As long as he earned money, his uncle would not have to seek employment at his age, and his aunt would not have to toil so hard. He could also afford his own car, buy gifts for his beloved girl, and wear decent clothes for dates. How could I have been so foolish? I should have thought of this sooner, Peter Parker exclaimed, slapping his forehead and quickly messaging in the group leader. You are truly a genius. I am so excited about all these money-making methods. Thank you. From now on, you will be my idol. Red Queen, expression, threatening glare. Peter Parker, you dared to betray me. It seems I must clean up the ranks. Peter Parker, Red Queen, I was wrong. Red Queen, you must remember, you are with me. Do not be swayed by the group leader. Expression, following the group leader leads to no future. Stranger, Red Queen. Do you wish to experience the small black room again? Peter Parker, Chapter 76, indeed. Lu Zixin spent his day engaging in group discussions, managing some official duties, and playing a couple of games until it was time to clock out. He and Su Zhirong dined at a restaurant near the office, where he ordered 3 servings for himself, leaving Su Zhirong astonished. You eat so much. His enhanced physical condition naturally led to an increased demand for nutrients, transforming Lu Zixin into a voracious eater. Tomorrow is the weekend. Shall we go out and have some fun? Lu Zixin asked, please don't tell me you have work. I have no work, but I do have other matters to attend to, Su Zhirong replied with a resigned expression. What matters? Lu Zixin inquired. I need to visit my younger sister. I haven't seen her in 2 months, Su Zhirong stated. These past 2 months have been a chaotic whirlwind of work. Your sister? Lu Zixin recalled her mentioning that she had a younger sister, Su Xiaoming, who was in high school at a boarding school in Jiangqing. Yes. She is on break. That little girl has been quite unruly. Her homeroom teacher called to inform me that she has been acting up again. So I must go see her, Su Zhirong explained. Lu Zixin was not well acquainted with Su Zhirong's family situation, as she rarely spoke of it. He only knew that her family was in business and originally from Jiangcheng, but her parents had moved to the city of Shanghai. She was the only one remaining in Jiangcheng to attend university and had not yet officially graduated. Her sister, Su Xiaoming, was currently a sophomore, 5 years her junior. It was said that her parents were hoping for a son as a second child, but another girl was born instead. Then you should definitely go see her. Lu Zixin nodded. High school is such a crucial time. As he spoke, Su Zhirong's phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, she remarked, it's my sister. She answered the call, and a sweet voice from the other end exclaimed, Sister. Observing Su Zhirong's expression, Lu Zixin noted that she did not seem pleased or joyful. Instead, her brows knitted in suspicion as she questioned, calling me so affectionately. Are you up to no good again? Not at all, Su Xiaoming retorted. I ranked among the top 10 in the last monthly exam. Top 10? When I was in high school. I was at least in the top 3 of the entire grade. Su Zhirong's words delivered a blow to both Su Xiaoming and Lu Zixin. Now that a true scholar, achieving a top 3 ranking seems effortless. If not for the gene evolution, Lu Zixin knew his cognitive abilities could not compare. You are a freak. Su Xiaoming voiced Lu Zixin's thoughts, while Su Zhirong frowned, admonishing, how can you speak like that? Su Xiaoming's tone dropped significantly as she replied. I am already trying my best, okay? I have no issues, so you don't need to come see me. Absolutely not. Tomorrow you are not allowed to go anywhere. I will come to the school to find you. Su Zhirong commanded firmly. But I want to go out tomorrow, Su Xiaoming complained. Where are you going? To Joy Valley Amusement Park. Upon hearing this, Su Zhirong's instincts kicked in, and she immediately pressed for details. With whom? Humph, it can't be that simple, right? Su Zhirong huffed. Sister, I'm just going out to have fun during my break. Do you have to supervise me? Su Xiaoming grumbled. How you arrange your plans tomorrow is none of my concern. Just be at school when I come to find you in the morning, Su Zhirong concluded. Hanging up the phone without giving Su Xiaoming a chance to retort, Lu Zixin inquired, you are being too strict, aren't you? You don't understand, Su Zhirong sighed. Don't be fooled by her sweet talk and playful demeanor. She is not honest at all. I can guarantee that she is planning something nefarious during this outing. The most likely scenario is that she has found a boyfriend. Really? Is she already dating in her sophomore year? Lu Zixin asked incredulously. Yes. Last time she wanted to date early, but I managed to put a stop to it. This time, she must have been sweet-talked by some boy. I cannot allow my sister to be deceived by those little rascals. Su Zhirong clutched her chopsticks tightly, as if they were her sister. The next day, Lu Zixin accompanied Su Zhirong to the high school where Su Xiaoming studied. Su Zhirong intended to give her sister a stern talking to in the morning before spending the afternoon with Lu Zixin at the movies and shopping. This time, they did not drive, as Su Zhirong believed arriving in a luxury car would create a negative impression. If Su Xiaoming's classmates saw it, it might affect her studies. Su Xiaoming attended a prestigious affiliated high school of a renowned university in Jiangxing, known for producing several top scorers in college entrance exams. Many parents invested significant resources to enroll their children there. For Su Xiaoming to rank among the top 10 in her class was commendable, though it did not match Su Zhirong's level of excellence. Lu Zixin and Su Zhirong took a taxi to the school, where they registered at the entrance before gaining entry. It was a rare rest day, and Su Zhirong changed into a light-colored casual outfit, a white shirt, fitted 7-point jeans, and white sneakers exuding a fresh and sunny vibe. As they walked through the campus, several students looked at her curiously. She is likely in the sports field. Su Zhirong noted. Wait here. I will teach her a lesson, and you should maintain a serious demeanor. Understood, Lu Zixin nodded. They arrived at the school's sports field, where a group of middle school students was playing. 3 boys were taking photos of 3 girls, who were performing a trendy dance from the internet called Li Li. The girls, all high school students, wore shorts that showcased their youthful legs, intentionally tying their uniforms around their waists while donning cartoon-patterned shirts and joyfully swaying their bodies. While one phone played music, a nearby boy provided comedic commentary that had Lu Zixin in stitches. Brother, do you have a 400-pound duck in your hometown? Is it free? Wow, it is indeed. Yes, yes, yes. Come on, do we need to pay? Lu Zixin couldn't help but laugh. Transforming a good song into such a rendition was quite a feat. Even Su Zhirong chuckled at the scene. Their laughter drew the ire of the singing boy, who glared at them. The group of girls paused. One of them complained, no way, we can't do it this time. Let us record it again. So annoying. These people. Could you please stop laughing? My apologies. Lu Zixin managed to suppress his laughter as he replied. Meanwhile, Su Zhirong turned to another girl and said, Xiaoming, why are you wearing your uniform like that? The girl replied, Sister, this is fashion. What? It's clearly just non-mainstream. Su Zhirong criticized without mercy. Ugh. Su Xiaoming made a face at her and said to her companions, let's record it again. Chapter 77. Estrangement. Lu Zixin watched with great interest as Su Xiaoming stood in the center of the 3 girls, slightly taller than them, which naturally made her legs appear longer. Like Su Zhirong, Su Xiaoming was equally stunning. They bore some resemblance in certain aspects, yet differed significantly. Su Zhirong had short hair that exuded a serene elegance, while Su Xiaoming was vivacious, her long ponytail dancing with her every move, entirely distinct from her sister. The trio began recording the video once more, their movements synchronized and infused with youthful exuberance, attracting the attention of several passing students. After finishing the recording, a boy shouted, You danced incredibly well. Su Xiaoming replied with pride, Of course, I've practiced for a long time. Hearing her refer to herself as Aunt Su Zhirong raised her brows slightly. Let us upload this and guess how many likes we'll get this time? One of the girls asked. At least 10,000. Su Xiaoming stated confidently. 10,000? That seems excessive. The views should be at least in the hundreds of thousands. Last time we got 80,000. This time it's bound to be more. They excitedly discussed it for a moment before uploading the video. Only then did Su Xiaoming leap into Su Zhirong's embrace, burying her head in her sister's chest while exclaiming, Sister, I really missed you. Lu Zixin felt a tinge of envy, having never received such treatment. Enough of that. Su Zhirong playfully poked her forehead with her finger. It seems you didn't want to see me at all. How could that be? With such a beautiful, intelligent, and gentle sister, why would I not want to see you? I dream about you every night, Su Xiaoming replied, her eyes sparkling like a kitteness. What do you dream about? Su Zhirong inquired. About you forcing me to do my homework. Su Xiaoming's tone shifted, and she burst into laughter. You little rascal. Su Zhirong chuckled at her antics. I can make your dream come true right now. No way. Su Xiaoming wriggled free from her grasp and ran aside. She then noticed Lu Zixin and exclaimed in surprise, Sister, is this the legendary brother-in-law? Yes, Su Zhirong nodded, and Lu Zixin greeted her. Hi, I'm Lu Zixin. Su Xiaoming scrutinized Lu Zixin from head to toe, stroking her smooth chin as she remarked, average height, not particularly handsome. I wonder about his physique. Sister, your taste has declined. He's not as good as the previous suitor who pursued you. He looked much better. That one even gave me a red envelope. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Zhirong said as she pinched her ear. No, I was just joking, Su Xiaoming quickly pleaded. Once Su Zhirong released her, she muttered softly. But it's true. I don't intend to call him brother-in-law. After the playful banter, Su Zhirong took Su Xiaoming aside for a brief admonition. I understand. Study hard and strive for improvement every day. Su Xiaoming replied impatiently. We're heading to the amusement park now, sister. You and this faux brother-in-law can go do your own thing. No need to worry about me. No way. I'm going with you. Su Zhirong insisted firmly. Why? Su Xiaoming pouted. Do you think I can't tell? That tall boy has been secretly watching you. Are you two in a secret romance? Su Zhirong whispered. Not at all. I haven't agreed to him yet. Su Xiaoming retorted. From your demeanor, it seems you're not far from agreeing. Su Zhirong asserted resolutely. Today, I'm accompanying you. I oppose. Regardless of Su Xiaoming's dissatisfaction, Su Zhirong and Lu Zixin joined the group heading to the amusement park. Su Xiaoming's classmates were less than pleased with their inclusion. Su Zhirong was acceptable as her sister and quite attractive, which made the middle school boys more amicable towards her. As for Lu Zixin, he was largely ignored. In the taxi, Su Xiaoming was complaining to her two companions. So annoying. With my sister around today, I'm sure we want to have fun. And that irritating guy. Xiaoming, your sister is so beautiful. You can tell she has an exceptional aura. Classmate Zhang Hui remarked. As for your brother-in-law, he seems rather ordinary. He is not my brother-in-law. Su Xiaoming emphasized. With such an outstanding sister, she must find someone handsome, intelligent, wealthy, and exceptionally nice. This guy is nowhere near good enough. Exactly. Only a superstar deserves your sister. Another classmate, Feng Lele, chimed in. Su Xiaoming instructed. Don't pay any attention to Lu Zixin later. I don't know how he managed to charm my sister, but he wants to get past me. Understood. Both girls nodded in agreement, and Su Xiaoming even sent a message to the other three boys in her class. Upon arriving at the amusement park, the weekend crowd necessitated queuing for tickets. Lu Zixin volunteered, let me buy them for you. Su Zhirong nodded, as she had intended to do just that. Since the amusement park tickets were quite expensive, she was determined to treat her sister and her friends. Lu Zixin approached Su Xiaoming and said, Xiaoming, hand me your student IDs, and I'll buy the tickets for you. Why do you need student IDs? Can't we buy them ourselves? Su Xiaoming's tone was distant. Student IDs are half price. Lu Zixin replied matter-of-factly, it's a bargain. Su Xiaoming internally scoffed and asked a nearby classmate for their student ID instead. No need. I never use student IDs to buy tickets. Full price isn't that expensive. Xiaoming, I've already purchased the tickets on my phone. Just scan to collect them. A tall boy interjected, who was Su Xiaoming's suitor, Wei Ming, now a thorn in Su Zhirong's side. Oh, do I have one? Lu Zixin inquired. Sorry, the online ticket sales have ended. I only bought 7 tickets, so you might need to purchase your own, Wei Ming replied, while Su Xiaoming secretly gave him a thumbs up. Lu Zixin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at these students' amusing dynamics. Su Zhirong approached him, giving him a helpless look, signaling him not to engage with the children. Lu Zixin, naturally, paid no mind to it and said, you all go ahead. I'll catch up shortly. After purchasing an additional ticket for himself. By the time he entered, Su Xiaoming and her friends had already vanished, leaving Su Zhirong waiting at the entrance. They've gone to the haunted house. Su Zhirong informed him. Don't worry about what just happened. How could I? I'd have been furious long ago if I let such things bother me. Lu Zixin laughed. This girl truly doesn't make it easy, Su Zhirong sighed. Let us go join them. They arrived at the haunted house, where Su Xiaoming and her friends were lining up for admission. Chapter 78, Social Dynamics. I heard the haunted house here is terrifying. What should we do? I'm so scared. Su Xiaoming expressed her concern. Don't worry, I'll protect you, Wei Ming declared. I'll walk ahead of you. As he spoke, he reached out to take Su Xiaoming's hand, only to have her pull away. Su Zhirong felt a twinge of displeasure and gave Lu Zixin a look, whispering, Keep an eye on him. Don't let that boy take advantage of my sister. Lu Zixin nodded. Once inside the haunted house, he moved to the front. The interior was pitch black, filled with eerie sounds and dim lighting that frightened the girls, causing them to huddle at the back, too scared to open their eyes. Wei Ming strode confidently at the front, showing no signs of fear. He had been here many times before and was well acquainted with the layout. Be careful. There might be a headless ghost ahead, he said playfully, which only heightened Su Xiaoming's anxiety. The haunted house's structure was a labyrinth of twists and turns, with numerous forks in the path, each dark entrance seemingly concealing peculiarities, while eerie screams echoed incessantly. The atmosphere of terror was further amplified by the shrieks of other visitors. Lu Zixin observed that not only was Su Xiaoming frightened, but even Su Zhirong appeared apprehensive. He stepped forward and took Su Zhirong's hand, providing her with some reassurance. In the dim light, Lu Zixin's vision was remarkably clear. Having used a serum, his sight had been enhanced. He could distinctly see staff members disguised as ghosts lurking in the shadows, ready to frighten them. Suddenly, a girl named Zhang Hui screamed as a headless corpse appeared beside her, calling out in a haunting tone, Return my head. The boy next to her quickly embraced her, shielding her as they moved forward. Su Xiaoming and Feng Lele also screamed upon witnessing the sight, especially as the headless ghost advanced towards them, wielding a bloodied chain. Another boy successfully wrapped his arms around Feng Lele, and in the darkness, Lu Zixin noted a smug expression on his face as he signaled to Wei Ming. As the headless ghost approached Su Xiaoming, she screamed and attempted to flee, while Wei Ming, eager to follow suit and comfort her, was thwarted when Lu Zixin stepped in front of him, saying, It's all right, don't be afraid. Su Xiaoming clutched his shirt, seeking refuge behind him. Wei Ming was visibly displeased, feeling that a splendid opportunity had been ruined. The headless ghost was now before Lu Zixin, still shouting insistently, Return my head. It even attempted to frighten Lu Zixin with its prop chain, but Lu Zixin merely gazed at it with an expression of calm. Not scared at all. How boring. The headless ghost muttered under its breath before leaving in a huff. Throughout the remainder of the experience, Wei Ming found no opportunity to draw Su Xiaoming close, as Lu Zixin thwarted all his attempts, leaving him seething with frustration. Oh, you scared me to death. Su Xiaoming sighed in relief as they exited the haunted house, her complexion still slightly pale. She was unafraid of many things, but these ghostly apparitions unnerved her. Xiaoming, Zhang Hui tugged at her, prompting Su Xiaoming to realize she was still gripping Lu Zixin's clothing, leading to a moment of embarrassment. She quickly released her hold, turning her head away and feigning ignorance. Lu Zixin smiled, but remained silent. Their group continued their outing, and within 2 hours, Zhang Hui and Feng Lele had already been swept away by the two boys, walking hand in hand. Only Wei Ming, under Su Zhirong's vigilant gaze, remained unsuccessful, taking advantage of the moment when Lu Zixin and the boys went to buy ice cream. Su Xiaoming whispered her grievances, Sister, that guy is so annoying, always interfering with our fun. You should send him away. Is this little girl asking for a beating? Su Zhirong responded with a playful flick to her forehead. Su Xiaoming retorted, It's true. If we're talking about me, he is not even as good as Wei Ming. In what way? Wei Ming is way more handsome, Su Xiaoming declared. What does handsome mean? Pierced ears, chains, messy hair, looking like a K-pop star? That's your definition? Su Zhirong countered. Looks a bit feminine to me. Absolutely not. Su Xiaoming insisted. Wei Ming is the captain of the basketball team. He is amazing at playing. He also knows taekwondo and can dance hip-hop. He's much more of a man than Lu Zixin. Do you even know what a man is? Su Zhirong chided. That Wei Ming is only pursuing you because he thinks you're easy to manipulate. Can he take responsibility or protect you? He can, Su Xiaoming replied. There was a boy who harassed me, and Wei Ming dealt with him. How did he deal with it? A fight? Then you should definitely steer clear of him. Su Zhirong emphasized. Also, don't speak ill of your brother-in-law in the future, or I will turn against you. Sister, I'm your real sister. He is just an outsider. You're being so biased. Su Xiaoming fumed, feeling upset that her sister was favoring someone else. Meanwhile, at the ice cream stand, Wei Ming lit a cigarette, puffing away as he addressed Lu Zixin. Buddy, you're crossing the line. Buddy? Crossing the line? Lu Zixin frowned. You're meddling too much. My relationship with Su Xiaoming is our business. What is it to you? Wei Ming challenged. Did Su Xiaoming agree to this? You are just a high school student. As long as you don't affect her, I won't interfere with your studies, Lu Zixin replied. Huh. Wei Ming exhaled smoke, saying, what's wrong with being a high school student? Just because you're a few years older, you think you're impressive? I don't see anything remarkable about you. His expression was arrogant, typical of someone at that age who believed themselves invincible. Let me be clear. Don't disrupt my relationship with Su Xiaoming, or I won't hold back. Do you know who my brother is on Xiannan Road? Yes, my elder brother. Ha ha ha. Lu Zixin chuckled at the threat, feeling no trepidation, even finding it amusing. You're just a high schooler. And you talk like a tough guy? Mentioning your brother means nothing. He is probably just a street thug, not someone of real significance. What a joke. Wei Ming tossed his cigarette to the ground and spat. I've said what I needed to. Do as you wish. Lu Zixin grew serious, stating, Kid, I'll be straightforward. How you live your life is your choice, but never do anything to harm Su Xiaoming. Otherwise, you'll regret it. He could see that despite Su Zhirong's stern demeanor, she genuinely cared for her sister. As a brother-in-law, he felt it was his duty to look out for her as well. TCH. Wei Ming scoffed dismissively as he walked towards Su Xiaoming and the others. Lu Zixin followed with the ice cream. Noticing that both Su Zhirong and Su Xiaoming wore displeased expressions, seemingly at odds with one another. Ice cream? Not interested. Su Xiaoming sulked, addressing her companions. Let us go ride the Ferris wheel.